We're back and better than ever.
It is time to kick off what is going to be the highest staked day of Apex we have ever seen.
Let us see how impressive you truly are.
Oh my word! Oh my god, what is happening?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
That was insane.
Let's go!
Jola, jag cracked him.
It all comes down to this.
Let's go!
Oh my word!
Today is gonna be our day.
It's the season opening. It's really fun to do stuff. Let's go! This sounds like it'll be fun. My squad must be very proud.
Got a crypto and a Watson.
That was a double stick!
All of those teams are getting absolutely wrecked right now by 4-7. It's almost like playing a zombies mode.
Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend.
Crazy Raccoon are going to dominate this.
There they are. Element 6 at least able to eke out a second place, but end of the day, we all knew it was coming. It's Crazy Raccoon who will walk away with the first win.
It's 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, the wingman did not miss. It's 100 Thieves versus players. Can Ardeki clutch? He's only fighting 2, and players will come down and rise to the top.
There's no idea. What is he?
It's Detonator who find the elimination of the Stay United, and they've got the high ground to finish off strong for APAC North. All they've got to do is take out 100 Thieves. The team that didn't even think they would be here find victory. TSM are still alive and well, and that's the black hole to hopefully send this fight out into space to never be discovered again. Imperial Howl cleans up 1, he cleans up 2, Unite is out, and TSM are back on top.
The city of Stockholm, beautiful, picturesque, and deadly for some teams facing elimination in today's do-or-die brackets. The best Apex Legends teams from all around the world are here and fighting for their chance at Guts, Glory, and of course the cool lion's share of $1 million. My name is Kate, and it's my job to welcome you to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League playoffs here for split number 2. Joining me alongside the desk, we've got Rain Day, we've got Bardoff, and we've got Genome. Gents, welcome. Excited to have you here. Excited to have a full desk here on day number 2. Rain, I'm going to start with you. There's so many great things about LAN, but one of them has to be the fact that the players are right there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that we are in the building with so many not only accomplished players online, but seeing them in person. Some people fit the description. I know Hardeki fist bumped me the other day, and I said, hey, what's up? I didn't know who he was. I didn't expect the blonde hair, but he was still in that same way Hardeki, and people are starting to learn the personalities, put them together with the play styles, and it's exciting, and it's active, and I think this is a live environment in the sense of both senses of the word. It's actively changing and moving, and it's very fun to be around.
Dynamicism, to be sure. Speaking of dynamic, Bardoff, yesterday we saw some team comps, one in particular in the late games of round 3 that I know you were particularly excited about.
Kate, I was hankering all day for Team Empire to play the A game, right? To pull out the ace card. I feel like they were sandbagging all day. As soon as I leave, go back to the hotel, watch the remaining games, here comes the Caustic, here comes the Maggie, absolutely trashing teams. It was like they were pub stomping on Smurf accounts or something. It was absolutely ridiculous the way they were playing, and I can't wait to see more of that today.
Myself included. Let's shake things up. Genome, one other thing we have to mention, Global Series, APAC is absolutely doing work here, and I want to know how you feel about it as somebody who's been knee-deep in that scene for a while now.
I feel fantastic. I mean, I've known that these guys were the best for a long time, but now we're getting to see it. Or at least, you know, they can mix it with the best, right? I mean, look, APAC South, we've got 80% of our teams through to that winners bracket. APAC North, they're doing fantastic. AD Raccoon are up there. We expected that. 4-7, maybe not so much, but hey, they're looking pretty damn good as well.
Absolutely. Well, you know, we have been breaking down the key plays and the key moments all day. And I know, Evan, you are somebody who on YouTube does it all the time. And I would love to know a little bit about some of this, particularly the green wall and particularly one of your favorites, Skittle Cakes. I know you got something for me.
You know what? I like to talk about these things most of the time on cast, but I think it's better if I show you.
Please.
Come on.
Show and
follow
tell.
me, guys. Come on. Let's go
Bye,
on a little
Rain.
bit of a journey to start this one off. Now, what you're going to notice if you are a Twitter fan, I'm sure you should be during this broadcast and during this tournament. A lot of news is flying very quickly. This is a clip that went viral. The green wall is here, Optic Gaming in the ALGS, and this is one of the reasons why they're so deadly. I want to focus on this B-Stream clip from Skittle Cakes, Noct, and Duplex, one of our most exciting and I think interesting new teams coming in to online play and now LAN play for the very first time. They've dominated North America. Part of the reason is because of their synergy. Look at Noct here in this initial engagement. The Valkyrie is doing his best to attract a lot of attention. You're going to see him hanging here. There's going to be gunfire coming from this area that actually allows people to look at Noct more, and he's going to get down. But why is that important? Because it allows Skittle Cakes to come in with the PK and clean up the rest. But stay looking at this, and you'll notice a little bit of green, which a lot of players are always scared of. You see this area right here? Let's draw it. Look at that. It's green. I even got green here. It's the green wall. But he's not afraid of it. Why? Why is Skittle Cakes okay with that? Because he's Caustic. And if you don't know, Caustic takes no damage from Caustic Barrels himself. Plus, he's got 15% extra damage for the Fortify passive that you've got to get through, and it allows him to make plays like this. The quick armor swap to get the damage off and find one kill. Look at this right here. Look at his health. It even gets lower. Hold on. Let's get a little closer there. It gets even lower. Look at that. 1 health. And he somehow finds a way to stay alive. Can we just zoom in on that just so you guys know? That is how much health he survived in. The difference between winning and losing. And look at this. Gets the shield swap off immediately. And with a devotion in your hand and a turbocharger at that, no wonder these guys are hyped up. That's the value of Optic Gaming, but also the value of their lineup because they're bringing one of the most lethal in-game legends to the in-game more often than other teams, and they've got one of the best players in the world in Skittle Cakes who's on it.
Wow. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Rain Day. And you know what? One of the many things I learned from you are those in-depth analysis. Thank you so much. And
of course.
Well done on that telestrator here. Now, gents, we've got a big day. We had a big day yesterday. Bardoff, we had 18 matches that these players were playing. That was a grind. Today, however, it's a little different.
It really is, yes. We have more arrows. I told you I was afraid of these arrows. They're doing this to me. We have a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. The important thing is you want to stay in the top half, that top 10. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. If you're in winners, you're going to losers. If you're in losers, you are leaving the building.
You're absolutely right. Here's all you need to know, gang. Okay, here we go. Top 10 from winners, they go to Sunday. Top 10 from losers round 2 also go to Sunday. So you could either be, Genome, you could either be playing twice today and really making your way to winners, or once and finding yourself going home.
Nobody wants to be in the bit.
No.
Nope. We talked about it yesterday, right? It's like that 1 life, 2 life kind of situation with the double elimination bracket today. So if you lost one of those today, you better not be being in that bottom 10, the bottom 10.
Absolutely. And we take a look at our schedule here. As you can see, grayed out. We've already done day numero uno, gang. We're on number 2. That bracket starts 11 a.m. CEST. All of these are CEST, 3:15, and of course 7:15 p.m. If you want to join us tomorrow, and why wouldn't you? That grand final kicks off 4 p.m. CEST. That's the big kahuna, the time when everything comes together. And at this point, I mean, Evan, I got to ask.
Yeah.
We're here. These players have been through it. What do you think they're all feeling now that the bright lights are on? As we see, the winner's bracket, this is their first round.
Well, I honestly think there's a couple of IRL kind of things happening to them right now. One, players are finally getting adjusted to the time zone. I know that as a North American traveler, this is my first good night of sleep last night heading into today. So expect TSM NRG maybe to bounce back a little bit in this winner's bracket. But I think there's also this element of how do you trust yourself in such a constantly moving environment with such limited time to make adjustments? Do I sleep? Do we grind and review tape for 2 hours and stay up till 3 a.m.? These are the questions they've had to answer themselves, hopefully guided by some good and mature coaches to make the right call. But ultimately, there are a lot of challenges that are off the game, too, that they have to deal with.
There it is. Welcome to LAN, everybody. Let's take a look at who is going to be playing in our first round. That, of course, the winner's bracket. Look at that face, gang. That is the face of concentration. Genome, let's talk a little bit about who you have here in our winner bracket. There's so many to look at. I'm seeing some great APEC talent here, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Reignite, Burger, Dewa, as well as Sutaraiku all made it through. I mean, Rainday was just talking about the coaches, right? Some of our APAC team, they don't even have coaches, right? They got to do this all on their own.
Incredible.
And it's very impressive that they've been able to make it this far. I mean, even that interview we heard yesterday with Waltzy from Straiku, and he was saying, they just changed it up on the fly. They didn't need someone else to do it. IGL Bullet, he's making those calls, and they're working out.
Awesome. And I will say, Bardolph, real quick, before we head off from the winner's bracket, I see 2 teams. I'm looking at Reignite, I'm looking at Cloud9, and there are certainly teams that have made it to this winner's bracket that were dealing with some sub issues and that IRL stuff that Rain was talking about.
Yeah, Cloud9 especially had a really impressive performance. Kind of almost straight off the bat, they were just really in the mix in the high parts of the table, delivering. And again, I think you could say that communication-wise, they're on a quiet taste, but they seem to have their sub slot into that very nicely indeed, and just roll with the punches there. So that worked out for them quite well, I think.
Absolutely. So here is the bracket. Let's take a look at the loser's bracket. Speaking of rolling with the punches. And Rain, we talk about this being the loser's bracket, but if I'm being honest, I don't know if I want to be in this lobby.
I do not want to be in this lobby. Any of these teams here, and I see Ascend, GMT Esports, good competitors, even Detonator, who had a really good day for the first part of yesterday, we thought could be in there. But Space Station Gaming, G2, IG International, one of our top teams, CLG. I mean, there's so much firepower in this loser's bracket as well that the top 10 teams from here with the teams that lose in the winners, that's going to be almost as exciting as the winners.
You're absolutely right, and I will say every team has proven themselves just to get here, Genome. And yesterday, the way they have been... Hey, there he is! Look at that hair. He knows things. He knows things. Team Hardeki, they call him at some point here. It's my pick. Anyway, Genome, real quick, we're talking about the loser's bracket. There are, as we mentioned, some of those teams that are just absolutely going to slay. And then the teams that got to that loser's bracket and winners were based on point totals yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very similar situation today, right? The amount of points you get throughout those 6 games determines whether you are in the top 10 or the top bottom. The bottom 10, that's kind of just it, right? And I think the pacing of those lobbies are going to be very different. So between the bottom 10, the bottom 20 and the top 20, I think we're going to see a lot more aggressive plays happening in that bottom 20 because, frankly, the teams who have that kind of play style, a lot of them are the ones that didn't make it through. So I think your absolute just like controller crushers like G2, those kind of guys, they're going to thrive in that bottom lobby.
Oh man, thriving for them means carnage for us, and I'm very, very excited. Hey, if you want to get the most out of your Apex Legends viewing experience, might I recommend the Multiview? I will. I'll say it right now. Take a look at the command centers down by that Twitch follow button. This is what your screen could look like. You get the POV of your favorite teams, your favorite players, and guess what else? In-game comms, y'all. And not just that, but we've got 2 things debuting here at the ALGS LAN, and that would be our Twitch extension. And one of those things is a stats subpage that you can have as a substream here in the Multiview. Not only that, that's going to give you up-to-the-minute stats, I should say, and you'll be able to be the pro viewer we know, we love, and you'll be literally in the same category as our data, as our stats. You're going to know everything as we know it. And of course, something else to remember, if you see a little bit of yellow around your favorite team, that means that's our fight indicator. it means that a fight's going down. So maybe you should find yourself over in that area watching it all unfold. A huge thank you, of course, to most of you for having that. Having that is amazing, gang. I mean, Evan,
yeah.
it's a total game changer.
It is, especially if you're trying to learn, and that's something that, I obviously love teaching people, but I also think when you're watching a tournament like this, if you want to improve your game, even casually, for new viewers or people who don't know Apex Legends esports, it's one of the best ways to step up your game, and having those multiple POVs to understand how these teams are approaching fights, it's something that you would never be able to find in a singular stream of your favorite player. Not to say that I don't love watching Asu, I don't love watching Hal when they're streaming as well, but there's something different that you can learn that this provides.
Right, straight from the horse's mouth.
That's
You
right.
gotta love that. Well, they have made their way through the groups. Now they face elimination. But who should you keep your eye on in that multi-view? Well, let's go to our analysts to find out. It's always such a hard question because there are literally the best of the best Apex genuinely in the room right now. Rain, I'm going to start with you. Who has your heart today? Who are you looking at?
I got to go with Optic. I think
Sure,
the Green Wall, we highlighted them, but I think also the fact that they have proven that they can show up not just online and totally shift the balance dynamic of North America. I recall when Verholst was still on this team, they have usurped the Kings. They have taken over this region. Now they're doing it with an addition of Noct. Losing Verholst to TSM, not only the perseverance to bounce back, but to be so successful on LAN, that's why I've got to go with them today.
Optic are good, but you know what's better? Playing off meta. 4-7 have got to, they went deep. They had some really nice results yesterday, despite the composition they have, which is unorthodox, putting it mildly. Of course, people like Alliance been absolutely nuclear, but the 4-7 guys, they are up there. They're about 4th or 5th place in the overall board at the moment. And again, we've just got fences all over the place. We've got fences for days, and that's what I'm here for.
I mean, look, that's 2 picks, guys, but really, there's no one else you need to look at today apart from Alliance. These guys are so far ahead of the pack right now. The only team to crack 200 points yesterday. And look, Huckus, Yuki, and Vibes just indomitable performance on day one. Huckus, he was first in damage overall. Yuki was second in damage overall. They were 2nd and 4th in kills. They had some of the highest kill games overall as well. Those guys getting up to 8 kills a game. I have to say though, Rain Day, the only one who beat them was Skittle Cakes with a 9-kill game.
That is the way the cookie crumbles. Fast math here, gents. Well done. Of course, we'll keep your eyes peeled to find out if any of these teams will be on the playoffs finals day, fighting for their lion's share of the $1 million prize pool. Well, speaking of predictions, speaking of keeping your eyes on teams, right now is the time, gents. We're going to talk talent predictions. It's sometimes my favorite and worst thing ever, but here we are. Rain, I'm going to start with you. You went with Team Empire, the team comp to beat you.
You know, I'm a North American sounding guy. I live in North America, LA. I kind of lean towards North America in my eyesight, but I said, let me avert my eyes to the other region that has been performing so well here. Alongside all the others, it's EMEA. And I think Empire, they're a team we haven't given their, flowers to yet. So I want to just highlight them, say I believe in them. I think they're a great team fighting team. I think they're underrated despite proving with points that they should be in the conversation of best teams here.
There it is, Bardoff. You went E6.
Listen, I've got big legs, and Rain Day's always following in my footsteps, okay?
Oh,
I picked them on the first day,
Really?
and they absolutely smashed. So we know what they've been doing for a while, okay? I've gone with Element 6, had to go with a UK Mans. They, again, we have mentioned in the broadcast that they are another team who are often under the radar as well. Don't have that brand power just yet, but they're always running around with gold armors and purple at the very least, and they're putting in work. They're being consistent. They're getting their points on the board. So I reckon today they may give the biggest surprise of all.
Absolutely. Finally, Team Liquid, Genome.
Yeah, look, these guys, Huckus is, the coach, Hodzik, has been behind these guys for a long time. And I've just, seen him around the venue. And every time you look at him, he's got this look like he just knows.
Yeah.
Like, he knows how to play the game. And honestly, he was actually one of the guys that I looked to in terms of his, videos and streaming and that sort of thing when I was really trying to understand the in-depth, the behind-the-scenes kind of stuff of how you play pro-level Apex. And so far, he's led them to, 3rd place so far. And I think today, against this high-level team, that's the kind of Apex you need to play to get ahead.
100%. Well, that Apex we need to play starts right now, which means it's time to throw it over to Fallout and Vicky Kitty to take us into game number 1 of our winners bracket. Gang, over to you.
Let's go.
Kate and the Desk, thank you so much. Fallout here alongside Vicky. Listen, if there was a Greek team, I'd go for them as well, James. I don't blame you for supporting the UK boys. But one big shocker in that list, no Alliance. And I'm not going to lie, I was actually going to pick Alliance. I thought everyone else was going to pick Alliance. I'm like, I got to change it up a little bit, but then none of us do that. Maybe we all had that logic? I don't know.
I mean, what happened to Alliance? I mean, there's so many teams coming out here from so many different regions that we haven't been exposed to until we are now at this LAN. 4 out of 5 teams qualifying into winners from APAC South, APAC North showing up. 4 out of 10 teams making it into winners. I mean, this is fantastic to see after the results that we saw in the group stages yesterday.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you're starting to set the stage. Oh my gosh, a
okay.
little bit of a wink. This man has ultimate swag. I don't care. I drop all my predictions. That guy's winning. 100% a fact. Not even a question. No, but jokes aside here, it's amazing. And you set the stage so well. The regional breakdown, I just tweeted that exact stat line out. APAC South, 80% of their teams, 4 out of 5 APAC South teams have made it to this stage. This is the winners bracket, and while we can't get ahead of ourselves because it's not the championship yet, right? This is just the winners bracket. This is just group stages into the first round of the champ bracket. That's pretty darn impressive. Regions like APAC South are being put on the map here and really proving that they can play with the best. They maybe deserve some more slots to qualify for LAN competitions like this, Vicky. And here's the interesting thing. Built into the format is exactly that. Teams that perform at playoffs and LAN events will earn more spots for their region in future qualifications, which I think is brilliant.
It's beautiful. I love it. Those top 30 teams, and that's what a lot of these teams are also looking for, you know, just to find out more information on what's happening with champs. And to break down further from what you were saying, a lot of eyes were on North America, were on EMEA, but only 4 out of 10 teams made it into the winners bracket in EMEA. And when you take a look at North America, 7 North American teams out of 10. Looking great here for North America, made it into winners. I know we were looking at them earlier on in the group stage day, looking at a bit of a lackluster performance, but they really ramped it up as the day progressed. And I'm expecting NA, just like what Rain Day was saying, talk about some jet lag, talk about traveling to LAN. I mean, that's what comes when you have this competition in person. But these players got a good night's rest. They know what to expect, and they're here on the stage to perform.
Well, here we go. Map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. Blow it up right now. Let us know who you want to win. We got to jump on board with America's finest here, at least right behind Optic. It's Team Liquid. They showed up yesterday. I was heavily critical of this team based on their Pro League performance, which was average, above average at best. They were one of the bottom teams in terms of overall kills. They were one of the bottom teams in terms of average placement, but they showed up yesterday, and it's on the back of this exact player, Nocturnal, the longest lasting player of this team, the rock of this team, the IGL. I'm excited to see what they can do. On the flip side, it's Alliance. Yuki, the male model from China himself, was literally in a reality TV show in China just 2-3 years ago, moved back to the UK, pursued professional Apex, got picked up by Alliance after playing with Nasty, Scrafy, and Dell. I'm excited to see how Alliance performs today because they dominated yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, just looking at the personalities from our players too here, you can see that they're all having a lot of fun too. I absolutely love it. Just to set the stage too, setting up on World's Edge for the first 3 games, a bit different than what we started just yesterday when we started on Stormpoint for those first 3 games. And I wonder how that's going to affect teams like Team Liquid that we first saw because they were popping off with the Loba comp on Stormpoint.
Absolutely, and I love this run through all of our teams. You saw NRG, such a poor disappointment by their standards yesterday, barely snuck in. Guess who another one is? It's TSM. A lot of us, including myself, predicted TSM yesterday. Didn't see any predictions from Talent to pick TSM today, which could be scary because TSM performs best in moments like this when they have to show up. Maybe they don't do good in group stages, but when it matters the most, winner go home or winner get knocked down to losers, TSM always seems to perform. So we'll keep a close eye on them. And then we just saw Sutaraiku as well. Sutaraiku, Australian team, really impressing yesterday. But take a look here, Vicky. We have a southeast pull to a Dome or Lava City-esque finish.
Yeah, I love looking at this graphics too because we could break down so much, not only from the POIs of our players, but also looking at where that next circle is going to be pulling. You could already see a lot of these teams, like players who are taking some damage here. PKMK, though, now trying to run away from Luminosity Gaming, who also already has the information for that next circle. You could see the beacon on their mini-map right there. They're seeing players with their quick rotate. They want to secure a spot already inside of those buildings right close to Dome, but players are in some trouble here as PKMK just has only shield cells to heal up, has that med kit to potentially get away. But you already know other teams are in in the area to try to go in for that third party.
This is insane. I mean, look how fast these rotations are. Everyone immediately trying to get to the southeast. Teams that are known to drop towards southeast, get in there quick. STK dropping tree. They looted so fast. And guess what? STK, Sutaraiku, one of the 3 teams to win 3 games yesterday alongside Optic and Empire. Very, very impressive. And off the rip, Walton's going to get a knock here. Luminosity's very own. Mexico is down, but Ganjaman is popping off against players. Unite joins the fray.
This is the third party that I was talking about. So
No
many
way.
teams have already quickly rotated. Talk about high-octane action off the rip. Luminosity Gaming now trying to shoot back. And Amigo was able to get that first knock with a grenade, but now they're getting pinged from behind here. Hopefully they can actually hold them back with that lava just kind of separating them. Players was trying to get away in this situation too, but they were just caught in between so many teams. Now Rejects being another team making their way over to this next circle. Unfortunately, losing out on Jung-hee here. Reject now having to heal underneath this dome. But what action are we seeing off the rip already, Fallout?
Absolutely. Reject drops Fragment West, by the way. So the fact that they're already here in this fight with teams that drop Southeast is crazy. Team Empire joins the fight. You know they like to fight. They're the most aggressive team, formerly known as the Major Pushers. They're not afraid to take any fight. Rocking the Bloodhound, only team in the competition, still playing Bloodhound, which is my favorite legend. You love to see it.
Same. Yeah, this is why we're on the desk together, Fallout. That's that synergy that I love to see. Love to see the Bloodhound.
Warriors, you know
I mean, absolutely. You've got to support the Roller Boys out here. But also, Team Empire is that team that has been rocking the Bloodhound, has been rocking different compositions. We saw the Mad Maggie yesterday in the group stages. NRG now looking at all the chaos from afar, saying, hold on, let's rotate. We have the information for the beacon. Let's rotate out here. I actually was able to talk to Sweet a little bit to figure out what they wanted to do, because we saw them take out the Watson later on in the day when they were having a bit of a lackluster performance at the start. Today, they said, we're not going to try out the Watson. We didn't feel like we were in practice here. We want to try out the Loba, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far on World's Edge.
Yeah, Loba. It's kind of the NRG special as of late, but hey, again, they didn't perform yesterday. We'll see what their vibes are like today. Let's go ahead and jump into our first listening of the championship bracket with NRG.
Get on, Rocker.
Get on. Like, go this direction, over this.
There's a team on here.
Go to the left one, go left, go left, go left. Keep going left, hard left. Team out.
Are we going deeper left?
Here, deep left, deep left. Need a bubble right here, bubble here,
bubble.
here.
Yeah, bubbling. I'm ulting this team.
Yeah, ult them now.
We need to run to the...
We need to run into dome. Take hard left. Nope, their whole lobby's looking at us. I'm gonna go down here. Batting. Beam. No, team on the left too. Fuck. We just got too greedy.
There was a spot that was open.
RG eliminated already alongside players and others. And guess who it is? It's TSM alongside Optic joining the fight. Reignite perhaps taking a deep breath, a sigh of relief, because NRG was absolutely aping them. TSM keeps them alive.
Fallout, you were asking about how the vibes are feeling for NRG. Well, they're feeling 18th place in that first game.
18th place and a little unconfident. I just sensed a little, I mean, obviously they're making plays, they're making calls, but not the confident NRG we're kind of used to hearing.
I'm wondering here what's going on with the mindset of a lot of these players that kind of scraped by in the group stages yesterday. We saw how close the overall leaderboards were looking like. Alliance playing the edge. Alliance having such a performance yesterday. We heard it. I believe the only team to hit 200 points overall with their group stage performance.
Yeah.
But now you can see them just trying to wrap around the edge. They don't want to get caught in the chaos. With this circle, breaking down the circle, there's just so much action going down here, Fallout.
Yeah.
But where that circle is going to be pulling, we see it sometimes end up a little bit outside of the eggshell by Dome.
Yeah. Cloud9 channeling their interfere. Yeah, they're going to take their time in this rotation. They love playing edge. I was chatting with Alberlelli and Naughty this morning over breakfast. They prefer these far pull zones because they can play edge, they can take their time, they can loot up, and they can take these fights. One thing I want to point out, though, Vicky, very important, this is the highest level of competitive play I have ever seen, and I've casted thousands of games of Apex. I've never seen a faster rotate. I've never seen teams so competitive in striving for God spot, best positioning that quick, and as a result, we saw 3 squads get eliminated that early because so many teams rotated to Dome that quick.
I wonder here if this means that so many teams are already quick with adapting after the group stages, looking at these team comps, looking at the fact that they want to hold the God spot, holding onto some of these buildings, looking at where the circle's even pulling towards Dome. Look at this. We have a lot more Caustic out here in this lobby for a reason. It's going to be difficult to push onto a team that's holding onto some of these buildings already with those barrels. Team Liquid taking some shots at that team from far away that wants to try to get that beacon scan over by Harvester, but they're not going to overextend. They're just putting in some pressure, and they're looking great in terms of their Evo Shield charge. You saw them taking their time over by the Replicator as well.
Yeah, these are our edge teams. Cloud9 dropping all the way north in Climatizer. Team Liquid all the way northwest in Skyhook. They're going to take their time in rotation and actually get a chance to chat with Nocturnal and get his perspective coming in to the playoffs. Let's listen.
Top 3. Probably say us, Energy, and Alliance. It's a little bit too late to just, throw a Hail Mary, and do you really want to risk it in a 6-figure tournament? But teams, I don't know, land nerves can definitely hit, definitely some upsets for favorite teams. People are out of their comfort zone, and, potentially, not to throw the accusations out, but definitely people are looking out for certain teams to just see if they do well and live up to their stories. I think outside of NA, probably Europe, obviously. I think they have the most experience, the longest standing of just being a terrifying region, honestly. But honestly, I think NA is just going to take it.
Well, I would have agreed with you coming into the competition. Europe, always self-proclaimed to be the most competitive region. Only 4 European teams made it into the top 20 here in the winners bracket, which is surprising. NA with 70%, but APAC South impressing the most. 80% of APAC South teams, 4 out of 5 qualifying for this lobby.
It's beautiful because we talked about the different sort of compositions that we see from all these different regions. Look at this Watson fences set up. Look at this already. Alliance is looking at this like, what is happening over here? Meanwhile, on the other side, though, Element 6 taking some shots at some teams that are trying to rotate away. Element 6 trying to fully send it, though. They see one straggler here. They get the knock onto Sharky. Unfortunately, they can't get away in time. The rest of the team's actually inside of that building.
And Sharky is only going to have a great knockdown shield. So goodbye to that. Goodbye to Sharky, the recent pickup of this Reignite squad. Former teammate of Zeros alongside MT back in the EXO clan days, who dominated the early ALGS online tournaments in APAC South. Had a chance to cast a few of those. Well, obviously Jen Burton burst onto the scene as one of the best players in the world, joined this squad, and now Jen Burton not competing in this competition, unfortunately not able to play. They're playing with a substitute in JMW. However, on the Element 6 side, 2 Brits and a Frenchman. It's Nags. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen with Element 6.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be like at least one spot free there. Like we have like flows there and stuff like that.
Could
Like
be a team on the left.
Yeah, it's a team on top already. Have we played Logo on the right?
Yeah.
Just
I mean, they just res and they wanted to lava. You don't want to play from lava side for now?
Yeah. I want to play from the left, yeah. If we can, I want cave ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's one team here.
Let's go.
Team
Come
on
to
the
me.
hill here.
That spot is playable, we know that. We have Volt as well, like, Nag's gonna farm.
Close range.
The thing is, like, do we check cave or no?
I'm down.
I mean, you guys probably stay like here and then I'll go check,
Okay. Go.
I don't think we should all try to check.
Okay, go for it. We should still be close to you, I think.
Yeah.
Web together?
Yep.
I'll be riding on it.
Careful.
I don't see anyone. I'll be riding on the left, careful.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone. I'm opening. You have gold and pairs, I'm taking gold.
I'm making it clear. It's free right now. Yeah.
Take the perk.
Gold bag as well. Nice.
For you. Can we set traps up now?
Yeah.
Traps behind and on the left.
They're fighting behind us. Fuck, I'm like freezing, bro. You wanna rat dish or no?
No.
Can we set traps up here?
We need to keep rotating, I think.
Okay. I hear a crypto drone on the left somewhere.
There's a guy literally on that rock. It's so
Yeah,
hot.
no. I'm thinking right now. On where we can play. Because we just need to find the Valkyrie spot and we Valkyrie here.
Yeah.
Whoa, we told you already.
Yep.
What the fuck? Pop Phoenix is one side.
Is there?
Oh, someone take it, fuck. You have Phoenix now?
No, I got a Phoenix.
Bring it here then. Nice.
We're good.
My bad.
Come, look Lava City side.
Yeah, I've got 4 seconds on my
done?
Phoenix.
Yeah. Yeah, they keep on top, they stay on top.
Where we gonna Valk from, do you think?
I don't know, bro. This team is staying here, that's the problem.
But if we'll go from the right side and end up walking up.
That's what we're gonna have to do anyway. We can maybe stop at your fight.
Wait,
Me.
yeah.
Go in.
They're getting shut on, this team's getting shut on.
I'm with yous.
Give it flash, give it flash, give it flash, give it flash.
My bad.
It's fine, don't get beam now, don't get beam now.
I don't fucking eat the
Well,
shot.
no one checking the back.
Go look the back, go look the back.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Give his white!
He's white still. This is the
but we
team
can't
that
bullshit
res them.
with that.
I'm not with you.
Can we just move up and try to get that spot somehow? But I don't know if it's playable.
On my left, on my left.
We need to take this fight, we need to take this fight.
Crack one.
Are they pushing?
I think so, I'm batting quickly.
I need to know for the Costicule.
No,
Can we just rotate?
they're not.
Can we just rotate?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Come, we can't stay here.
Can I heal? Yeah, I need to heal. Join me cells.
This team is coming back with white shield again.
Do you want me to give you
If we shoot, we're gonna get pinched.
We need to kill them, Top 15 and 3 KP, come.
Oh, bro, he just fucking triple-headed me.
Did that you give you?
Yeah, it's my Gabriel, I'm popping about, I'm 1.
We need to Valkyrie,
right?
Valkyrie, yeah, come. We need to Valkyrie. Faster. Heal up. Okay.
I don't have time.
Just go. We need to go for that spot, I guess.
Valk in again.
Go for that spot. You think we can play their bottom floor? Let's try it.
Well,
Got the AP as well, just try it. Play
We're
bottom floor
wanted here, yeah?
Bottom floor here. I'm mapping.
I'm gonna pop a medic
Find me on
quickly.
the other side.
I'm popping. Fuck, I'm
Guys.
resin.
Can we maybe go inside them?
We have gone back, just go there, bro.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
we're gonna need to get inside. We need to force inside. Okay, you ready?
They're fighting here. I just got
I'm going
beamed, bro.
inside. On me.
Can we chill here a second and heal?
Okay, buy time.
I'm just full healing.
KP on the right. I'm dead.
Careful.
I'm
Go just
dominating
help
on
me.
me.
I can't, bro.
Where are they, Swinny?
On you, on the spot we were playing.
And that listening right there shows how truly competitive these lobbies are. E6 tried every possible option and had no options. Ultimately, they get taken out on the high risk, high reward Valk ult rotation as we saw 2 teams take to the skies like 2 ships in the night.
I mean, Fallout, we knew already how many teams were in this area so quick off of the first 30 seconds to 1 minute. And now look at this Team Empire, another team having to play this by themselves. Ranches may not even be able to get to Cleave here. Team Liquid finding some beamage here. They have some real estate as well that they're sharing with another team, but even right there where we saw from Element 6 just K-Swinny unfortunately getting caught off guard, split up from their teammates. It's so difficult to be able to have this position but gets that nice crack.
And this is darn impressive from Team Liquid. The max rotation from Skyhook, and they still find themselves favorable positioning right now. The fact that they are inside Dome, one of the buildings, and got this POI is pretty darn impressive. Of course, Gilderson's on Caustic, the controller god, one player in particular who I'm looking out for as a early MVP of this tournament. If he keep performing the way he has been, it's fun. He's gonna get some good shots in.
Look at all these nades just being tossed in the direction of Team Liquid. Nocturnal having to heal up with the Phoenix here, while at the same time the rest of Team Liquid are holding back 2 squads at the same time. It's actually insane how much action is going down in here. All the caustic gas as well, blocking out their line of sight.
Yeah, that's right. I believe Team Liquid does drop trials uncontested, so they will always leave with good loot. It's a guarantee, because they've been able to dominate North America, and if you dominate North America and get trials, you're going to dominate likely international region and get trials as well, especially in the lobby with 7 North American teams here. So Team Liquid, well looted, well equipped, and well rotated, well positioned, well everything. Team Liquid just playing that good.
And they're going to stay here, too, for a bit. The Kraber shots coming in from Bullet, though. Sutu Raikou, the only team that was able to win multiple games back-to-back here in the group stages yesterday, looking to keep up their performance here, as Bullet still has 9 more bullets left in the Kraber.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough rotation for Team Liquid now. This zone is pulling so far south. If you look at this, it's actually literally on the edge of World's Edge here, so it's going to be a tough rotation. Alliance, I believe, is best positioned. AD Raccoon coming all the way from Countdown, going to be eliminated from the lobby. APAC North and Korea is out of this lobby for now. 4-7 eliminated earlier. I believe Unite might still be in, but look at Alliance.
A Mia pop-off team that had such a performance, and they're still continuing on. 100 Thieves getting knocked twice. Nocturnal getting on Mew, actually. So Team Liquid having them in their line of sight as well, putting in some of that pressure. Vaxxon's getting away. Now Alliance moving in on the next fight.
And this is Unite, the Korean team. I mentioned last Korean team, I believe, in the lobby right now, alive. And Alliance is just farming. They are playing so well, picking off right where they left off yesterday. Alliance cannot lose, cannot miss. And it's being led by Yuki, the Chinese UK player who's so incredibly talented and also very good looking.
Oh, I mean, right now, Yuki is just happy to have all these players coming into his line of sight, cleaning up Team Unite as they get escorted right back to the lobby. C9 also playing for their lives inside of this truck. You can see all the Nox gas all around us. Dua United on the edge of the circle. You see so many of these fences. Alliance is looking around, not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump right into a listen-in with Alliance as things are heating up here in the southeast side of World's Edge.
I won't have my ulti for late game. Where's to get now? It's fine, it's fine.
Any Otaxels revives?
Have not seen.
No.
Is there anybody outside the map? I think so. I'm not sure though. I think that's you can fly up here. You can fly up here. We want to take outside the map if there's nobody there, okay? I'm checking at this box real quick. There's nobody here. Take it. I found an Otaxel. We'll have ulti. Yo, I'm playing out here. Come gas.
Okay, I'm coming.
We need to hold behind us first though. Actually, it's not in. No, we just play this rock. It's
Hold all this space. Let them all fight on this side, guys. Let them all fight on the east side.
Alright, inside the trailer.
Okay, Balco,
They get fucked trailer here.
Come back, Akis, come back.
Yeah, I know. I'm just an Orchid trailer. I'm fucking them. Come on. Back ulti. Make space on us.
Yeah.
They might land outside the map. They're not in outside the map.
I got cracked. Gonna pop that.
Pop cell. They're not in. They have to come up.
Popping cells.
They have to come up. They're not in. Yeah.
Popping cells. Look behind us. We're okay here.
10 cells here. Dropping arm is up.
Yeah.
One arm is up here.
Guys, look at the right. We can get 3 kills here.
Kill right. They have to come up. They bubble. Nice. Any nades? Force them left here. They chop a trailer. Yeah, dumb here. Oh, okay, good. They cost the goal to Yuki. We can't pick.
Yeah. That's okay.
They're dying.
I'm casting up a little bit.
We gotta swing right after the cost goal.
We can play this rock.
We gotta swing.
And if that listening does not tell you everything you need to hear, I don't know what will. Their communication, some of the best I've ever heard in Apex. Alliance is on fire. Shame on us talent for not predicting this team. I personally did because I thought everyone else would. That's how good they're playing right now.
They're showing up. We were talking about it before, right before we jumped into this game, and look how they're holding the edge of the circle here too, even calling out the position when they were knocking out those Watson fences. Alliance holding by the edge, now moving in for the opportunity. They get the crack here too. We already noted TSM, they're out. Sutaraiku, they're out. Team Liquid though, they have the Kraber in their hand. They have 1 bullet left, and they have 123 damage. The double knock with the wingman, Nocturnal.
You are a savage. 7 kills total for Team Liquid. Nocturnal proving why he's the most underrated player in all of Apex Legends. Connects with the Kraber, playing out of his mind, and now we have 3 squads left. Optic Gaming eliminated in 5th. We got Cloud9, Team Liquid, and Alliance, 3 of the largest, most reputable orgs in esports, competing for a win to kick off Championship Saturday.
Absolutely insane here. C9 playing from inside of the truck, but they are sandwiched between Team Liquid and Alliance. Alliance, again, we just have to highlight how insane their performance has been since the group stage. Here comes a Nox grenade, though. That's fine. Abraleli is going to definitely take that. He has no issue. He's on the Caustic himself. Alliance just playing off of this rock, but they're going to have the high ground here in this position.
That's right, and I don't even know who has God Spot. I don't even know who has the best position because Cloud9 is center zone. And certainly that trailer is you have to be comfortable playing uncomfortable type of scenario because they are getting cornered and sandwiched by Team Liquid. Team Liquid wants to push off this damage. They want to play off this. They're going to push C9, but they got to be careful because if they're the first to the fight, Alliance is going to come in and clean up.
You can only imagine the amount of option coverage that these Nox grenades are also going to cover, forcing a lot of these teams to actually isolate themselves, going different directions. I like the mobile respawn beacon attempt from Nocturnal there, maybe thinking to put it down for some makeshift cover. Uses the dome here as the bombardment comes down.
So, dome is used by Team Liquid. That's going to be a disadvantage for them in this late fight. Utility already taken advantage of. Ring is closing. It all comes down to this final fight here. Team Liquid trying to do what they can to be the last to the party if they possibly can. On board Nocturnal, healing back up. They should be able to chill for at least 5 more seconds.
Look at this positioning from Alliance here, too, as they move up. Hockeys was the one that was taking that more aggressive approach here. Yeah, here comes the old Nocturnal is down, by the way.
Ice on
Hockeys coming up
it's
the
Hockey
side.
of Alliance pulling the shots here. The dome comes in. The late dome helps Alliance. They get high ground, and they will farm. Alliance picks up right where they left off yesterday with a dominant first game performance, but it's not done yet.
Hockey's now moving in. Yuki gets taken down, but it's fine. They take 2 different angles. There's only 1 left. Alliance have such a great health advantage, but watch out with the Caustic Trap. Watch out with the Caustic Trap. Cloud9 ends up taking the W.
You gotta be kidding me. Cloud9 with Graceful as a substitute comes in with a dub. Zach Mazur's watching from home and proud of his boys. As Alberlelli says, I am still king.
I am astonished. I cannot believe what I just saw. They found an opportunity. It was the caustic tick damage.
Wow, you gotta be kidding me. 3 members of Alliance alive. On high ground, they somehow throw that away. Team Liquid looking in astonishment, but you gotta be proud for a top 3 finish. High kill game from them. The young man Gilderson's far left. Graceful. The IGL of Kungarna barely does not qualify for this competition. Perhaps a blessing, as he has a chance at a piece of the $1 million prize pool. Stay Naughty, the Greek warrior, controller player from the United States, performing so well. And then Alberlelli. Talk about Alberlelli. People forget that he is still the reigning champion of the back-to-back LAN competitions. People forget that he was on that TSM dynasty. You can't forget now. Alberlelli is still here as the king of North America.
How are they looking so calm, so collected? I'm shaking for them. Their positioning Fallout inside of that truck, they were sandwiched. What are you doing in that situation other than hold your cool, hold your position? At the very end there, it was so close, playing off of the knockdown shields. Look at this, finishing with 6 kills and first place, taking those 12 extra points.
Absolutely. Alliance right behind them. Well, guess what? On top of them, they got a couple more kills, which means they will be in first in the standings. But look how neck and neck this is. And then a team we didn't really see much, but we got to talk more about. It's Reignite. 12 points total, 7 kills from the boys from down under. The Aussies plus JMW representing their sister country in the United Kingdom. He comes in, substitutes for a player with the biggest possible shoes to fill in Jen Burton, arguably the best controller player in the world, and Reignite in the top 4. Optic Gaming rounds it out in 5th.
How is this game number 1? How are we starting off the action like this? So quick at the start of our day, Follow. I mean, if the players weren't awake yesterday, they definitely are now. Now, looking at the second page, though, 100 Thieves, one of our more consistent placing squads yesterday, now falling in that 11th place spot. Overall, in the lobby, 2 kills, though, so they're going to be able to obtain that 2 extra KP here. AD Bracoon now coming in with 3 KP themselves. I mean, we saw how many teams have already made their quick rotations off the first 30 seconds to the first minute of the game.
Exactly. Players playing with a substitute in PK, MK, also from the CIS, not playing with Artico. Our heart goes out to Artico in Ukraine. But of course, the players, aka EMEA God Squad dynasty of a roster, arguably the traditional TSM of EMEA alongside Alliance, the 2 kings of Europe. Fortunately not performing there, but guess who did? It's Graceful from Sweden. Hometown hero, Graceful performs, and again, this team's so interesting. Was talking to them this morning, and they actually gave Graceful IGL responsibilities on this team, and he joined 2 days ago. He fills a co-IGL role with Alberlelli, who calls the early game rotations and calls. Graceful calls the late game calls, which is so impressive. And it's interesting because Zach obviously fills that co-IGL role, and they trusted Graceful with that responsibility.
That's actually so incredible to hear from Cloud9, especially with their performance in game number 1. Look at the follow-ups to the support from both Graceful and Alberlelli, with Stay Naughty taking so much damage, or rather putting down so much damage, 3 kills on top of it. But they had their priorities. They were able to hold down and lock down that truck with their composition, with the 2 big boys out there, the Caustic, the Gibby, and it's so important there too because they also held down to the dome at the very end there. So what an insane first game here. Yeah, it wasn't as frag heavy as we see from Alliance, but this is Alliance that we're talking about still.
Pretty damn frag heavy.
I mean,
dropped double digits.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Crazy.
Still, they were able to still get 6 kills right there. Team Liquid with 8 kills. Alliance with 10 kills. I mean, what a first game, Fallout.
Absolutely. But my boy, Pari Guzuli, a.k.a. Stay Naughty, performing with the 1.3k damage, controller god from the United States. But hey, what a hell of a game number 1. What a start. We got to take a quick breather. These players are getting ready for game number 2. It's right around the corner. We'll be right back.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Day 2 of the ALGS playoffs here live from Stockholm, Sweden. Game 1 was a treat. It's going to be hard to top that, but something tells me we will.
I mean, this is the winner's bracket here, Follow, and this is what I'm expecting from our champ. I mean, at the start of today, I was thinking about so many storylines, wanted to go into that first game to highlight what was at stake here.
Like 17 pages long.
I had so many notes prepared, and then winner's bracket said, hold my cup real quick, because we're going to go in. We're immediately going to rotate 7 teams already in that next circle. It was just absolutely insane. So much action in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. And there's so much to break down there. We have a few minutes. So, gosh, that game 1, a lot to analyze. You know, what's so interesting is a couple things. One, how fast every team was to rotate. We talked about that. But as a result of that, we saw something we don't often see. Usually early rotate teams mean, well, you're early to rotate, you're going to get the apple. But instead, you got 3 other teams third-partying you because they were also there, and a lot of early game action we're not used to seeing.
Players, energy. What happened in the middle of that rotation? They were not expecting all these teams to already quickly rotate in less than a minute because so many teams wanted to prioritize that God spot, that final circle positioning. We were talking about it before in the game, looking at the composition, so much caustic. So a lot of these teams, their priorities are to secure the buildings within Dome. A lot of these teams predicting that it was going to pull outside of the eggshell of Dome 2. Yeah. That's why you saw heavy-hitting teams like Alliance already situate themselves to clear out the entire southern side of that last circle, and it was insane how frag heavy they were.
Exactly. And Alliance is the next thing I want to talk about here as we take a look first, though, at the comparison of the GOATs. Imperial Hal, CEO of NA. Hardeki, CEO of EMEA. Here's a side-by-side comparison. Average kills so far this tournament. Well, advantage, Hardeki, 1.7 kills per game, 916 damage per game. That's insane, by the way. Hardeki right now in the top 7 overall damage with 17.3k damage. It's the second you can see on screen, by the way. It's called Prep. I'm just kidding. Highest damage will match, 2.4k in damage. Repping the Ashe. Hal's been repping a lot of Horizon, typically the Wraith Ashe player, but rocking Horizon this tournament a lot more often.
We saw the swap actually yesterday. It was later down in the day actually, where Hal actually made the swap over to the Horizon. Maybe seeing a lot more success here, looking like they feel very confident still with that team comp. I'm interested to see how quick that they were able to adapt. What made them realize that after the lobbies that they were playing in the group stage section just yesterday. But you see usually a lot of people comparing these two players, so it's fantastic to see them now in one lobby.
Exactly, and neither of them, neither team really performed to their expectation game 1, so I'm glad we kind of maybe are previewing, foreshadowing what's to come. All eyes on TSM and players. If you don't know Hardeki, you definitely do now. He's arguably the best player in the world in terms of individual skill, pop performance. Meanwhile, heading on down to Apex. Look at this guy. My man rolled up his sleeves just to show us, you know, the guns.
Yeah.
Maybe the pistol, I'll call it.
Oh, man. I love this. I love this. And I love the personality from a lot of these players that we get to see here for the first time on LAN. First time that all these different regions are facing off against each other.
And then we've got to talk about him. Paris Guzoulis. Stay naughty. The 1v2 wingman clutch. You saw it in the outro replay as we went to break. I didn't see it from his perspective. None of us did. We were wondering how Alliance lost that fight. Well, it's because of him. He clutched up simply. His first LAN competition. You think there'd be nerves. You think maybe, just maybe, he won't perform in the same way he does online. Well, all of that is out the window. He showed up big time.
It was just insane the way he played the barrel for some extra cover. There was even the dome before it went out, before he was able to even strafe around the barrel. The dome was still out there, but the fact that he was able to utilize the gas from the barrel since it already deployed there and it was already letting out the gas, they were so fixated on trying to take care of Stay Naughty. That was just such insane play to ignore the gas, take the actual extra, take damage, and still go down. Stay Naughty, what a beast to be able to stay alive in that situation. He had no shield. He had half health. He was just a headshot and a body shot away from falling into second place for that first game.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, we were starting to talk a little more kind of an analysis breaking down that game number 1. The second thing I was going to mention was Alliance. They actually feast off of that southeast zone because they can come all the way from Thermal Station. No G2 in this lobby, so they get it untouched. And as a result, they're in first place here. But they love that far, far south rotation, riding the edge of the map behind every team, getting there quick, and they got what they thought was the God spot to close that out. And they had what should have been a win, another 3 points that they would have right now and 3 less points that Cloud9 would have. Instead, Stay Naughty clutches up, and that's what you love about Apex. High time to kill, the opportunity to make plays. It's not the first shot gets the first kill. It's not the 2v1 always wins. You can clutch 1v2s like we saw Skittle do yesterday and Stay Naughty do today. As we take a look at Alliance, the male model from China himself, Yuki on the right, Hakis, the coach of this team, the analyst of this team, the IGL of this team, the brain of this team. He does it all in the middle. And then Wipes on the far left, the support player. So soft-spoken, doesn't care, doesn't want the limelight, just wants to play his role, and he plays it so well. Right behind him, Chef Pontus, the overall chef and manager of this team. Look at you. This man just knows how to act in front of the camera.
He knows. He's posing. He's posing.
Smiling. He hears me right now. You can hear me, don't you?
He's got to let you know, Fallout. It's like, yeah, I am the male model. What's up?
So true story. Someone on the competitive Apex Reddit, shot competitive Reddit on Apex, by the way, posted a clip of him on a Chinese dating show, doing yoga with the Bachelorette. Basically, it was like the Bachelorette.
Is there anything that he can't do at this point?
Honestly, no.
Wow.
Honestly, no. It's a brilliant clip. So for those that don't know, this man Yuki does it all. Meanwhile, Sweet Dreams, not the start they would like, and NRG not showing up the same way we thought they would. This is a team that performed online for many, many years. Has always been inconsistent, a lot of highs, a lot of lows. But so far, Rocker and Nathan, the young guns, their first LAN, I believe, not showing up just yet. Let's see if we can turn that around.
Just talking about NRG, I know I mentioned it a little bit in that first game. I couldn't dive into it just because it's so much action already happening at the start. But again, I got to kind of pick at Sweet's brain, figure out why they wanted to give the Watson a try. Well, he said he wanted to give a Watson a try on land despite not having to practice her up until they were already in Sweden.
Yep.
But they didn't want to give her a try anymore going into day 2. They already figured out what composition they feel comfortable with. But again, like you said, and like we saw in that game 1, just not the start that you really want to have, not even having any room to breathe to figure out if you're feeling comfortable today.
Well, guess what, everybody? Game number 2 is here. Dropship is flying across World's Edge. Let's jump right into the action. Yet again, game 2 of the 6-game winners bracket series is live. And I'm excited to jump on board, likely with none other than Molly. Yeah,
Seer?
On Seer?
Why are they like this?
Are you
and the
kidding me?
Maggie? Oh, I can't. It's so hard to
What is happening?
I honestly, I was thinking about this morning too when I was making my own team breads. I said to myself, Team Empire is such a favorite team of mine because I'm in it for the chaos. I love the BM. That's just the type of person that I am.
Are they trolls?
And,
They're literally just trolls?
They were having so much fun yesterday. They were having so much fun with their
trolling
comps
everybody yesterday.
Yes, we saw them canceling the animation.
canceling.
I mean, come on, man. I'm here for the BMO and the friendly competition that we got. The tactical crouching here, Team Empire, they're here to live for it here. But they're here with the Seer 2, the Mad Maggie. I mean, we've never seen this before in the ALGS capacity.
Literally, this comp has never been run before in ALGS, I don't believe. Seer, Mad Maggie, and Wraith. Would have never thought I'd be saying those 3 legends together in a competitive Apex tournament, but here we are. Team Empire, for those that don't know, is a team that likes to shake the mold of meta. James Bardoff talked about APAC North running off meta. This team does it better than anyone. They run a Gibraltar-less comp and do it with success. We saw them bust out Bangalore yesterday. They run Bloodhound. They run Seer, Mad Maggie, Wraith, Ash. Doesn't matter. They do it all as Team Empire from the CIS looking to represent. We got a northeast zone here. It's going to be ending towards Respawn Village. On board now and I'm looking at TSM making that quick rotation.
Yeah, TSM looking to prioritize that beacon. They're already going to run into that next squad right there too, but you talk about some quick rotations already. It's looking like a very similar pacing to what we saw in game number 1. Unite is going to slowly make their way over to also have the information of that beacon. Those APAC North squads that run the crypto are going to be able to get that information without having to overextend because they're going to have the drone just scan the beacon for them here. TSM has dramatically changed their playstyle after the performance yesterday to a much more passive approach where they want to secure these buildings. They're going to take their time. Look at this. How is on the Caustic? We were talking about it game number 1.
God.
Caustic everywhere. It is like I'm having a nightmare. Bardoff is actually probably in the back doing cartwheels. Meanwhile, me, though, I'm just living out a fever dream. I mean, this is not what I want to see, but this is actually what we've been seeing successful with in terms of the compositions for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, More Hal says in TSM, if you can't beat them, join them. We're going to run the 2 big comp that's been so popular in Apex South. Very popular in North America. SSG was one of the first teams to kind of popularize it, and they're not here today. They didn't make it, barely. Not qualify. Meanwhile, team that's been running it for quite some time. Here's Team Liquid, Gilderson's on Caustic, Fun on Gibraltar, and of course Nocturnal on Valk, the IGL of his team. Dropping Trials, getting the gold shield as a result. And Alliance, well looted. They're going to take their time on Thermal, and Alliance likes these zones. They get to loot and then they get to get the resourcing and the utility that they want to take edge fights.
Now I want to pick your brain a little bit here, Fallout. Seeing the compositions that we see with these Cossacks, the barrels, sometimes even the Watsons, if you're looking at APAC North, I'm wondering here how drastic these EMPs are going to be in deleting these Cossack barrels. Players, though, already in a fight, already losing out on PKMK, who has not had the best day here. And this is going to be a tough start here for players as Hardeki is trying to hold back that door. The Arcstar is going to knock him.
And he thought he could get that shield bat off, could not do it. It's all up to Leogri. Let's see what Leo can do. And again, the absence of Artico is felt on this team. Talk about the role that he plays, the impact he makes. Leogri is down to 2 HP and somehow is going to survive.
Elevate now. Going to be able to clean up, reignite over by the other side, though.
Zero wants smoke. I love this. From Zero. Goes, gets the free kill. 1 kill point definitely helps. And sorry to cut you off there, Vicky. One quick note.
Oh, no.
On reignite, you have to note is, I don't know how, last game they ended up top 5. I don't know how. They came all the way from Lava Siphon. They were the last to rotate behind E6, and they still were able to find themselves in good positioning. Reignite continues to impress. I've been so impressed by this APAC South Australian team.
Yeah, JMW actually getting 4 kills, Zero with 3 kills. We saw Zero pop off yesterday with the Kraber so many times. Not only just cleaning up the rat, that wasn't the crazy performance, but the other times with the Kraber that was just so fantastically consistent in landing those shots.
That's what I say, is just imagine. If they had Jen Burton on their team?
No.
Imagine what they'd be doing right now.
My goodness.
A year of teamwork, chemistry that they would have on top of the
This is why we need champs, Fallout. This is why we need champs.
Oh, Jen, I can't wait for you to be back, brother. I can't wait. But for now, it is what it is. We got what we got, and we got a Reignite team that's still performing here, putting APAC South on the map. And the crypto ult's going to, the EMP's going to come through. APAC North contributing with their crypto.
And that's what I was talking about before. That's what I wanted to pick your brain about, because we could talk about the map rotations forever, but these EMPs are going to delete the barrels automatically. They're going to delete these domes if you use it too early, and that's why sometimes these third parties from these crypto squads are so deadly, because not only do they grief you of your own space because you don't have that dome anymore, but then now you're out in the open between and pinched between multiple squads.
That's spot on. And you know, that's what's interesting. I wonder if NRG is still running Loba, because if so, they can go swoop, take on some shields, and chill with the Loba Black market. Because, you know, for those that don't know, maybe you're new to Apex, when a crypto drone flies nearby, they have an EMP which knocks down your shields significantly. So players will actually drop their shields to avoid taking that damage and having you shield cells. And as a result, a black market from Loba can steal those shields, which are then up for grabs as items on the map.
We mentioned that because we've seen it happen before. We've seen it happen to solo queue goats from the EMEA region. Shout out to Shiv, the Bangalore master himself, who dropped that gold Evo, got swooped up by a Loba squad off to the other side of the lot there. It's just so funny to see here. That's why we talk about how important these different compositions are. Luminosity Gaming, though, they're going to be able to get beacon control, get that next set of information before they make their own rotation, too. Love watching this team and the progress that they've had throughout the Pro League. You know, formerly known as Scry, they have been picked up by Luminosity Gaming leading up to this tournament, and it's beautiful to see I believe our only all-Mexican squad here perform so well within the ALGS.
Our only team from Latin America really representing, and yeah, that's a great story we got to tell. Ganjamin, a lot of criticism, a lot of speculation online about his performance. He came in and silenced everybody by performing here as well. Despite them not winning a ton of games and really popping off in the overall categories, he was 3rd place in overall damage behind Yuki and Hockey's with 18.5k damage dealt yesterday. He is showing up just like he does online. I've been so impressed by the young Mexican player, 18 years old, just joined this team 8 months ago, 6 months ago in his performance.
Look at this reject holding the inside of this building. They have the crypto. Didn't get to see if the EMP was online just yet. I believe we were taking a look at Dogma, who may have the redeploy online. You see the ultimate accelerators, and that's going to be important. You see him scoop it up. He wants to get that EMP online, as the squad playing underneath him does have the caustic barrels set up to cover some of that extra space. But look how many teams are within this area alone. Look how many crypto drones are actually scouting out in the area. It's congested skies, not just from the redeploys, but from these drones too.
That's right. And we're going to take a quick look over at Cloud9 here. If you watch Cloud9 scrims, if you know their play style, well, whenever they like to play edge, they like to fight on edge, but whenever they get a northeast quadrant zone or upper right quadrant zone, they actually like to early rotate instead. But it looks like here, despite that kind of being in their playbook, they're going to opt instead to chill in Epicenter, just south of Climatizer, where they drop. and out of zone. So they're technically going to be playing edge here and gatekeeping the teams like 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, and others that might be late rotating over from Skyhook.
Highlighting the weapon loadout that I just saw from Alberlele here. Not only rocking the Caustic like we saw in that last game there, but he's got the Devo in his hand. He doesn't got the Turbo, but he's got a pretty stacked Devo in his hands here as 100 Thieves now up ahead from that team that we were just watching. 100 Thieves wanting to take this high ground positioning. Looking at where the circle is going to be taking us here, though. Look how many squads are taking up real estate in this area. We do know that there is a beacon there, but you can't just overextend and go for the beacon unless you have the drone that can just do the work for you.
Yeah. What a story with 100 Thieves, in particular Onmu from 100 Thieves, from being a completely underrated, unknown player, amateur player on the team called Bottom 20, because they would laugh at themselves as a Bottom 20 team, to winning championships, to getting signed by 100 Thieves. We had a chance to catch up with this success story in Onmu from Illinois. Let's listen.
I think what fans can expect, they can expect to see a lot of Gibraltar. They can see, I would say, a lot of Valk, probably about equally as much as you would see in Gibraltar. And every team kind of has that flex character, whether it's an Ash, some people play Wraith, some play Crypto, some have a Caustic in there, so you can kind of expect really anything with the third character, but I would say the main two core players you're going to see most on every team is going to be a Valkyrie and a Gibraltar. Throughout the split, pretty sure I played Ash. I don't think all three of us have even switched our character. We've mostly been on the same core comp the entire time. Hey man, match point, man, finals, you might see some Caustic every now and then. You never know.
Ooh, all right, a little insight there from Onmu. Might run some Caustic, and despite that Caustic, Gibraltar, popular comp in North America, he still runs Ash.
Oh, absolutely. You saw what they were saying here, too. Onmu talking about how they don't really move away from this composition, feeling very confident with this. Even on to Stormpoint, where we talk a lot about how some of these teams want to go for more of that verticality, but they have that with the Ash here, too. You saw those wingman shots being put down as Alliance are actually kind of in the middle. Look at the Mad Maggie. We know that that's Team Empire now, trying to actually contest Alliance over by the other side, rejecting a fight here, too. They've lost out on Dogma.
E6 was right below them and decides, hey, let's take this fight. Let's take it with confidence. We know it's an APAC North team. They're running Crypto, but guess what? Hal joins the fray, perhaps a misplay, and maybe TSM forced them into the fight. I don't know, but TSM's going to profit.
Yeah, TSM rotating from Frag East now over to the spot. Not too far of a distance for them to actually come in, but the Arcs are knocking K-Swinny, looks like, on the bottom of the building. Having to play on the bottom and not having your own real estate here while running the Caustic is so risky, because we already saw how many teams are in this area alone.
Look at this, though. Reject wants the fight. They know they have a 3v2. They know they have numbers. That's a wise decision. They're going to drop the Dome Shield behind them as cover, but that is not a good enough Dome Shield, because guess what? LG is right behind them, and they know there's so many third parties. They're going to get these kills, but they're going to get knocked as a result. A risky play.
Oh no, Luminosity Gaming moving in. You're trying to find the opportunity, trying to finish up this fight quickly here. Hal finishing with Jung Hee too as Ganja Man wipes out the squad. Rejects is out of here now. You see, oh, Optic is moving in from the north now. The bombardment coming in, they're going to respect that, but they're looking out at everything happening.
And I'm sorry, but that was such a misplay from Reject. Why push a 3v2 when you know there's 9 other teams within the vicinity? It's late game or mid game. That is not a fight you want to take. And guess who's going to succeed? It's Luminosity. They somehow get one of the best positions in the game here. Team Empire nearby, and we also have quite a few teams.
The stick with the Arcstar too, and the quick get out. I mean, Team Empire, they're here to ruin everyone's day. They get the stick, and then they immediately boot out because they see the situation. Look at the Seer ult too. Now everybody in the lobby knows that there is a Seer out here, and they have the intel on how many teams are in this area, which is just Luminosity Gaming in that building.
That's right. Have the information. Again, this really off-meta, interesting, questionable, arguably, pick of Seer and Mad Maggie from Team Empire. Will it pay off? And, you know, I was thinking during my predictions this morning, maybe Team Empire, you got to start putting respect on their name, but I decided against it. Ultimately, you know why? Because they farm lobbies that maybe have lesser tier, and they're really good at farming lobbies, as we've seen. But this is the best of the best. These are the best 20 teams, and I'm sorry, some of those gimmicks, I call them gimmicks, I'm going to call it what it is. I don't think it's going to work here against these teams, but maybe I'll be proven wrong.
You got to see here. I love to see different compositions just coming out, seeing them work out for a lot of these teams too. The Seer, of course, having that nerf originally, but let's hold on. That Dua finishing out. Team Liquid eliminated. Dua United out here with 3 kills. Going in favor for Easy Flash. Love it here. They have to get the banner, though, so that way they can actually get Bastion here.
Easy Flash Kids connects with the PK to the face over Gilverson. Controller player so good in those close quarter combat fights. but Easy Flash ends up on top. Dua over Team Liquid. We didn't see the whole fight, but if that was a clean 3v3, you got to put some respect on the Indonesian team here.
Love it. Love what I'm seeing here for so many of our teams. Again, we do note where the circle is going to be pulling more towards Frag East, which is what Alliance has predicted. That's why they're holding onto that train cart for so long. Even though they were getting pinched by 100 Thieves and Team Empire, they're going to still hold that position. Duo, though, they're going to have all the time in the world to loot up inside of here. They need this because they're playing this out as a duo. Hopefully, they have the opportunity to get a mobile respawn beacon.
Oh, look at this. Within Fragment East alone in the city itself, we have APEC North from Korea. We have Dua from Indonesia. And we have Team Burger from Australia. I'll just take that moment to say annyeonghaseyo to the Koreans watching right now. Hello to all the Indonesians. And good day to the Aussies watching from down under. We know it's evening time where you're at. We know you're proud of the performance of these APAC North and APAC South teams, putting these regions on the map when not many respected them coming into this competition, truly thinking that EMEA and NA were on top, but certainly they've been proven wrong.
I just love this. I love so far what we've seen from so many of our different regions. The Mad Maggie still putting down some pressure onto Alliance, but this is Hockey's that we're talking about. He's got the wingman in his hand. He's still putting down some of that extra pressure with this Digi threat. See him now just holding onto the corner, and Team Empire is still not letting this go, though. They're still putting out pressure themselves. You got the Hemlock in the hands of Maliwan.
And still with gray shields for Cleaves. I think they're actually going to spot Maliwan had it, so they give it instead of Maliwan. I think Cleave probably has a sniper or something, maybe a charge rifle, something to kind of level up that Evo shield. We'll see. On board with Alliance now, performing last game, and they also find themselves in zone now. Look at the shots from the wingman. Yuki, are you kidding me? But it's going to be Enemy Go who gets the knock and gets the kill. Nice shot from Enemy Go, stealing that one. Straight from the hands of Alliance.
He had no chance. He had no chance. He just opened his eyes and got out of the dropship, and he had no chance off the rip. I mean, that should highlight here what the priority is for so many of our heavy-hitting teams. I mean, you have nowhere to go. Alliance finding the opportunity to try to farm here, too. Elevate now. You see Sleep getting the knock onto Duplex from Optic.
Optic Gaming, the team, the org with the most to prove in this competition. They started off by proving themselves yesterday, but they got to finish. Yesterday means nothing. It's in the past. This is a brand new winner's bracket. If you don't perform today, you won't be in the money, you won't place, and you will be forgotten in the history books. Optic Gaming coming in with such high expectations. They lose one, who gets knocked already.
Dropping down at the tunnel, too, to get at least some extra room to breathe here. So many teams in this area. C9 now finding themselves in a fight as well. Close quarters fights. But you have to watch out. You have to respect this Nox, guys. We already learned our lesson after game one. It's TSM that has taken up this real estate. Verho so low, though. The grenades being tossed in, forcing out the dome from reps.
That's right. TSM forced to leave their building because it's not in zones. They want to be one of the first teams to rotate. They are. This is the spot that Cloud9 won on the same trailer. But no, Alliance goes down. Two members of Alliance are knocked. It's going to be C9's Alberlelli, who says, hey, we have your number, Alliance. Cloud9 over Alliance here in game two as well.
Maybe getting too confident here, splitting up a little bit while still holding on their original positioning. It's C9 losing out on Graceful. Stay naughty now, trying to heal up in time. Hockey's just trying to find the opportunity right here. He's got the RE45 by the hammies, but it's not enough. C9 now. They come out on top. They try to restabilize. Let's see if they can get Graceful.
Hockey's a couple missed wingman shots there. He'll want those back. Instead, Alberlelli shuts him down. Cloud9 over Alliance again. Back-to-back games here as they have Graceful knocked. Can they get the res? Stay naughty with Valk, and the escape so slippery, needs to get back to his teammate. The caustic traps are going to come through. He says, come to me. I have respite. Come chill, relax, and we will be fine.
Get down, Mr. President. He's going to get Graceful right back up. C9 already looking to the 6 just in case Elevate want to poke and actually try to contest them here. Graceful manages to restabilize. Look at this, though. Alberlelli knowing that there's a team in here. He's got the Devo. We talked about the Devo before for a reason.
You got to be kidding me. Alberlelli is frying right now. 534 damage already. Let's go ahead and jump into a hectic listen-in with Cloud9.
After bat. I'm literally 1 HP.
Is this free?
I think it is. That's the team that we killed.
Take it.
Kill whatever's in here.
Free.
Selling.
I need medkit. I only have vengeance.
Mac.
Medkit here.
Where are safe spots? How do we die?
On me, safe.
Safe.
Crossing in the open.
They're widening us like fucking idiots.
We're fine. We have 3 bodies underneath us.
I know.
There's 3 bodies underneath my red ping.
Yes.
That are not looted.
We can't go for loot here.
Look up here.
They're ooping, I think.
Crack Valk.
I can't fend that. Shoot that gen. Nice. I got a nade up there.
Oh, I have flatline. Let's
I
go.
cracked them on the roof.
That's fine. Guys, we just need to listen. We just need to not die.
There's a portal under us.
Did you hear me? We just need to not
I
die.
knocked one. Right here. The portal goes over here.
Somebody look north, please. Somebody look north, please.
Yeah.
Body, watch north.
I'm looking north. There's a team playing out on the rocks. All right, 10 squads left. 10 squads
Yes,
left.
they're dead when his zone is closing. Just keep chilling, keep barreling, and we're fine.
How much heavy we have, Grace?
200.
Okay. I have 50. I have 50.
Yeah, take 60, bro. I got
Thank
you, brother.
Yep, my boy. Let's
Listen,
go.
we have full blues here. I'm dropping on the ground. I healed them up.
Come on, Naughty, hit
I have
your fucking
150
shots.
energy
Dog
left.
shit,
Yeah,
fucking
just hold
play.
these idiots.
Yo, Mac, look. Shit for you right now. Pick this up.
I still have my ult.
Okay, well, you're
Do you
taking
need your
that.
ult, Chris?
No, I have mine.
Okay, I have 2 ult cells.
Just hold this
Wait,
team.
wait.
Free kills
Okay.
for me. Here. They're gonna move now.
No,
Al.
they're fighting. These guys have to move as well. Oh, no, they don't.
Okay.
No, they don't. I'm sorry. I lied.
That's fine. I'm taking a wingman.
So much from that listening. I can't wait to dissect. You heard Albrelli say, where are our safe spots? How do we die? Asking the right questions to get people to think the right way. TSM gets taken out by Luminosity Gaming, but that listening with Cloud9 says so much about how much trust they have in Graceful already stepping up as an IGL in their team, as a co-IGL with Albrelli.
Say hello to my little friend with the Spitfire coming in to mow down TSM. Unite on the other side of these Watson fences. 100 Thieves looking away from the distance, wondering what the heck is going on over here. They delete these Watson fences though with the Valve tack right there. Really good position here as Luminosity Gaming, though they lose out on Ganjamin over in the middle of the rotation. Now the bombardment's going to be tricky, but the Dome is here to save the day.
Yeah, I'm going to throw some cautious caustic barrels just to be safe and defensive. Reignite has to push, and it's Burger versus Reignite. Some Aussie on Aussie action going on right now. Burger's going to knocked of Optic Gaming, who is now eliminated from this lobby. We have Cloud9 alive. We have APAC North teams nearby, and quite a few squads remaining in this lobby. Reignite and Burger, APAC North South being some of them.
And Luminosity Gaming getting pinged by everyone from every single direction. They have no chance here after that Dome was taken down, after it just ran out. They get taken out of the lobby still. Look at this position from C9. This is exact position that we had seen before from our heavy-hitting team Alliance. I got ahead of themselves.
But you can't count out 100 Thieves. We've been keeping an eye on Cloud9, who's been performing, but quietly on the northern side of the ring, 100 Thieves has been farming, and they are going to be in a great position to win this game here. Burger's Jaro goes down on board with MT, the former member of the Dynasty EXO clan from APAC South. JMW, substitute for this team for Jen Burton, last alive for his squad. Zero is knocked. Can he get the res? We will see. He's going to be left as Caustic, and he'll get picked up here by Stay Naughty.
Stay Naughty cleaning up Zero, who was knocked right there too. You see, JMW is still alive, but just barely. The information after losing out on that shield crack there gets a lot of these players going. 80 Raccoon now coming in for the opportunity, gets the crack with the Mastiff.
That's right, Korea is here. Karanpu back on this roster after taking a little bit of an absence, a backseat to Selly in Split 2. But Stay Naughty says, hey, Naughty, hit your shots. He does this time. Very hard himself. Rightfully so. On board the 100 Thieves now, though. They are in the best spot to win this game.
And they actually took the same spot that C9 just dropped from. Now C9 having to climb up to the low ground. They got to look to their 6. 100 Thieves is going to move into going for the third party. They got the Volt in the hands of Backswan.
2 squads left. 100 Thieves is going to farm. They push up on high ground, and they clean up Cloud9 unless they can pull off a miracle. Great shots put in, but the bait and switch comes through, and 100 Thieves is your champion of Game 2.
Love it. I love it. They're positioning on the high ground, looking at all the action, rotating without getting contested on their 6, while still holding a great position right over C9. I gave up that same spot that they were holding on the train tracks.
Wow. C9 got very hungry for some kills. I would have loved to have listened in there to understand what their comms were like. They probably knew that a couple teams were in shambles, wanted those kills, but that's the thing. You got to be disciplined. When you know those kills are available, you want them. It's like the shiny toy in front of you. Give up those 2 KP so you can get 3 or 4 or 5 KP and 3 more placement points, 5 more placement points instead.
And look at our champs from game number 1, C9. They're talking, they're trying to see what they could do. You can see the passion. You can see how passionate they are. I mean, absolutely. They're just looking at what, let's run it again. Let's figure out what we could have done better after that game. Should we have given up that position? I love to hear what's going on with some of these coaches, just looking at a lot of our players now. But we have to talk about consistency, because this is game number 2 and the second time that we see C9 in the top 2 spot.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're hard on themselves. And that's the C9 staple. A lot of people listen into Cloud9. A lot of people watch the streams of Zach Mazer and Albert Lely and see them arguing all the time and think, what are these vibes on these teams? Why do they yell at each other so much? That is called discipline. That is called fire on any top team I've ever been on. Especially, back in my competing days, I played with Nick Merckx. We would argue. We'd be at each other's heads nonstop, and people thought we hated each other. No, we were good best friends. We hold each other to that standard. That's what Cloud9 does, and it's exactly what you just saw right there. They got second place. They got 19 points. They popped off, but they wanted to do better, and that's why they're hard. But at the end of the day, Cloud9 is dominating this lobby right now.
I mean, 10 kills out here, second place, 100 Thieves taking the dub with those 12 extra points, and then 10 kills on top of that, leading up to 22 points. 80 Raccoon coming through. We saw that building. Yeah, we saw a lot of the action happening in No Name by the Beacon, but we saw so much action also happening by that building in Frag East, where it was just all APAC action.
Third place.
So crazy.
Like you said, APAC North and AD Raccoon, Parka, Obli, and Karanpu filling in for Selly, who had an injury. It was not COVID-related or anything along those lines. It was an injury, so Karanpu joins the team as the substitute. He played with them in Split 1, and they dominated in Split 1. Gets replaced in Split 2. Doesn't have a lot of Storm Point experience. A very good World's Edge player. We'll see how they will fare in this last game of World's Edge, but a good start for AD Raccoon, who we found out after the broadcast yesterday actually had some disconnect issues, which is why they were on the bottom of the leaderboard some days yesterday, but they still qualified despite that adversity.
Now, looking at the second page here, too, look at Alliance. They gave up the God spot that we were highlighting that C9 took from them.
Yeah, exactly.
We even heard them in their listen-ins that the team that they beat, that's the spot that they want to secure. They saw it was empty, and their eyes just glimmered with excitement. We even got to hear what they were saying when they were putting down pressure on every single direction. But after giving up that spot, C9 did the same exact thing that Alliance did, gave that spot instead over to 100 Thieves. So it's just kind of ring around the rosy on those train tracks for that game number 2.
That's right. Yeah, it's crazy to think that Alliance, rotating all the way from Thermal Station, still found the best position in late game. And they're going to want that game back. They're going to look back at that film and regret that push. Again, same thing. They got hungry for kills, which Alliance is known to do. Hockey's is not afraid to play aggressive. It's what makes him so great, but that's a double-edged sword sometimes.
Love it. Love to see that from their players to come back stronger for game number 3. Our last game on World's Edge before we move over to Storm Point.
Absolutely. We got one more game of World's Edge, followed by 3 games of Storm Point. So we're almost in the halfway point of this series so far. We have a chance to kind of breathe and break down the action. What are some things you're seeing so far, some themes and some interesting storylines?
Team Empire still going at it again with the strange compositions, but having fun. I can't say I agree with it, but I want to see results from the team. Even though I may not agree with it, it makes me happy to see because it gets me excited. I love to see that type of energy from Team Empire because they could be innovators. For all we know, we heard it from Onmu. We see a lot of Gibby, obviously. We see a lot of the Valkyrie. Actually, looking at the stats that we had from the group stages, more Valkyrie than Gibby, actually, in terms of pick rate. And then seeing that moving away, and then you look at Team Empire, you look at them trying out the Bangalore into Bloodhound. You see them trying out the Seer, the Mad Maggie. I like that theme from our teams, but then something to highlight overall in the entire lobby. This is the winner's bracket. These are heavy-hitting teams. Top 10 want to stay in that winner's bracket, but then the bottom 10 would have to face off in the losers round 2 bracket. Today, it's not like yesterday, where it doesn't matter where you're going to situate yourself. All those points, it's not about the seeding. It's about being in the winners and then being in the loser's bracket. But today is the day that's so important for the teams that find themselves in that loser's bracket.
Yeah, that's a good point. You got to set the stage here on Saturday. Everything yesterday is erased at this point, that's for sure. Biggest theme for me, North America on top. Cloud9 dominating this lobby right now. 100 Thieves with the win. Team Liquid you saw in Game 1. Obviously, Alliance performed in Game 1 as well. APAC North, a lot more quiet. APAC South, despite having 4 teams qualify, the largest representation with 80% of their teams qualifying, fairly quiet as well. So we're going to see what's going to happen here. Going into game number 3, Optic Gaming as well. All eyes on those teams and those regions. We're going to take a quick break, though. Breathe a second. When we come back, we will have game number 3, our last game on World's Edge. We know you love it. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Playoffs live from Stockholm, Sweden. This is a $1 million competition, but more importantly, as we've been talking about all weekend, this is the first international and offline competition in Apex since Krakow, Poland, before the ALGS even existed with the preseason invitational almost 3 years ago. It's great to be back.
Over 950 plus days
Insane.
follow, and we are here. And look at this competition. I'm so happy to be sitting, or rather standing, alongside you, even if it's a bit of an elevation on this Apple box, but it's all good. 100 Thieves taking game number 2, taking the God spot away from C9, who then took the God spot away from Alliance, and I love to see this.
Absolutely, and we talked about some other kind of big storylines. Is Optic Gaming not performing up to snuff just yet in World's Edge? They're a great Storm Point team. Expect them to bounce back in the second half. And APAC North, APAC South, relatively quiet to the other regions in the grand scheme of things. So those are some team storylines, which we've talked a lot about. 100 Thieves with a dominant win just his last game here. Scurry on the far left. Vaxlon, the recent pickup from this team, former CLG in the middle, and the leader, IGL of this team, so humble, so kind, so well-spoken. It's Anmu from the Midwest, from Illinois, on the far right of your screen here. And what a performance we've had from this man so far. 1.75 kills per game. 1,000 average damage. He's the first player I've seen with over 1,000 average damage per game. He is performing.
Actually insane. I always take a look at Anmu with this performance. If he's got the wingman in his hand, if he's got the Hemi, definitely be wary because Anmu is going to claim heads whenever he has that weapon load. I mean, just in general, he's just such a heavy fragger as a player.
On the flip side, we got Cloud9 on the far left. Stay naughty. He stays naughty. That's for sure. He's been playing naughty all day long, playing angry and playing so well. E6, the UK boys, plus the Frenchman, K. Swinney. But guess what? Enough of the main stage. Let's jump into gameplay because game number 3, our last game on World's Edge is here. Blow it up in the chat. What are your predictions? We want to know. Tweet at us using the hashtag ALGS. I will read some of your tweets live on stream. If you tweet at us, at Fallout with 2 T's is my Twitter. At Vicky Kitty is Vicky's Twitter. Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear them as we, of course, are kicking off game number 3 here in Sweden. And again, we talked about some team storylines. Vicky, if it's okay, let's take a moment to talk about some individual stats and storylines as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So a couple important things to note. Coming into today, so far this competition, top 5 in damage. Alliance Hockeys with 22.2k damage, then Yuki with 18.9k, then Ganjaman of Luminosity Gaming. Anmu's right behind with 13.1k, and then Skittlecakes from Optic in 5th. So Hockeys is performing in that category, but not only that, he's first in assists with 38 assists, and he's second in kills with 41 kills, only behind Noct, who is all the way in 10th in damage overall. So again, in terms of overall impact, the measure of impact that Hockeys has is undeniable.
Because then you have to highlight, that's the amount of damage that he's just putting out in total between the assists and between the KP that he's able to obtain for his team. He's not only covering his team with some of that suppressed fire, but also following up by also being a heavy fragger himself. Now taking a look at where the circle's taking us. I love the diversity of circles, by the way, that we've had so far. We usually look at World's Edge. We usually look at a lot of these circles pull south. It hasn't really been the case this time around today. This is our final game, again, to reiterate, on World's Edge before we move over to Storm Point. And NRG, they're going to be able to get a beacon scan, maybe if they don't have one by staging, maybe over by landslide, if they do have the opportunity to rotate there and see that they are in that next circle, so they can start making their moves ahead of time.
Absolutely. And I'm interested to see how Alliance plays this, right? Reason being, well, I talked to G2 yesterday. I mentioned it on stream. They actually don't like these southwest zones near Thermal Station because they kind of feel like they're just twiddling their thumbs when they rotate. And it's you don't get the best loot. You can't fight on edge. Alliance is a team that is known to like to fight on edge, not afraid to early rotate if they can. So I'm interested to see how Alliance plays this differently than G2 here from Thermal Station. And by the way, in the Battle of Thermal yesterday, Alliance certainly dominated. They actually surprised G2, dropped on Thermal, and beat them 2 out of 2 games.
Again, we got to highlight, too, Alliance being the only team in the group stages to, I believe, to have hit over 200 points should really highlight how amazing they were able to perform yesterday. They're looking to replicate that today. They've already been able to be consistent, minus that last game that we saw. So maybe they're going to humble themselves after they gave up their position to try to farm some kills, as a lot of those teams were forced to actually funnel away from that circle, away from the circle being by their back. So now Alliance, they're just going to make this rotate, see where the circle is going to be going before they make their next move. Also to highlight so many of these Crypto drones in the mini-map to tell you that some of these APAC North squads are going to be able to get that beacon scan and quickly also rotate. We've been seeing a lot of quick rotations just off the rip of these maps.
Yeah. I'm over to Element 6 now and Skyhook. They're splitting the Skyhook loot quite a bit diluted, with 100 Thieves and Team Liquid dropping Northern, Western, Skyhook, and Trials, E6, West Skyhook, 100 Thieves, East Skyhook. And 4-7 actually drops just to the east of that. So very interesting. A lot of teams dropping on the northern side of the map here. And they're going to have to rotate on their way down. A lot of teams that play Skyhook on these southwest zones like to actually ride the far west edge and work their way in. One team we got to keep a close eye on this game, it's NRG. They are underperforming this tournament without a doubt. So far, they're underperforming. Well, the zone literally ends right on them in staging. They can get God Spot. They can get the best positioning. We'll see how NRG does in this competition. And here's where they're positioning themselves. They're actually going to predict the northern pole here.
We're talking about quick rotations. We saw Sutu Raikou, who shares the other side of the thermal station section, actually take the balloon out of there to rotate away. You saw Alliance creeping up on them. We see NRG, like you talked about. Sweet is on the Ash. There is no more Loba play that we were talking about from this team before. Team Empire, though, also want to be able to at least scan a beacon to at least see what's going on. They didn't have the opportunity to know where that next circle was going. So now they're on the Bloodhound. They're back on the Bangalore, and they have the Caustic out on the field.
Yeah, here we go. Team Empire is actually running Caustic Bloodhound Bangalore here. They say no more gimmick front. Here comes the push. This is the Empire kind of at their core gameplay. They love these Bloodhound scans because it allows them to get all the intel they need to take these pushes, to play with aggression. Will they get some kill points, though, is the question. Oh my gosh, and this is actually some friendly fire here. It's CIS Team Empire versus CIS Hardeki and the players squad. And for those that are watching from Eastern Europe, Privyet, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far. CIS European Apex is dominant.
And I got a question on Twitter here, wondering any thoughts on players they were dominating in the EMEA split, but not performing so well right now. Unfortunately, having PKMK here, we could see that he's been getting bullied a little bit within the last 2 games. Players, unfortunately, overall are in the bottom 20th place, right behind NRG, not even picking up any KP so far. So I'm expecting them to play this really slow. Yeah, we're seeing the Caustic barrels come out, but look at their minimap. Look how many crypto drones are just trying to scan ahead, wondering here with these EMPs. They're just going to delete those barrels. So what can you do in that situation if you get caught up with an EMP when you're getting third party? But another stick on the Arcstar, make it 2, get the knock on the easy flash, who's not having a good day.
Oh my god, Sweet, you're a monster! He connects for 400 damage in a matter of seconds. They clean wipe Dual United, and they immediately phase breach out. That was the single-handed best team clip, sexiest 10-second clip I've ever watched. That was amazing.
That's it. Sweet is done. Sweet is done here. He's here to perform now.
Yeah,
they clean up that team so quick, and they quickly reposition too. They don't risk it. With the phase breach, they immediately go back to the position that they were able to situate themselves in, and they also have the beacon scan, so they know where that next circle is going to be pulling next.
Wow, impressive from Sweet. The fact that he switched to Ash immediately told me that NRG is pissed. They are done with Loba. They're done with the utility. It's time to slay, which is what they're known for. You have Rocker and Nathan on your team, 2 of the best fraggers in Apex in North America. And by the way, we always say that, Sweet's just as good as a fragger. So you have 3 of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the game. It's time to fight.
Yep. 100 Thieves now with a phase breach of their own, getting onto the high ground here. The bombardment being called in. Reject now. Gonna take onto the high ground with the grenade follow-up too. The Arc started trying to cover so many of these entry options. The EMP now coming in. This is Reject's green light to fully send it onto this team. 100 Thieves now. 2 of them taken out, only 1 left.
We were highlighting North America, and so far it's gonna be APAC North shutting down NA. Ooh. The previous winners, Vaxlon, is the last alive.
NRG moving it for the third party, trying to find the opportunity. Vaxlon trying to get away from both NRG and Reject, but Reject have the high ground. Omnu gets taken out. Yeah. Still alive, though, as Vaxlon is trying to at least find the safety of these crates. Look at Reject. He's letting it happen right now. He's letting him, trying to full focus him, pressure him out into the open, and now he's going to be able to fully send it on the Valk. He can just move right back to the high ground if he needed to.
Yeah, Reject says, give me that high ground, give me that spot. They take it right from the hands of 100 Thieves, and they take out 100 Thieves from this lobby, barring something miraculous from Vaxlon, who's going to be down to 2 HP. The long-range
they took it from him! They took it from him!
Gets the kill. That is, again, the bread and butter of NRG. Kill points, high kills, high aggression. NRG with 4 already.
Love it. Reject now with that information. They know that NRG is in the area. Yeah, that wingman scooped up that KP, but they were able to take 2 players out.
As a controller player, I'm so mad right now watching this happen.
Hey, you know, I'm already used to it at this point. It's all okay here. You got to go in for those quick shield swaps in case you're in the thick of it too. Reject just looking at where NRG was rotating from, but it's quick to note. They did exactly what they did before when they fully sent it onto Duo United. They immediately repositioned after they cleaned up that KP, and they wanted to secure that train cart. They're not going to put themselves out in a state where they're going to be at a disadvantage and be prone to getting third-partied.
Yeah, all that sweet, sweet Skyhook East loot goes to
Oh,
them. But guess what?
again.
We got another fight going down here. NRG is not stopping. I think that's them above them, right? That's NRG again.
They repositioned right back to where they were, and they got another stick with the Arc Star. I mean, do they miss?
Yeah, Skynade's going to come through from Sharky. This is NRG versus Reignite. NRG's got to be careful here. Reignite's a very talented team in terms of individual mechanical skill, and oh my gosh, the quick charge rifle, 65 damage shot. JMW calls for a reset. He's going to get knocked here. Backs out. Zero, the longest lasting member of this team, is the last alive, and Nathan and NRG are going to capitalize once again. NRG farms the lobby. It's time to wake up the sleeping giant.
All right, Nathan, you're disgusting. You're clicking on heads. You are cleaning these players up. It's insane. And like you said, another phase breach. Just get out of that situation.
I think I saw someone pushing, though. Rocker on the bridge. I don't think that was NRG because they phase breached out. We'll see. NRG already with 6 kills. Very impressive. 5 or 6 players right now with 0 kills in this lobby. Never thought I'd say that. But truthfully, PKMK seemingly underperforming for this team because this team is underperforming to their standards. Players is known to absolutely dominate lobbies with Artico on this team, and they're not playing to that same level necessarily with PKMK, although it's obviously tough to substitute for a team last minute. They're doing their best.
Really good highlight right there, too. And that's why we've been seeing players struggle a little bit here. This is such a heavy-hitting team, but they're still just trying to find their footing. They know that that's probably Team Empire on the other side. The only team that has been running the Bangalore and Bloodhound to fully send it. Yeah, they don't have the Gibby. They don't have the dome. So they're going to just situate themselves inside of that building and just rely on those caustic barrels.
You think there's any part of them that's like, that's our boys. Those are our boys. Those are our boys. You know, like, did we fight them? You know? So obviously, no collusion happens in competitive Apex. All is fair in war here in competitive Apex. But at the same time, you know it's them.
You got to give them a tactical crouch to say hello every so often. You know what I mean here. Players are just going to hold on to this building, trying to slow down their own gameplay. You see them without their Evo shields because, as we saw already before, the EMPs are going to come out. We talked about it with a lot of these caustic compositions. What does that mean for the barrels? That means that these barrels are going to get deleted. So you want to watch out if you're getting pushed on by a squad, if there's any crypto drones in the area looking for that opportunity to third party after the EMP.
Yeah, that's right. Those things slow down here a little bit. We asked for some tweets, told you we'd shout you all out. Again, at Fallout with 2 T's on Twitter, at Vicky Kitty on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. Let us know your thoughts. Ralphie Otero, a.k.a. Mag, said, love the energy between Vicky Kitty and Fallout today. They're flowing perfectly. Appreciate that. But I also said, I'd like to say, though, Fallout, it isn't a gimmick when teams use off-meta legends and is kind of defending how brave it is for Team Empire. I completely agree with that. Ultimately, I do think that the Seer pick and the Mad Maggie pick took it a bit far into gimmick territory, especially because they've been doing so well with off-meta picks. Repping, Mad Maggie, Bloodhound, etc., Bangalore, etc. So, I think they did take a risk, which I respect ultimately, and by all means, not knocking that. We definitely want to promote off-meta decisions and bravery here in Apex. I agree.
I'm living for it. I love the chaos. Please bring it in our direction, and I love seeing it work here too because. I can't even say anything here. Just looking at a lot of these teams, it makes these teams wonder what's going on. Is it the team that we're thinking it is? They're the only team rocking this composition, but it also forces a lot of these teams to work around those compositions. Like the Seer, when you see the ult, a lot of these teams don't want to even take up that real estate. They actually want to respect the Seer ult instead. But what that did for Team Empire was deny them the opportunity to get a safe beacon scan there too, which is why they were playing off of the under part of the bridge.
Good point.
Actually had somebody mention that too to me, and it was very true. So now we're taking a look at Alliance, who've also slowed down their own gameplay. They're holding on to that choke point over by the high ground, but look who's on their 6. Luminosity Gaming is now making their way over to Alliance. They're about to get into a skirmish right now, wondering if they want to take this or hold the other choke point. This choke point that Alliance is holding right now does allow them to have the bit of a high ground that they could approach in case that there is a beacon on the other side of that choke point that we sometimes see above that zip line.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting. Luminosity coming from launch site, that far south rotation behind Alliance. And we said earlier, I'm interested to see how Alliance plays this compared to how G2 kind of tends to play these thermal station southwest zones. And Alliance finds himself perfectly positioned. Sometimes it's kind of luck. The zone's going to pull your way. This time it does pull south, right into Alliance, holding choke. This is a great situation for Alliance, but it's a tough position to be in. High risk, high reward, because you're going to get so much pressure from the south and the north. So we will see. Onboard of Ganjamin. We got to show some love and support to the Mexican who's been performing so incredibly well. 18 years old. Brand new to the scene, burst his way on as an amateur player, and that's what you love about ALGS. Anyone watching, any of the 100,000 plus people watching right now can be in this competition in the future. It's an open circuit in every region. Anyone can compete, work their way up the ranks, and make it here. Ganjamin is a living example of that. Top 3 in damage overall. Played so well online, is playing well here as well.
Gotta talk about the Challenger Circuit. What's at stake here? You know, your boy Nick Merckx competing through the Challenger
love to
Circuit
see it, man.
himself. You know, we got some familiar names. Noko out here,
Absolutely.
Team Sheesh with Wig all over by the secondary stream. Been doing such a good job with your Greek boy out there, Mr. Greek God himself. Here comes TSM though. Their barrels get deleted immediately. They don't even have the chance to actually shoot the one that was right in front of Hal there. The EMP coming in, TSM under so much pressure on the low ground.
Yeah, this could be an early exit again for TSM. It's going to be very interesting. Verhulst goes down on Reps and Hal. The duo in zone, but under duress. Let's jump into a quick listen with TSM.
Bubble in 7 and I'm gonna res, okay?
Here.
Bubbing now. Hey, wall me res you, wall me res you.
Okay, we're good, we're good. They wasted everything already. They wasted everything. We gotta break this fucking drone.
Is there any other safe spots? Anything
Not really,
better than this?
not really, no.
Did we
Not
check
really,
the other
no.
side of this?
Like, not,
I have
it's
no
kind of
cells, too
safe
bad.
here. It's
Dropping
kind
you
of
4
safe
cells,
here.
I dropped in you 4 cells.
I dropped you 2. We're good now. They wasted everything. They would give you on everything. They get cost ulted here. Look here. Look below, look below.
Valk 1, Valk is 1, dead! Thirst the Valk, now! 1 HP on the ground, Thurston!
I got him.
Nice.
Be careful.
Fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
don't, Evan, you need to use your head here. Like, don't just run around like that.
We just have to hide, guys, we have to hide.
I'm 8-1. Energy died.
I'm 6-1.
I'm 8-1.
Get traps down non-stop. I have 7-3. I can drop a bat. Dropping 1. Grab it.
Wow. So TSM from a defensive bombardment raining down, 1 knocked, able to turn it around and actually pick up 2 kill points.
Lovely here. Luminosity Gaming, though, we saw it, but from our perspective, Alliance were right ahead of them. Now they get the first knock as Sanjaman gets himself back into the game, healed up. They're coming through, trying to find these different off angles, not trying to funnel themselves in one direction. So that way, Optic Gaming now coming in from the other side as Alliance is in this fight here. Alliance being eliminated. The Kraber coming out in the kill feed. That's going to be Fussy getting taken down. Luminosity Gaming now seeing that Optic Gaming came out on Alliance's 6. See another opportunity to get 3 more KP here. Let's see what they're going to do by that choke point. Team Liquid in a fight too. So much action happening on the outskirts of the circle.
That's right, Team Liquid, the standout team and performers of day 1, second in North America behind Optic Gaming, find themselves in a fight. Gildersons, the young 18-year-old still in high school. And they're going to be taken out here to C9. Cloud9 continues to perform, but they're looking scary.
School's back in session. C9 now moving in. Stay naughty, popping the shield back here too. Trying to get in. Graceful dancing around the dome, but he jumps right into his own dome. Hopefully he's Elevate actually having the high ground advantage, finding the opportunity. They have the health advantage on top of it. Tier 2. Bid now trying to close things up, but missing some of those last shots.
No way. Elevate, the lone South American team here, was looking good, but Reject comes through again. APAC North with the aggression, despite running the fairly defensive Crypto Watson comp, are playing with such tenacity.
Love it. I love it. And now they're going to be able to scoop up some of this loot before they make their move, because round 4 is closing in here, Fallout, and you have 3 seconds to make your next move. 4-7. Another one of our teams here rocking the Crypto. They're playing off of the low ground here. They have the Crypto and the Watson on top of it all. They also have the Kraber in their hand here.
What's so interesting, Vic, is we called out APAC North, underperforming games 1 and 2, outside of a nice AD Raccoon 3rd or 4th place finish game 2. But so far, this lobby, this game, it's been APAC North. Reject dominating, 4-7 alive, Unite alive, and I believe AD Raccoon should be in it as well. STK, Sutaraiku from APAC South. The Aussies will find themselves at the top of this choke, the north side. You need to know, keep their head in a swivel.
This choke is insane. You have Sutu Raikou, you have Team Optic, you have Luminosity Gaming, you have Team Empire. They're all infiltrating this spot.
Look
now
at the kill
another
feed.
team moving in. Look at this. This is actually insane. E6 popping off. Unite falling down. Team Unite gets eliminated as 4-7 now make their move to follow up off of the EMP.
That's right. The kill feed lights up like a Christmas tree. On board with 4-7 though. The Valkyrie came through, and they decided to land on trailer and end this team. Saying June gonna get knocked. It's all up to Justo with the Kraber. Staying patient. They know he's staring right down the barrel. He connects, but not for a headshot like he needed.
Look at this wall of knockdown shields here. They were able to crawl towards him. They knew exactly what to do. The arc starts getting taken out here. Just playing right behind us as some makeshift cover. Here comes Team Burger, though. AD Raccoon, they're seeing the action from the inside of the trailer. TSM now moving in for the third party. They see so much opportunity to clean up this KP.
And TSM is salivating right now at the opportunity, but Hal goes down early. I don't know what happened. if that was a misplay or what, but Hal does go down. They got to be careful because Team Burger's nearby. And we know 4-7 is alive as well. Hal gets quick res, and he's back to the action. So just like that, TSM flies in. TSM connects for great shots, and just like that, TSM farms up and gets themselves 4-5 KP, and he's not done yet.
Team Burger saw TSM in their line of sight. They saw Hal getting rested. They still wanted to take that fight over to the side, maybe thinking that they had enough time to clean up that team. Now they just gave up that real estate. They gave themselves up to TSM.
Massive game from TSM. The black and white needed to do it. Game 3, backs against a wall, all the way down in the standings. You gotta place top 10 if you wanna make it to the championship finals tomorrow. Win and you're in. You get to relax for the rest of the day and watch. Lose and you gotta grind through the losers bracket. It all comes down to these last 4 games, but TSM doing what they needed to do. And they love those fights, Vicky, because they know that there's that giant mountain between them. They're not going to get thirded. No one's going to work all the way through that choke, and they can take it without risk getting flanked.
That's such a good point here. They want to have their backs covered here as the circle is closing in, but they have to worry about Element 6, who are holding the edge of that circle.
Yeah.
TSM could be put into a position where they're going to get sandwiched by Optic Gaming. The caustic grenade here, the Nox gas getting put out right before the dome was actually called in here. The bombardments are actually trying to protect them.
They're all
here
in.
comes Reps, though, with the dome to close in that space. They have to watch out. Optic Game's to the right.
Nice flank for Burholz. He connects. Burholz popping off with a Spitfire, but Reps goes down. Burholz to 50 HP. TSM farms. They're going to shield swap quick, but Optic Gaming's coming.
Optic Gaming now finding the opportunity. Huge cracks, double cracks with the grenade cleaning up Imperial. How TSM gets eliminated by the hands of Optic Gaming.
The green wall enters Apex, and it is standing strong as Luminosity Gaming flanks wide left. Now it's Luminosity's turn. Yeezel doing what he can right now to get some great shots on Optic, and he's going to do it. Gotchaman swoops in with the car. Hits so much damage. The damage leader from Mexico is performing.
Optic Gaming is out of here. It's players. We highlighted PKMK. He hurt us. He's the only player left alive for players. Right before this game, they were sitting in 20th spot. But can you do it? There's still all 3 players of Luminosity Gaming up and alive.
Swarming in like sharks in the water. They smelled blood. And Luminosity puts Mexico on the map for the first time this weekend with their first win. Mexico doing great on the main stage.
Crazy, taking the final game that we have here on World's Edge as well, Fallout. We have different winners coming out. Game 1 with C9, Game 2, 100 Thieves, and Luminosity Gaming to close the chapter on our first map of the series.
And again, goes to show, just because you're NRG and Alliance, you get the zone pulling your way, does not mean you're the best position team to win. In fact, there's no correlation between zone being near you and wins in Pro League. Instead, teams that rotate from far away tend to win a slight amount more of games. Very little correlation there, but Luminosity proved it. They came from tree. They worked all the way south of zone, worked their way in slowly but patiently, did not take any risky fights. And as a result, they're able to farm the last 3 teams, get 7-8 KP, and win the game there.
Talk about their journey, actually, going from tree to that choke
Launch
point.
site to tree first, sorry.
Right, and they managed to go wrap around to that same choke point that they held for so long. We saw Alliance. They saw Alliance. They were poking at Alliance. Optic Gaming sandwiched Alliance. They both cleaned up the team together. Then we had so much action happening south of Optic there. We saw TSM. We saw Team Burgers, AD Raccoon. So many teams fighting in that choke point just so that way they could force their way into that space. But no matter what team managed to win through that choke point, you were going to get sandwiched no matter what there. Optic Gaming had the opportunity to go in for that third party. Yeah, they cleaned up that KP, but Luminosity Gaming were in such a good spot where they didn't have all those teams fighting right behind them. And look at this, finishing off with the dub and 9 kills on top of it all. But let's highlight the fact that players were able to play that with PKMK, the only player left alive on players as a rat.
That's a great point.
For that entire time to get second.
Yeah, ratting out to second place is darn impressive. Nothing to be ashamed of. The 0 kill second place finish at least gets them a few points, but it's not enough. Look at TSM though, 11 kills, most in the lobby. 16 points overall will certainly help them, but it's not enough. They got to perform on Storm Point. Optic Gaming, I thought they were well positioned to win that game. They end up getting 3rd place and 14 overall points, which is much needed for them because they only had 6 or 7 before that. But we do know that Optic dropping in the mill is very good on Storm Point.
Yeah, I just love this. I love seeing the process that we're having. A lot of these teams just really come up. Even the teams winning, getting this dub with 9 kills. Some of our heavy-hitting other teams actually just wrapping up so many kills along the way on top of the dub. And Optic Gaming, too, with those 7 kills.
Look at the far right of your screen. It was all APAC North and APAC South.
Yeah.
So, obviously not great performances, but APAC North and APAC South placing top 10. You got to put some respect there. Reject, though. APAC North, Korea, Dogma, Minseong, and Jung-hee doing a great job with 7 kills. So, again, the aggression, they're only 8 points. They only got 1 placement point. They got taken out early. C9, 3 points, but they're going to be more than okay after great performances in Game 1 and 2.
Back-to-back Team Empire actually getting 11th place, even making the composition swap. No matter what, they still got us 11th place here, unfortunately not wrapping up any KP in the process. I believe game number 1, they actually fell in 13th place. So Team Empire maybe experimenting a little too hard, maybe getting a little too comfortable after their performance in the group stages.
See the game of peekaboo I was just playing with the chat right there? You know, I was dropping my water ball, actually, is what I was actually doing. But no, you're spot on. Overall, gosh, this has been such an interesting start. The first 3 games, we had so many kind of big stories going into this entire match series. But of course, going into game number 3, we said APAC North, where you at? And they showed up. Luminosity, where you at? They showed up. First place finish for them. Significant amount of points. And Optic Gaming needed a big game. TSM needed a big game. So a lot of these teams that you had a microscope on coming into this competition performed in game 3. And at the end of the day, it's still anyone's series. And that's the crazy thing. Top 10 is wide open right now. And for those that don't know the stakes at home, again, just want to keep explaining this format here. Top 10 teams from this winner's bracket match punch their ticket to the finals tomorrow. Match point finals in terms of seeding. The first place team will start with 10 points, which means they have a 10-point lead going into that 50-point threshold for match point. If you've never seen a match point final in Apex Legends before, get ready for a treat. It is the best Battle Royale Grand Finals format I have ever seen. It is so hyped. You need to unlock match point with 50 points before you can win, which is just awesome. But hey, there's a lot to talk about. We are not the best to do it. You know who are the people on the panel over there? We got none other than Rain Day, Genome, Kate, and the desk. Let's go ahead and throw it over to James Bardoff and co. Kate, take it away.
Thank you so much for bringing the hype and, of course, casting that chaotic game number 3. Let's talk a little bit, jump right in here, Rain Day. Game number 1, we started off with a bang. And I got to say, I'm looking at this going, you'd be forgiven if you thought Alliance had it in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing was, we saw North America wake up a little bit.
There it is.
Cloud9 coming in strong and being able to, go head toe-to-toe with really a team that we felt Alliance was pushing in. They were able to take away TSM's kind of rotation. They ended up, I think, fighting Team Liquid as well. But it's this kind of pace that we're seeing North America build to now. And I see it with NRG a little bit in Game 3. But Cloud9 have kind of set that standard, and they were involved in Game 2 as well.
They were indeed. As we take a look at the highlights from match number 1, Bardoff, Reignite, certainly a threat here in this lobby, along with the rest of our APAC region.
Absolutely. 7 kills for Reignite in its first game, but indeed to touch on Cloud9 once again, a spatial awareness with the stand-in as well, making sure their 6 was covered. We heard their comms, and they are very, very focused today and having great success, maybe feeling a little free, and it's different. It's interesting from team to team. We saw NRG with some nice plays, but some struggles as well. So I think there's big pressure on some, less pressure on others. But match 1 went the way of Cloud9. Alliance had 10 kills though, so in second place they started this day really, really well. But Cloud9 really did go for a good run in that first game.
And I want to stick with you for right now, Bardoff, for match number 2, because we know how you feel about Team Empire, and we know that they brought in a new team comp as we take a look at these Luminosity and Reject highlights.
Indeed, they are bringing the spice from game to game, bringing out the sear in this one. But it was about 100 seasoned Cloud9, who, if I'm not mistaken, got 10 kills apiece. So they were really putting in work. And these are big numbers. And you start to wonder, maybe with a sub, you kind of wrote off Cloud9 to some degree in terms of, how far they can go. But it appears that there is no ceiling for this squad if they can keep up these kind of performances.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that real quick, 100 Thieves really in this duel with Cloud9, if they don't push them from the high ground, Cloud9 probably wins 2 games in a row. That's how good they're playing.
And there it is, exactly. And we talk about Bardoff. Actually, Evan, I'll stick with you for a second. We talk about those kills versus wins here. Luminosity definitely bringing in the W on game number 3.
Yeah.
But listen, let's talk about TSM getting getting 11 kills here. Nothing to shake a stick at, and certainly will make all the difference in a match point scenario.
Yeah, you can tell John was hyping him up. Vicky Kitty was getting hype as well. It was a great cast, and it really showcased how NRG, how TSM were building, and that momentum has definitely started in North America. But just a little bit to the south of that, in South America, Luminosity Gaming taking the win. Honestly, these guys are incredible. They were late on their flight to get picked up, last people to arrive before rehearsal day at the airport, so I had a chance to catch up with them, and specifically talk about how Nizel is playing so well with Ganjamin, one of our high performers, third in damage overall behind the Alliance boys in terms of keeping up with the Joneses, and he's 18, and they have so much pride being brought to Mexico. This is a team that I think people have to watch out for in any situation you let them go.
Absolutely, and Bardoff, we talked about this for a second. Luminosity did really well in the scrims right before we started off in that group stage.
Yeah, and the online portion of the event as well. Before we got here to Stockholm, they were always Ganjamin was always sticking out. He just appeared one day, and we were just saying Ganjamin.
Why are we saying Ganjamin so much? James?
We're like, yeah, what are we going to do with this? But he's just doing damage constantly, and hopefully we're going to see a little more of them in the games to come. But Kate, I almost forgot. Game 2.
What?
Imperial Howl and Hardeki both picking up Caustic.
Ooh! Stinky.
I was excited, putting it mildly. But that was quite something. But it's quite interesting, you know, there is a mutual respect between those two players. But they both made that change at the same time. I think it's fascinating to see how we might see more changes from them as the day continues.
Let that be a lesson to all of us. And Genome, we're going to take a look at these leaderboards here because math doesn't lie. And as we know, we are going for the top 10 in this round. This is our winner's bracket. Genome, talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing here. I see Reignite. I see AD Raccoon. I see, and I'm going to put this out there, number 10 is a big story.
Absolutely. You know, we've got, again, good representation across the board. I must say, North America doing very well today. I mean, look at that on the left side of your screen there. Those guys, I mean, I love seeing some of those, the rivalries, you know, Optic coming off the back and ending that big streak of TSM in Game 3. You know, those rivalries coming through into LAN as well. But yeah, then, you know, the fact that we've got Cloud9 and Reignite, 2 teams with subs sitting here in the top 10 out of 40 teams at LAN, that's baller.
That is indeed for sure. Well, as we take a look at our second page, remember, winner's bracket, the top 10 head off to Sunday. They're going playoffs. They're going grand finals. It's this page that everybody should be looking at. And Rain, you are not in your head. You know what this means for the second page of the graphic.
Well, that's for those watching today going to be the theme. Top 10, top 10, top 10. Because if you stop getting in that top 10, especially after this bracket, you're going home. And that is a scary thought for all of these teams to contemplate. Currently, it's these 10 teams here as well who are going to have to change this up heading into the next round. If they don't do it in the next 3 games, still plenty of chances. Empire was my pick. They performed top of the group yesterday, and now they're the exact bottom. Not just a little close to the bottom. They're the bottom. They got to step it up, guys.
Come on. 2 of our 3 teams to watch are in the bottom 5 right now.
Yeah.
And you said they were bringing the spice, right? But, like, I don't know. It's like there's some salt and pepper right now. Where's the rest of the meal, man?
Yeah,
I mean, 5
seriously.
points? Come on.
We brought spice, no food. That's our problem.
Well, speaking of spice, Game 1 certainly had it here, Genome. And I know there was a particular tete-a-tete that got a little heated that I want to make sure you had a chance to break down. Talk to us about it.
All right, so this is it's a tale of 2 teams we've got over here. We've got Reignite and we've got Element 6. So this was the first game we had. You can see Reignite, they're down over here playing their favorite spot. They've made the early rotate. It's one of the most southern zones you get in World's Edge, and it just continues to pull down and down and down into Dome. Now, they think they've got their favorite spot. Everything's fine. Ooh, do you know about that? We've got 4-7 up here, and as we saw just before, they run into each other, and if they win the fight, sure, but they lose a member. They've got Sharky. So in the best spot, nope. Oh, they have to make the rotation all the way up here just to get a res because there's so much congestion down here. It's never going to happen. Unfortunately, as soon as it does, we're seeing yet another problem here. Element 6 rotating in at just the wrong time. So they run in. So Sharky's just been respawned, by the way, and you can see, unfortunately, his teammates kind of just have to leave him for dead. Zero and JMW at this point. He's a little bit too far behind. He'll get taken out by Element 6 here. But luckily, you know, Zero's still alive. The Valkyrie, he's slippery. He gets away, takes JMW with him. And you'll see that Element 6, they've come down again. And Zero goes back for the banner. Has to go for a second respawn in the zone up here at Lava Siphon. Now, at this point, the zone's extremely congested. You're like, what can these guys do? And Element 6, the team who has just taken down Sharky, all of a sudden, they run into them again. A great spot there. They find them in the open. Bubble has to get committed here by Rig, and you think, oh, they've got this. But no, a good trade coming back from Reignite. And as you'll see in this next moment, both of the teams Valk ulting out at exactly the same time. Their fates are intertwined in this game. So they make exactly the same rotation here, except this time we've got Element 6. Unfortunately, they try and play outside. Too much crossfire coming in from every direction. Rig somehow make it inside the building. They're safe at this point. Element 6 eliminated, and despite the travails that we've seen for Reignite up until this point, they make it out into this circle. Unfortunately, the only spot they can find over here, they've got zero cover. The bubble from Gibby is all that they have to work with, and I can tell you, once that goes down, unfortunately, Team Liquid is on the other side of this, and you see 1, 2, 3, they're gone. So a 4th place for Reignite, but damn if that wasn't a good effort considering everything they went through in that game.
I mean, well done, Juno. That was excellent. And I will also say, well done to Reignite. Just kind of, you know, you're trying to delete them, trying to get them off the map, and boy, they make it hard. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the resilience from them to come back at a double respawn game.
That was crazy as well, where Element 6 landed. They landed on the roof, but they landed just after a team inside got crypto ulted, and I thought, what better time to try and storm your way in, get a dome down, and force your way, and they ended up getting absolutely wrecked on the outside. They lasted about 5 seconds after that, so potentially an opportunity missed there.
And Rig actually killed Empire, who were in the building when they landed there, so that also hurt my pick. Good job, Rig.
And there it is, indeed. Well, something to help your pick. If your pick is a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop, head to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion for your chance to win that Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop. We're going to be giving that away on Sunday during our grand finals. Yet another reason to join us on Sunday. We got a lot going on, maybe an announcement or two. That's one more teaser.
What are those, Kate?
Uh-oh, what's that?
Kate,
well,
what's the info?
that's for me to know and you all to find out Sunday during grand finals. Either way, we are going to be back on Storm Point, match number 4 right after this. So stick around. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Playoffs split number 2.
Only 3 games remaining here for the winners bracket, day 2 for the ALGS playoffs. It's do or die at this point, Jordan. If you want to get straight into the finals, only 3 games remaining.
Yeah, 3 games deep, and it has been North American domination so far. That's kind of the story that is being written by the North American teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in this lobby currently are all North American teams. You do have a good, solid squad coming through there from the North American region, and everyone else needs to step up.
Things can change very quickly, though, especially in just 3 games. We saw that really with our first 3 games, how many points can really be accumulated in a short amount of time. Cloud9 really leading the way with that charge. A couple of teams down the bottom can very much replicate that if they can actually find a bit of form heading over to Storm Point.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is interesting having a look back at how the results went yesterday and how they're coming into today as well. For the most part, I feel like the teams that were really performing yesterday toward the top end are more or less being able to come through and do very well again today. I'm looking at OG, I'm looking at 100 Thieves, I'm looking at Alliance, Team Liquid. These teams are all up fairly solidly inside of the top 10 at the moment. They'll be feeling comfortable. But what actually interests me more about this lobby, especially now that we've only got those 3 games remaining, is that sort of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 kind of position. Those teams that are really jostling for the cutoff at the moment. And there's a lot of APAC South teams around in that area. There is a couple of APAC North teams there as well. So it sort of feels like we have got ourselves a really, really interesting prospect heading into these last 3 games.
And I'm glad you mentioned that cutoff as well. So important. Obviously, top 10, that's what matters, whether you finished 1st or 10th. Really doesn't matter all that much, especially in the next 3 games. So 16 points at the moment, Team Burger in that 10th place position. So if you look at sort of last place right now, which is Empire, 5 points, that's only 11 points, Jordan. That's not a whole lot, right? With 3 games to go, we're in a position where the prospect is anyone can still make top 10.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, though, the way that it has sort of shifted up for Empire in particular, sitting at the bottom of the table. I mean, even looking at players, they didn't start too well. They had 2 20th places in a row. They did manage to sort of bring it back with the second last game, but they didn't actually manage to get any kills in that game. So they're really not putting those points on the board at the moment. The fortunes of a lot of these teams that performed well yesterday do seem to be shifting in some cases. Obviously, some are doing well still consistently. Some are struggling, and they don't have too much time left to catch up, Xenox. But like you said, it is still possible for pretty much anyone to get inside of that top 10, but you're going to have to do it here and now.
Certainly so. Let's head into match number 4. Over to Storm Point we go for the winners bracket. 3 games remaining. Top 10 will move to the finals tomorrow. The bottom 10, of course, will then play in the losers bracket, and what will end up being a potential long day. Let's get underway, though. Storm Point, we've had enough of World's Edge. Let's move on.
Indeed. And, well, obviously for some teams, they're going to be hoping that a change in map is going to be bringing a change in performance as well. Anyone inside of that bottom 10 really going to be looking at Storm Point to hopefully buffer their numbers up. And I can say, I know there's a couple of teams here that do prefer Storm Point over World's Edge, just in terms of their historical performances within Pro League, within their respective regions. So we may still be seeing a bit of moving and shaking when it does come to that scoreboard. But I got to say, super impressed with North America so far.
Yeah, most definitely. I think in terms of moving and shaking, though, maybe some of the teams down at the bottom that I've got kind of my eyes on, one of them being 4-7, who had such a tremendous day yesterday, fantastic. Really leading the way almost for APAC North, a team that even for myself, you know, from that region, I wasn't expecting them to really bring that much. But while they've started a little slow, they did start to pick things up. But back in match number 3, 9th place, they were starting to at least find a little bit more ground. That's a team to keep an eye on. You know, the likes of NRG, Players, Empire, just so many top teams here in the winners bracket. It's going to be very difficult to really guess who's going to be able to make it into the top 10. What you can say, though, is for those that started well, they don't have to do all that much.
You're right. But you do want to make sure that you're not resting on your laurels, so to speak. And I dare say Optic Gaming, a team which has been performing phenomenally over the first couple of days of competition, will not be doing that. They've been really, really solid. A little bit of a contest going on, though, for the mill between Players and Optic Gaming, and this could really bring with it some problems for Players who desperately need points heading into Storm Point. Already having lost that first one, need to trade it back on in. It's a 1-for-1 so far in this engagement. Optic Gaming have the advantage in terms of the armors, Xenox. But Elevate is also lurking around looking for a third party. And I know Sutaraiku dropped down in C-Note Cave. Couple of kills come through there for Duplex. Players look like they're in trouble.
Only PK, MK left standing for players, and I'm glad you mentioned sort of for 4 players as well. Only on the 9 points at the moment through the first 3 matches. They cannot afford many more games where they're not picking up points. And Optic, you know, in the top 4, they've already been able to establish themselves a decent position back on World's Edge, and so far it looks like maybe a good start could be on the cards. But Noct does eventually go down. As we pan over top of Elevate, you can see there's a couple of teams really brewing in this area, so it's not going to be a clean exit for Optic. They do lose Noct, but they did pick up a couple of kills for it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I was going to say, I think it's quite interesting how you see players contesting when they're so far down the scoreboard. It could really just be what forces them straight down into the lower bracket. TSM continuing where they left off. A lot of damage in onto that Trident. The team in there cracked for the most part, but TSM not going to push off the back of it just yet. They're more interested in the long-term play. Rotate coming through, but Team Empire close by, maybe a little too far to cancel the ultimate, and TSM finding the needle in the haystack with that timing, to be honest, because if they go half a second later, if you know how the Valkyrie ultimate works, the Skyward Dive, when you're boosting in the air, you can't be cancelled. Obviously, you can be killed, but when you're still just hovering before you've actually left-click to go up, you can get cancelled by even a tickle of damage, and that would have been pretty bad news for TSM.
Elevate and NRG now also getting involved early on. Stormpoint in the past, especially over the course of yesterday, was not all that fast going. We had some slow games on Stormpoint, but this one right now very much heating up from the get-go. You like to see that, especially when you've got some teams maybe on the lower end of the bracket here in the winners bracket, like NRG, like players getting involved early. This is where they can really turn the tide. Of course, it didn't quite go the way that players would have liked. We have a look at Team Empire, and we'll see what they can do here on Stormpoint. That's going to be a team to really keep an eye on.
Great shots through there from Cleave with the wingman. Not enough to find a knock, but enough to find Flash, and continued to put pressure on the team inside of that orange. And clear out the spiders as well, find themselves a bit more loot. And of course, once again, continuing to run the Bloodhound, this time with a Wraith and a Valkyrie. So Team Empire, they have been nothing if not interesting to watch with their team compositions.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did we see them switch up on day number 1 yesterday, where they were so impressive? Okay, a little bit of a slow start right now, but you know what this team is capable of. You do not want to be writing them off at all, especially with these last 3 games. If they find a little bit of form, they can really pick up points in a quick manner, in a hurry, and that's what you're probably going to start to expect from them.
Well,
let's say, yeah, I was going to say, let's go and have a little look in and a listen in with Team Liquid.
Honestly, we want all of it. I have so many arcs. Need that in my life.
I'm 1-4, by the way.
Gibby with no shotgun.
1-4. I'm 2-10. Here's 2 more cells. Brennan, come here.
I'll hold both of that for you. Just ask me when you need it.
Yep. Yeah. 1-6, 1 arc star. I still need a wang. I have one. What do you got? An R3. Fuck it, I'll take it. Okay.
I just stole 4 cells from Spider Cave. They're constantly dropping attachments over there.
Here's the 2x.
Optics here. Close range.
Knock, how many arcs do you have?
1. That Bloodhound scan is
ominous.
Yes.
Crypto drone from southwest?
They're outside
team
right
here.
here.
There's a team all the way out there.
Yeah. They're on edge right. I hear Valkyrie. Northwest, on ping.
Well, not a whole lot really going on for Team Liquid at the moment. Jordan just sitting inside of that orange on the south side of the circle. Not too much close by to them, and honestly, not much we'll be expecting from them. But we do go over to Element 6 that have a bit of a fight here with They Were United. They lose one, now two. Nags is the only one left standing in a very quick manner. It's Dewa that have been able to win this fight so far. But hello, another APAC South team arrives.
Yeah, what about Sutaraiku looking for that third party, putting damage in. Element 6 eliminated. They Were United eliminated as well. So both the teams, as we like to say, Xenox, mutually assured destruction for one another, and Sutaraiku just moves in, takes up residence and says thank you very much for the circle positioning, the loot, a bit of KP in there as well for them, I'm sure. So it's not worked out too well for Element 6 today. I had really high hopes for them. I really did think they played fantastically yesterday, and so far today, sitting in 19th place coming into this game, I don't know that they're going to be getting much further up off of that result. So Element 6, not much time left to make it into the top 10, 2 games left.
Yeah, 2 games. Of course, still not the biggest gap per se to get into the top 10, but it will be increased off the back of this game that will get played out. So they'll have a little bit of work to do in the last 2 matches if they can move on to the finals here. We have a look over towards Reignite now. AD Raccoon, who had some issues unfortunately yesterday. Hopefully for their sake they can find some fortunes maybe actually with their setup. So they unfortunately were playing with basically 2 players yesterday, Jordan, and they still made it into the winners bracket.
Yeah,
this is a team that's so strong from APAC North.
Really good games, didn't they? They were really, really impressive in that initial lobby that we got to watch. Things did sort of slow down a little bit for AD Raccoon, but they did enough to get themselves inside of the top 20, and now they're hoping to get themselves inside the top 10. Just sitting on the cusp at the moment. You can see in 11th place, 17 points. They're not too far away, and as long as they keep that scoreboard ticking over, then they're going to keep themselves in that discussion. They've got a good spot here, high ground, easy to defend. Not a whole lot going on headed in their direction. They're mostly the aggressors in this situation. So they're feeling comfortable at the moment. They'd love to just upgrade those 2 sets of blue armors to purples ideally before they really have to take a fight. But at the moment, it's looking pretty good for AD Raccoon, I have to say.
Certainly agree with you. And I think right now for most teams, actually, I mean, we've got, what, 17 squads halfway through round number 2. Most of them playing on the edge of these circles, which has become a very big trend that we've seen here for the ALGS playoffs. Is really not a whole lot of center play. Most teams just preferring to play around the edge, not forcing their way in if they don't have to. If they could find a spot, sure, go for it. I mean, we saw Team Liquid before in a very, very good position, center of this circle, a little bit maybe towards the south. But things will open up eventually as this game does continue to progress. And when you look at AD Raccoon's position up above, you've got the crypto, you can use that drone, get more information and really scout out around. You do back them in from this spot.
Indeed. Got a drone flying around. Probably multiple drones flying around, quite frankly. Information being gathered.
I mean, account 5 in the minimap alone.
There you go.
So
that'll do it.
Cryptos are definitely making an impact here at the playoffs.
You know, it's funny you say that because it's not something that I'm really used to doing, to be honest.
Right,
we don't really see them in APAC South all that much.
I've been in a situation where I've seen about like 14 or 15 drones all up at once.
Yeah.
And at that point, you just wonder, is anyone really gaining much information if everyone is gaining information?
Well, if everyone has information, no one has. That's how the saying goes there. 4-7 definitely need to be putting in some work at the moment. They've struggled today. They had a fantastic day yesterday and now find themselves in an engagement with the zone at their backs. Not an easy situation to be in. Taiwan having already found a knock or 2. And 4-7 eliminated with absolute force from Empire. That was clean as a whistle.
Yeah, and unfortunately for 4-7, you know, the sort of form that we saw from them yesterday, the great plays that just haven't really been able to find their footing here in the winners bracket. Of course, a very, very difficult portion of this event when you've got basically the best 20 performing team from day one playing here in the winners bracket. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Now let's go and have another quick little listen in here with Team Burger.
This weekend we'll be playing Valk Giddy Caustic, which we've just played since Split 1 of Pro League, and we'll be sticking with what we know. I think it's just the most versatile comp in the game. Valk allows you to rotate anywhere.
Well, that was a bit of poor timing there for Team Burger, unfortunately, Jordan. So I've done your boys a little bit of misjustice there. They go out relatively early here in match 4 over to Reject. Still Triple Blue on the move. Only the 1 kill to their name at the moment, but a team that, again, like AD Raccoon before, on the cusp at the moment. 13th position, a couple of points as well to their name already from the first couple of matches, and a team that is really, really solid. Again, you know, I touched on this yesterday, but this is the former Fennel career team that won a championship back in 2021. Really, really good team when it comes to winning. They know how to do it.
You know what I think is crazy about this is there are so many teams that we can talk about in that kind of capacity. This is such a strong team. X or Y is such a strong team, and you're sort of clashing them all together, and we finally get to find out which region maybe is going to be the top dogs. At the moment, it's kind of looking like it's going to be NA, but there's so many exciting storylines from all over the world when it comes to the Split 2 playoffs. And of course, APAC North, I feel like they've been struggling a little bit today, Xenox, so you'll be hoping to see maybe Reject getting on the board here on Storm Point. TSM definitely having picked up where they left off. They've been doing a lot of damage, and they've set themselves up inside the orange with Team Liquid.
Yeah, they've moved in. They're neighbors. They're just like going to share this space for now. TSM and Team Liquid have got a little bit of a stalemate here and are happy to just maybe put rivalries on hold. One above, one down below. It's a really good position. This orange, of course, south side of the circle, very much in. You're expecting it to probably stay in for a little bit longer as well. So both teams happy with the current situation. The question is, at some point, one of the two teams will have to make a move, and you want to be the first team or the second team. All you don't want to do is get third-partied here.
For sure, for sure. Although I'd actually have to make the argument right now that TSM and Team Liquid are feeling pretty comfortable. Circle shifting in their direction. It's going south, and generally speaking, when it does that, it will continue to head in that kind of a direction. So they might be anticipating that pull to continue to head southward. Not going to be the case, though, as we can see on the minimap now on our screens. It's actually kind of pulled into no man's land. No one is expected to go in that direction. There's not a whole lot of cover out there. And so, well, everyone actually is going to have to.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anyone any sort of favors. Now, Duplex goes down, remembering, they've already lost Knock, so now it's only Skittlecakes as the solo player. We know Skittle can do big things from that solo position, but with so much time, with so many squads, with so much at stake here, I don't know if he's going to be able to replicate some of the heroics we saw from yesterday for the Green Wall, but down at least under the bridge for now, at least gets off that shield bat and can maybe find a position to rat out the rest of this game.
That's a 6-man EMP that goes down on top of Team Liquid and TSM. So whoever's fired that one in has picked up a whole lot of Evo. Don't know who it was, but certainly going to be happy with what they've invested there. Empire on, I would say, the rougher side of the zone now because they have to move across. There's, again, like I said, not a whole lot of cover. You're basically running through the water, right? So there's just a couple of rocks here and there, maybe a building every now and then. But
you say that, but this is the thing. There's already such a large congestion of teams down towards the south, towards these areas. You've got Alliance, you've got Reignite, you've got Eddie Raccoon, Luminosity. I mean, the list kind of goes on, right? So if they can be one of the last teams pushing in there, Jordan, they might be in a position where they could look to really clean up.
That's a good point. Playing Edge definitely has its benefits. NRG are looking good at the moment. 2 sets of reds. They've been getting some damage down. Sweet. I'm sure not too far away either. And they're going to use the ultimate to get on top of the orange. The phase breach in from Ash.
Well, let's have a quick little listen in as well with NRG as they take this fight.
Nading your cloud, nading the roof. Peek. Another team is not folded. They're not in roof at all. I have roof. Backs below me. There's 60. Give me speaking bottom. Give me crack. Give me one. Back is one as well. Give me one.
I'm jumping.
Kill foot. Crack. Last guy's one. Don't go down if you can.
Dead. Chill. Where's Lars?
I'm batting. Another team.
I'm ulting. Contact.
I'm batting for.
I ulted.
He's peeking the top. I died. I'm trying to run to the cannon.
We can win this, I think.
Can you come to me? Back is flash.
Down.
There's a swamp on my box. Stuck one.
I died. Not low.
Hold your knock.
Hop on the purple box.
I have a bat.
Another
team. I didn't get the kill. No, man.
Really nice comps coming through from NRG there, but unfortunately not enough to get them the victory overall. Sutaraiku have been an annoying pest for a bunch of teams so far in this game as they come through for yet another third party. 100 Thieves also being eliminated. I did love listening to NRG there, though. Very calm comms coming through, telling them what box exactly had the armor swap, how much HP exactly certain players had, and it looked like they might actually be able to pull that one off. In the end, not the case. Still some good points out of that, though.
Yeah.
Decent KP coming through.
Well, and also decent positioning coming out for Sutaraiku, too. Northern side, yes, northern side of the circle, but they can really wrap in on that northern side, pushing over to Cloud9 later on. And we mentioned the circle shift and the way that it pulled before, Jordan, not really doing any team kind of any favors, especially those towards the south. So if you're Sutaraiku, you're up north and there's no one really around you, that could play into your hands in the late game.
Well, one thing I wanted to actually say at the start of this game, and I sort of did refer to it loosely was that there are some teams that do prefer Storm Point, and I will say Sutoraiku is one of those teams that tends to get a lot more points on Storm Point than what they do on World's Edge, so they might have started this lobby relatively slow, but expect that to pick up in these final 3 games of the day, and maybe they can still make their way into that top 10. Did see a Kraber out for a moment there as well, so keep your heads down.
Yeah, and while there are some teams looking to play Edge, Empire have elected to actually just send it straight in onto the island and go for a center position and try and hold out. Now, the downsides to this, Jordan, is obviously then there can be a lot of eyes on their position, so they're going to be having their hands full for quite a little while here.
Yeah, certainly. This is one of those positions which can work, but there's a lot of angles that can see into it, so it can be a little difficult to play. Luminosity, on the other hand, are out of the zone for the moment. There's a nice little cubbyhole to play in to heal up, but it doesn't give you a whole lot of room to work with. The Kraber, once again, is going to continue to put in some work, and unfortunately for Team Empire, starting to lose players, and they've now lost all 3. Empire eliminated in 12th.
It's a double-edged sword. You push early, you want position, but then there's so much pressure that comes with that, and Team Empire do go out in 12th position. So again, another game where they've just not been able to accumulate a lot of points.
And now, actually, Sutoraiku moves into that position. They've got 5 KP, and I'd actually argue that the position looks a little better now that the zone is starting to come in. You're not going to be collapsed upon from multiple angles. You're really only going to have to deal with what's in front of you, as opposed to what Team Empire had to deal with, which was pretty much everywhere. That said, also, Bullet gets himself another Kraber. We've seen him with it a couple of times so far in this competition, and he's going to hope to put it in good use. Let's have a listen in with Sutoraiku, see how they're feeling.
Okay, bridge team.
Cosmic flash.
All you guys, all you guys.
Cosmic one. Kill it,
All you
kill it.
guys.
Nice, good knock, good fucking knock, dude.
Someone swap and hold bridge. Fussy, you swap and hold bridge.
Yeah, alright.
I need a Kraber for these guys.
I've almost got Gibby back. I've almost got Gibby back.
One down.
Gibby?
I'm waiting to kill these guys. Over here, Walty as well.
The Gibby's flash.
We're here.
Yeah, here.
If he peeks. Dead.
Nice,
good
good
call.
fucking knock. They're like fighting bridge.
Okay, bridge. Can we fight bridge? Maybe is there?
Is bridge fighting?
No,
Not
we
really.
got time. We
They're
got time.
just
We
fighting,
chill.
Nice. Do you want to set up
play?
swaps?
You can even play back on me.
No, again, we want to play this fucking backside because it's him. We do not want to fucking play in the middle.
Yeah, I'm sitting back here right now.
I'm gonna move swaps to the backside, dude.
I'm setting my drone up in the tree. It's just gonna give us wall hacks the whole time.
I'm setting up swaps. Give me a sec.
You're holding right, yeah, Fussy?
Yep.
Walt's playing flex. I've got left at the moment.
I've got Gibby all back, by the way.
He's setting up swaps on the tree on the rock. Okay, Fussy, check where they are.
Yeah, they're here. They're just on the thing. Bridge team. I got him. I got Gibby all back. Keep that in mind. I got 3 swaps here. I'm gonna probably set up some fucking nades and shit too, and some
Is there a gun
some
swap?
meds. No. I don't have a gun swap for you.
I dropped it. I'm gonna grab one.
Careful. It's fine. They're too far to do anything. Don't worry about it.
I got a gun swap now.
I'm dropping some nades here. Bridge has fuck all to play, by the way. I dropped. There's arc stars here.
Yeah, beautiful. One in the middle. 1K in the middle. Oh, grabbing loot.
76 heady. Can you?
Yeah, I'm waiting
for him. I cracked him.
No,
Can you tag him?
No, I missed.
It's fine. We burned his bob. Early.
Yeah,
It's
nice.
fine.
Good job.
Popping about. Call for Gibby ult.
Is there? Yeah. We just need to focus left, I think, Walty.
Yeah, left.
They're wrapping left.
Left's gonna fucking die here. Yeah, Gibby ult EMP. Is that in?
Not yet.
Wait.
90%.
We can Gibby ult EMP and they will all fucking die on that cannon.
Yeah, on the cannon. Yeah. Play here.
What's Bridge doing, Fussy? They're just chilling. I have Gibby ult, so I
Bridge
need
is almost in. Right here. Down.
You want me to give you all this?
Look here, Walty.
Yeah, you can give me out. Wait, you give me out and EMP these kids. You give me out and EMP these kids.
Yeah.
EMP them.
I'm taking my drone now. Going now.
Tagging.
I'm going now.
They're in the corner. They're cracked in the corner. All cracked in the corner. They're dying. They're all dying. Flash.
I'm not using EMP.
Yeah, don't. You're good. They're all fucking weak. Fuck, dude. I want to clean that up so bad.
There's 2 teams on the bridge still.
I'm so horny for that, dude.
They're all dead.
We missed out on kills, but it's fine.
It's alright. I'm just chilling.
Can we kill Bridge?
No. There's 2 teams. One top, one low. We just chill. They fight each other.
Yeah,
all we have to do is hold.
I need a gun swap. Switching to a wing. It's fine.
Grab nades,
we can't let them fucking walk up for free.
Get rid of most of yourselves and just grab nades. Wait, I hear one in the water. Careful. You know what, I'm gonna set up my drone. I'm gonna set up my drone in the tree.
I'm fine. Don't
and
worry.
it'll just scan through.
I'm just trying to I'm trying to get one of the teams like underneath in the open.
Yeah. All good.
Popping a cell.
Might
I
grab
got
an
nades. I
extra
got
nade.
4 arc stars and a fucking thermite.
You have EMP?
Yeah, I do.
When
Is
they
that
rotate, I think we
Spitty
just
here?
EMP.
It's empty. It's pretty much empty. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the spitty.
Any nades?
Someone,
Any nades?
someone took the arc stars. Ah,
Good.
zone's closing. You've got EMP, right?
Yeah, I do.
They're like playing here.
They're gonna get shot in the back.
Yeah. They're right here.
I'm grenading
Try
now.
and put pressure on them. Yeah, good nade. Good nade. They're right here.
They're gonna inting EMP them.
EMP now. Don't go too deep here.
No, it's fine.
In the corner. Spam nades.
Burning.
Spam nades.
Valk's dead. Give me one. Give me dead.
Valk in the air. Valk
dead.
Oh my
We're
just so much better, dude. Let's go.
Got so many fucking kills, cunt.
Let's go.
And what a way to win it for Sutaraiku. Wonderful listening all the way from the mid stages of that game into the victory. Sutaraiku put their name up in lights once again, and I think that might actually mean they are the team with the most wins at this competition so far.
That is incredible. That is a stat that I didn't think possible for those boys, but hey, they've proved me wrong, Jordan. What a result. And look, they were outside of the top 10 coming into this game to find victory there, and a big one, a lot of kills as well. That's going to do them a world of good with 2 matches to go.
I'm not going to lie, I kind of have goosebumps listening to that. You know, obviously that's my region. They're Aussies as well. We're both Aussies, and it feels like it's all coming together here at the LAN playoffs for Sutaraiku. They're feeling good. And what I have to say, listening to the listening, the way that they were communicating, the way they were talking, it sounded fantastic. You know, I've listened to a lot of their play. I've watched them scrim and that kind of thing. And sometimes they get a bit down. Sometimes things not going their way. But it feels like they're confident. It feels like they're happy. There was a lot of good vibes coming through there, which seems like a great sign, in my opinion, that Sutaraiku is really feeling good about how this is playing out for them here at the LAN playoffs. They're feeling happy. They're saying, you know, good shot, great stuff,
100%.
nice EMP, blah, blah, blah. Excellent comms coming through. And what I also really enjoyed listening to and actually watching play out was the fact that, you know, it was exactly as Waltzy said in the interview yesterday night, that Crypto comes through for Bullet. He just sort of sits up in the air, makes comms, tells the controller players what to do, and they execute. So he's kind of like the puppet master pulling the strings for his little minions, and the minions did a bit of work there. But obviously, a very favorable pull for Sutaraiku as well. Very beneficial.
They had 15 points, Jordan. 15 points coming into this match number 4, and they've just gone and got 25. So that's going to do them absolutely a world of good going into the final 2 matches.
Well, what did I say? Storm Point, that's where they play the best.
Honestly, that's why we pay you the big bucks, Jordan. But other teams, of course, also soaking up points. You can see how toppy-heavy it was this game. Cloud9, Team Liquid, even AD Raccoon, all being able to get double digits. From there, it drops off quite massively.
Indeed. Well, I have to say, there's still a lot of time left for some of the teams, but those that are really towards the bottom end of the table now are probably starting to run out of time, right? 2 games, it feels like a lot when you're already in the discussion, but if you're 4-7, Element 6, for example, they were United, these teams that are really sitting at the bottom of the table, not only in this game, but overall for the 4 games that we've played, have you run out of time now?
Well, and also teams that did so well on day 1, 4-7, and Empire, I think were 2 teams that I had my eye on coming into the winners bracket, and I thought, can they continue the form that they had on day 1, bring it to the winners bracket, get to the finals, and get a bit of rest, right? Because if you do make it to the finals after these next 2 matches, you're not playing again until tomorrow. So that's a pretty big boon in itself. That's what you want.
Especially with the format that we've had.
They're long days. They're long days.
But,
obviously, there's still 2 games to go, and as we've already mentioned before, you know, ultimately the 10th place position is still achievable for even the teams down the very bottom.
Absolutely. Let's take a look, though, at how things shaped up for Sutaraiku. As expected, you're really going to probably be seeing Waltzy and Fussy doing the lion's share of the damage, because Bullet, a lot of the time, he's spending inside of that crypto drone, just getting the info. He's getting a lot of assists, obviously, there as well. But for the most part, it's really just going to be those 2 controller players rolling through the competition. Really solid stuff. I think Fussy and Waltzy have been super impressive. I mean, yesterday I did give a shout out to Waltzy on the analyst desk. I will reiterate that. It's his first LAN in Apex Legends, you know, coming overseas, playing phenomenally well, and really stepping up. You combine that with the fact that Bullet is someone who has played at both of the major LANs we've had in Apex Legends as well.
True.
He was at X Games, he was at Poland. He, you know, obviously didn't perform super amazingly in either of those. It was a bit of a different era. There was, you know, a much different kind of a vibe from the APAC scene, from the ANZ scene back then. There wasn't really one, to be honest. But Bullet was one of the standout players back then, and he's back to back now in terms of international international
That's a lot of
events.
backs,
And
mate. That's a lot of backs.
There's not a lot of players that have done that, quite frankly, and it's super impressive that someone from ANZ, by the way, an unsigned team, one of the 2 unsigned teams in this entire competition, has been able to do that.
Absolute tragedy that they haven't got representation, but who knows, maybe after this it could come their way. Right now, though, Cloud9 still leading the way in the winners bracket with 2 matches to go. You could probably, Jordan, in fact, you can definitely put a big tick next to them in terms of going to the finals, and you could probably even then say that for a couple of these teams, especially those on the top 5 positions, so Sudaraku, Luminosity, Team Liquid, Optic. I cannot imagine a world in which 30 points sees you in the bottom 10, right? So while you don't want to rest on your laurels with 2 matches to go, you want to continue to build form and momentum going into the finals, they can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable.
Well, what I want to see here as well is what is the rest of the pack looking like? You know, is 23 a solid cutoff? Is it a solid lead? And actually, it kind of is. I mean, 7 points, it's not huge, but when you've only got a couple of games to haul that back, then it starts to become a little bit more problematic. Maybe if you have one stumble here, if you're Burger, Dewa, players, you come down to one game and you have to overhaul like 7 to 10 points, and that kind of doesn't happen every time. So
is there any teams here that you think can get the job done, 2 matches to go, to overturn their fortunes that we've seen from them in the first 4 matches and make their way into the top 10?
For me, 100% you have to be looking at players and saying they're underperforming at the moment. This is a phenomenal squad. They did really well yesterday, but they're going to need to step it up here today. So we'll have to wait and see. Xenox, because we do have a couple of games left to play with. That was game 4, done and dusted. 2 more here on Storm Point to decide which 10 teams will go through to the finals. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a break, but we'll be back in just a sec.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
wins overall for Sudoraiko here at the ALGS playoffs. They are exceeding expectations. Currently second place now in the winners bracket, only behind Cloud9. You could probably say both of those two teams will be going to the finals, Jordan. It's a matter as to who's going to join them.
It's a big question, isn't it? There's a lot of teams still sitting on that precipice. It's not a massive lead right now for Reignite, who's sitting in 10th place at the moment. It's maybe enough to feel comfortable, but if you don't get anything done in this next game coming up, then it starts to become a little bit more of a question mark. So it's still imperative that you keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Most definitely. Obviously, the cutoff now, 10th place, 23 points or so for Reignite. They're the gatekeepers of the bottom 10.
True.
2 matches to go, Jordan. Now, this is it. It's do or die. If you've been struggling a little bit, this is where you need to get those points if you want to go straight to the finals.
Yeah, I was looking at the split of teams that we managed to get into the top 10 after the halfway point. It was 6 for North America, 2 for APAC South, 1 for EMEA, and 1 for APAC North. No South American teams inside of the top 10. So we'll keep you updated on how that continues to change heading into the later stages of this lobby. I feel like it is going to start to slowly shift a little bit, particularly if, for example, Sudoraiko really locks their position in. They were one of the teams that was in the bottom 10, and now they're in the top 10, quite substantially so.
40 points, I think that's probably going to be enough. The question is, what will actually be enough, Jordan? Do you think it's above 30 points? Would you put the cutoff around that position? Because if you did, then that's the top 6 maybe locked in.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to say.
It's so difficult to predict, isn't it?
Especially with the way that the games have been so wishy-washy of late in this competition, right? You've had teams that have just done kind of nothing and then walked away with a win. Like I'm looking at yesterday, I'm looking at teams like CLG and GMT, for example, who basically, you know, really struggled for the vast majority of the day, and then they would find a win out of nowhere. And that's the kind of thing that if you do that in this game right here, in this lobby, with only 6 games to play, it actually makes a much bigger difference than what it would over what was effectively an 18-game series.
And the best part about the winners bracket is those in the bottom 10 are all certainly very capable of finishing strong, finding wins. You know, you say maybe out of nowhere. I wouldn't even say that. I think all it takes is just maybe a little bit of luck, a little bit of that confidence to go your way, and having the inner belief that, hey, guys, we can turn things around. It's only 2 matches. It's not the largest of point differentials. The cutoff is certainly manageable. Doesn't matter if your team Unite down in bottom place, 4-7, Empire, it doesn't matter where you're at right now, because if you finish strong, you find a win or 2, you definitely then go into the finals. So you can really have that inner belief that your team can still make it.
Yeah, well, what I will say heading into this 5th game is that it hasn't actually changed too much in terms of the split between regions. Still 6 North American, still 2 APAC South, still 1 EMEA, and still 1 APAC North team inside of the top 10. The teams have changed a little bit. Obviously, Sudoraiko, as I said, was not inside the top 10. They sort of trade places in a sense with Burger, who now fall outside of the top 10. But for the most part, not a whole lot of moving and shaking from game 4 and 5.
What's crazy for me is the team sort of knocking on the door, a Burger and Doha United.
Correct,
so it's just APAC South, APAC South, APAC South. Maybe a region many underestimated that have really come to play here for the ALGS playoffs. Let's head back into Storm Point now for match number 5. It is the penultimate game of the winners bracket, Jordan. It's do or die now.
Indeed it is, and while we're watching Sudoraiko, I will mention they've actually moved away from their traditional drop on this map. Normally they are a team that also likes to head toward Mill in APAC South, and they're virtually uncontested for that. I think it's a fantastic choice, by the way, in this competition, because you don't really want to be contesting against players or Optic Gaming, let alone both of them at the same time. Let these guys have their brawl and see who walks out on top, who walks away happier. I'd have to imagine neither team really is going to be particularly happy with the situation they've found themselves in here.
Well, if players can find a bit of a clean sweeping win over Optic Gaming, then they'll be very happy. But unfortunately, Leo goes down to knock, so you're losing 1. Now it's 1-for-1 as well. Optic Gaming in a much better position in the upper echelon of the winners bracket, whereas players, you know, they're, 14th position, 13 points. They need things to go their way. They, cannot afford to be losing players, losing fights, and losing games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Optic do lose a player as well, so it seems to be a 1-for-1 exchange thus far. Good cracks coming through. Massive, it never fails to impress. And, of course, puts a bit of a pressure back on the players' roster. You do have Skittle and Noct trying to work in unison, playing around together. High ground attempt from the Valkyrie there is a good choice. Hardeki down low, doesn't have much HP to play with, but at least has the blue shields. PKMK, you know, looking a little worse for wear, still hasn't been able to upgrade that armor. So in this 2-on-2 engagement, it does seem favorable at the moment for Optic Gaming. I get the feeling, though, that players is trying to get out of here, and Optic Gaming might just be happy to let them do that. Maybe I've been proved incorrect, though, because there is going to be that Horizon Q coming through. Skittle Cakes, he might have gone a bit too aggressive on his own. He's been isolated, and now it's a 2-on-1 that needs to be clutched out for Optic Gaming. Knocked, he's going to have to do it himself, swaps out onto the white armor, and tries to get it done for his squad.
This is exactly what players need, though. Right, they need to find a resurgence. They need to be able to win a fight, get confidence, move forward with a couple of kills and points to their name. Now, yes, they lost Leo, but they can bring him back later. That's fine. You now get rid of Skittle Cakes as well, so only Noct remains for Optic Gaming, and he has to make a decision here. Do you just go and get those banners and get out of here and try and bring, you know, your teammates back later, or do you just, I don't know, just try and hide for a little bit?
I mean, he's already got one of the banners, luckily. I mean, Duplex was the one that got knocked a little earlier on the piece, so he can actually do a bit of a rat playstyle here. Play it slow, wait, you know, 60 seconds here, a minute or so, and then maybe try to go back in and get Skittles' banner and potentially work from there. We saw Genome, obviously, with that great Telestrator segment where he showed us that Reignite managed to get themselves 2 reses in the same game. It's not out of the realms of possibility, especially this early on in the piece when the lobby is so spread out that you could potentially get both of these guys back into the game and do it comfortably. But you're going to need to do it intelligently, because anyone sees that ship flying through the air, they're looking in that direction. They see 2 players jumping out of the ship. All of a sudden, I mean, they're thinking, hey, that's some free points. That's like a pinata.
Big win, though, for players, Jordan. They needed that. For Optic Gaming, you can see on the sort of live standings there, 4th position at the moment, 31 points. They're doing fine. They're having a great time of things in the winners bracket. For players, though, the same cannot be said. So that is big for them to regain some confidence moving forward into the last 2 games. If they can really build off that, you know that they are a team capable of getting into the top 10. As we have a look over towards NRG, what can they muster up as well? Because to be completely honest, they're in the same predicament as players. You know, 15th position, 11 points. They need to finish strong here.
Look, they haven't done enough, have they? 11 points is just not going to be enough to cut the mustard at the moment. Obviously, they have a second attempt. Should they falter, they can go down into that lower bracket and still make it work. A lot of crypto drones flying around in the air above NRG. It seems like a pretty hot spot of the map that they found themselves in. 100 Thieves here. Team Liquid. Now you can see Burger flying their way in with a Valkyrie ult. The Skyward Dive just landing inside of those trenches. And this is, I think, somewhere that's going to start to heat up pretty damn quickly. This is not an area of the map that can hold this many teams. Surely not. Team Burger, it's not going too well for them. They've landed on top of NRG. Devotion, or rather Rampage, going to work there for Nathan. MT, the last alive. And I don't know that Burger's going to be too pleased with how that rotation has played out, unfortunately. Just a little bit overzealous. Maybe they're not getting that scouting, they're not getting that information through, and they're rotating, they're sending it, and unfortunately they've landed on top of a team, and NRG's going to punish you for that.
Yeah, NRG obviously are not going to allow you to make a mistake and get away with it. They will punish you, as you said. So big win, big result there for NRG. Can they too now sort of kick on from there? So really nice to see some of these teams, Jordan, that need to do well in these last 2 games. Players, NRG, starting well here in match 5. So this is really going to spice things up, especially going into match 6. If they can really accumulate some points here, it will make it very difficult. There's only 10 spots. You can't fit all 20 teams.
Correct. It's just the nature of the beast, isn't it? That's competition. You feel so bad for the teams that have come all this way to Sweden to try to compete, and they're maybe just not quite going to get it over the line, but that is just how it is. That's how the champions are crowned, and you know, if someone's going to be crowned a champion, someone is going to have to walk away the loser as well. That's just how it is. Unfortunate for those towards the bottom end, but of course, glory awaiting for the teams that do make it through to the top 10 today. They'll get their way through to finals, and then I'd say the real job begins.
Bit of a long rotation here for Cloud9, just north of Launchpad at the moment. And well, they need to get over towards Northpad on the other side of Stormpoint, so they'll be getting a bit of a wriggle on. They have Luminosity just south below them as well, actually at Launchpad. But I think both of these 2 teams, of course, not in a hurry either, Jordan. They're doing very, very well at the moment in the winners bracket, so feeling very confident and comfortable as we switch over to TSM, who find the knock and the elimination onto Jungi. Now, Waltzy also makes his way in for Sudaraiku, so TSM suddenly only have the holes that's left standing. Arkstar thrown behind him, just trying to play behind those knockdown shields, and he is running out of space and time. TSM obliterated.
I mean, just look at the confidence that Sudaraiku is playing with at the moment. They're not shying away from fights. They dislodge reject as well. So 2 teams in the blink of an eye fall at the hands of the ANZ squad. Sudaraiku, they picked up a win already here on Stormpoint, and they are hoping to go back-to-back once again. Hey, they've done it before, Xenox.
Yeah,
they might do it again.
They certainly have. Now, Quickly though, TSM 27 points. Going into the last game, Jordan, they could be at that cutoff.
It's true. And to be fair, they've been sort of playing that cutoff position all tournament long. When we were watching those 18 games yesterday, TSM was neither performing amazingly nor terribly. They were just sort of sitting in the middle of the pack. They had some good games, they had some bad games. They were doing just enough to stay inside of the top 20, which obviously got them into this winner's bracket. But now, again, they're kind of just maybe doing enough to stay inside of the top 10. We'll have a look here at the top 10 teams, and yeah, I mean, I guess they're going to have to sort of come into that next game and think about things and see what they're going to be able to do. But geez, it's really keeping it close, isn't it?
You can see these are the teams remaining, the ones that have been eliminated already. TSM, Reject, Element 6, didn't quite catch that one, but yeah, 3 teams gone, so 17 squads remaining, and we're only in round 1, Jordan. A little bit of an early start here for match number 5 over towards Northpad. We had a similar game yesterday with this kind of circle pull, so not really too surprised with the way things have started, and I'm kind of expecting this one to be a fun one to watch for the rest of this game. Is 100 Thieves. Can they get the down? No, not just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the Bub keeping them safe from the tether there of Onmu, and it's a bit of a stalemate really, isn't it? But end of the day, NRG are just going to be blitzed as soon as the Bub does go down, and that's going to be that. Some more kill points on the board for Team Liquid. Not that they really need any help at the moment. One thing I will mention though, we haven't really been speaking about it too much, and I think it's more prudent as we head towards the later stages of this lobby, is that, yeah, we say it might not matter too much for Team Liquid or for those teams toward the top end, but seeding absolutely does matter.
That's true, that's
in that
true.
top 10, you get extra points going into the finals if you're in that top 10. If you're in first, you take 10. If you're in 10th, you take 1. And obviously, it's cumulative towards the bottom to top, ascending, descending, whatever you want to make from that.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. It's definitely going to be a factor. But in saying that, I think if you're a team on the cusp, on the precipice, it's just about getting in at that point. You don't care if you're 8th, 9th, or 10th. You just want to be in that position to make sure you do not have to make your way over to the losers bracket. Team Liquid, 32 points. I think we're probably going to see them make their way into the finals. They've been so consistent today into the top 4. I don't sense a world in which we could see them drop out of it. And as long as they finish strong in these last 2 games, it'll be a given.
Well, players do have 3 back up. Remember, they were taking that contest inside of Mill really early on in the piece against Optic Gaming, who have also managed to get a full squad online. So, yeah, a little bit of a brawl at the start of the game has gotten both of the team's blood pumping, but they have managed to back away from one another, reset themselves, and they're prepared to fight now heading into the later stages. I will say, I think Optic have come out of it a little bit better. They get to lock down Mill, they get to loot Mill, and they also get to sit there and replicate for the majority of this game. So they're feeling a little bit better about how that's played out compared to players, but at least in players' case, they have got those 3 players back on up, so good to see.
Obviously going to have to get a move on away from Mill, make their way up towards Northpad for the next portion of this game though. But yeah, it's an intriguing one. We saw it even back in match 4. I think it was Elevate, was it? Players, NRG, all sort of dropping around each other too. So we've already had a couple of that really happening here on Stormpoint. You do wonder, is that going to be an instance on match 6? It's the final game. You need points. Do you even go and attempt even playing against Optic again, or do you shift away? So that's going to be something to keep an eye on, I think, for Optic and players.
Most certainly. Still 16 teams alive as well. So we're getting a pretty quality lobby out here. Empty. Unfortunately, the last remaining member of Team Burger from what was a rather ill-fated rotate, it is a bit of a blow to their campaign in making it towards the finals. They were sitting in 11th coming into this game, and they're currently still sitting in 11th, but I don't think that they're going to stay there, right? You can't really walk into a game like this when you're so close, so tight with a bunch of other teams, get 0 points, or maybe maybe MT can rat out a couple of points here or there, but it's just not going to be enough to really solidify that position. So they're going to need to go big in Game 6 if they want to make it to the top 10.
Yeah, I think half of the bottom 10 are all just about double digits anyway, right? So they're not too far away from Team Burger. As you said, I don't think that they will be in that 11th position when it's all said and done. What they will be, though, is still with a big chance. As long as they have a good match 6, definitely capable of seeing them make it into the top 10. Sleep with a down onto Easy Flash. In fact, they were united. Well, that was actually quite easy.
Yeah, they've just sort of disappeared. Elevator's going to be very happy to pick those kill points up there, needing some points at the moment, Xenox. So, impactful ones to go into their back pocket. And for Daybreak United, who, again, were also sort of in a similar position to Team Burger, a fairly disappointing result in Game 5 is going to mean a lot of work needs to be done in our very final game of this lobby. Alliance having a look around with that drone. Getting a bit of info here. Hackers and Noct, two players that have performed absolutely phenomenally so far across the course of this competition. 2.4 average kills there for Hackers, 2.3 for Noct. Those are really good numbers coming through at a level like this, right? You look at that and say 2 kills a game. That doesn't, I can drop 20 in my pubs, but you're not playing against the best players in the world, all right? So these two lads really, really pumping the numbers up quite nicely. 12k damage, 758 respectively. Again, really, really acceptable. And they both picked up a couple of wins as well, so very solid stuff from both those teams.
I guess you give Hackers the win because of the extra damage.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, yeah.
Just a little bit of an edge there over Noct, but still a very apt comparison for Alliance, of course, still, well, holding on to a top 10 position, 9th currently, 27 points, so job not done just yet, but you finish strong here in match 5 if you're a team like Alliance, and you probably can wrap it up before you then have to get points in match 6. Sudaraiku, of course, well, they kind of did that in match 4.
I want to say Sudaraiku played this ring relatively well once again. They're on the safer side of the ring. This is going to be the side that's obviously pulling in that direction, and they're feeling really comfortable with the position that they've locked down. They've got 3 sets of purple armor, they've got heaps of ammo, they've got lots of grenades. You can see 3 arc stars there for Waltzy. So they're in a really good spot right now, and it's way too early to call, but for Sudaraiku, this should be another fairly high placing to once again solidify their placing in this lobby in general. 100 Thieves, we've been seeing them put in some good work today. Let's hear from them as they take out this fight.
Underneath here! Can we look at this? Walk up a bit?
I hit 25 blue.
He's entrenched, still
You need
entrenched,
to be
right
careful
here.
of this team.
We can kill this Watson, dog.
45 down.
Yeah, look at her.
Crypto's dead.
I'm on red, but the team in the trench is looking at us too.
Okay.
Like
Where's
the Loba
crypto?
team from the left.
Where's the crypto?
Down underneath me.
No one's watching back here.
I'm looking left right now.
I'm gonna go back here and watch right back.
I finished crypto. It's just
Is there
one.
Watson?
It's just one.
I'm coming. We clear her. Kill her.
There's a Valk here.
Grab your armor.
This team, I can hear them here. You get shot in the back too. This team's gonna be an issue on the right.
Yeah, we got to look behind us first. We got to push this Loba team away.
We're in between 2 teams that are looking to like creep towards us.
We are. I'm gonna look on the right then.
We just need to keep them off us for the zone and we'll be fine.
I broke the drone.
Specifically this Loba team, because they have to move. This team over here doesn't.
Yeah, they're still looking. They're still looking for us. The Loba team. Is this a spot where we could potentially
I think they're gonna play the other trench. No, over here.
Yeah, I think so. Is this a time that we potentially Valkylt or not?
No, because we could just play here.
Okay, sure. I was just seeing what you thought.
We do have to split hold though.
Yeah, I mean I can hold up a little bit more.
This team's like in the room still. We might be able to just hold them out. Hit the give me 90.
The Valk's torch. Team flying for the trench, I think.
No, they can't. I'm playing the edge right now.
Yep. Be careful of the trench here. I don't know where this Loba team is.
Yeah, I'm in on me too. Team flying right above us.
You just need to anchor, Luck.
I'm gonna hold across here.
Is this rock good?
Yes,
yes.
You can play the rock. I'm gonna hold across here.
They're getting fucked here.
I cracked the valve.
There's someone right here. Is this clear? Did you clear that?
It is. Yeah, that our trench is clear. The other one is not.
There's a Valk here.
If you
Well, big listen in there with 100 Thieves as we are starting to really, I guess, see the game unfold, Jordan. It's been a bit of a lull, a little bit of an eye of the storm moment, but 14 squads, yeah, we're into the 4th round now. We're not going to have too much more space for these teams, expecting it to really kick off here.
Oh, Luminosity certainly trying to make it kick off. They're trying to take control of this position that Sudaraiku has been holding. It feels like they've caught Sudaraiku off guard a little bit, but defensive bombardment will be invested in a defensive fashion there from Fussy to keep them at bay, allow some room for Sudaraiku to get some bats off, and already Waltzy gets a crack, he gets a knock, he gets a finish even as well. Fussy finishing that one off, and it's an ill-fated push from Luminosity Gaming. They thought they had the advantage, but they certainly did not. No one is getting the better of Sutaraiku at the moment. They've just cleaned them up. That said, though, Xenon, Cloud9 in for the third party. Can Sutaraiku deal with multiple teams at once, having already lost Bullet?
Yeah, Wolvesy can't even get off that bat. He goes down as well, so it's only Foxy. Bubble goes out, but Stay Naughty up on top. That was a clean third party from Cloud9, and they take the position as well. They got the circle pull too from this spot, and all those death boxes. Cloud9, top of the winners bracket at the moment.
That is about the best third party you could expect to get as Cloud9. Not only do you get those KP, not only do you get a very powerful position to play from, but you also knock out your closest competitor for the top of this lobby, for the 10 points going into finals. They took out Sutaraiku. What could be better?
And are those 10 points going to be the difference maker come finals? We know Cloud9's going to be there now. It's just a matter as to maybe how many points they will have. Now, as we launch up and away with Optic Gaming, let's have a listen in.
They're bubbled up right here.
Alright, just call something.
I think
We
they
can
land
play
here.
right here,
Yeah, go, 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 go. This is a great spot.
They're,
This is a
they're
great
on the
spot.
roof. They're on the roof.
It's fine, it's fine. We're in an amazing spot. Just focus this roof team for now. I'm shooting this roof team.
Yep.
Somebody watch our right. Somebody watch our right. Somebody watching right.
I'm looking.
They're aping each other. This is free kills. I'm ulting it. I'm ulting. Let's clean this up.
Alright, I'm coming.
I'm ulting
On the
too.
roof.
On the roof.
I ulted.
Queuing us up.
Yep. I think he dropped it. I think he dropped it.
He's really weak.
He's one.
I got him.
Nice.
Stay together. Make sure we're not getting mirrored.
We're good for now.
Somebody take the rock back. Go take the rock. I'm looting
Got
for
it.
it. Bull. Actually, take the bull. I'll take the rock. Come get that bull.
Okay.
I'll hold the rock. Just loot shit up. I'm popping ult cells, dude.
There's still like rat or something around us.
Yeah, there is. We have to clear it.
There's a guy right here.
Worry about clearing our side. Yeah, I'm holding this right.
I'm clearing.
I'm looking. He's not inside. He might be behind this. I'm gonna queue it in a
Dude,
second.
think about what we're playing next zone for me.
I think we can play this rock. That's okay.
I just fucking double-headed guy down here. I'm fucking these dudes up.
Looking for ultic cells.
Bub.
I'm ultic selling.
I'm playing with Skittles right now.
We can play like right here.
I found the right. He's beaming me though. He's like,
wait, help dude. Help dude.
50-50.
Okay, I'm gonna bat first.
We need this point.
Yeah, I'm ultic selling.
On me.
It's all you. I'm coming. I'll be there 1 second.
Left. One.
Stay left.
Grab that swap.
That's close.
You grab it. I'm batting. We have to hold our right. Dude, somebody could swing right. There's shots over there. Shots on the right.
Yeah,
shots on the right.
I'm looking.
I'm walking up with you, dude.
There's a bubble over here.
I'm gonna fly up in a second. Give me
We
a
have
second.
the best spot in the lobby.
Yep, give me a second.
This team's
Yeah. Give me right here. One shot. Give me.
Okay.
I got him.
Nice. They have no dome
That's
over here. They have
reignite.
no
That's
dome.
good.
Dude, I have ultic cells. Do you need them?
I need one.
Far right with no dome.
Come back. Just hold that for 5 more seconds.
Here, take it.
Oh, this guy's one shot.
Valve low ground over here. Crypto team on the left. On this package.
I'm getting to you guys. I'm playing on you.
Careful right.
I have to bat.
Bat up.
Bat up.
This Valky's a rat. This Valky's a rat. There's 2 full teams. One just Valkyl to.
Where are we in at?
Right on the rock is in still. That Valky's a rat. There's a team on the pills here.
I have to mech here.
The other 2 full teams are fighting.
Okay.
Wait, no. I lied. There's a full
the
team on the
rat.
right. I killed the rat.
They're swinging left.
We have the best spot. We just can't.
Okay, they're swinging left though. Over here.
Wait, let's take down here.
They're not playing the height. They're playing the trenches. I stunned one. He has blue armor. They're crypto.
This team's gonna play the trench on the right over here.
Yeah,
We just gotta hold this right here.
Both teams are playing
I only have
trenches.
60 heavy knock.
I have a lot. I have 230.
I'm trying to destroy their drone.
Thank you. I just need one
Recalled it. They saw the drone.
All right. Save Bub for EMP, dude. Force another team's Bub with your Gibby all.
I got a bat.
Not right now, obviously, but when zone moves in, we have to force the team on the right's Bub with Gibby all, and they'll EMP him for us.
Yep.
And I can Horizon ult the team on the left.
Everyone has
call
crazy
them
head
out
glitches.
whenever you want.
They're just right here.
I'm putting Moby down for cover.
They're pushing left. Let them walk.
Yeah.
Right team walk. Angle him. Don't let the left team see you. Yep. I'm moving back. I'm full healing. We have best spot in our trend. I'm gonna give you ult them! Yeah, give you ult them. They bubbled. They should get EMP'd now. I'm gonna let them EMP. They're not EMPing. I'm arcing them. I'm gonna horizon ult them. Okay, I have an arc. I got a bat. I arced them. Cracked one, cracked three! I got Gibby. Nice. I'm queuing up. I'm with Skittles. That Valk is one, she's one. She's gonna get a battle. We can't let them get a reset. Valk's pushing in the open! Full kill dash on the right. I do not have my ult. It's... Last team. They're one knock. Get the full. I thirst it. On my right. Do you have bubble? I'm batting, Duke. I'm batting. Bub up top if you can. I'm bubbing you. 2 players. I'm batting two. I'm with you, Skittles. He's flash. He's so weak. The Valkyrie's super weak. Just crypto. He's not picking me. Watch out. Let's go,
Good
boys.
shit, boys. Fuck yes.
Let's fucking go.
Good shit.
Well, a massive win for Optic Gaming, and with that, you'd have to say they lock themselves inside of the top 10. The question now becomes, how far up can they go? Can they maybe even take first in this lobby if Cloud9 starts to slow down? 1 game remaining. Still lots yet to answer. The other thing we noticed in that one, Xenox, obviously 4-7 taking second, and that's a massive result for them because they were in desperate need of some points, and finally they've got some.
You know where they were? Last place, so big for 4-7. But, you know, touching on Optic here for a brief second, Jordan, remember back to the start of the game, they lost 2 players. Remember, at the very beginning, at the hands of players, they were able to get those banners and get them back into the game. What did they do? They went 1 from there.
I love watching that from Optic Gaming's perspective as well, by the way, just because of the way they played that one out. Again, it sort of felt very similar to Sutaraiku. They see an opportunity, they're going to push it on, and they were saying, we have a great position, we can shoot these guys on the roof. And then once the guys on the roof were fighting, there was no hesitation. The ulti came through from the horizon, and then the send came through as well.
Back themselves in.
They took control of that position. They moved back to safety once they'd cleared it all out and continued to roll on through the map.
23 points gained for the Green Wall. That will see them through to the finals, you would have to imagine. I mean, it's not 100% locked in, Jordan. You don't want to really do any of that, but it should be job done. 4-7, 15 points, 15 massive points for a team that was at the bottom. Now going into match 6, puts them in a position where they can still get top 10. 17 points or 100 Thieves as well. We didn't really see too much from them. Of course, we were keeping our eye on Optic Gaming, but still, big game from them too. Liquid finishing strong on 10 points as well.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be enough for 4-7. I think a lot of that is going to come down to what happens in the next game. Elevate rather, chiming in with 5 points. Again, you know, maybe not quite enough given the position they have on the standing, but anything is important at the moment. Sutaraiku, they did well enough. I mean, 7 points there. I think they're already locked in. The big, unfortunate quote-unquote losers in that game would have been, in my opinion, Team Burger and Daewoo United. They were in 11th and 12th, respectively. Maybe you can throw players into that discussion as well. That team was in 13th, and all 3 of those teams don't really manage to get a whole lot done. Reject in 14th, get 1 point, so they just haven't, unfortunately, done enough to really solidify a position.
But
around the top 10 even.
It spices things up going into the last game, and that's really what we want. We want that action. We want those storylines. Match 6, of course, Jordan, that's going to be last opportunity for some of these teams. You know, even the likes of TSM, you know, only 2 points from that match. They're going to have to be fighting it out going into the last game, just as we saw from Optic Gaming, our champion squad from match number 5. Pretty decent spread of damage. I mean, knocked with the kills, 5 in fact. Of course, they started off the game against players, and from there, yes, it wasn't the best team fight. They lost 2 players, they got them back in, but from that position onwards, they were able to be dominant.
I mean, let's just have another look at Nox, right? He has been performing so well, Skittle as well. These 2 individuals sitting towards the top of the damage charts, sitting towards the top of the kill charts for the competition as a whole. And it's a fantastic sign heading into tomorrow, especially if Optic Gaming are going to continue to have performances like this. So the individuals, they need to be firing. Everything needs to be going perfectly for you heading into day 3, heading into finals, if you ultimately want to walk away with the lion's share of of that $1 million prize pool, $250K for first place. And to be fair, at the moment, Optic Gaming, they might be one of those teams that really is in the discussion for that first place at the moment. You'd have to say, like, Alliance obviously played really well yesterday. Optics played really well over the course of 2 days. Cloud9 having a really good day today. Sutaraiku, the team that's picked up the most individual wins, and of course, how important are wins tomorrow more than ever. So maybe they're another one of those to throw in, a dark horse perhaps.
That's a big talking point though, Jordan, right? Being able to find wins, that's where it's going to matter, obviously, on the day for finals. So yes, it's one thing if you're collecting points, but you do need to be capable of being able to get those wins. For now though, it's all about getting inside of the top 10, which these teams are. So 28 points though for 10th place, reignite. The big question is that going to be enough to keep you in the top 10? Probably not.
Well, I'll say they've been holding on to 10th place for a little while now.
They certainly have,
you know, it may not be enough, but maybe they'll just eke out enough points to do it in Game 6.
4-7, up to 23 points, of course. They picked up 15 there from match 5. That's got them into 11th, up and over the likes of Daewoo United and Team Burger. So they're well within the shot. They don't have to have like a super massive like win and 10 kill kind of game. As long as they can go and pick up 10 plus points, that could see them into the top 10.
Was it 28, the cutoff there for
Yes, 28, yeah. So they're 5 points behind at the moment for 4-7. But for everyone else, you know, the likes of Team Empire, NRG, Elevate, Reject, all of those teams, it probably feels like win and big game if they are to get into the top 10.
Look, that's the thing. I think that's the beauty of this kind of competition as well, is that anyone can still make it. I'm looking down at Element 6, 10 points. They're the kind of team that could pull out 18 plus in a game and jump all the way up into the top 10. So that is something we're going to have to wait and see whether or not it will happen. We've got one more game remaining to get yourself into the top 10. 10 teams looking for glory going through to finals tomorrow, and one game will decide it all. It's going to be on the other side of this break.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I do not have my ult. I do not have my ult.
It's
Last team.
team. They're one.
Get the full. Get the
I
full.
thirst it.
On my right.
Do you have bubble?
I'm batting, dupe. I'm batting. Bub up top if you can.
I'm bubbing
It's
you.
two players.
I'm batting.
On
I'm
me.
batting too. I'm batting too.
I'm with you, Skittles.
He's flash. He's so weak. The Valk's super weak. Just crypto.
He's not picking me.
Watch out. Let's go,
Nice.
boys.
Yes.
Let's go.
Matt.
Good, man.
Qualled, boys.
Good call.
We qualled. Good,
First,
boys.
let's get
Let's get this first.
Optic not just settling for qualifying for the finals. They want first place. They got eyes on Cloud9. We'll see if they're going to be able to achieve that. For other teams, though, Jordan, well, I think eyes need to be just on getting into the top 10. For those, obviously, in the bottom 10, this is their final game. It's match 6.
Eyes on the prize. You don't want to be going ahead and having to play later on today. It's going to make your job a lot more difficult. You're not going to catch up on as much sleep as the teams inside of the top 10. And obviously, you're not going to be walking into finals with, even 1 point, right? That could be a massive difference. I've seen, watching match point formats, teams get 2 wins in a row to get to 49 points, and then unfortunately they're not able to get any more wins beyond that fact, and they still don't manage to get into the match point format. So unfortunate how that plays out, but again, every single point can make a difference when we go into tomorrow. So that's what Optic is talking about. That's why they're saying we want to get the win, even though we've qualified already. Let's take first place. Let's take the 10 points into tomorrow.
Well, they are in second place at the moment, so that's 9 points. So, and it's only a 12-point gap to Cloud9, so it's certainly achievable. It is a very achievable aspiration for Optic Gaming going into the final game. But like I said, I mean, yes, they'll have that little battle at the top, but the real battle is going to be for the, positions like 8, 9, and 10. Currently, those positions being occupied by TSM, Alliance, Reignite, 29, 29, and 28 points respectively. Now, the only team really knocking on the door, Jordan, is probably 4-7 on 23 points as we head once again to Storm Point. Match 6, our final game of the winners bracket. Who is going to the finals and who has to make the run through the losers bracket?
Well, you know what I'm actually looking for is not for teams knocking on the door, Xenox. I'm looking for teams walking up, rocking up with a battering ram and smashing down the door, because that's what it's going to require for a lot of the teams remaining in this lobby. If you're Element 6 or one of those teams sitting down towards the bottom, you are going to need to have a massive game right here and now. I'm talking 20-plus points, 25-plus points maybe, to solidify yourself inside of that top 10. It's very much possible, but of course, one game to do it in, it doesn't leave you with many opportunities to do so.
Certainly, and for those teams that maybe have a decent game, but then it's not enough, they'll be kicking themselves that maybe they could have got a little bit more from those earlier matches, our first 5 matches. Of course, now though, it is the final match of the winners bracket as we sort of follow Optic Gaming down below, fresh off of their win, into the top 2. They were pretty comfortable for the most part after really match 4, so going into the last 2 games, not a lot of pressure on Optic, and yet they performed anyway. Big win, their first win of the winners bracket.
Well, what we wanted to see was whether or not there's going to be a contest here on Mill, and I believe there is. Optic Gaming, they're probably going to have to deal once again with players. I thought I saw them landing over to the left. That said, Optic got control of the middle bins, and those middle bins are absolutely massive. You can see what's come out of them. 2 blue armors and a purple armor, and often I've seen the discussion around the contest on Mill. If you get control of those middle bins, you basically win the contest because you just get absolutely charged up with loot.
Close by, but no real direct engagement. And you're right to bring that up. We thought about it really at the conclusion of the fight between players and Optic at the start of match 5, which, in the end ended up being relatively a draw for the most part. I mean, players picked up a couple of kills, but Optic, of course, they got their team back up, and from there were able to go and win the game. So what a big turnaround for them. But yet, no engagement. It looks as if Optic and players will be able to sort of separate from each other despite both landing over towards the mill.
Working in harmony, I suppose, but players do have to, again, sort of walk away with the lesser loot, I suppose. You still got white armor there for PKMK, and they're starting to move away from the mill itself. So just looting out the smaller compounds around the area, it's not going to have as much loot. It's certainly not going to have as much in a small vicinity, so it'll take you a little bit longer to hoover up what you need to. Obviously a couple of flyers around, but maybe a bit too far away to really result in a whole lot there. So circle shift has gone off in a different direction this time. We've had a couple of interesting ones, and I think we're probably going to have a pretty cool one to finish things off once again. It's up towards Thunderwatch, Stormcatcher, around that area of the map. Not somewhere that we see a lot of finishes, and certainly going to be a difficult one to play for those teams down toward the mill, the ones that we've been seeing really having some decent performances. Optic Gaming, Sutaraiku, 2 of the teams to make a big note of. will have a massive rotate to make.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look at sort of teams around Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher already, the biggest one that stands out for me, Jordan, is probably Team Burger in and amongst it early on. Yes, it's only the first circle, but ultimately you do want to be in a good position, especially when you are that close. They're only about 11 points behind the top 10 at the moment. They were in the top 10 for a fair amount of games as well. So Team Burger, you know, they kind of started off well, but in the last 2 games, 16th with no kills, 14th with no kills. They'll need to turn that around here in match 6 as we go towards Reject, a team that unfortunately has not really been able to do a whole lot thus far, but maybe this is their time to turn things around. Down onto 2 MVPs. Now Dogman going down 2 though, so 1 for 1. Not too bad at least for Daewoo United to maybe bring this one back, but they lost Bastion, so now it's only a 1 versus 2 in favor of Reject.
Zhonghe just going absolutely crazy with the Peacekeeper right there. Good R99 spray out from him as well. He's got the car in hand now, but as you said, a 2-on-1. Still potentially winnable. Zhonghe has no shields to play with. Min Seong very low on the HP. No push coming through from the remaining Daewoo member, though, and Easy Flash. I mean, I guess I can see he doesn't have a whole lot to play with either, but the gold armor, that might be giving him enough of a benefit in this engagement if he continues to take these pokey kinds of trades and heal up a little faster than his opponents.
No more real utility, though, and yeah, obviously for Easy Flash needs to continue to be aggressive so that Dogma can't get brought back up. Then it's a 1 versus 3, then it's very much impossible. You think from there, Zhonghe watching the backside and does a good job of that. The Guardian there for Reject keeps them alive, keeps them with a chance of getting into the top 10. The same cannot be said now for Daewoo United.
They're done.
They're done. Another team that's done as well is Team Unite. So they both are out of the winners bracket, out of the finals for now, down to the losers bracket for the rest of the day.
Indeed, they've got a lot of thinking to do. They will be able to take a bit of a break. Obviously, the next lobby that we'll get to watch is the initial losers bracket. The one that these teams will be dropping into is the second loser bracket, and so that gives them some time to prep and get ready, but it's not a good feeling to have to play again today knowing you've got more work to do and your tournament life is still going to be on the line. Good Thermite tossed in there by 100 Thieves. They are back with a vengeance once again. 4th at the moment inside of the lobby, but looking to improve upon that result and give Alliance a bit of a headache. There's an EMP landing in on top of it as well. A scramble for the bubble to try and find some relative safety. Alliance are for the moment surviving.
And if they do go out here though, more than a headache, in terms of points, they're not really that far away from maybe dropping outside of the top 10, 7th at the moment, 32 points, not too shabby, but now Hackers goes down to Onmu, and if they do go out relatively early, is there a chance a team could maybe overtake them, leap over them into the top 10 and send them out? Wives trying to get off that med kit, but no, goes down, defensive bombardment from Scurry, and I think this might be the demise of Alliance unless one gets away. Not happening, not at all, not on 100 Thieves watch.
No chance there at all. The EMP, it slowed that fight down a little bit. It was a good one from Alliance. It sent 100 Thieves back down the hill, but ultimately Alliance was just not in a position to take that engagement after copping so much damage from the utility. The grenades, the thermites, they got tossed in, and 100 Thieves, they knew they had the advantage. They played it really smart. They played it respectfully as well, and they're able to overwhelm their opponents, picking up 3 KP and elevating their standing to 3rd. So they've gone from 4th to 3rd in the space of 1 fight. How much further can they push the issue is going to be the big question mark for them. Not so much the case for Team Burger, who absolutely need a big game here to ensure a top 10 placing. That's a good spray, and Pricey gets the knock on to stay naughty. Cloud9, I dare say, will not be walking away with the top of the lobby if they drop right here, and it's looking like they will in just a second. Burger gets the better of the North American org, and now really opens the door for everyone toward the top end to take first in the lobby.
Yeah, and Burger there with a little bit of help there from 4-7, the sort of cousins from APAC North, and they take down Cloud9 combined. For Burger, of course, it means a little bit more, but also for 4-7 too. So both of those two teams, of course, on the precipice, 11th and 12th coming into this game. So they both get a little bit of that pie of taking down Cloud9. And like you mentioned, of course, Optic Gaming, they're in 2nd place, they're still alive. They've got now that opportunity to get all 10 points and make Cloud9 drop down into that 2nd place.
Yeah, most definitely. Lots to think about. I mean, there's so many storylines in a lobby like this. It's who's going to take the maximum points out of the lobby, who's going to be able to make it inside the top 10 itself. So you're almost still looking at the entire lobby with a degree of interest, which is actually fantastic. I love this format. It keeps it interesting. Burger are setting themselves up nicely inside of this building as well, by the way, just dropping all of those armor swaps onto the ground to make it a little bit easier to pick up when needed.
Let's go and have a hear from Team Burger.
This weekend we'll be playing Valk, Gibby, Caustic, which we've just played since Split 1 of Pro League, and we'll be sticking with what we know. I think it's just the most versatile comp in the game. Valk allows you to rotate anywhere. Gibby gives you a safety net, and Caustic makes it so teams can't push you. And the Gibby ult and Caustic ult give you so much offensive capability. Just because it's LAN, we're still planning to play exactly how we know how to play, not changing anything. We think the way we play will work no matter how good the lobby is. I'd say right now Storm Point is our strongest map because we are a fast rotate team that plays end zone, and the zones are a lot more reliable on Storm Points. We're able to read them and get into the end zone more consistently.
Nice words there from MT, who is the, well, one of the storied players actually from the APAC South region. He did play in the preseason invitational as well. Had a little bit of a go at an international tournament already, so a fairly experienced individual actually in this kind of a competition. Finished 35th, which was actually not a bad shout considering how many teams were at the preseason invitational. And of course, combining forces with Jaro and Pike. A very solid squad through from APAC South.
What I find very interesting though, Jordan, and don't hate me for this one, but he said Storm Point is a map that they feel like they can find more success on. So far that has not been the case. 16th and 14th. It was actually World's Edge that got them into the top 10 early on.
See, I would actually kind of disagree with him there in a sense, having looked at the stats. I think from what I saw from Split 2 Pro League, Team Burger was actually a little bit more 50-50, right? They seemed to perform relatively equally on both of the maps. So, you know, that's one thing, but obviously the way they feel also has an impact on, you know, maybe they're seeing things that we're not as casters, which definitely makes a lot of sense. Either way, we'll move away from that discussion for a moment because there's a bunch of other teams that we still need to touch on, and Elevate certainly is one of those. 17 points at the moment. They're sitting in 14th for this lobby overall, Xenox. And they're one of those teams that we're talking about that really needs to get the battering ram going. They're maybe putting the pieces together, but it hasn't quite been built yet.
And it feels like there's been a couple of those teams so far. I know it's very early days, and you don't want to get too excited, but you want to be in a position at the end of this game where you maybe have a couple of teams here as they spot out Grompu. He's not going to be able to survive, and that's AD Raccoon being eliminated. Now, they too, kind of, you know, like Alliance, don't really have a whole lot of points, around 32 points or so. Is that going to be enough to keep them inside of the top 10? Now, all they can do is sit back and wait.
It's a big question mark. Elevate. Just going to be chilling as well. I mean, not a whole lot of moving and shaking needs to be done at this point in time. The zone really hasn't shifted in just yet. Still got a lot of time to work with, but they know they're on the southern side of the circle. They know that they're going to have to move inevitably, and that's where they're going to start to try and sweep out through the eastern side of the map. And actually, you know, it's not the worst of places to be honest. It's quite a relaxed rotate in until they actually get inside of that next zone, where 100 Thieves and TSM have already holed up inside of buildings. But at least for now, for Elevate, they're doing okay.
So the short term's nice. The long term maybe won't
more
be
difficult.
won't be as nice. Pushing into TSM, 100 Thieves
Short
does
term
not
gain,
sound
long
like
term pain. Maybe is the way to think about it.
Doesn't sound like the best prospect as Sweet finds the kill onto Fussy. NRG, I mean, you can see it. Don't have to spell it out. 18th position currently in this game. But I mean, as we said before, all of these teams are capable of finding wins, capable of big games. This could be the one for NRGs. They look to push forward now. A little bit of a high ground here for Sweet. Doesn't really elect to take any shots just yet. There's actually one directly below him and goes up. This could be dangerous for NRG. Rocket has no health. Needs to get that syringe off. Maybe a med kit if he has one. The bat as well for Nathan, and Sweet just gets called out. Element 6 come and say hello to NRG, who cannot find any fortunes here in the winner's bracket. It's only Nathan left alive. It looks like loser's bracket is awaiting NRG.
Certainly. I mean, you have to say it's pretty much over for NRG now here in this lobby. Nathan, I mean, look, as good as he is, I'm not sure that he's going to be able to clutch this one out and get the amount of points required on his own. Rez at this stage of the game as well, probably going to be pretty difficult with the zone having shifted in. Team Burger continue to lock down their building.
Players gone as well, so they are out. That's another team down towards the second losers bracket. Just hasn't quite clicked for players, unfortunately, here in the winners bracket. Down to 14 squads remaining. So while we've had a couple of teams now eliminated, Jordan, heading over to that second losers bracket, there's still quite a few that are fighting and have started well.
14 teams remaining. 4 KP here for Team Burger, so they are putting together a much better game than what we saw from them in the previous. If they would have done this last game, you know, we'd probably be talking about them in a different kind of a context where they don't need to have a really solid game. They just need to have an average game. Here, though, they actually need a pretty high placing. They need some KP. They're getting it done at the moment, but things can go wrong so quickly in a game like Apex Legends.
About 10 points behind the likes of AD Raccoon, the likes of Alliance. That's sort of the task at hand for Team Burger. At 4-7 as well, in a very similar position in terms of that points tally, about 23 coming into this particular game. So right now, while we've had a couple of teams in the bottom 10 bow out, the teams that we think maybe have the best chance of getting into the top 10 are starting well, are playing well. The likes of 4-7, the likes of Team Burger.
Here's that leaderboard that you're talking about. The teams going through to the winners bracket inside of the top 10 at the moment. The bottom 10, however, are going to go down to the second losers bracket. 4-7 versus Reignite is the cutoff for now, and there's not too many points in it. We haven't really been seeing much from Reignite so far this game. Same really can be said for TSM. 1 KP as a team right now. And of course, Alliance already knocked out. They're not going to be putting any more on their tally.
Exactly. 32 points is the cutoff. The way to sort of look at it, I know that Reignite's on 29 and TSM's on 31, but they're still alive. They can still get more points. So kind of looking at Alliance, AD Raccoon at the moment, and Scurry landing a few shots. Now, what can 100 Thieves do as well to maybe up the points? Try and see, can they get into that second place? Can they also overtake Cloud9?
Yeah, 100 Thieves just looking for a bit of information there with the Skyward Dive, sending the Valk into the air solo to get those scans and suss out where all of their opponents are hiding. And Team Empire, they've got a long way to go at the moment, don't they?
Need a big one.
They are far from the circle, far from the top 10. This is indeed going to have to be a big game, and they're going to have to do what Empire does best, pull off something pretty special. We've really been seeing them rotate through compositions, have some fun games. We've seen really cool stuff from Team Empire, but it hasn't come together today. And with one game to go, out on the edge, they're really just going to have to take those fights to all the teams on the edge, and they're going to have to win every single one of them.
From top 4 in the group stage for Team Empire, finding themselves in a tricky predicament in the bracket stage, in the winners bracket portion currently. Do they move forward to the finals, or do they go down to the loser bracket? We'll have to wait and see. For NRG, well, they're all back up and alive, so they maybe still have a chance. And we saw from Optic Gaming before, Jordan, and from a couple of teams so far at this event, if you get that second chance, we've seen them really make it count.
Well, Reject just jumping off the top of the cliff. Going to check behind them as they go across past that tunnel. They don't see anyone. NRG was sort of sussing out that tunnel as Reject dropped off the top. So it's sort of a situation where two ships in the night have passed one another without seeing one another. And Reject, the big benefactors of that, have actually worked their way into the circle now. NRG is going to have to push their way in against Reject. Although it looks like Reject's giving them a little bit of space to play with from this bird's eye POV.
So I'm counting about almost 5 to 6 teams basically in that bird's eye POV. Very congested currently in that position. 13 squads, so just about almost half the lobby really on your screens right now. Reject, Optic, NRG, Empire, TSM. You can almost also see Luminosity Gaming as well further back on the other side. They're coming in through that choke point, which they were close by to Elevate, who have rotated in and away from that choke point. So it's Luminosity who does control the southern choke point at the moment, but really no teams pushing in from that position anyway. So really not too much to worry about there. For Optic Gaming though, 55 points. Of course, Cloud9, they've been taken out this game, so they've got a chance, a pretty decent chance as well for that top spot.
That said, this is one of those awkward positions to play with. When you're outside of this building, there are a lot of angles. There's obviously high ground all over the place here as well. There's a massive hill that you have to keep an eye on. Anyone could be really anywhere, so unless you're on top of or inside of this building, you're probably feeling a little bit exposed. And now having seen that rotation going back again up toward the northeastern side of the circle, it means again you're going to have to make a move. So the job doesn't get any easier for Reject, for Optic Gaming, for any of the teams that are sitting in this current position. And not to mention that, but the fact that they're going to have to fight each other on the way up.
Yep.
I can foresee some disaster. I can foresee some pain, potentially for a team like Reject. Obviously, Optic is in a great spot already. They're going through, so they're not going to be too concerned. But for NRG, for Reject, it's a sad state of affairs.
Look at 4-7 on the minimap as it is expanded. Decent position moving forward. They're kind of north above all of that congestion of teams, a little south of them. You know, likes of TSM, Burger, 100 Thieves, Luminosity, right? But then all the way to the other side of the circle is Reject, NRG, Empire, Optic as well. This is kind of what we're looking at right now. So they do need to finish this and get a move on.
We did just see Elevate get eliminated as well, so they're going to be confirmed to go through to the losers bracket as well. Reject, when do they make their move? How do they make their move? They don't have a Valkyrie. They've got a Wraith, a Crypto, and a Gibraltar, so you can get a rotate off with the Wraith portal. That is possible, of course, but it's not going to take you as far as the Valkyrie is. It'll do it maybe, arguably, a little bit safer, but I don't know if it's going to get them into the zone with a circle shift like this.
We have a look, though, now back out towards the eastern side of the circle. 100 Thieves, what can they find here? Now, Scurry gets back full armor with that bat at the moment. 51 points, trying to maybe see if they can overtake Cloud9. They will be going to the finals tomorrow. That's a given, that's locked in, but it's about seeing how many points they can take with them. Close by to Luminosity Gaming, who they themselves should also pretty comfortable. 40 points, yep. I think they'll be fine too.
They certainly will, and they won't want to be taking that fight against 100 Thieves unless they can win it, because that's a team they're vying for positioning with inside of that top 10. Speaking of the rotation for Reject, they're on the move right now. You can see that portal has been invested, but it hasn't got them all the way inside of the zone. Big fight over the orange right now, and all of a sudden Element 6 come into the picture. Another one of those teams we were hoping to see have a massive pop-off performance. It's been slow so far. We haven't seen much from them, but this is where they have to step up against NRG. Some points on offer for both of these squads. Incredibly crucial points as well. And Element 6 coming away with the better of it. Nax finishing off Rocker and Nathan. Those are two massive points for Element 6, but they need so much more.
And Team Liquid's there as well. We just see Reject as well. Takeo out too. So they, another team, down to the second losers bracket. Empire just trying to hold on here. Ranchers can't even heal up. The pressure is too much. Team Empire 2 down to the losers bracket. Luminosity Gaming in a pretty decent position now too, although the pressure mounting on them out in the open. Back to the rock. Do you go for those death boxes?
I'm just watching the kill feed right there, and I saw Sharky get knocks onto two Burger members, and that all of a sudden starts to make it look a little precarious for Burger as well. NRG has also been eliminated. So again, down toward the second losers bracket. There are still a couple of teams in the mix for the discussion to work their way into the top 10. 4-7 definitely is one of them. I think Burger might have one player still alive. TSM struggling maybe to hold on to their position, but they've got 3 players alive, and maybe they've got enough to get it done right here and right now and make it through to the top 10, make it through to finals. And the other team to throw in that discussion, of course, Reignite, also trying to hold on to a top 10 position. Team Burger eliminated. I don't think they've done enough, Xenox.
No, they definitely haven't. 25 points will not see them into the top 10. It feels like 4-7 might be the last team we have that could still find a way into the top 10. We do still have Element 6 though as well, but they're not really in the best of positions currently. They've got Team Liquid right on top of them, so we kind of shift our attention to Optic Gaming now. They edge closer and closer to Cloud9's position at the top of the winners bracket, looking for those 10 points.
Yeah, they're looking really solid, aren't they? A set of red armor, a purple, and a gold. They're really, really well set up. Oh, the phase breach right on top, right into the waiting arms of Optic Gaming. 100 Thieves, why have you done that? It's not going well for them at all. On move, and Scurry already eliminated, down on the floor. And for Optic Gaming, they'll say thank you very much. 100 Thieves, mail order delivery. 3 points on the board for them.
Only about 6 points away now from Cloud9 for Optic Gaming, but feeling a bit of pressure now too as well with that defensive bombardment. Team Liquid, of course, they've got the points, but can they maybe deny Element 6? A bit of a story tale finish here, because Element 6 towards the bottom, if they can push forward, no, not happening at all. They only had the 2 players, they too also down to the losers bracket. Now the pressure on to Team Liquid, but it's 4-7 that we probably want to see later on as well. Can they make it in? Now only 2 points away from that cutoff position. Luminosity Gaming get the down onto fun for Team Liquid. They're in a great spot too. Yep. Where's 4-7 though? They're getting so much closer, Jordan, to a top 10 finish. TSM, the pressure on them too. Raptors down, but Holmes has lost all of that armor inside of the toxic gas. Luminosity, they're the ones losing the players and now losing the fight.
Well, they're not going to make it into the top 3, Luminosity, but they should have secured themselves inside the top 10. They'll be happy with their performances today. The same, obviously, looks like it can be said for TSM, but they're still on the precipice. Have they done enough? We'll have to find out, because they're eliminated now. They're top 7. No one else can really take over them, I'd say. Even if they do, they probably still survive. Reignite still looking to take control of their position, and 4-7. I think those are the 2 big teams to look at the moment. Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. The other two to kind of keep an eye on.
Reignite, though, 35 points. That will see them overtake the likes of Alliance, the likes of AD Raccoon, so that should see them as well confirmed into the top 10. They were the gatekeepers. They were the team in 10th place, and they've been able to get points too.
Well, it might be Alliance and AD Raccoon that also do end up missing out. We'll have to wait and see. Optic Gaming, the big storyline for them is whether or not they can take first in this lobby. With Cloud9 out of the picture, it's not so much of a discussion of what Cloud9 can do now, rather can Optic Gaming get enough points. 65 is the break point, I think, for Cloud9 at the moment. So only a couple left there for Optic Gaming to get, but they're in a rough spot.
The big one right now is 4-7 are on 31 points, so they're just 1 point short of the cutoff, and you can see them on the northern side of your screen there. Reignite, they've got 35, they're fine. With 4 squads left, I think what we need to see for 4-7 now is probably one more team get eliminated. Now, might that just be Team Liquid here as Nocturnal makes his way back down to Earth? He loses his life. Now it's just Gilderson. Does he fall, or does 4-7? He's just going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Can they do it? No! 4-7 eliminated just mere moments before Team Liquid.
Top 2 right now, it's Reignite looking to stay in control. Optic Gaming, have they done enough? I saw a number 1 on the left there. Optic Gaming, I think, topped the lobby. And Reignite, of course, with the win right at the 11th hour, will secure their place inside of the top 10, meaning, of course, they go through to finals.
I don't know the results, Jordan. I'm trying to keep track. I don't know. We don't have it in front of us just yet. 4-7. Did they make it? Were they 1 point short? We'll have to find out very shortly. But for Reignite, a big win. Of course, they were 10th place coming into this final game of the winners bracket, Jordan. And boy, well, they got that battering ram from you, and they knocked the door right down.
That's what I was saying. I wasn't necessarily referring to Reignite with that whole discussion. More so the teams right at the bottom of the table. But hey, no better time to bring out the battering ram than right then for Reignite. Their first win here at the Split 2 playoffs as well, and what a time to build up a bit of momentum, obviously heading into tomorrow. They'll be much happier with the position they find themselves in now than what they did in games 4 and 5, where they were really looking like, oh, who knows what's really going to happen here. Maybe we're going to get enough points, maybe we're not. A win, unequivocally, is going to be enough there for Reignite.
That's another win for APAC South, Jordan. What are you feeding those guys down under?
Weet-Bix.
Weet-Bix.
Yeah, Weet-Bix.
A lot of them. Massive result for them. Massive result again for APAC South. Another team. A couple of teams now into the top 10, into the finals. There's a lot of teams that have made their way into the finals. A couple, of course, that unfortunately will have to go down to the second losers bracket. That'll be later on today. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Jordan, what a result. What a way to finish off. 4-7. Have they done it? We'll have to wait and see. Not 100% sure just yet. They had 11 points. Reignite 17 from that game. They were in a bit of a different spot, though. In that 10th place position, not as much pressure, but hey, they still got the win anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Reignite, what they kind of had to do there was put on 5 or 10 points just to get enough done to survive. Obviously, they've just gone through and smashed it out of the park and got 17, so that'll be plenty. Optic Gaming did manage to grab 15, which should be enough to put them up into the first place position overall. Very happy with my prediction, by the way, today. Just want to shout that one out. I did say yesterday was a warm-up. Today was the real deal, so I'll give myself that one pat on the back. Thank you very much, Elfish Guy. Well done. Team Liquid, very good stuff across the board inside of this lobby as well. They take 12 points out of that game. 4-7, as you've mentioned, maybe did enough, maybe didn't do enough. TSM looks pretty good. Down here on the bottom end of the table, I think we can look towards teams like Dewa, Team Unite, Players, Elevate, Reject, Empire, unfortunately not having really done enough.
And the other part of the conversation for 4-7, have they not, is who and has fallen out of the top 10. So that's the other part of the coin that soon we'll find out, of course. Now, look, at the end of the day, for these teams, by the way, Jordan, in the bottom 10, it's not like this is event over by any means. They can still bounce back in that second losers bracket later on today. They can still get to the finals. Obviously, they won't take any points with them because you only get the points by coming through the winners bracket, but they still have then a chance later on, maybe tomorrow. We'll see how that all plays out later today, because those teams in the first losers bracket, of course, they'll be playing after this and they'll be hungry.
Yeah, look, a lot of the teams are going to be probably a bit happier about today. Not as many games to play, but if you're down in that losers bracket, it's an even higher stakes situation, so maybe the mental aspect of it is going to be a little harder than yesterday. Having a look at this, that is a massive damage number coming through from JMW, especially for only 2 kills. He's done 2.3k damage. He's got 2 kills out of it. End of the day, though, it doesn't really matter how those kills come about as long as you're getting them over the line, getting those points up. A very, very good game coming through from Reignite. Great damage numbers and very well played in the end game.
I remember at the start of the day, we had a very, very small discussion in the green room. Have they exceeded expectations? We know obviously Jem Burton's not here, and we thought maybe that might see Reignite maybe not live up to expectations, maybe not play to their full potential. But JMW has been amazing so far, Jordan, and they've done so well.
Certainly, indeed. And obviously, our thoughts are all important, of course, Xenox. I love to pat myself on the back. But I tell you what, we've got some more important people to hear from. Let's jump back over to the panel and see what they think about that first lobby.
Well, thank you, gents. Well done. Thanks so much for getting us here to our final game of our winners bracket. And joining me on the desk, of course, once again, Bardolph and Genome. And as we take a look at and really categorize games 4, 5, and 6, I want to ask you, Bardolph, game number 4. And I knew I was going to get this wrong. Sutaraku. We got to know the name. You have to know the name. Rehearse it if you need to, because they have shown they are here to stay.
Yeah, they had a huge game, 13 kills in that one, and that's not the first one they won. They put in work yesterday as well, so you really wonder how far they can go. And yeah, the match 4 was definitely a wake-up call for a lot of people. Shout out to Cloud9 who came second place with 7 kills. Team Liquid as well, 7 kills. There was like the top 5 did work from top to bottom in that little quarter, but again, Sutaraiku with 13 kills. They were all over this lobby, and you know, coming into this once again, we're always talking about these big brands, but they are making a brand of themselves today.
They absolutely are, and of course, all numbers lead to 10. Genome, we're going to take a look, and actually, this is a fitting moment here. Crypto being used in that final circle.
Oh, it was a killer moment, right? I mean, they timed it so well. I think we had the listen in at that point as well, and you saw them just waiting. Bamboo near Barometer is honestly one of the hardest spots to play from. I swear every time I see someone go in there, they just get deleted. I call it the Bermuda Triangle because you've just got angles coming in from everywhere, and it feels like no one ever comes out of it. But the way they used the Crypto there, waiting for just the right time to get both bubbles, do a ton of damage. We saw grenades raining in after that. It was just impossible for those other two teams to come out. Strike, who just had it in the bag.
The Bamboo Triangle, if you will, as we take a look at match number 5. Bardolph, Dreamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. This has to be said for OG.
Yeah, and this really was a game of 2 halves because TSM went out in 20th place, NRG in 17th place. Again, 2 teams that have had inconsistencies at best in many of these games. But of course, at the top, you've got Optic there with 11 kills. 4-7 with 6 kills in this one in 2nd place as well. 100 Thieves, though, really racking up the points with 10 kills in 3rd place in that 5th game. So again, it was we're seeing beauty and brightness at the top, but darkness at the bottom as well.
Much like myself. Either way, Genome, game number 6. We're going to take a look at the boys from Rig, who of course pulled out that W just when they needed it.
Oh, incredible stuff from them. It was a pretty tense end game there, but in the end, Rig showing that even without Jen Burton, they are still a force to be reckoned with. I mean, sure, only 5 kills, you know, kind of striking at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. Indeed. We're doing some math here on, I can see everybody's sort of going
you thought, no, I'm doing maths in my head about I was trying to remember stuff.
There's so much to remember, certainly. But of course, the one thing we all have to remember is how to count to 10. Because as we know, winners bracket top 10 heads to Sunday. They say 1 game and we're good today. And of course, those bottom 10, Bardolph, well, they're going to play one more time for all the marbles.
Yeah, they're going to have more work to do. And there's a lot of, there were a few teams around that 10-11 mark who were fighting. And I know 4-7 were one of those teams. They had a good placement in that last game as well. Of course, we mentioned in game 5, their placement there was important as well. The 6 kills in 2nd place. And that last game, they came in 4th place and got 6 kills. And they were in the danger zone. So I'm very curious to see if they made it through or not.
Well, let's quench your curiosity with that danger zone and take a look at our leaderboards. Talk to me here, Bardolph. Looks like OG really showcasing what they can do, but Alliance coming in and sticking at that 10 spot.
Yeah, they're squeezing in the back door. TSM making it into the top 10 as well. So they're struggling, but they are delivering enough to keep moving forward. That is important. And we do have some names who are missing from this top half. We'll get to them later. But have a look at this from Cloud9. Second place, 64 points. Just 4 points away from top place with a stand-in as well. They are having a hell of a time.
And I will say this, Genome, I know what you're going to say. We're going to take a look at the regionality here, and I'm seeing that there is quite the balance.
Yeah, we've got a couple, 4-7, as you said, sneaking in there. Alliance on a tiebreaker. Actually, I think managing to sneak through there. And yes, exactly, Rig 4-7, as well as Sudraiku getting in there from some of the lesser known regions. But I guess the other thing I just want to touch on quickly about that top 10 and what we're seeing here is that, sure, these guys are going to have to play another match now for their tournament lives, but you would expect them to be some of the favored teams to go in, right? So the teams who performed well in this lobby, you know, this could be what we see on Sunday. So performing against these kind of teams, extremely important as an indicator of success.
Absolutely, and just another chance for us to take a look at the likes of NRG and, of course, E6 there, Bardolph. Certainly a lot of teams that made it to winner's bracket.
Yeah, and we have to, one team we didn't mention in the top half there was Luminosity. We didn't see all interaction earlier on. We definitely saw a bit more of it in the recent games. Ganjumen, always a man whose name is on our lips. But moving into the second half, again, you've got NRG in 17th place there, Players in 18th place as well. Empire, we've had some great highlights from them, some great legend selections. However, not enough. They're in 15th place. And I'm telling you, these guys I feel like they're sandbagging when they're not bringing out the Maggie and the Caustic. So I think they need to pull their socks up and get back into that top half in the next games they play.
Well, we talked yesterday about them, you know, like, oh, it's the first day. Maybe they're just trying some stuff out. You know, I'm sure they'll play, you know, what works when it matters. But after today, now I'm a little bit less sure. Maybe, you know, they're just struggling to find what works for them and struggling to decide on something and get enough reps in on that until, you know, they can make it work, get that top 10, and eventually, if they manage to get into Sunday, walk away with the bigger part of the prize pool.
Honestly, maybe Team Empire just wants to be on camera a little bit more, but that's okay. We love them for it. Speaking of on camera, our own Fallout is with somebody you know and love, and you'll see again very soon. Fallout, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate. Yes, that is right. As we zoom out, you will see I am live with the man himself, King Dupe of North America of Optic Gaming. After dominating the Winners Bracket Finals, #1 in that series, they punched their ticket to the finals. First things first, right now, how are you feeling?
I feel amazing. We got the extra 10 points going into the finals. We feel confident that, you know, we could take the dub.
You shaved the mustache, which is a shame. The people love the mustache. Is it going to make a return tomorrow? Is it going to grow overnight?
I don't think it'll grow overnight.
My man, the infamous mustache. Well, hey, congratulations to y'all. I guess I want to start by asking, in the grand scheme of things, you guys have been dominating. You guys dominated with Verholst as your third. You pick up Noct, you pick up right where you left off for the last really 8 months online. A lot of speculation, a lot of conversation. You guys are online warriors. You're not going to perform on LAN. Any messages, any words for those people?
They're just a bunch of haters. Hopefully this clears up all the speculation and prove everyone why Skittlecakes is the best player in the world.
You're number 2.
And I'm number 2. Best IGL.
There you go. I was like, hey, he's really humble. He's going to put best Gibby as well. There you go. I love that, man. That's awesome. Well, talk to me about your performance so far this weekend. Obviously, you guys get, I think, 2nd place overall in group stages, right? #1 in NA. Congratulations on that. Alliance above you. But then you come in, you dominate Alliance, you dominate every other team. How are you guys gelling so far, and what's working for you on LAN so far?
We're gelling very well on LAN. It's amazing. They're amazing people to meet in person and, you know, in the game. We gel very well as well. Don't have to micromanage as much. They know what to do. I make a call. They do. They min-max it. They do what they need to be needs to be done. So.
That's amazing. You guys obviously online had the back and forth with Sentinels for the mill. This time you play against Players. What was that matchup like against Players on Stormpoint?
I expected more, but you know, it just proves that, you know, we love contesting. We're the contest kings. This proves why we're the best at it. If the #1 spot doesn't prove it.
I love it. 2 more questions for you. One, talk about you expected more from Hardeki. He's arguably the CEO of EU. They say Hal's the CEO of NA. Who's the new CEO, the new king of Apex?
I just might have to take over.
CEO himself. One last question for you. We're going into the finals here. You guys punched your ticket into the finals for the $1 million tournament, the chance to be and prove that you are the best team in Apex. What's the mentality like going to the finals? What's your game plan going to be like? And any teams in particular you really want to be there so you can beat them?
We're just going to play it how we normally do, so nothing special. We're not going to treat any team special in the finals. We're just going to play our own game. There's no one really to look out for. I have full confidence in my team that, you know, we could take home the dub.
Amazing. Well, what a story it is, from competing on Xbox with the controller just a year, 2 years ago, to switching to keyboard and mouse, playing Apex, one of the top-ranked World of Warcraft players, played in Halo back in the day, now arguably the best player, the CEO, the new king of Apex Legends. They still got to prove it, though. You still got a championship final, so best of luck to y'all. Any final words to the Green Wall for the first time here?
I appreciate playing for Optic. I'm excited for this opportunity. I love representing Optic at our first LAN ever. So, #Greenwall. Thank you for the support, everybody. Fucking Greenwall, baby.
My man Dupe, King Dupe himself, Optic Gaming, Greenwall, looking to take home 2 championships this weekend and 2 LANs. That's it for us. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the desk.
Well, thank you very much. I guess we'll call him CEOG at that rate. And again, you know, Genome, he was right. He talked about those seeding points and being the top 10. Talk to me a little bit about what that will mean for tomorrow in this top 10 winners bracket.
Yep, so the top 10 will go into tomorrow. Remembering it's a match point format, and you have to get to that 50 points before you can take the dub and take home the championship. So these guys just get a little bit of a head start. If you're in first place, you'll get 10 points running all the way down to the 10th place finisher out of the winners bracket match that we just had, getting 1 point to start off with. So just a little bonus. And I got to say, I really love Dupe putting the hostile and hostile takeover there for the CEO.
Listen, I got something to say.
Oh boy,
All
here
right.
we go. Quick,
there's
there's
only one CEO, and it's Hal. Okay, Duplex can be the chairman. Can go for the chairman. There's plenty of other positions. All right, you can lord over. You can be the overlord. You can be the underboss. You can be whatever you like. Okay, but there's only one CEO, so let's just leave that one alone.
Ooh.
Number 2. Bring back the dumpster emote on Duplex's Twitch, because that was fire, and that was just filling the Apex chat. There was nothing. There's no typing going on. It was just Duplex dumpster all day. Number 3, that man goes hard in the streets, man. They call him Dupe in the streets, you know.
Oh.
So you got to pay your respects. He can be the chairman, but leave the CEO alone, please.
Oh boy, shots fired, and I'm very, very excited. Speaking of things I'm excited for, let's talk about what's coming up next. We had our winners bracket here, round 1, round 2. Genome. Participating teams, this is who we have to look at. This are who is going to have the top 10 from the losers round 1.
Yeah, look, you came to the end of that, the winners bracket we just saw, and people, you know, maybe they weren't too worried. There's more matches to play, right? Not the case here. It is on the line. Their tournament lives. The bottom 10 will be going home. They have to take the dub here.
Do indeed. And Bardoff, I'm looking at this and going, there's a lot of teams we expected a lot more from.
If they're not playing Watson, I don't really care. And we know that Vega are going to be bringing Watson out, so that's good. But of course, you've got names like Space Station, G2, GMT, and plenty more who have to get delivering now. It's time to get their skates on. We don't have any more waiting around. If they're not in that bottom 10, then we may be saying goodbye to those guys. So it is time to really put some respect on their name.
Absolutely. Well, something you can do between now and tomorrow, that is head to LenovoLegion.com, because Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop, it is going to be given away tomorrow. So one more reason for you to come back to this very stream. You could be that winner, and we will be excited for you if you do. And now is the time we talk talent predictions. I was excited yesterday, but guess what? Okay, I'm going to, this is... No wonder Fallout was so excited to do that interview, gang. No wonder.
All right, I've got to give them their props. They picked the best team in the world, and they did the best. So congratulations to Fallout Vicky and Elfish Guy. I had a nightmare with Element 6. That was really hard to watch, man. That was really, really rough day at the office for them.
I mean, to be fair, I think that's the first time that's happened where we've had that favorite actually come out on top and deliver the points in these predictions. So, I mean, I actually was kind of staying away from it from that reason, but finally, someone with some consistency, Optic showing up.
Yeah, I like to pick some colorful. I think we all like to pick. You know, you and I, Kate, for sure.
We do.
Like to get some flavor in there, but I think that everybody thought someone else was going to pick Alliance.
Yeah.
So no one picked Alliance.
Yeah.
So that was kind of crazy. But I don't think don't think we've lost our minds. We haven't completely lost our minds. It's just that, you know, we can't always just go for the easy pick and everybody pick the same thing.
No,
but you can get some nice flavor in there and surprise everybody.
We're the Gigabrains. I mean, you know, Optic, Team Liquid, a lot of those picks were higher than Alliance finished in the end. So, you know, it's all in here.
Yeah, they scraped it eventually.
Yeah, remind me not to pick someone who contests with G. Anyway, this is now the time where you get a moment to break yourself, because we are going to be right back with our losers round 1. So stick around. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League playoffs.
That's the guy who's replacing me?
You're really quitting?
It's time. My brother's gone. Without Jackson, I've got nothing else left to fight for here.
So you just run away. So much for all that bravado.
I need to get back to my family. Whatever's left of them.
You built a family here. Forget it.
First time?
I've been at this a while, young buck. Stay behind me. I'll keep you safe.
Keep me. Wait, didn't it take you like 40 tries to get in the
You
game?
two shut up and focus. This is my last match. I'm not going home without a win.
Something's coming. Come on, what now? Whoa. Okay.
That thing must have triggered some kind of security protocol.
Nothing good can come from this place.
Huh?
Hey, that shield just for show?
Stay behind me. You know, some of us have actually been doing this for a while.
Now we're talking.
Wait!
What's your problem?
Whenever you're ready.
The hell is that thing?
This isn't good. We need to stop it.
With pleasure. Come on, mate. I was just kidding.
I've got you. Hey, with me. Advance together. All right, let's finish this.
This is awesome!
Checkmate.
You good?
Yeah. Thank you.
Armor's a little banged up, but I'll be all right.
Good. Because you've got a lot to answer for. Jackson?
Wow. Clean up on aisle 9, am I right? You know, you get it? It's like a...
I have returned! This armor may have a few dents in it, but the battle is far from over.
Is Newcastle ever actually gonna qualify?
He's fighting for us. That's what matters.
We'll get him next time!
Go Newcastle!
Let's go Newcastle! Phew. Bingo is an IMC jerk. Newcastle's a real hero.
Can I get a stuffy, please?
Man, it's a bit steep for a dog.
Take good care of him now. Next.
Newcastle is so cool.
Now, you do know I repair that armor sometimes, right?
Yes, Dad. You remind me. All the time.
All right. Okay, time to go to bed, baby girl.
Stuffy.
Oh, I'm no knight in shining armor, but I can find your stuffy.
Are you wearing your protection bracelet?
Mm-hmm. You know, I never take this thing off. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Found it. Huh?
Where's our money, Renee?
Fellas, come on.
No wonder you haven't gotten into the games.
Look, man, it's not me. These crappy teammates are dragging me down.
Doesn't matter. You haven't made it in. And you've got no other way to cover your debts. Not anymore.
Please, believe me. It's not my fault. Just give me another shot.
There's your shot. Loser. fella. We can work this out.
Leave Harris Valley and never come back.
Leave? But the Forgotten families own this town. Your hero sold it to us. And sadly, it is not nearly enough. No one here is safe until my boss gets paid.
There's got to be a better way to settle this.
He couldn't settle it. Deadbeat thought he could get into the games to make the money.
I'll do it.
You must be joking. All right. I'm feeling generous. You got one shot. You fail, the town burns. You win, you pay us back. With interest, of course.
Fine.
Can't wait to catch your first match.
Hey, you don't look all right.
It's hilarious. Trash man thinks he'll do better than me.
You were supposed to protect these people.
You think it's easy being a hero?
Don't talk. I'll get some help. Hey, you... All right, baby girl. Hope this thing works. See you soon, sis.
My name is Casper Prestonsgaard. In-game I go by the name Nasky, and I'm a crypto master. My first tip with crypto is that you can fly up to 200 meters away, but if you leave it somewhere, you can actually go further away. That comes in handy if you want to hit the next zone, but you can't because you would be entering inside the ring and taking damage. You can then park your drone at the nearest beacon, head outside the zone, and then get the next zone information. As you might know, the drone goes up to 200 meters away. I can't actually move further than this. And if you look at the bottom left, it says 201 meters and it's red. That means I can't move it further than that. But I will actually be able to move way further than that and then still enter the drone and hit the beacon. My second tip with crypto is that there are certain places on the map where the glass allows you to scan enemies through the glass. This comes in handy if you want to push a team and you want to have permanent wall hacks on them. You can park the drone outside of the glass, away from them, so they can't shoot the drone, but you will just have wall hacks on them once you're initiating in the fight. This is a good example of where it works. In this particular case, this is the strongest one on World's Edge, in my opinion. But in Lava City, in these zipline buildings, there's massive windows, which you'll be able to basically scan enemies through, like you see here. The same buildings are also in Skyhook, and there is one in Fragment West as well. The second example would be in the diner buildings, which you see all over the map. You'll be able to scan enemies through as well. The third tip for crypto, it might be known by a lot of people, but the EMP does in fact go through walls, which makes it so that you can park your drone on the outside of a building or on the outside of a wall or whatever it might be. You use your EMP, and because of the way it works, they can't actually shoot the drone in time to get rid of the EMP, and that way it's guaranteed damage will hit. So my fourth tip with crypto is that if you EMP a team, be that through a wall or in the open, sometimes you have to EMP when you're in the open field, but regardless, if you do keep moving your drone up to a second or two after the damage goes through, the team that you have EMP'd is most likely going to be using a bat, using cells or whatever it might be, and it leaves an opportunity for you to move your drone around and place it often behind the enemies and allow for wall hacks throughout the fight. If you do park it instantly after the damage goes through, usually the team will be able to shoot the drone and then start healing, but if you then move your drone beforehand, it works. So if you use this tip together with the other tip that I mentioned before about EMPs going through walls, if you do EMP through a wall, and you want to go collect your teammate's banner who has previously died and is now getting camped on by a team, you can EMP through the wall, wait for them a second or two while they're popping a bat or whatever it might be, wrap around with the drone, and then pick up your banners, and they won't be able to shoot the drone because they're healing. But in that example, you could see how I EMP him, he starts shooting at my drone, but I kept my drone moving, making it hard to shoot the drone. And then once I saw him starting the heals, I parked my drone so that we can get the scans to the walls. Tip number 5 for crypto is a tip that a lot of people might not know about and a lot of higher players probably don't use correctly. And that is the fact that you can pull out your drone and look at the champion banners. When you do that, it shows how many teams are near you. And a common misconception is that the 200-meter radius is around the drone and not the player. But the radius is in fact around crypto. This comes in handy if you're on the edge of zone or in the zone and you want to, for instance, craft, and you're not sure if there's teams near you that might be able to run up and shoot you while you're crafting. You just pop out your drone, you check how many teams are near you. If there's 0, you're good to go. So as you see, there is an enemy within 190 meters of us. But if we back out a little bit and to go over 200 meters, if we then look at the player banners, or champion banners, it says 0. But if we were to go back in range, it'll start saying 1. And the radius is 200 meters, and that's around crypto and not the drone. My 6th and final tip for crypto is that you should always enter the drone while crouched. Sometimes, if you really need to EMP the enemy team, you whip out the drone fast, you EMP them, but often you're in a bad position because it's very hectic. But if you just make it a habit of crouching before entering the drone, your teammates can easily punch you around and position you better. Obviously, they can punch you around if you're not crouched, but when you are crouched, you get the extra slide effect and you'll be able to move around faster while in drone. So this was my ALGS Masters on crypto. See you in the game.
Welcome back, everybody, to Stockholm, Sweden, where we are live for the ALGS Split 2 $1 million playoffs. It is time for the losers bracket, which means it's go big or literally pack your bags and go home. 10 teams will qualify through to play in the losers bracket finals. 10 teams will be eliminated for the first time this tournament. Speaking of firsts, it's a pleasure to welcome for the first time to the desk, for the first time as an analyst officially. You've been doing it upstairs for some time. The one, the only Mr. Greek, my Greek brother. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well.
Good to have you on the desk, man. So
Thank
of course,
you for having me.
Those that don't know you, Greek, give us a quick intro, man.
My name is Greek. I'm a professional player for the Charlotte Phoenix, who unfortunately did not make it here today. We will be playing in the LCQs on May 7th, I believe it is, and looking to be at the next LAN here as a pro player.
Love to hear that. Manifest it. Blow it up in the chat right now. Let's manifest CLT in the finals. The boy Greek, who's been killing it with Wig, obviously the whole time. And real quick before I introduce these two, because they're obviously also important, I want to ask you, though, how's everything going up there, man? How are you guys enjoying the vibe? What's the vibe like on the secondary stream?
Honestly, I'm super blessed to be here. It's really fun. I didn't think it was anything I'd ever be doing in my life, but I love competitive Apex. Whether I'm playing it, watching it, it's a great time, and I'm thankful to be here.
Boy, man, we're excited to get your insights. It's been awesome kind of chopping it up with you and getting your perspective on a lot of these pro teams, pro players. So we'll, of course, talk through all types of pregame analysis here in a bit. But I'll also introduce Killer Pigeon and Xenox to the desk here as well. Xenox, our residential APAC North expert. That's all he does. No, just
that's it. No, that's it.
Also looks good, has beautiful eyes, etc.
It's been a bit of a rough day for APAC North, can I just say? It's all about APAC South today, isn't it? Which, you know, I've done a little bit of APAC South too. I can claim them, can't I?
Kind of from there.
Yeah, exactly. I am from there. But no, look, it's been a fascinating day. Of course, we had the winners bracket. Now we see what the losers have got.
Absolutely. Killer Pigeon, you've been doing very well in the predictions game all weekend long. I've been very impressed, but obviously now this losers bracket matchup coming up, who do you think is going to perform?
Oh, damn. This is where we really understand whether I'm good or bad at this, right? I've been kind of cracking the numbers out. I've been going really deep in this, deeper than I usually would, and I feel like Space Station Gaming, they're going to kind of impress here. I was checking the average survival times. They are near the top, right? For teams that are knocked down right now, they're the top one. Somehow, they find a way to clutch through and last the longest out of any of these teams. The curious detail is whether they can clutch up and get the kills as well, because, of course, at the end of the day, it's not just about surviving here.
That's a great point. And speaking of SSG, I know you had a chance to chat with Frex's of SSG, and any perspective on, you think they're going to perform as well? You agree with KP? Any perspective there?
So I'm pretty good friends with the boys over at SSG. I know yesterday they were having a little bit of a rough day. I know that they're a very flexible team. They could play edge, they could play zone. They opted to play a lot of edge yesterday, and it didn't really work out for them, so I would be looking out for them to be playing a lot of more zone-oriented spots now.
So going from kind of playing hard edge yesterday, they're changing their play style up today and playing a little more zone?
Yep, that's how they usually start out. They started out as a hard zone team, and then they started for Storm Point. They were getting contested a lot, having to split the loot at launch pad, meaning they weren't able to rotate early because they didn't have the loot, so they had to change to an edge team.
Meanwhile, obviously we also have a few other teams you just saw on screen right there. We got Crazy Raccoon competing in this lobby. We have G2, another team that I know, Greek, you know really, really well. We're going to have Kick representing EMEA. Game With performed well. Detonator, Fennel from Japan. It's a pretty stacked lobby here, Xenox, and I guess from the APAC region, APAC North in particular, looking out for.
Yeah, look, there's probably a couple, right? Crazy Raccoon's got to be the number one for me. I thought they would do a little bit better so far here at the playoffs, and ultimately they weren't too far off. I think it was about 10 points from getting into the winners bracket. So look, they're a team that's going to be able to do well, I think, here. I'd be very surprised if they don't make it to the second losers bracket. So I think that's my team to watch for APAC North, which I thought there'd be a couple more APAC North teams in that winner bracket, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, very surprising. That was actually the least qualified region alongside EMEA. Big surprise. A lot of people thought those were the most actually, statistically speaking, those were technically the most competitive regions in terms of the amount of teams in their pro league that were able to actually win games and show success, which means their region ran deep but didn't really show up, APAC North and EMEA. But we do have teams like Kick, who we know are more than capable of performing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kick, they were just outside of making it into the winners bracket, right? And like, I kind of feel like Alliance essentially took all that European energy and
Juice.
They stole it away from everyone else, right? Because they were blitzing on day one. I mean, they were close to 200 points. No one else could even match that at all. I mean, the interesting part to me, though, like to kick back to like some different regions, right, is that when it comes to Fennel, interesting detail is a lot of people were expecting GMT to do a lot better yesterday. And something I actually noticed when I looked at the map drops, Fennel it was almost like griefing. They were actually aggressing them, contesting them every single landing. And that, interestingly enough, led to Momomon on Fennel actually being in the 10th highest damage overall on average for the whole first day. despite the fact that although their score wasn't that good, what I was noticing is they were very much a team that was willing to take a lot of aggressive fights at the beginning of lobbies.
Yeah.
Curious detail, though, is are they going to keep that up, or have they reflected upon it and said that it's not really worth it if in long terms, in terms of getting the best point outcomes, because you might get a few frags here or there, but placement is also key.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a key storyline. The rematch of Fennel versus GMT. They were in scrim lobbies. For those that didn't know, they were both landing and boot camping at a LAN center here in Stockholm. In scrim lobbies, handing each other candy if the other team won in that drop at wall. But both the GMT thought they would not contest live at the tournament, and actually Fennel faked a two-man push to make GMT think they were fighting a 3v2, had one flank, and actually ended up winning that fight 2 out of 3 times. So that's going to be an interesting one over at the wall on Storm Point. But to that point that Killer Pigeon just made, I'd love to get your take on that, Greek. The whole kind of toss-up of do you play aggressive early, which TSM was in a lot of ways doing. They were early rotating, but taking a lot of fights in kind of round 3, round 4 zones and dying and not getting the placement points. Is it worth taking those fights if you're not going to make it to placement, or should you just focus on making it to top 5?
It's really tough to go into the games with a specific playstyle because a lot of different teams, you could go into a lobby and there's a lot of edge teams. You could go in, there could be a lot of zone teams. So you kind of got to feel it out. As the games go on, you start to see like, oh, I could get away with, more edge fights, or I'm going to have to start playing more zone. So I feel like it all depends on the teams that are in the lobby.
Yeah. And actually, additional question. Actually, were you say something? Sorry.
No, I was just agreeing.
Yeah,
he's a really good valid point.
My man, just mesmerized. On a similar note, quick question for you as well on some of the North American teams, right? You've competed against, you know them, obviously playing with CLT. CLG, we got G2 in this lobby. Obviously, you talked about SSG already, but what can we expect from G2 and CLG, all controller teams?
I think G2 is going to be going in with a dominant performance. As you can see, Designful there, he looks locked in. I know after their performance yesterday, they were not happy. They talked it over. And you look at the boys over at G2, and they are hungry. I think they're going to go out. They're going to do what they do. They're going to craft and storm on Storm Point. They're going to get their loot, and they're going to be looking to take some fights.
Love that.
And that's an interesting thing about G2. I feel like whenever they these kind of strong points, like a solid high ground to hold, they're looking pretty clutch. I remember the Bojack plays, right, coming out of Designful. Like, he was looking like Robin Hood in one of those games late into the night. And I think that's the critical detail. I think maybe TSM kind of had the same in this, is whenever they got rotations that enabled them to play from a strong point, when they got that kind of static play, that's when they looked solid. That's when they were able to actually not only establish a dominant foothold for the late game rings, but they also netted a lot of kills. So I think what I'm looking for G2 is early rotation to secure those critical points instead of floating around the outside of the rings for a long time.
That's a great point as well. Meanwhile, we see CLG on screen. Do you think the same thing for them? Do you think they'll be also as successful? They barely snuck in to playoffs, 10th place. Got it, stealing Sentinel's spot, arguably stealing CLT's spot. Do you think they're the truth?
I think CLG has come in here. They've earned their spot. They had a lot of haters early on, and they fought for their POIs. They actually in NA, they look like one of the stronger Storm Point teams. They have really good loot out of C-Note Cave. They rotate. They know what they can fight for. And I think they're a good squad. I think they're definitely a team to look out for.
Well, mentioned on Storm Point in particular. Let's take a look at the map schedule. Obviously, both Storm Point and World's Edge being played. We're starting on World's Edge yet again here to kick things off. First 3 games on World's Edge, then 3 games on Storm Point. Important to note, in the grand finals, it'll be 2, then 2, then 2, then 2. You're going to be rotating World's Edge times 2 to Storm Point times 2, and so on and so forth. And I'd love to get your perspective on that as well, Greek. I mean, adding a second map to the competitive rotation, what was that like? Do you like the diversity from a player's perspective? We love it as casters. I think the fans love it as well. But what's it been like adapting to a new map?
So one thing about the maps, for me personally, I enjoy having that second map. Coming into competitive a little late, there are a lot of teams that are veterans. They have the spots figured out. They know the rotations. But you add in Storm Point, and it basically comes into a grind aspect. Who's going to learn the rat spots? Who's going to learn the rotations? What can you play early? What can you play late? And it adds an entire new grind aspect to it. And it also is a completely different character meta than you see on World's Edge. And it allows teams to be a little more flexible than they can be on World's Edge.
Interesting. So it's almost like a brand new game of Monopoly. Who's going to pick what real estate? Where can you drop? Where can you go? And what was that like in North America, at least? Where did CLT drop? And what was it like early on when people were really fighting to kind of earn these spots?
So right before Pro League started, they announced Storm Point. It was a little tough because you had a lot of teams contesting for their spots, trying to solidify, where they wanted to land. As you could see yesterday, G2, they didn't play as well as they wanted to. But an important note is that they were contesting on World's Edge against Alliance. And having a contest in a tournament in a big stage like this, you know, getting a 0-point game can be very, very costly.
It's interesting you bring that up, because something I was noticing when I was looking back at the data is like a lot of these teams, they weren't getting tested, they weren't doing too well, but they weren't really changing up their drops at all. Like, how do you feel about that whole concept of like midway through a match switching up your drops? Because I know some teams kind of see it as an ego check thing, right? Like, I've got to feel that I'm good enough to beat them, but surely there's got to be a point of like diminishing returns, right, where something has to change.
So when it comes to the drop spots, not many teams are flexible and react drop. So going into the groups, I'm sure not every team knows where every team is going to land. So you go in, you might lose a contest or two. You know, you have to spectate the entire game. But at the end of the day, that is the drop spot they've chosen. They know that drop spot the best. So if they win their contest, they know how to rotate from it and loot. And it's a whole different ball game, because at the end of the day, if you leave that drop spot, you're most likely going to have to contest somewhere else, and that's got to be a little more uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're almost starting from scratch, right? People think it's just the drop spot. No, it's not just the drop spot. It's not just being comfortable with the familiar fight. It's the familiar rotation after that. It's the amount of practice that goes into zones and knowing based on which zone how you rotate. There's a little deeper of kind of a meta than people realize. Any insights there?
Yeah, I mean, you see sometimes, for example, Alliance yesterday, they were contesting G2. Certain teams run a different character loadout when they're contesting versus when they don't.
Wow.
A lot of times you see teams run Horizon when they're 50-50ing. For example, the Optic Gaming roster. Having Horizon early on, you get that glide when you first land. So when you 50-50, you actually get the first pickup of the gun on the pill.
Wow. I mean, the thing about drops as well is also when the fact is it's only 6 games. You've got to be absolutely perfect, don't you, right? Because otherwise, if you lose, say, the first 2 games, 3 games, if you're, like, say, on World's Edge and that's where you're contesting, that could probably be make or break for any team.
Yeah. In a game like this, having 0-point games is very, very costly. Every point matters, whether you can squeeze in an extra placement point, you know, getting an extra knock on a team that just got third-partied. Points matter so much, and at the end of the time, you see a lot of tiebreakers, and then teams start doing the shoulda, woulda, coulda. I could have got this extra point if had I ratted, you know, from this 7th to 5th place, like we'd be moving on.
That's a great point. And on that note as well, obviously every point does matter. It was the difference of 6 points between 7 teams yesterday in the leaderboards, game with Kick and G2, the teams that were not able to qualify just barely. Speaking of G2 and Kick, a Gibraltar comparison between Iarka from EU on the Kick Esports roster and Resulta. Look how neck and neck their stats are. Average kills, very, very similar. Average damage, well, Iarka has the advantage. Only 419 damage per game for Resulta in G2, which is low compared to a lot of people we've seen. But a big part of that is because they are getting contested and they're dying early. Thoughts on this kind of Gibby comparison and where Resulta ranks as one of the best Gibraltars in the world?
Resulta, for me, is definitely up there. Top 5, in my opinion. Iarka, also a very, very good player. I honestly think that Kick and G2 are very, very similar in playstyle. I played ranked with both teams, and they like to fight. The boys at Kick are very, very aggressive, and they love to fight.
That's interesting. Do you feel like they've been living up to that standard here? Because they were another one of those teams that's had surprisingly high survival stats, despite the kills maybe not actually adding up to it as well. So do you think they've maybe kind of let off the brakes because they're getting a feel for everyone else in the field? Of course, with different regions being seen for the first time, it is kind of alienating for these pros who are familiar with their
Yeah, you know, a lot of times LAN experience comes to play. You know, nerves can build up. You don't know, like, how everybody's going to play, because a lot of the times the scrim lobbies before this day started did not add up. You know, it was a lot different. Kick is also playing with a sub, so it's got to be a little bit of a team chemistry issue. Chaotic, obviously, a very amazing player, very mechanically gifted, puts out a lot of damage in fights. So I think as time goes on, they'll be a lot more comfortable with how they fight.
On that note, too, you guys bring up a good point. Regional play. You know, it's great having you here, Xenox, to talk through all types of APAC North differences, meta differences. You obviously play against Tech and Furia, who decided to take a page out of that playbook. I'd love to get your thoughts on Tech as an IGL and the big brain of the U.S. here in a second. But more importantly to that, I think it's also just important to discuss the differences in regional play, differences in meta we've seen so far. From your eyes, how is APAC North kind of stacked up comparatively in how they play the game compared to others now that you're watching NA and you have really cast them?
Not so much APAC North, but almost how everyone else has adapted and picked up things like crypto has become so prevalent here in the playoffs, where maybe in other regions, because obviously obviously it is so prevalent in APAC North. And a team, for example, off the top of my head is Sudoroko from APAC South. Don't really see a lot of crypto there, and we're seeing Bullet literally pick it up and play it for the first time ever. So he's learning it on the fly because they're just seeing it be that valuable. So I think that's one thing to sort of take note of. The other thing as well is, locally there was a lot more Watson, right? Back on day one, that was the talk of the town. The Watson, the fences, etc. A lot of those.
Or James Bardoff only, let's be clear. James was so excited about the Watson.
A lot of those teams, of course, didn't quite make it here. The ones that do play the Watson, because the best APAC North teams, they have really solid Gibraltars, Obli, Maney, for example, from the two Raccoon teams. So Gibraltar is still very much the play. So when you're looking at some of the compositions, I think Valkyrie and also Caustic has also been another one we've seen really ramp up the pick rate here at the playoffs too. So Valkyrie, Gibraltar, Caustic, you almost look at those three, and then there's the Crypto, right? So those are probably the four, and you've got the graphic here that basically says that, which I think have been the most, prominent and most prevalent.
I think a really interesting thing to bring up as well is a fantastic point Greek made around heroes like Horizon being really good for when you want to contest. I think the reason we haven't seen so much though is because all these people are a little bit fragile at the start. They're kind of they dip their toe in, they want to see how it is. They maybe only have so much data they've been able to research, especially from game to game. So I think maybe as this goes on and more data is collected and we start to get a feel for a common meta, I think we're going to see contest on landing type legends like Horizon actually boost up the pick rates.
Interesting. One thing that's been very intriguing is chat with Invictus Gaming, right? They're a team that has 2 or 3 different team comps that they will run. They had in their back pocket, ready to run. They had a big team comp with Caustic and Gibraltar, which has become more popular. I'd love to get your take on that here in a bit, Greek. How North America, I think, kind of popularized that team comp. But they also have a crypto team comp that they run. They are ready for a variety of play styles, but they haven't performed necessarily. Teams like Invictus Gaming, GMT, Ascend, Reply Totem, we're in that upper echelon of top EMEA teams, but they're very disappointing in their performance so far. I think all eyes are on them in this losers bracket final. I mean, was it the right decision to drop Blasts when you were a top 4, top 3 team and you needed to pick up an unproven player in Urban? He's a god, he's so talented, but is that the right call?
I think the other thing to remember though as well is you've got 40 really good teams here. So if you're even just 5-10% off on the day, yeah, maybe it's going to look like you're not playing at your best, because maybe you're not. And if you're not playing at your best at this kind of event, you're not really going to be able to get the result. My biggest thing though is when you see teams that have been changing up their compositions on the fly. I think on day one we saw Team Empire changing it every round. Is that something that you're a bit surprised to see, teams really moving away from a sort of solidified choice?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the good teams are flexible in their comps because, like I said earlier, how certain teams are playing and how certain comps are prevalent in your lobby, it also kind of dictates how you play. For example, in NA, you don't see a lot of Watson, you don't see a lot of Crypto. So a lot of teams get away with playing a god spot early or can rotate early. But for example, now if you have a lobby with 5 early rotating Cryptos, that team is going to be getting EMP'd over and over. They're going to lose out on their meds, and their playstyle is completely different now because they can't do what they've normally been doing.
Wow, that's a really good point. I mean, not to put you in the spot, any teams that you've seen that have been that are typically used to playing that early rotate kind of god spot style and have gotten taken advantage of, and what else from an NA team comp perspective is pretty popular?
So through the games today, I saw NRG, primarily they play a lot of edge in NA. I don't think they were able to get the fights that they wanted, so they were playing early rotate today, and they were getting out LOS'd in multiple different god spots. I saw them die on World's Edge twice in a very, very good game-winning position, but they had taken it a little early, which I haven't seen from them in a while. On the other hand, you saw TSM today. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw Hal on Caustic, and they ended up running that on Stormpoint, which I actually liked the pick from them because they weren't really getting too much value out of Wraith.
What do you think of, legends say like Caustic, Crypto? Once there's a couple that start to enter the lobby, do you feel like other teams almost have to respond? Because if there's 5-6 Caustics around on the map, you almost feel like you've got to have one as well if you really want to be able to push in.
Yeah, so in NA, from what I've seen, is you kind of have to adapt to the lobby, right? If you have one Caustic team, that Caustic team is going to shine because they have really nothing that can counter it. There's a lot of different characters that counter each other, but they have to match up. So if you have 5 Caustics in the lobby, all 5 of those teams are going to be holding down the buildings together. If you have 5 Cryptos, you're going to see a lot more teams running Cryptos. 5 Horizons, everybody's going to start running Horizon, because if you have a Horizon team going against a team that doesn't have one, they automatically have the ability spam to just win the fight.
And on that note, too, in case you're just waking up in North America and didn't have a chance to watch the winners bracket finals, Optic Gaming dominated that. We started talking about teams like TSM. Wanted to give an update. TSM qualifies through. Alliance qualifies through. They inch in, tied with 32 points with AD Raccoon from APAC North, the number 1 team in APAC North. And Alliance wins the tiebreaker in that one because they had a second place finish versus AD Raccoon's third place finish. So with that said, our top 10 teams in the winners bracket, they've punched their ticket. They're going to be watching and waiting, commiserating, if you will, as they're getting ready to see who the final 10 teams will be. It's going to be Luminosity Gaming, Mexico represented, Sutaraiku representing APAC South, and Australia. Also Reignite, Jen Burton at home. Controller player. You know controller players really, really well. And obviously, it's tragic that he's not playing with the C, but Reignite's still been performing. What's your thoughts on Jen Burton? I don't know if you had a chance to play with him or watch his gameplay and how Reignite's playing without him.
So I've never got to play with him, but from what I know is that he really, really wanted to be here. He was very, very excited to get to showcase his skill on, native ping, being on low ping. He wanted to play so bad, and I think it's a big story that Reignite still was able to qualify with JMW. I'm also a good friend with him, and he's a very good player as well, so I'm happy to see them still performing.
I think the biggest thing is the fact as to how strong the APAC South teams have performed, how strong Reignite has also performed even without Jembert, for example, right? So it almost does feel like there's a little bit more that we could have actually seen from them. Sudoraiku's been good, same with Team Burger. So, ultimately, it's a region that plays on ping predominantly. It just has to do that. It's just the nature of being in Australia, where, 10,000 miles away, that's just life. But when you get these opportunities, when you get these events, playoffs, it's not sometimes about the money. It's sometimes not even about the points. It's being able to play with the best in the world on land, not on ping, and not have to have that hindrance.
That's a great point. I knew they were the truth when I watched them in Lulu Lovely's throwdown on high ping. It was 0-10 flicks, and Jen Burton still plays like top 3 and absolute frag out with like 200 plus ping. Insanely talented, those 3, and it's awesome to see them continuing to perform. Just got word that we are less than 2 minutes out. Apologies for the slight delay, y'all. A little technical issue, but no worries. Gameplay's around the corner. Less than 2 minutes. We'll be throwing a catch. Just getting gameplay started. With that said, it is time here in a second for predictions. I'd love to get the prediction screen on screen. It's been a fun game we've been playing all weekend long, and I'd love to start jumping into discussion here. And here we go. We got G2 ×4. I actually said SSG or G2. Sebastian, my producer, I said pick for me. I can't pick. It's too tough. And we got KP, the solo SSG pick.
I'm a believer. I've talked about it already, right? This team knows how to survive the late game. It's just a matter of whether they can follow through. And after what Greek gave us in the analysis, I'm a little bit more confident about my pick. The big question mark, I gotta throw him under the bus. I know he's not here to defend himself, but Genome, let's talk about Zen a little, because after the group standings, they were the lowest.
Yeah.
Singularity with 2 players ranked higher than them. This is a very bold pick from Genome. He could be the most godly, most wisdomly person we've ever met if he comes through this. But
I don't know if bold's the right word. I'm going to say suspect.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to say idiocracy. No, I'm just kidding.
Did they offer him the flag, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was. Yeah, the Brazilian flag. They say, hey, you will have an entire country, Brazil, the most passionate esports fans behind you, if you pick Zen, who got 40th place behind Singularity playing with 2 players. But hey, I respect the bold prediction from a man, Genome. I'd love to get your thoughts. Obviously, your graphic wasn't on screen there because you were just joining us for the first time. Who do you think's going to take it?
I am also on the SSG wave. That team has a lot of experience. Frex and Dropped have been to many lands before. They know what they need to do. Yesterday, they tried out a couple of things, and I think they've got it down packed now. So now, very mechanically gifted player as well. So I'll be looking for SSG to make some noise.
Can I change my prediction? If he says SSG, I want to follow his. I said SSG or GG. I'm changing my prediction to SSG. Let it be known right now. Sebastian in my ear says no, not allowed. I have to stick with G2. But hey, fun times on the desk. Welcome, of course, and big thank you to my man, Mr. Greek, joining us for the first time ever on the desk, giving us all such a great insights, analysis. But guess what? Gameplay is around the corner. Again, apologies for the slight delay there, y'all. It is win or go home. 10 teams will prevail to the winner or losers bracket finals. 10 teams will pack their bags. Will the likes of Invictus Gaming, Ascend, Kick, GMT perform and put EMEA on the map? Or will NA continue to dominate with G2, CLG, and SSG? We will find out because gameplay is ready. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our Aussie boys, the casters, for the gameplay. Take it away, guys.
Well, you thought that the winners bracket final was going to be a big deal. This is where it gets even spicier, as Fallout and the guys on the desk have been explaining. It's elimination time. There is no more opportunities past this one. If you drop into the bottom 10 of this lobby, you're done, you're out, you're going home. Sweden says goodbye, and unfortunately, your run would be at an end pretty early on in the piece as well. That would be bottom 30, 30 down to 40. Unfortunately, you haven't done too much today and yesterday, if that's the case for you. But, of course, there are going to be 10 teams that are going to be happy to take the top spots and go into the losers bracket number 2 to give themselves an opportunity to go through the finals.
I mean, honestly, I think the organizers have been pretty lenient. They had a whole day. They had a whole day where their lives weren't on the line, Elfish, and now they are. And you know what? If you were too complacent, you just weren't up to standard, well, look, today is the day that we're going to be seeing the back of you. And look, let's not downplay it, right? I mean, these guys did amazingly in their regions. They've come from all over the world. They dominated the local competition. But that doesn't mean that they can dominate the international competition. Completely different levels, completely different stakes. I mean, you get 15,000 if you're in an APAC South. I think it might have been 30,000 for some of the bigger regions for taking out Split 2 and in the number 1 place. But what is it, like 250,000 for first place here in the LAN? So the stakes are so much higher, tenfold.
Yeah, obviously those points going through to champions as well. That's going to be something a lot of the teams are thinking about. It's not even necessarily just the top 20 that get involved there. I think they do actually get paid out, in a sense, quote-unquote paid out, down to all the way down to 40 based on where their placement is. Anyway, we'll get that one confirmed tomorrow. It's probably a bigger discussion point rather than today. Today is all about survival. Tomorrow is more about what the what the implications of this entire tournament are going to be. Who's going to walk away as the best team in the world when it comes to Apex Legends? Is there going to be a discussion around the best region in the world? Who's there at the moment? Looks like we're still working through some things on the stage, but obviously a lot of interesting storylines coming into this one. You were getting roasted a little bit on the desk with the old Zen prediction, so do you want to tell me what that was about?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure the producer came to me and he's like, which team has the coolest team name? So I said, oh yeah, Zen. Okay. It starts with an X. That's what we were predicting, right?
Yes, that was, yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, I guess maybe you're correct in that one, but we'll see whether or not you're going to get any points out of it. I think it is a bold one, of course, and for me, Zen... And to be honest, a lot of the South American teams are going to have to be teams to step up. I know it's going to be tough in the case of Singularity in particular, just playing with the couple. But the only South American team to make it through to the top 20 was Elevate. They didn't end up making it through to the top 10. They'll drop down to the losers bracket round number 2. And for the rest of the South American teams right here in losers bracket number 1, they need to get some work done to make it through to lower bracket 2.
Yeah, well, we're having that regional discussion, right? I mean, you can look at the top end and you can look at the bottom end to give you some sort of indication of what's going on there. I mean, with who's getting through to the top 10, a couple of Apex South teams, the NA, the EU, it's all happening there. But then, yeah, who's getting eliminated first is kind of giving you the other half of that story. So if we do end up seeing a couple of those South American teams go out here, say, Zen and Odic, if they fall into that bottom 10, then, it does kind of start to give us a sense of the strength of the 5 regions throughout the ALGS.
Yeah, definitely something that I think we can speak more informed toward at the end of today rather than right here and right now. There is still opportunities to prove yourself, still an opportunity to put your name up in lights. And the biggest thing for me as well that we've been seeing over the course of this tournament is sometimes the previous results aren't necessarily indicative of what you're going to see today or what you're going to see in the next lobby or something like that. CLG, a perfect example of that while we've got them on the camera. They had 2 awful lobbies to start off yesterday, and then they came through in the 3rd lobby and did really, really well. They did incredibly well, and they almost actually managed to get themselves into the top 20 off of just 1 lobby. And so you kind of see this inconsistency maybe from a couple of teams, and in some aspects that's kind of a good thing, because at least if you're consistently bad, that's not great, but inconsistently good at times might just be enough to get you through to tomorrow.
Yeah, it has been changing, and as of today, the teams didn't know what to expect. It's been a while where we've understood the groups A through D, and the teams were able to look at that and sort of work out where they're going to be dropping. Today, they didn't have any idea, and that might be causing some ruckus.
Yeah, certainly. Vatro and Jay Savage are going to be the ones that we'll be taking a look at here in the player comparison. And I think for me, it's pretty easy to say on the desk, but every single one of these players is going to have to step up their individual play, because today is the final day that you might be playing here at the Split 2 playoffs. So for these two, decent stuff, especially yesterday from Vatro right towards the end. We did see Reply Totem finishing with a win the very last day of yesterday as well, so they definitely had their moments. But I'm looking at this and saying, look, yesterday's performance from literally every team in this bottom 20,
not good enough. They need to step up. They need to do more.
And that's why we see in those stats, I mean, you know, throughout the day we've been, throughout the weekend really, so far we've been highlighting all of the real stars, the standouts from these amazing 40 teams. But obviously some of them haven't performed as well. That's why they find themselves here in the losers bracket round 1. And that's why those numbers we're seeing, less than 1 average kill per game, right? We're expecting those to rise here.
Yeah, looks like we've got a little bit of time before we jump into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, I'm told things are getting sorted out. So we're going to keep chatting here and have a bit of a discussion around, you know, what teams have been performing, what teams haven't been performing. We've got the top damage charts from this season playoffs so far, and Alliance right at the top.
Yeah, and I was talking about this on the desk earlier, right? I mean, it was Yuki and it was Huckers who were #1 and #2 in damage, so it's no surprise at all that they're all the way up there at top. Huckers himself actually was, I think, several thousand above the next closest. It was like a couple sitting there on 18k per person. Huckers had, I think, maybe 21?
You know what's crazy to me is to see players there in the top 5 when they had such a difficult time in the winners bracket lobby. So they were certainly getting the damage out.
Okay, well, I was close. I was rounding up to 21,000, I guess. But yeah, as you can see, Gunjamen with 17k. I mean, yeah, look, Bardolph's been, you know, vocal about what an interesting and a player he's been so far and just how well he's been performing. And then you go down to players like Hardeki, some of them considered by many as you know, the best player in the world, and then Gildersons, who really kind of just, you know, came out of nowhere, a big pickup, the scouting from TL, immaculate.
Yeah, he was certainly a player as well when we were talking about that Monster MVP yesterday, and we were having to choose right at the end of the day, if you remember. We were tossing around a few names, and I think for me, Gildersons definitely was a player that I considered as well, sort of bringing up on the desk. You know, ultimately he didn't end up making the cut for my choice, but he was definitely someone I think that you know, might be in the discussion tomorrow, particularly if Team Liquid can kind of continue the performances that we've seen from them over the first 2 days. Really, really impressive stuff from them, and in general from the North American region. Like, if we're going back to that discussion, it kind of feels like to me the North American teams, as a general rule, have been maybe the best performing. APAC South, perhaps a close second. It's kind of hard. You have to blur the lines a little bit because APAC South only has 5 representatives. You know, North America has 10, so it's kind of a little bit wishy-washy there. But, I mean, Team Liquid, OG, Optic Gaming rather, Cloud9, 100 Thieves, all up towards the top of the winners bracket lobby. I don't think you can really make an argument against that.
Yeah, and what's up with that, right? I mean, I think we need to go straight to the commish after this, Elfish, and have a chat about that, because, man, those APAC South teams have been performing. And when I keep talking to them, one of the things that really comes up a lot is just how mechanically gifted a lot of these players are. And it's, you know, that you come to LAN and sure, the level rises, everyone's better at generally everything. But the one thing the APAC South players don't feel like they're struggling with is, you know, aim on aim, reticle to reticle, how they're playing this. And that's why we had teams like Revenant at times and Daewoo United largely throughout that first day, really running away with a lot of games and racking up large numbers of kills. And, you know, sure, there might be some macro aspects of their game to work on, and they've got time for that, hopefully before the championship if we get to see them there. But it's the micro aspects that they're definitely excelling at and showing the rest of the world how good we are at those.
Well, I want to hone in again on this lobby that we're about to watch and start to talk about some of the teams here as well that we think are going to be pretty important to focus on. I know you mentioned Invictus Gaming when we were having a chat a little bit earlier. You know, high hopes for that roster going into yesterday, and ultimately I guess they didn't really perform to the level which you had expected or maybe wanted from them. I think they probably wanted more from themselves as well. And again, we were talking about it yesterday, saying, look, this is not do or die anymore at that point, but you know, now it's kind of now or never. Invictus Gaming, if they're going to want to have a solid performance, it's going to have to happen now. It's going to have to happen over these next 6 games.
And I think the format actually might be working a little bit against them here in that way, Elfish, because this is a team that's not necessarily like, say, your G2 or your Revenant, those teams that like to get aggressive and push in. I don't think they're necessarily in that sort of bracket. They're a more reserved team. You might see them get a little bit more on the side of placement points, and that's not necessarily what is going to get you through this losers bracket round 1 match. And it pains me, you know, because I mean, look, you know, EMEF, the coach of IG, he's been a friend to many of the casters and always really helpful, and giving with his time in how he sort of, helps us understand the game as well. And so, with that kind of backing behind IG, I really thought that was going to be enough to put them in a good position for our Split 2 playoffs here at LAN.
Well, look, it's not over just yet, and to be honest, you could write the most brilliant comeback story of all time if something like that
Let's do
were
it,
to
IG.
happen, right? Invictus Gaming, or in fact, look, it doesn't have to be just them. It could be literally anyone in this lobby. Win this lobby, or at least place top 10 in this lobby, go through to the second losers bracket round, go through top 10 there again, make it into the finals tomorrow, and then once you're in the finals tomorrow, look, it's not exactly an even playing field because the top 10 get themselves those free points coming through from the winners bracket. That's fair enough. But it's not impossible to win from 0 points in a winners bracket format like that. It is completely possible, completely doable, and of course, that is still on offer for literally every single team playing in this competition right now. We haven't eliminated anyone just yet.
Not just yet. Noises and Kashira here, seeing how many people they've eliminated throughout the tournament. Again, like the other comparison we saw just before. Not as many as perhaps they might like, but Ascend and Kashira certainly ahead on those stakes at the moment. I mean, I guess another thing looking at that leaderboard again and just sort of thinking through this is a lot of these teams, of course, are the ones who have the subs at this tournament.
Right.
And I now wonder, how is that learning process going? How quickly can you adapt? How can you fit those players into your team? Some of these guys, let's say Scars, maybe yesterday it was just sort of, there were some teething issues that they had to work through. Maybe they've gone away and had a good chat about those, and now today they can come back and show a more gelled, more put together team.
Look, I think it's a bit of column A, bit of column B, right? Sometimes you're going to find a player and they're just going to jump right into your roster and perform pretty reasonably. They're going to gel with you quite nicely and fairly comfortably. And I think there is very much a world where you can make the argument, yeah, obviously you are at a detriment if you're having to play with a sub. But as we've seen from some of the teams in the lobby just prior, it's very doable even if you're playing with a sub. Obviously for Cloud9, and the same for Reignite, all these teams are playing with a sub. Players as well, but they didn't do too well in that previous lobby. They're obviously still in the top 20 though,
yeah.
So there's a discussion around that. I think you can still get it done with the sub, and I mean at this point, right, you've probably been playing with them, hopefully, for obviously the last 2 days, and maybe a little bit prior to that if you've been lucky to get that information through a little bit earlier. Not so much in the case of some of the teams like Reignite who had to make that substitution quite late, but it's still very much doable and it's still very much possible to make it happen with a sub. So at this point in time, I don't think it necessarily becomes a conversation around sub or not sub anymore. This is the team you've got. This is what you've got to play with, and you're going to have to make it happen here today with what you've got. So that's how it is.
Yeah, and I guess on the other side of, talking about the winners bracket and being like, this could look like the lobby that we get to play for all that big cash on Sunday, right? But then for the lower bracket, then you've got to think about, can any of these teams make that Cinderella run, get through both of the lower bracket matches to actually find their way into the final? It's going to be tough for any of these guys.
Indeed it is. All right, well, there are a lot of questions that we still have yet to answer. We're going to take a little while before we get in there, though. Some tech issues on the stage. We're going to get them sorted out. We'll take a short break, 5 minutes or so, and we'll be back. Don't go too far away.
Teach his name as well as one of these shots coming in from Verholst.
Hey guys, this is Verholst, and I'm going to give you 5 tips to master Valkyrie. So for my first tip, Valkyrie is just as good for horizontal movement as she is vertical movement. So she's especially good at turning corners very quickly, almost like tap strafing. And so running around a corner like this, normally on the controller you have to turn around like this. But on Valkyrie, you can do it instantly with a jetpack momentum. So every time you trigger your jetpack, you get a small boost of momentum in any direction you want to. So this is basically the closest thing you can get to tap strafing for controller players. And it's very, very good at running away from people or closing the gap on somebody while using cover. Alright guys, so for my second Valkyrie tip, you can use Valk's ability to fly to use otherwise unusable cover, such as high cliff sides or the sides of buildings. So when he starts shooting at me here, I can jump off onto the side of the building to stall for a little bit of time, which would give me time for my teammates to come help me or a third party to come, and I can fly back up. And you couldn't do that on any other character, so that's really good to do on Valkyrie. Alright guys, so for my third tip, you can use Valk's jetpack to fly directly over someone's head to make it much harder for them to shoot you. This is especially useful when you run into somebody that maybe you weren't expecting, or you're just in a tight situation, maybe in a big building and you're just trying to not get shot at. So, for example, let's say I'm climbing up this building and I don't know there's a guy up here. I climb up and I see he's camping here. I can just fly straight over his head and keep going back and forth over his head. And it's very hard for him to shoot me because he has to do complete 180s every time I fly over his head. It's very, very hard for him to shoot you. Like, at most, he'll crack your shield unless he has maybe like a Spitfire or something. And so it's very, very good to like make people waste their ammo and just stay alive for a little bit longer. All right, guys, so for my fourth tip, this is a pretty simple one, but it's very useful, very underrated. So if you accidentally pull your rockets out, but you don't want to shoot them, you can use your jetpack to cancel your rockets. And I do this all the time, and a lot of people don't know that you can cancel your rockets, and that is how you do it. You just pop your jetpack once, and it cancels your rockets. Alrighty, guys, for tip number 5, you can use Valkyrie's rockets to blow off doors. This is especially useful when guys are sitting behind doors and holding them and healing, and you want to quickly stop their heal or just kill them. You can blow off doors with rockets. And the best way to do this, usually, is to align the second row of missiles right in front of the door and the third row of missiles on top of the door. And that's usually the best way to blow them off in one volley of missiles. And it's not consistent. It takes some practice. Even I can't do it every time. But yeah, you can blow off doors with Valkyrie's missiles.
Waiting on top of the train station. But look at those shots coming in for Verholst. The Volt is hitting hard.
So this was my ALGS Masters on Valkyrie. I'll see you in the game.
Well, thank you very much for the tips, Verholst, but we won't see you in this game. He's already managed to make his way through to the top 10, through to the finals. TSM having a good day today. What we're here to find out, though, is which 10 teams we are going to be saying goodbye to. It's an unfortunate reality, isn't it, Genome? But we are at that point in the tournament now where we do have to say goodbye to a few teams.
Yep, it had to happen at some point, Elfish. You can only fit 20 teams in a lobby, and that means the final day can only fit half of the teams that have made their way over here to Sweden. We'll make those cuts in 2 lobbies in succession, so this is the first one of those, which will, as you said, we'll see teams 31 down to 40 getting placed.
Yep, indeed, indeed. All right. Well, I know you guys have been waiting very patiently at home for the game to get underway. It looks like it's going to be very, very soon. As I'm told, we're ready to go into the lobby in just a second. So very much appreciate your patience sticking with us as well, of course. I know there's plenty of you watching along at home supporting what is really a massive celebration of Apex Legends this weekend, isn't it? You know, it's been so long since we had a LAN event. So long since we got to see all of these teams from all over the world competing against one another. So it'll be fantastic to see which of those are going to be able to put their name up in lights.
I was just on the couch last time. I hadn't cast a game of Apex Legends.
True, me too.
The last time we had a LAN for this game, it was that long ago.
I mean, the last time there was a LAN on this game, it was Kings Canyon.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show how far away it was. There was like, I think it was Wraith, Pathfinder, and Watson was the meta comp, and
you didn't start. You didn't drop out of the dropship with shields.
Yeah.
Elfish. The crate weapons were yellow.
Yep.
There's so many differences between the game back then and the game that we have here now. There was an extra round. You had the Wraith heal-offs at the end of it. We changed a lot of the circles to make the finishes more exciting. So many improvements to the game have happened since then.
Yeah, buffs, nerfs, etc. as well, changing things up. What I really love about the changes that have obviously come through over the years is that we now have such a diverse roster of compositions that are actually playable. I think that's something that this weekend really has highlighted very, very nicely. And you've even seen teams experimenting right here on LAN for the first time with new Legends because they've seen it getting played by another region. They've thought, you know what, actually that looks pretty good. Let's give it a crack and see how it goes. And in some cases, this worked out very, very well. Sutaraiku there, literally for the first time. I was talking to Bullet in the dining room, and he was saying he had never basically played Crypto before. He literally learned by doing on the biggest stage.
He's a phenom. It's crazy. I mean, even looking at some of the teams who might have been here last time, or not here, but in the LAN competition last time it happened around. We've got SSG in this lobby, Frex playing for them. You know what else has changed? He was playing keyboard and mouse last time he played on LAN. Now he switched over to the controller player, and there's a lot more of them around this time as well, Elfish. We actually did the maths at one point, and out of the 240 players that were at Krakow for the Poland preseason Invitational, 3 of them good controller players. One of them is on the B stream right now, holding a watch party and checking us out. That's Nice Wig. He was one of them. Frex, the other, and of course, Snipe Down. So it was roughly 1% of the players who were on control last time. You fast forward now to Stockholm, and we have roughly 30% of the players on controller. It's been very interesting to watch that aspect of competitive Apex, really evolve over these years.
And I have to commend the game as well for really making that possible. I think it's quite difficult to have that sort of balance struck well between mouse and keyboard and controller. Traditionally, those are two separate sort of entities.
I've never seen it before.
And yeah, it doesn't get put together as seamlessly as it does in Apex Legends. I know we have arguments about aim assist and whatnot, but like, let's be real. I mean, it's fantastic. It just opens up the pool of players, in my opinion. I'd love to see that. Like, I think it's great that you get everyone involved. Your queue times go faster, etc. When there's more players to play with. So I'm all for it, and I think it's really impressive the way that the controller players, to be honest, are actually able to compete at this level. Because I get my hands on a controller, and I'm like holding a stick of butter with warm hands. It's just no good, right?
And there's so many stars we have here that we wouldn't get to see if that wasn't the case. Verhulst on TSM, he wouldn't be in these lobbies. Waltzy, we had that interview yesterday with Strike, they've made it through to that top 10, off the back of two of their controller players. It's just incredible to see how many people have made their way from console to, admittedly, most of them use a PC when they're connecting to play online through the ALGS, and certainly here in Stockholm as well. But, the input, of course, is still that controller. And look, speaking of controllers, we've definitely got a couple of them here in our elimination lobby. SSG, as we just mentioned, have
G2.
some. G2 are probably the most notable one out of these teams. They are a triple controller team. You often hear some discussion about, what's the optimal setup between the split on your team? Like, is it better to just have the absolute beamage that we sometimes see out of, the controller players, or is it good to have a mix? You've got your bullet in there for Straiku, let's say, to dance around with his tap strafes or wall bounces that you can't necessarily do quite as effectively on the roller.
Yeah, certainly an argument, I suppose, a discussion to be had, and maybe whichever team walks away with the victory right here in the Split 2 playoffs is going to influence or shape the way people think about that discussion. There's also some really interesting storylines around certain players that have played at X Games and at the preseason invitational. There's 9 players right here that have played at all 3 major Apex Legends lands, and I think that's really impressive and really quite interesting to sort of highlight. A few of them have already made their way into the top 10, Bullet definitely being one of them, Alberlele and Reps and Hal, of course, all making their way through to the top 10, already confirming themselves into the finals. But a couple of other lands, Kashira, Post-Skill, Vifes, I think might have managed to get through there as well. Sweet and Frexes are still trying to make sure that they can get into the top 20 and inevitably into the finals.
Yeah, they've got that LAN experience on their side. Did you mention Bullet as well there?
Yep.
Yeah, of course, because, playing on that the roster that went to X Games as well. I think there was only, it might have been just one team, I think, from our our native region in APAC South that actually got through there. They were playing under Atletico at the time. It was heady times in the Apex region. You had, I think they might have actually qualified via kill race to come and play.
Yeah, and that's another one that you can kind of go back and throw and say, and like how long ago was the last Apex Legends lands, or not necessarily the last, but one of the last 2. Well, it was when people were still doing kill races to try to qualify for things, and thank God it's not like that anymore.
Yeah, I think both us and the viewers are pretty happy about that. I remember some 24-hour marathons with people, running through, trying to grab those respawns and get as many as they could. The kill damage, the kill, world records and stuff. People were chasing after them instead of ALGS points.
Indeed. Anyway, look, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I did lie to you a little bit earlier when I said the game was going to be ready to go. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case, so we are unfortunately going to have to head to another short break. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as possible with the games.
Now LCP, what you see in the feed, Outsiders loses 2 players there really quickly. Just like that, 2 squads left here. Just Caddy, I think, versus now 1 player that's going to be from the GSD side. We'll have to see exactly if that's the case. Actually, I think GSD, based on the feed now, is going to go down. So actually going to be a Lava City Boys versus Outsiders. Maybe here, 1v1 moment, a little bit of shield guarding now between these two. Going to play it out. Look at this. Back and forth, a 1v1 battle to close this out. Massive is out. Can he fly in now? Caddy, can he land a second shot here? Yes, he does with decisive finish.
Então uma vez um perdido, né? Mas foi por muito pouco tempo. O Arco é uma arma que... Opa,
Isso, parou, hein? Já foi o primeiro, o Gibraltar caiu. O Gibraltar já cai. Menos um jogador ainda assim, apenas ele, 1 contra 3 ainda assim, fazendo essa situação. Tentou o spot, brilhou, deixou. Caiu! Nossa. Ele levou! Ele leva 3 jogadores.
Flavor of the month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the month, deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions.
Well, a short break is a good break. That's what I always say. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs here in Stockholm, Sweden. It is a fantastic time to be around because now the game is ready to go. The players have been cheering behind us. They've been getting ready. They've been pumping themselves up because this is a very important time for all of the players inside of this lobby. 60 players with their opportunities of making it all the way to the finals. On the line right here, right now, you need to stay inside of that top 10. Otherwise, it's elimination.
I mean, it's a dream to be here already, isn't it, Elfish? But there's levels to that. You know, just making it here, that's fantastic. Being in the top 5 or 10 from your region, that's fantastic. But making it through to Championship Sunday, where they have everything to play for, that is another level.
All right, so we're in the legend pick, I'm told right now, so it should be moments away if all things go to plan. I'd be interested on your thoughts, actually, Genome. If you were playing in a team right now, what's your ideal composition? What do you reckon?
Ooh.
I'm definitely a Valk, 100% Valk, GB. I'm on that hype train, but what's your third?
Right, so you're on the Valk. We're getting someone else to play the Gibby because I just don't want to be trusted with that bubble. It's just too damn important.
Sure.
Yeah, look, I actually don't mind running the Mad Maggie at the moment, honestly. It's fun to just drill
Team
people.
Empire vibes?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see how that one goes, whether or not any of the teams have picked that one up. Of course, that all aside, it's time for match number 1 of the losers bracket. And it has never been more important than this. We have not seen so far over the course of this competition an elimination match just yet, but these 6 rounds are going to be the ones that decide which 10 teams go home first and most disappointed.
There we go, we can see them dropping in, getting into game. It's World's Edge, as you can see, nice little tree popping up over the side there. And well, I guess we'll get to see whether these teams have really sorted this all out. You know, and think about how many contests we're going to get between them. FC Destroy, certainly a team that we're expecting to take, you know, if not contesting someone at their drop location, someone else.
Yeah, almost definitely. I mean, Reply Totem, their day didn't start very well yesterday, and it looks like that's going to continue into day number 2 as well. Odic on the other side of this engagement with that Arcstar you mentioned already, finding themselves a way to get a knock. Jay Savage, I'm sure he's done. There's no way he'll be getting picked up right now. SHRP and Amaz just trying to escape with their own lives. Massive has to come out. Good shots in. One worse, he might have just gone a little bit too over eager on his own, isolated the fight against 2, and now all of a sudden it's back into the 2-on-2. Maybe winnable for Reply Totem, down to just SHRP, and unfortunately he cannot get it done. So we'll say goodbye to our first team in our very first game. Reply Totem out in 20th, and Odic with 3 points on the board.
Draw your guns, pistols at dawn. We had the RE45 versus the P2020 there. Interesting start. And As we look over to the map now, we can see that this is very likely, I think, going to be a Skyhook ring. Not many people, however, it looks like actually dropping over there to start with.
Yeah, what's interesting about it is that yesterday we saw so many contests on Skyhook.
Yeah.
And I think for the most part, a lot of those teams actually made it into the top lobbies.
Yes, we did, because then we were seeing that situation where you had a Team Skyhook East, a team Skyhook West, as well as a Team Trials, and Team Liquid seeming to be happily just playing their PvE to start with. We didn't get the vision right from the start, but I think maybe GMT might have started Landslide there. It'll be interesting to get confirmation about that, because obviously they're a Loba team, and we know from watching Apex South that we had a Loba team actually who liked to start Landslide purely because you get your ult up straight away. It's one of the closest POIs to a vault, and you can immediately nick one of those gold items straight out of there.
Yeah, hoover up all the loot as you do. Obviously, a lot of teams dropping down toward the southern side of the map. Revenant is there at the tree. You've got Fennel down towards launch site and Phoenix at the dome. And those three teams are going to really have a long way to travel. They're going to take their time to get up into Skyhook. And by the time they get up there, maybe all of the real estate is going to be locked up. So they'll be looking to probably play Edge for the rest of this game. Space Station on your screens right now. That was a favorite amongst the talent predictions. Didn't really have an amazing day yesterday, and that's why they found themselves here. But we know what kind of potential they've got. Probably the same can be said for CLG. They showed flashes of brilliance yesterday. It was just more of a consistency thing for this North American squad.
Yeah, and now they're looking to try and gatekeep some of the other teams pushing in. It seems like IG is one of them. They do get the high ground to start with, Elfish, and that's a hard one to get them off. Urban, of course, is going to be popping that missile swarm on cooldown because they don't have a roof over their head, and it can be a good way to start pumping in some damage, especially if they haven't managed to get too many meds at this early point in the game.
Yeah, it looks like CLG is just going to get on the move, and I think that's probably a pretty wise decision. No need to get locked down in a fight in Landslide of all places. Here we go, back over towards Skyhook, and this is probably where we will be spending quite a lot of time. These early fights are really important in locking down positions, which could ultimately lead you to the win in the end game. Hasn't gone very well there for V3 Vega. Have already lost a player, another one knocked down on the floor, so maybe a swift end for them as well.
And it's very much the opposite of what we expect to see with the Skyhook circle. There's so much cover. There are so many opportunities, especially in the first 3 rings, and you expect them to be able to make those rotations very cleanly. So V3 Vega, honestly, a little bit disappointing that they've found themselves in boxes so quickly.
Yeah, most definitely. One player just going to get eliminated there. I think that might have
been full
ended
squad.
up being V3 Vega taken out of the picture. Mia K from Detonator going to be able to pick up some of the loot there. We'll take a look back over towards Tree. It's G2, and I want to say maybe Revenant. Indeed it is, as Lahim gets knocked inside of the black hole. Not a whole lot that he could have really done about that one. Isolated away from his team by the looks of things, and G2 have just found the perfect time to strike onto Revenant. The team from the APAC South region, they had a couple of moments of brilliance yesterday, didn't they, Genome? But it doesn't look like they're going to be starting the day off here with any of those.
Yeah, they did. It's unfortunately, they are going to go down, it looks like, to G2 here. That said, we've got some other people in the vicinity trying to hunt. Belkin does manage to get away, but Zen now pushing up, wondering, after hearing the shots, if they can get back in off the back of this. I don't know if I'd recommend the fight, though.
Yeah, look, I mean, G2, we definitely expected more from them yesterday, and they also picked up a lot of the talent predictions. They got my prediction for this lobby as well. I think they're really going to pop off today. I think this is definitely a lobby that they're going to look to dominate and really get some momentum going into tomorrow. And the way they've started off as well is a good indication of that. Trying to take that aggressive fight against Revenant. They're also not shying away from Zen either. Even though Zen was the team to get the drop on them, it looks like G2 have actually got the benefit in this fight. They have the high ground. They won't quite be able to cancel the Valve ultimate. Can they land the shot? That's the real question. Just not quite in the end, and Zen will get out to safety.
Nope, so spinning around does enough to hide them from the aim of G2. Belkin has been lurking, though. He's going to try and go back and get those banners eventually. You know, one of the interesting things about Revenant in this entire competition, Elfish, is that you look at the drop spots that they played during their splits in their respective regions. I think that Revenant were the only uncontested team. They were the only team out of all 40 that actually played Tree on World's Edge. So they're one of the only teams that has that comfort pick in their back pocket to know how to play that POI.
Well, we're looking at IG International at the moment. We've been having a big discussion around them as well, and I'd love to hear what they think about how things have been going for them so far and coming into the competition. So let's hear from Noises.
Within the NA scene, you have very heavy hitters, so the NRGs, the TSMs, the G2s, and then you have a lot of other teams who are coming up. And basically what that means is that you tend to have these very intense fights where the good teams sort of get momentum. In Apex, once you get momentum, you just keep gaining momentum. And so the NA teams tend to be very, very aggressive. They tend to take everything from you and give nothing back. And in EU, it's very different because the skill gap in EU is quite small. And basically what that means is that nobody really gives anybody that much aggression because everyone has a lot of respect for each other. And basically it means that within EU, everyone is kind of playing a lot safer, with playing a lot more strategic.
Wow, look, he's not wrong about the respect. I mean, we saw that in the interview with Dupe earlier, right? The NA teams definitely at loggerheads compared perhaps to some of these EU teams. And, well, IG just going to be sitting there all the way in the zone. But then if we go very much out of it, we have seen Revenant get back into this. They've managed to get the revives there. Belkun has managed to respawn the teammates.
With that said, you still have G2 and Fennel kind of hanging around inside of the zone. We can see actually on our screen right here, G2 up by the tree still, and Fennel obviously toward Lava Siphon a little bit more so. It's G2 doing a bit of crafting on the replicator. I mean, fair enough, but this is starting to get pretty extreme, right? They're quite far out in the zone now.
Yeah, they are, but it's still only zone 2, Elfish. So you're taking, I think it's maybe 2 or 3 damage at that point, right? So, you know, as long as you're crafting a couple of med kits, there's really no issue with that. You can stay alive, I don't know, maybe like a minute or something, you know, before that's going to take you down, even if you had 0 meds. So plenty of time to rotate into the circle. At least that's what Revenant is hoping. That said, there's a couple of other teams, as we pointed out, that could be in front of them. There are some of them. We've got Fennel and G2.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously still really early days for this lobby. I don't think that we can really be getting a great indication of how anyone is playing at the moment off of what we've seen thus far. We'll have to sort of go a bit deeper into game number 1 to really start to figure things out. But I kind of like the way G2 have gone about things early on in the piece. They've been aggressive, they've been decisive as well in their calls, and they haven't shied away from fights. But I am just wondering whether it's going to be a little difficult for them now coming in late on the rotate. And there's no one better to hear from than G2 in a situation like this to get all our answers.
We're going here or up top?
Just go through staging.
Alright.
We gotta swing it quick to count down. Get our fucking building.
Throw me Q. Okay, that's not gonna get me up there. Fucker.
Yeah, would've. Oh. The angle is weird, man.
And I used 3 super far.
I threw it at the very bottom of my fucking eyesight, but it still just launched that bitch. Boosted right here. Gold bag right here.
Nice.
The hell? Grab the ult excel with it.
Ultimate accelerant here.
They didn't loot these bins. Do we know where that team's gonna come in at? They're gonna come in like right here.
We should head here.
Most likely.
We could low-key rat them in the fucking tunnel. Like that
No,
one
but then
team with us.
I'd rather move left though. I don't want to.
Yeah, we'll move left after.
No, I don't want to be in storm the other way.
I have 3 medis. Gate storm. I don't know about y'all.
I have 1.
I have 2.
Okay, then yeah, we'll go on. I'll give you this medkit, Jordan.
Alright.
Medkit here.
There's no craft nearby anyway, so.
Yeah, there's literally one right outside the
I mean,
gate.
if you have that money or what?
75.
60.
Yeah, we would have been able to do it. Whatever. Or Ava. We'll just hold it. We'll just swing right over here and see if we can see him come in.
See if anyone's over here. We should try and hit that lava fissure beacon maybe. If we can rotate that way.
Look for these guys to come out. No, I'm not playing weird anymore. Like, we're just fucking kids up. We see them come in, we're fucking them.
There's people out here, I think. Hear shots. Yeah,
They're
they're
up
over
here.
here.
These kids of solo will come in. Or is that the same team?
I don't know, this is the team that flew away. Same skins, same GB Caustic skin.
I'm looking for this team in Storm. Maybe
Alright,
they
fine.
went the way we went. Oh, they're crafting. They're crafting. I just saw them.
Right.
They're crafting out there.
You see that?
Crypto turn around
Crypto
too.
down.
Well, it was an interesting prediction for the zone there from G2, thinking maybe they needed to take up space in Countdown. Now that they get there, they'll probably see it's a little bit empty and maybe change their forecast.
You know what I love about all that is they literally come in so late into staging and find a gold pack somehow. Like, where's my loot like that? You know, I walk into staging and all the bins are looted. Nothing there, maybe a syringe or two. Besides the point, though, we move over to GMT Esports, who they've definitely had their moments. They've had some fun over the course of day one, but the fun has to come to an end now. It's serious business time.
Yeah, it's the very opposite, you know, those early rotators. And as we can see in that mini-map up there in your top left of your screen, these guys, Crazy Raccoon, they're right in the thick of it, Hellfish.
It's going to be a good old-fashioned skyhook finish, isn't it?
Yeah, as we said, definitely going up past that mountain, and G2 definitely have a little bit more legwork to do to make their way into it.
There's a lot of buildings still inside of the second next zone. So we're kind of at a point now where I think we're going to have a lot of downtime in a sense. You know, there might be some poking here and there. There might be some contests for floors or levels of the buildings. Maybe someone's going to try and come in onto one of the roofs, something like that. One of the teams rotating late. But for the most part, everyone's kind of already rotated their way in. They're already set up inside of the building. They're going to be very difficult to breach into. And you know, we'd kind of just have to wait for that zone to start to push in to really force teams to actually do anything.
Yeah, there are a couple more. I mean, you know, Crazy Raccoon, they've obviously already got this information, but they do have the drone to keep pinging that Skyhook beacon every time they need it. I mean, you said, like, it's not quite all the teams who've made their way in, right? There are still some outside, and you heard, actually, G2, they recognized that, you know, the team they'd fought earlier, Revenant, had come in. They noticed the same skin and made that call, made that correct identification that Revenant is back on the map.
Take a look here at Kick, who are down to just the two. Yuxuko having been finished off and eliminated, not Reservoir, of course. But they do have the position on top of Skyhook, and you know, that's definitely a power position at times, and it's really nice to play from, again, at times. But once the zone shifts away from you, it can kind of leave you up the creek without a paddle. Not a whole lot you can really do on the rotate off of the top of Skyhook. You're, generally speaking, very open to a bunch of teams, and they're all going to be looking in your direction. So this will be a tough game to play out for Kick once the zone shifts again.
Yeah, it's often a blender. You know, you very often see a team on the top, on the middle level, and actually hiding underneath those ramps, and then they all have to pop out at the same time, and it's just kind of bubbles galore. But, talking about that, Zen doing too well here, the first down.
Yeah, of course, the gold in on top of them as well, so it's not going to make for fun times unless you are, of course, it yourself. Starless, he tries to get the defensive bombardment out and does, but immediately gets knocked right after the fact that Zen is now down to just Kings. We'll go back over to G2, who are having a massive battle right now with Revenant again. Revenant looking for that revenge. I'm not sure they'll get it. No, they do! Lahim comes up huge, and G2's eliminated. Belkin finished it off, but Lahim got a couple of knocks, and end of the day, Revenant send their regards.
They're really hoping they can get these revives in as well. I mean, incredible G2. They were watching them. You know, we heard that they identified it was that team, and they just, instead of moving further into Skyhook and trying to find a position, they really wanted to make sure they got those extra kills on the edge. That's their style.
I love that storyline with his gold backpack, you know. It's popping up all over the place, right? G2 picked it up, they died. Now it's really going to help Revenant out on their reset. Odik back up to the 3 players, but down on the shields. Need to get some of those bats popped. Again, sitting inside of a building, caustic gas all over the place. No one wants to push them. But there are a lot of exchanges happening all over the map right now, isn't there? It's a bit of a poke battle right now. Who can bleed out the resources? And this might ultimately end up being more of a war of attrition than anything else.
If it's a war of attrition, then GMT are perfectly placed to win it. They are within the next circle. They have read this well, and not only that, you know, the super early rotating team, they're very strict about when they leave their POIs. They've got timings that they try to adhere to make sure they get the spots that they want to get. Not only do they do that, but they get there with the Loba Black Market, which means they never have to leave again.
That's a good point. This is actually the dream scenario for GMT, isn't it? I've played a game or two where I've had a Loba on my team and you've just sat in God spot, and it feels sometimes like the freest win you've ever had. Maybe not the case for GMT. This is going to be a really stacked lobby and difficult players to go up against, and I'm sure they'll get contested for the roof of their building as well. Fennel are flying their way in. Mamon is leading that pack on the Gibraltar. Jacobo does land a little behind his teammates, but seems to have gotten across okay. Being on the Valk, a little bit more mobility does help out. And they're going to kind of have to take the scraps in a sense. They'll set themselves up outside of the compounds, just next to that wall. It's a bit of cover, but it definitely doesn't provide as much as the buildings.
Yeah, and it feels like it's a lot more likely to end either in between those two buildings or the market where we're looking at right here that Space Station is on. So I think GMT is safe for now, but they will eventually have to take a step off the ledge there. So, you know, we've got barrels starting to be set up here, the traps ready to go for Space Station. This is a fantastic spot for Caustic to sit in.
Yeah, just chilling. I mean, I know, again, a lot of the guys did predict for Space Station, and so I'll be feeling pretty happy if this game goes the way we do expect it to. Zone shifting obviously a little further toward the north means that the vast majority of teams who have now set themselves up around in the buildings on Skyhook will actually have to move their way into where GMT and Crazy Raccoon are sitting.
And you can see with that Loba ult, the Black Market actually encompasses the entirety of that 5th round circle. So, you know, anything within this circle that gets dropped now is fair game. So, you know, you're worried about an EMP or something, don't drop your armor for too long.
Indeed. Well, Someone Said He Wins the Race seems to be the name of the game right now for Space Station. For the most part, just more than happy to keep their heads down, continue to toss those caustic barrels out and down their position. And Arcstar does come flying through, and all of a sudden it now requires a bit of action from the North American team. Not too much. Bump goes down. Shields once again healed back on up, and we're back to square one once again for Space Station Gaming. IG International on top of the roof. We've heard from them already today, but now we want to see how they're feeling about this very game. Time for a listen in with IG.
About 1 second, done. Can we take space now? I'm unstoppable. Yes. Another give ult. Shitload of give ult. I have bubble in 10 seconds, I'm fine. I just got, I died to give ult, so that's. Can you crawl here if you can. I'm gonna bubble as soon as I have it, okay? I'm bubbling now, bubble res. We got Octa bubble. Coming across, I think. Bubble on here on the floor. Pushing us. Like shit too. Oh.
IG International, as they do get eliminated in the end there. I think Otic had a hand in that. They've also done a number onto Detonator, and they'll be taken down as well. The action does not stop, of course, because Fennel now joins the party, and in fact, it's probably more than just Fennel. FC Destroy out in the kill feed, you can see there as well. We're looking for some armor swaps, and those are going to be so important in a cross like this. Teams getting pushed out of their buildings, and it starts the chaos.
The market is now more populated than ever. We've got the Watsons as well as the Caustics in there trying to set their traps up and just wait for people to walk into them. You can see the GMT Sir Del there. I'm wondering whether the entire squad survived that fracas, because there were so many teams just piling in there and laying ults, EMPs, defensive bombardments, bubbles, everything on the roof of that building. All 3 of them alive. That's an incredible finish by GMT.
It certainly is, and I think the zone's going to shift in their direction. But now it's time to hear from CLG. What have they got to say? GMT, we'll hear what they have to say.
There it goes. I have no LOS. Fighting here, big fight, knock one. Yeah. Big fight here, on my ping. Zone is close now, we need nades. Literally two free kills walking in here. On me. Get the kills here. They're walking in now. Caustic here behind the pillar. I'm gonna arc him, he has to move. Caustic has to move. I'm nading two. He's moving. 50 on him. Cracked them. Nice, good job, boys. Keep it up now. We're gonna play here soon, okay? Nades, team market fighting. Only nades. Low ball. Big fight market. Big fight. Nades, low ball. Made it right now. Yeah, I'm taking this. Keep it out, we should be good. I crack what, do so much damage to the arc. Don't. In this bubble.
Use Celtic sauce. Do you need more nades?
I killed one. Get the first, knock one inside market. Get the third if you can.
Right here, that's kills.
It's kills though, I'm not ulting. So many kills market, so many kills market. Get the,
right underneath, peek.
Looking.
What is P? Got him.
Nice. Can we play second floor balcony or no? I'm staying top,
I bubbled.
Oh, we should have saved it.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's all good, all good. I have golden
Mark your free kill. Still team market.
Resting inside? Team third, careful. We're gonna nade stack that later.
No, resting market. They res market.
We're gonna nade stack in here, okay? Get ready.
Yeah. Track market. Knock one market.
Nice, good shit.
My nades.
Last guy,
I'm marking that. I'm hiding him. I'm holding the door. Fanning.
Good.
He's fanning. I'm holding the door.
Underneath us.
I'm still holding the door.
Nading underneath.
They got EMP'd.
I'm fighting. Might give you all this well.
I'm flying. I'm flying out. Give me crack. Crack one. Lay my shield if you can. All you, boy. Let's go. I'm dropping. Let's go, dude. Oh my god.
GMT, and what a clutch armor swap as well. Right at the end there for Nasky, he goes off of the purple or the red or whatever he had onto white armor genome and pulls off the clutch in the one-on-one in the end. That is a big one to pick up for GMT, and fantastic that we get to hear their comms. They are pumped after that.
50's enough to make it through. Nasky, more of a grenadier than, picking out the armaments there. You hear him just shouting again, grenades. They wanted to put so much, damage down on those guys and also just force them out into their gunfire, into the open where the circle was going to pull anyway. Not happy with his bubble decision, actually. Luckily, it doesn't matter in the end.
Luckily, there was about 50 bubbles on the ground when they dropped anyway. It doesn't matter whose bubble it is, it's going to have the same value for you or your opponent. But they drop off the roof at the perfect time. They come in essentially as the quote-unquote third party, which they were doing already from the roof, so they bided their time really well. They used their resources to perfection, and as we said, it was a bit of a war of attrition. GMT comes into that late fight a little bit healthier, having popped a couple of bats as they're falling off the roof, and they're ultimately able to win it out in the end. A very close thing, though. That really comes down to the wire, those kinds of bubble fights.
Yeah, and with that kind of circle as well, it is a very classic sort of Skyhook one, and 26 points GMT pick up there in the end because they get to play from the high-rise building. When it ends there in the middle, as you said, they just get the last chance to drop off, and they have high ground for so long to pressure those other teams below them. And the ones in market, they can survive for a little while, but certainly it's hard for them to survive all the way to the end.
Yeah, Game With was one of the teams in the market. They pick up 15 points out of that game. Definitely not a shabby one for them. Crazy Raccoon, same discussion around those lads, but have a look at the teams on this side of the scoreboard. Those are the ones that are going to be a little bit worried with how things have played out. 2 points, 1 point. Hey, 4 points there for Ascend. I guess that's not too bad, but for anyone else, it's a really rough-looking start to the lobby. G2 in particular, they looked so good, didn't they, Genome? They got the 2 knocks initially onto those Revenant players, and then Revenant came back and sent their regards. They got the 2 reses. They came back to fight G2. They took them down, and Revenant, I think, walked away with a top 5 placing. But, of course, the major storyline, GMT Esports, massive game from them.
8 kills from Nasky. The IGL absolutely putting up the numbers there. A couple assists coming through from Matey to help him out, and then Surdell as well. Obviously, that black market integral to how they played the position for the longest time. I think one of the other important parts of that game was when they took the roof. Because, they were playing a little bit lower down earlier than that. And sure, that's a kind of a safer position. Sometimes you saw all the ordnance that can come in if you're trying to hold that roof position. But eventually it netted them a couple of kills. And it meant that when we got to that end game, they were able to look down on everyone and have the safe exit and the vantage point to net them the rest of those 26 points.
Indeed. Well, 26 points, that's not a bad start to the day. But that's all that it is. Just a start. We've got 1 game done, 5 more to go with the lobby, and of course, plenty more action. It's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away because Game 2 is coming up next.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm holding the door.
Banning. Good. He's banning.
I'm holding the door. I'm holding the door.
Underneath us.
I'm still holding the door.
They bubbled. They got EMP'd. I'm banning. My GBL as well.
I'm flying. My fly is out.
Give me cracked.
Crack one. Lay my shield if you can. All you, boy. Let's go. I'm jumping. Let's go, dude. Oh my.
Yo.
Well, lots to celebrate about there for GMT as they pick up the first game of this lobby. But Genome, as I said before we went into the break, it is just a start. One game does not a winner make, and it certainly does not make them the top of this lobby. It might go a long way in getting them into the top 10, though, which is, of course, what you need to be doing. That said, we've still got 5 games to go, so you can't be resting on your laurels right here, and you definitely have to be looking towards these next couple of games on World's Edge to continue the good form that GMT have started off with.
Yeah, you have to worry about being in that bottom 10 L-Fish. We've said it time and time again, because that is what's at stake here in our losers bracket round 1. So 26 points, as you said. Honestly, like, what is the cutoff usually for a 6-game series?
Well, we can look at the last series,
and
actually.
being in the bottom 10, right? I feel like it's usually maybe about 30 points. So that's GMT have got, 90% of the way there with that one big game. I mean, 14 kills on top of the placement points is a hell of a start for them. And man, we watched that the replay of the finish there. It wasn't even 50 shields. I think it was like 25 that he picked up off the ground.
It was half a white armor that he picked up. So he had like one shield left on the red armor, and then he picked that basically that exact same thing up off the white armor.
He basically found an eggshell in there and like stuck it on his head, and he was using that for protection. That's about it.
Goes a long way, apparently, because it helped him pick up the win. Either way, end of the day, as you say, 32 points actually was the cutoff for the winners bracket between 10 and 11. So maybe that's the number we can think about. Maybe that's what we can look towards right now. It feels like GMT have gotten pretty close to that in just the one game. With that all said, though, a lot can change. You know, sometimes a lobby can be really top-heavy. Sometimes a lobby can really be quite tight, which is kind of what it felt like with that winners bracket lobby. There was a lot of teams getting a lot of points in towards the middle of the pack as well. So I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see what we're going to get. There's a team on your screen that's going to want to turn things around after game number 1, G2. They started strong, and then they paid for it a little bit. I suppose they tickled the Tigers' feet, and then the Tiger wasn't too happy about it. Revenant turned around and just took their head off.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to, kind of like psychoanalyze their faces there as we get the vision of them on the screen. And, you're wondering if that doubt is starting to creep into their minds. I mean, some people had them, maybe not as a favorite to win, but certainly a favorite to do quite well in this tournament. And now all of a sudden they go out in the first game with 2 points. I mean, as we said, maybe you only need 30 points to get through into that top 10 and make it into the next round, but certainly G2 want to be doing better than that, and maybe they're going to have to pick their fights a little more carefully, because we talked about it earlier. You're going up against an APAC South team, it doesn't matter who they are cracked.
They are cracked, all players are cracked, that's what APAC does stand for. Especially the ones from the southern region, in my personal opinion. Either way, of course, we do have to jump into our next game as soon as possible. The teams that we're really looking for to turn things around, though, are those teams towards the bottom end. I'm talking Invictus Gaming and below. That means you've got 1 point or 0 points out of the first game, and that is just not going to be acceptable over multiple games. I'll give you one bad game. That's fair enough. But if you want to stay in this competition, you can't be affording to have multiple 0 or 1 or 2 point games in a lobby like this, because if that's going to be the case, you're going to be done. So into game 2 we go. GMT, of course, keeping their heads high after a massive win to start things off. But there are so many teams that do not have that luxury.
Yeah, GMT might be the only one, honestly, that kind of has that luxury with a 26-point start. We will, of course, try and work out if any of these teams are going to continue to try and contest each other, if we're going to see, the fights down south like we did last time. Lots of third partying often happens there at the start of a game. If the
teams are feeling a little bit frisky. Revenant, of course, they're still landing at the tree. GMT Esports, yes, so they are landing at Landslide, just like we had predicted. I don't believe that's where they land, you know, in their native region, but as we said, you know, it's a reasonable way to play when you do have the Loba starting on World's Edge. As you can see, we're going to get another sort of northwestern ring, though this time it looks like it's probably going to pull over to Lava Fissure. It'd have to be a pretty big shift, I'd say, to get to Countdown. Maybe still a chance there, but teams like Space Station Gaming and Ascend, going to be pretty happy with that. The super fast rotation from GMT is going to be even faster with their proximity to this ring.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to say it's still a fairly similar kind of a shift to the Skyhawk circle we saw in the last game. So for those teams that start on the northeastern side of the map, not too bad. The southwestern side of the map, not too bad. But if you're starting on the southeast, if you're Phoenix team, or if you're Kick or Fennel, or maybe even Revenant, this is a long way to go. So you're not getting too much circle luck, unfortunately. That's just sometimes the way that it does play out. Of course, you know, this isn't going to be the only map that they'll play. So maybe we move on to Storm Point, and those teams will start to get a bit of a helping hand from the zone shifts. Either way, though, of course, with a game like this, there is so much mobility to be able to make your way into the zone that maybe it's not a huge deal. Looking at the armor that Space Station have picked up here to start things off, they're already off to a cracker, aren't they? 2 sets of purple, a set of gold armor as well. Can't really ask for much more in the first 5 minutes of the game. In fact, you know, it's not even probably been 5 minutes, so they're doing really well for themselves.
No, you can't. And sometimes you want that mixture of purple and gold armor, right? You know, that means you can shuffle the shield bats and as well as the cells around to optimize your meds between the team. Make sure your economy in that way is doing well into the later stages of the game. Of course, they probably won't have to worry too hard about the economy with that black market running up. IG, Invictus Gaming, unfortunately with only 1 point to their name after one game. As we said, you're going to need probably about 5 a game, I'd say, at least to be competitive, and 1 certainly isn't enough. So they rotate in probably, what, the 3rd, 4th team to do that?
Well, I was going to talk about Invictus Gaming, but I think we've got more important things to touch on here. Revenant Esports once again in an early fight against G2, this time at Thermal Station, and Resulta is taken down by Lahim. Revenant are being the arbiters of the game for G2 right now. They cannot do anything about it. Gentrific, he's come back into the fight, but he might have gotten here a little bit too late. Designful is down to a sliver of HP, and while he's got the high ground, Revenant are well and truly in control of the engagement at the moment. Blue Shield, they're about to disappear. Designful is knocked over by Lahim, and once again, it really does look like G2 will be falling at the hands of Revenant.
Well, the bubble provides a little bit of safety here for Revenant. They obviously got the drop on G2. Gentrifying had to use, it looked like maybe this guy would dive actually to get out of there. An EMP, that's on the bottom. Is that from another team? Because
yes,
gosh, G2 are really getting a get out of jail free card right now, it seems like.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess Gentrify is, but the rest of G2, maybe not so much. The real unfortunate situation here for Revenant Esports is that they've lost Lahim, and that's going to make getting the res a little more difficult. Obviously, the Gibraltar, he's a bit of an ambulance. Sometimes pop that bump down, get the res, but in the end, it looks like Mexus has gotten across there okay. They have the bin for cover to get the res.
I mean, I don't think it was another... I can't see another team anywhere near on the map, so I guess it was just an EMP that came in, and I don't think it even caught Gentrifying. So he's popped it a little bit too low there, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
And you know, stunned his own team without even getting the benefit from it. Okay, look, they get Lahim back up and running. Revenant with a fantastic start to this fight, and now struggling to work out how they can finish it off. Mexus, he wants to use those VTOL jets to get up to the top and challenge this high ground that Gentrifying has right now. But look, I don't know, apart from maybe waiting for a Skyward dive and then just 3-man dive bombing G2, I'm not sure what else they can do. Okay, Gentrifying is down now. They need to try and use this opportunity to get on top of him, but it looks like he's going to make a quick escape. Could we see another repeat of game 1 with the respawns and then, you know, a run it back?
In this case, you can only get the 1 res. Designful, his banner was collected, but Resulta unfortunately not going to be taking any more part in this round. G2, obviously, they will be able to get 1 res, but it's not too advantageous, unfortunately, for G2. Not a fantastic start for them at all in this one.
And Revenant will go on their merry way, moving their way up into the zone. So, bit of a statement from the team from the APAC South region. They are not messing around at all. And G2 will now have to take watch of that because that's 2 from 2. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue they've had 3 fights, and one of them was won by G2. So maybe we'll give it 2-1 to the team from APAC South.
Got to strike that finishing blow, though, and that's the, you know, Revenant are the only ones to have done that so far. And it's just so surprising because so many of us, you know, called G2 one of the best fighting teams in the world. And it really just speaks to the caliber of those players on Revenant that they can take that, you know, face-to-face and really come out ahead. Okay, so the respawn is activated for G2, so they will at least see out their days here in Game 2 as a duo.
Zen with the 1 point on the board. Probably need to get a bit more done in this one. Obviously, you predicted for Zen Genome, so you're going to be hoping to see a little bit more from them. But I'll give you the opportunity to hear a little bit more from them first. Let's listen in to see what Stellazzi has to say.
I think, like, by what we study, the differences are that sometimes they're more tactical than us, right? And this is a good thing for them. And that might be our mistake sometimes, all right? Because this is because of the scenario. Like, on South America, we have a lot of good teams, a lot of good players, but it's not 20. So by not having the full lobby on top level, sometimes the ones that are good, they have more space to do what they want. So we cannot get used to it because now the full lobby is with top tier players. So we need to be careful about it. I was talking to the boys, we were a bit nervous, but not about the event, about the boot camp and stuff. But it's all mental, you know? Like, it's all mental, it's all psychology. I think the worst part is this: if you control your mental health and you just play what you play, we're gonna do a great job.
Yeah, good to hear the thoughts from Zen, who, I mean, I guess, look, they come in and as they've said, they come from perhaps a weaker region where they don't get as great practice. This is a fantastic opportunity for them and for the rest of the teams from their region. And I'll also make the argument that the same thing can kind of be said for APAC South, right? It's a fairly quote-unquote underrepresented region. You've only got 5 teams from South America and from APAC South at this event, and you're sort of trying to put a lot of pride on your region by performing well here.
Oh, I was about to take umbrage and thought you were saying that APAC South was a weaker region, but I know you're on our side, so I know you wouldn't do that, of
APAC
course.
South is the best region, clearly.
Yeah, the best. And yeah, we're going to get some answers to those questions, I think, at the end of our losers bracket round 1 here when we start to see the teams exit the competition. Phoenix team, another South American team, of course, coming up very late, only just coming into the map screen. If any of you are, there you go, kind of watching along on the command center at home, and they will come, of course, up to where Revenant are currently sitting.
This would be a pretty rough rotation. If they don't spot Revenant on the scans, like let's say Revenant is sitting inside those buildings and they just assume that the hill house is
Lusk
clear.
even going to make it? No!
Oh, no!
Oh, the timing. Come on, mate. You got to pop the syringe. You got to know. Okay, well, look.
Happens to the best of us. It's happened to me before. So, I mean, I'm just saying I'm the best of us, you know, but I guess pat myself on the back once again. But what I was saying is, like, look at this building that Revenant is in. You cannot see them right now. They're not peeking. Phoenix team does not know that they are there, and Revenant probably had the audio cue. They're probably within range to hear that Valk landing.
Probably. It feels like they're playing a zone position right now, but they obviously know they're well outside it. But as you say, it's probably for the express purpose of trying to catch Phoenix off guard as they rotate past.
They've spotted them.
No, maybe a door was opened. You can see they're sussing out something.
Well, I was going to say, Revenant might actually have a crypto flying around in the air as well. A drone, I should say, flying down in the air. But it sort of felt like maybe they didn't have the info there where Phoenix team was, because they've taken that peak and they've got absolutely hooked. The missile swarm does come back on through, but doesn't really connect onto any of the Phoenix players. So
We can cruise over here.
it hasn't really worked out perfectly for either of these teams, I'd say.
No, look, Frogs has got the Skyward Dive ready, though, so they don't necessarily have to take this fight if they don't want. 20 seconds till the next round closes. I imagine they can probably just Valk up somewhere towards staging and get closer into Lava Fissure or Lower Fissure, where Crazy Raccoons are currently sitting.
Yeah, set themselves up in a nice circle position. They know where that next zone is going to shift as well. I'd say largely perhaps due to the the drone being able to scan those beacons a little bit easier. They are contested by a team on the outside. ARCStar going to go through, won't get a stick, and probably as a result, not too much damage either. But just still maintaining a bit of pressure. Good stuff from Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately, have been the lower performing of the Raccoon APAC North teams so far. There was a lot of expectations, I think, riding on Raz's shoulders, but to avoid going out first in the tournament, they're going to need a big performance here across the next 5 games. They've done reasonably so far. You can see 13 points, sitting in 3rd place in this lobby currently. And there we go, the rotations did happen. Phoenix team do eventually get up past staging, so that came to pass, but game with APAC North team are on the other side of them.
Once again, another crypto team. I sort of feel like we're seeing a lot more crypto the deeper we go into the tournament. A few teams seem to be picking him up after seeing him on the first day. And Ascend for Kashera.
It's the vouch from Waltzy, clearly.
Maybe. So, we've heard from Ascend a couple of times over the course of this weekend, but I think we should hear from Kashera as well and see what he's been thinking coming in.
About being a global event, the first one after many years, I would say that, yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how Apex is going to be, because Apex is different, like, depending on the teams that you're playing against. Like, even inside of a region, if you have different, and we see this in the Pro League, like, if we have different groups, the game is completely different. So, putting together so many different playstyles and so many type of ways to approach the game is definitely going to be exciting to see, and hopefully we can adapt fast enough.
Well, really interesting to hear from Kashera. Definitely one of those players that you know, you're quite excited to see at this competition, because he played at both X Games and Preseason Invitational as well. So 3 from 3 as far as the big Apex lands are concerned for both himself and for post-kill here in the Ascend roster. It's crazy to think that some of these teams have been playing together for that long.
Yeah, it's been a while. Ooh, okay, Detonation. Detonator versus Odic over here at the north side of Lava Fissure. Triple take coming out. This Val just trying to fly away. Actually does find a spot to sit on for a little while, but is it going to be safe from the ARCStars?
I don't know if it's going to be safe from the ARCStars, but it's definitely playable terrain. That ARCStar, though, is going to eliminate Yudu. Unfortunately, could not keep his head down enough, and in the end, Odic will grab themselves some KP off of that. They got a bit of a ways to go, though. Hard up to the northern side of the zone, and they're going to have to come in over Lava Fissure, where a bunch of teams have already set up.
You can see Fascination Colors destroy over to the east side, still in Landslide. They're going for those crafting rotations, trying to sniff out some other teams on the outskirts of the ring. Might run into a Gentrifying, might run into maybe Phoenix. I think that's even Taishin from Scars down the bottom there as well. So depending on where this circle pulls, if it pulls into Lower Fissure or stays within Lava Fissure itself, we are going to potentially see some of those APAC North teams in Godspot down the bottom on the right of your screen here, as well as Kick occupying the other building.
Yeah, this is always a really difficult zone to play, isn't it? Because if you're inside earlier and you're in the buildings, you're probably okay. But if you're coming in late, teams on either sides of the valley essentially are going to be shooting at one another, and of course taking shots from the teams inside of the buildings in the middle of the ring. So a difficult one to play out here, and you're going to have to be on point once again in the kill feed. We see Revenant and G2 finding one another again, and it's continuing to go the way of Revenant. We're taking a look at Taishin here from Scars, trying to survive for his team. Hope to rat out some points, but with 17 squads still alive, I think that's perhaps ambitious at this point. Fennel with a Volt for Shakabo. Putting down some pretty serious damage at range. Not really enough to put a huge amount of pressure on, but definitely keeping themselves interested in that engagement.
Volt helps a little bit with that, not necessarily the long-range weapon you want. It does come equipped with the digital threat scope as you grab it out of the care package. You do often see, you know, teams will swap that over for the 2x sometimes, depending on their their loadout. So if you've got the shotgun with that, you can start to bring it into the mid-range. For the longer range, of course, charge rifle.
Yeah, this
Weapon
looks
of
like pretty
choice.
fun. I mean, Fennel right up on the high ground. You've got a charge rifle with a 3x on it, and you are going to be farming some damage. There's players running all over the place at the moment. Take a bit more of a look back towards the bottom side of Countdown, which is where this engagement is happening. Game With, who I sort of think flew under the radar a little bit in Game 1, seemed to be putting together a pretty solid Game 2 here once again. But eventually you're going to have to move out of that command center, essentially, and then that's going to make life a bit more difficult.
Level 2. Mark Star here.
So with the north shift of the circle there, unfortunately, yeah, we said, you know, maybe Kick, maybe Crazy Raccoon, they've got it right, but unfortunately the opposite is true. It's going to be the teams up towards Lava Fissure like GMT, Otic, maybe even Space Station Gaming, and actually Ascend that we heard from earlier that have the more playable spots, the building and the cover.
Nice rotate in the end, actually, from Phoenix team. Themselves some more KP, 3 up on the board for them.
You can also see that these teams are really understanding their tournament life is on the line here. 15 squads left alive.
Kick on the rotate right now. Let's have a listen and see what they're thinking as they make their way in.
Try something, bro. Behind this truck, behind this truck.
Okay,
Go. Stay here, it's fine.
I don't know if I'm right.
It's so fine,
I'm fine.
Nice, we're chilling. Left side, free shots. I'm gonna crack one. Keep the vibes up, okay? Chill.
Yeah. Bro, I think
Here, left side. Nice.
I think bottom is free.
It is?
I think so, bro. I don't see
Go
anyone
in,
there.
go the fucking, fuck it. Go in.
Nobody.
Nice call, baby. Let's go.
I'm blocking the door. Get out.
Block. And put traps in the back. We have so much shield. We can chill here, okay?
Yes, we have an armor trap here. Move it back.
Put a trap here, please.
I will on the window. We'll put on the window.
I'm gonna play here, Kiori. Close. I have shotgun. Don't get to this door. Don't get knocked, okay? We win this game, babies. Let's go.
If we get in peace, shoot all the fuck.
So they've taken the space underneath Ascend here. You see Kick, they're like, oh, the truck's fine. I can tell you, it's not fine. That is a terrible space to play in.
All I'm going to say is I never knew that building had that call out.
You learn something every day, Elfish. I'm sure our viewers as well. Oh, man. I think they're much happier to be, you know, down the bottom there with a little bit of safety instead of out in the open. You know, kind of, it'd almost feel like the T-Rex was coming through. You're just hiding behind your little Safari Jurassic Park Jeep there.
Yeah, indeed. Well, a bit of an interesting way this circle's now playing out because no one's inside of the center of it. Everyone's playing sort of the outskirts. Pull has come across, though, too, where Kick have ended up. So they found themselves a nice little bastion of safety, turned it into a bit of a stronghold with all of those caustic barrels going down.
Let's go here.
Zen, remember they were here, I think, quite early, and you actually see teams who play from Lava Fissure, especially with the caustic, you know, they like to hide behind these bins. It's a very defensible position. I guess the only problem is, you know, if someone's got grenades to spare, if someone has a gas grenade of their own, it can kind of become your demise.
I mean, look, they've got a little bit of room to work with. They can go forward, they can go sideways, they can go up the stairs here as well. They're going to put the bump down preemptively as an defensive bombardment lands on their head. Looks like they're going to go for a skyward dive to make this rotation. To be fair, what other options did they have?
Yeah, but this is always the problem when you have to expand your dome to make the skyward dive, Elfish.
It is indeed. When you land, you're not going to have the dome to work with. Either way, Space Station are in an engagement right now. Defensive bombardment is going to be put down by Dropped to try and provide a little bit of space. Zen is in the mix now, having landed with their skyward dive. Kings is the only one left. He's gone for an armor swap there, and he seems to have gotten it off okay, but I'm not sure, unfortunately, that it is going to be enough in this kind of a scenario. What can you do but hope and pray to maybe get that bat off, which he does. Starlazy will be finished by SSG, and in the end, Zen also ultimately does for SSG, clearing out their side of the map.
It's okay, but it's not really okay. Space Station Gaming, the victors there. GMT, again, have just been sitting in the middle of the zone for the longest period of time. Red Armors are plenty for them.
Could they go back to back?
Sure, there's some drones running around, but they're certainly going to do their best to make that happen. With 6 left, it's looking pretty decent here, Elfish. They're already over 30 points.
Striker, the only other team who has gone back to back in this competition so far. So if GMT were to do it, they would be joining a pretty illustrious club. That's a nice beam from Naski onto the player on top of the building, just to knock him down the peg, put that pressure back on. Once again, this is not going to be an easy one to win for GMT, though. Zone is going to end up moving away from them. It looks like it's going to shrink fairly central based on what we can see there from the mini-map, so it doesn't really feel as though it's going to necessarily benefit any team more than another.
Well, what this means is it's going to shrink towards the center, of course, or close to the... So GMT is going to have to make their way across because the center is roughly in the lava, Elfish.
Yeah.
So the teams like SSG probably going to have a little more time to play with. GMT, they actually go down the bottom. I don't know about this. It looks like an EMP has just deleted their bubble. They're trying to hide underneath the bridge here, but I don't know if they can survive for very long at all.
Well, no back-to-back for GMT. V3 Vega are down on the bottom as well, inside of that lava. Defensive bombardments are getting tossed all over the place. Bubbles everywhere as well. Dome shields all over the place. It's Kick that gets eliminated pretty quickly. Now onto V3 Vega, who seem to be the major benefactors of a lot of the engagements that have been happening, but maybe they've bitten off a little more than they can chew. Space Station arrive on top of the cliffs, and now they look like the kings on the castle.
Oh, they've got the high ground. This is fantastic. Tappy's just going up. The Valk might be able to dance around for a little while and get some placement points, but Odik are the ones they have to beat.
Yeah, there was 3 teams. They had to find that one rat, which was one Tappy from V3 Vega. Now they can turn their attention in onto the 3-on-3, and quite frankly, this one should very much go the way of SSG. Zone is going to shrink favorably for them. They can choose when the engagements happen.
Bubble invested. They've got the Skyward Dive. It might be an option for them to come or go all the way up into the sky and then come down again. Because otherwise, what are you going to do? Die to the zone? I mean, Odik, what is your option right now? They're waiting for the other team to look down at them, and I guess that's a win by default for Space Station Gaming.
And look, I got to say for Odik, I mean, they really ran out of options, didn't they? What could you realistically do there?
They could have Valkol.
The Valkol, yeah, but I mean, let's be real.
It's a low percentage play.
I understand.
But you know what's a 0% play? Sitting in zone.
Sure. Of course, they want to deny the kill points as well, Gino. There is that factor. You know, the fact that SSG and Odik are probably vying for a much similar position toward the top end of the standings at the moment is something you have to take into account. But end of the day, you know, I guess they just felt like their options were quite limited. That was the best one they could take. It was out of the frying pan into the fire either way, not for us to judge. It is Space Station Gaming that walk away with the victory, as was very much expected. They had that high ground, they had that power position, and they'll be happy to pick up the win. Although maybe a bit perturbed that they do miss out on 3 KP. They would have liked those extra points, but maybe it's not going to matter too much, right? You got 6 games to play here. If you win one of them, you're probably booking your ticket in the top 10 at the very least. And I'd say a solid performance in the end there from Space Station with 12 kills anyway, netting 24 points. You can't be complaining.
No, it was very good for them. They came from the west side on that cliff, and you saw that the fight they had to take with Zen, I think it was, around the building pipe worked out well for them. GMT Esports, we were wondering if they could go back-to-back. Only 5 points, actually, in the end that they're going to pick up. IG a little bit better than the first game, but, you know, is that enough to push them forward? Odik with 17 and V3 Vega with 12. They're definitely well on their way.
Yeah, most definitely. A good solid performance in the end there from GMT as well, as they get those 5 points to put on top of the big win that they got to start this lobby off. They're keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Good to see. CLG, an interesting prospect because we've seen that they can pop off, but we haven't gotten that so far in this lobby today. Again, for Reply Totem, Singularity, they're toward the bottom of the table, so time really is running out for those two. I'd say game 3, they're going to have to get it done. They basically haven't gotten any points so far in this lobby at all, either of those two teams. And if they don't get it here at the halfway point, maybe they're not going to leave themselves enough space to work with going into Storm Point. And obviously, at that point, they're facing elimination.
Well, G2 are really struggling in the ongoing battle with Revenant Esports, the battle for the South. And you know, Revenant Esports looks like they're trying to get it done basically purely with kill points.
Well, the weird thing is, like,
it's not even a hot drop, and we'll talk about that in just a second, because first we should touch on Space Station. This is, of course, their moment, having picked up the victory. Loba team coming through. You know, it's not every day that we get to see the Loba coming into the mix, but it worked out perfectly for Space Station. Circle shrinks on them, and they are very happy to reap the benefits.
I mean, you say that, it's 2 in a row now
That's
from
true.
Loba, right?
That's
GMT were running that as well. And yeah, look, you know, going back to that, you're right. You know, it's not a hot drop, but it is very spicy down there on the south side.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was interesting the way that fight continued to happen. You know, normally you're going to get that if there's going to be teams both dropping in the same location, but one's at Tree, one's at Thermal Station. Obviously, points of interest that are right next to one another, but you don't typically see that many engagements between teams dropping in those two locations.
No, because they weren't even, like Revenant weren't even trying to play edge there, okay? They weren't going into the circle and then trying to prowl that. They went just directly at G2.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Either way, it hasn't really worked out for G2. Is it working for Revenant? Well, I mean, arguments to be made that it is. They've got 16 points on the board. They're sitting in 5th place. GMT still maintaining first at the moment, but equal points with Space Station, so a lot can be said there. Odict, you know, again, we talked about them denying points from Space Station. Could be quite relevant in the end because they're still vying for positions. Game with, I think they're still sort of flying under the radar a little bit. We haven't gotten to watch too much from them, but they're doing a pretty good job for themselves. And here is where it gets a little bit spicy. The bottom half of this lobby. If we finish this lobby right here, right now, these would be the 10 teams that we'd be saying goodbye to. And to me, there are some surprising names on that list.
Well, luckily for our viewers and luckily for these players, we don't have to do that right now. They've still got 4 games to prove themselves. But I mean, look, 6 points, 5 points, you know, it's barely 1 game's worth of points that these teams would need to just jump themselves up even further into that list. So,
well, 1 game is what we've got left here on World's Edge. We're going to have to take a short break, but our final game of World's Edge for this lobby is coming up.
It's a duo. It's a duo. It's a duo.
No, it's a 3-man. It's a 3-man.
Yeah, it is a 3-man. It is a 3-man.
Just
I'm gonna get the kills.
Yeah, we get the kills. We get the kills. It's fine.
Hold on. Yo, hold on. Pop. Grab nades.
Dude, they're dead. They're dead.
Yeah, I know, but I'll grab the loot, bro. I knocked one. Ah, nice.
Nice. Good.
Drop, boys. Yo, dropped. Drop, boys.
Hey.
Drop. Let's go,
Get
baby.
it, boys. Holy.
Hey,
Lobo first game.
Pick, baby.
First
Lobo
game.
was a pick.
We got a Llama Fisher zone too.
Let's go, baby.
Well, actually pretty interesting to hear the comms there of Space Station Gaming. We were talking about it right toward the end there, whether or not they were getting the kills. It looked like on the screen they didn't, but based on the comms, they got a couple of knocks with the nades or something like that. So maybe a couple of those kill points did go through.
Yeah, sorry, the ticks of damage, you know, from the thermite, once you get some damage on someone and then the ring finishes them off. Could be wrong, but I believe that gives you the kill credit.
Yeah, certainly. Either way, look, really good stuff from Space Station Gaming, whether they got those kill points or not. Odic, also, you have to give them a shout out, a top 2 placing. It's gotten them into the top 3 overall. They're sitting fairly squarely, quite comfortably inside of the top 10. And, you know, we were having a discussion last lobby, myself and Xenox, about how it mattered whether you placed first or second or third or whatever through that top 10 to get those extra points heading into the finals lobby. Not the case here necessarily. It doesn't, you know, really matter if you walk away with first. It's kind of the same as yesterday. It doesn't matter in this particular lobby how you go, as long as you're in the top 10.
Which does open up an interesting discussion, Elfish, because if you are guaranteed to get through, and of course none of the teams are just yet, but at that point, if you feel like, you know, you can't be knocked out of that top 10, it opens up some options. It makes you think, well, I don't know, is there anyone I don't want to see in the next lobby? And the way that Revenant have been playing, pushing G2, almost feels like it's got that sort of flavor to it.
I'm just going to say at this point, maybe Revenant does want to see G2 in the next lobby, because that seems like some free points for them right now.
The match has certainly been going their way. You call G2 free, is that what I'm hearing?
Wow, I mean, you said it, not me. That's all I'm gonna add to that discussion. Look, G2 definitely going to be hoping to turn that particular engagement around. Revenant will be hoping it continues in the same fashion. But either way, it's our final game on World's Edge. After this, we'll be heading over to Storm Point, and that certainly changes a lot up. You cannot be resting on your laurels. In a game like this, it's an elimination lobby. If you're in the bottom 10, you're out of the Split 2 playoffs. And it would be a pretty early time to be going home. So there are a bunch of teams that still need to get some work done right here and right now. They've got 4 chances left to do it. Here's the last one on World's Edge.
You've got a preference for one map or the other, as you say. Now's the time to get going. The Zenile, at least, managed to find a beacon in Lava Fissure straight away. So and immediately on that, you get the information. And then from there, you decide whether you are going to rotate quickly or just take your time. Because, you know, look, if it's a, let's say it's a dome circle, right? You're landing in Lava Fissure. It doesn't matter how quickly you Valkyrie in there. You're probably not going to get your preferred spot. So it does make those kind of, shifts those kind of conversations. So now that we're finally getting a circle that'll shift over to the eastern side, someone like Scars, they've got that information as well. As you can see, RPR coming up from Ghost Town and grabbing the beacon down there.
Where do you see this one heading? Is it going to go back out again toward the northeast? You're usually pretty good with your circle predictions on the old APAC South broadcast, so I'll let you get the opportunity on the big stage to see if you can get one right.
One? I think if you go back through the VODs, you'll see there's probably a couple I've already managed to call, but
I don't remember them, so must not have
for
happened.
this one, I'm going to say it's not an overlook circle. I think it's cutting off too far through there so far. So I think it probably will end either down in Ghost Town or perhaps on the eastern side of the fragment.
I want to talk about this a little bit from Space Station, and I think it's something that has been represented by a bunch of other teams as well. Feels like to me, what we've been seeing here at the Split 2 playoffs has been a bit of a faster rotate style than what we've been getting in the domestic competitions. Teams are often moving off of their point of interest a lot earlier than what we're normally seeing, and trying to get into the center, trying to get some buildings or compounds or whatever a little bit faster to lock themselves down in a relative spot of safety.
Yeah, you know, like we talk about the pace of these lobbies, right? And what we mean by that generally, well, at least when we're using that term, is how quickly these teams are getting into fight and how fast we're losing teams throughout the lobby. But in another way, if you looked at it, you know, if you're calling the pace of the lobbies, you know, how fast they actually find those positions in the zone, then yeah, look, maybe you're right, that these ones are in that manner a little bit faster.
I wonder also if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Teams start to move off of their points of interest a little bit earlier to try to get the faster rotates, and therefore other teams are then looking at that and saying, oh, now we have to move off
It's
earlier.
a bit of an arms race.
Right, and so once, you know, once the bandwagon starts to get rolling, maybe once the snowball starts to get rolling, it's kind of unstoppable in a sense, and everyone's just rotating as fast as they possibly can. Either way, that's something we can follow over the rest of the day and, of course, into tomorrow as well. The big talking point, the leaderboard there on your right, those 10 teams currently are safe. The 10 on the other side of the coin, these 10 are unfortunately getting eliminated right now, but this is not the cutoff point just yet.
Oh, and you can see we're currently on the Scars point of view. As we noted, it's very likely that the circle's going to shift somewhere close to them. They're currently on 0 points, ALGS. They really need to step it up. A circle has been dropped in their lap. They have to make use of it.
Absolutely. You've got to take the opportunities and run with them when they're given to you. But, you know, I say it's a bad start, whatever, but it is still early days in this lobby. We're not even halfway through it just yet. There's still a lot of time to work with. You can get away with a couple of rougher games and still make it into the top 10. That is very much still possible. It means you're going to have to be almost perfect here on out, but definitely still within the realms of a possibility. Fennel have been doing pretty damn well for themselves, haven't they? They've got 2 sets of purple armor. Pinot, I mean, unfortunately down on the whites, but he is crypto, so you generally can, you know, boost your armors up pretty damn quick when you got the EMPs connecting, especially in lobbies like this where there's so many players around, and it's only 49 away from the blue Evo, so should be feeling pretty okay about things. The other side of the coin, maybe this is where things start to get a little bit interesting. Game With have been having a good day. We're going to see them in a fight against FC Destroy with some third parties, I say, looking in that direction as well.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons, V3 Vega. There is a host of teams that are not too far at all from that engagement. I think that's actually why the teams haven't full sent it onto each other yet, because they know as soon as they start that, they're going to start a war.
Scars is rocking up as well on top of the team and starting to put some good damage down. R301 there from RPR. He's going to just back away, maybe getting the call from one of his teammates. Just don't overextend. It's still too early in this lobby to really be taking an aggressive fight. Game With are on the move as well, just trying to get inside of those train carts. And they have done so, but they've run into a couple of caustic barrels. They've actually run into another team there as well. So
okay, Yuka has to get these fences set up quickly so that they can try and make this revive. Gold bag. Actually, no, that's probably on the Gibby yet. Yeah, it is. Oh, and they cancel the res at the last moment? I mean, they almost had that. I'm not sure about that decision.
Well, Game With, they're going to have to reap what they sow because that's the end of it. Oddek continue to put those points on the board representing South America, and they maintain a 3rd position overall in the lobby. But not by too many points. They could potentially take first.
Looks like FC Destroyer going in off the back of that. The Gibby ult is invested. Defensive bombardment rains down. And they're just trying to buy a little bit of time here to try and get the shield packs off. The knockdown shield will hold them just for the moment. But, okay, done enough damage to make Yuka Peradata pop that into the void and get back to the rest of the team. They've even found a
Laziness is just chilling up on the high ground. He's not even joined Yuka and Hammerdrill in that push, and that might not really work out too well for them. They've kind of split a little bit. They haven't committed together as a team, and now all of a sudden it starts to look a little bit worse for Ware.
I mean, I know third parties are like the easiest way to win a fight in Apex, Elpis, but you don't really want to do it by yourself.
No, not 2 on 3 even, but either way, V3 Vega, they've gotten inside of the train car as well and started to set up shop there. It might not actually be a bad spot long term. This is very often where a circle can shrink on top of. We've seen many circles go in this direction. So if you lock this down, you're in a great position to play the rest of the game out. Obviously, having a Watson does help with your health economy, right? You're not having to invest as many bats or cells or whatever. Keep that alternator pylon healthy, and it will keep you healthy.
Yeah, I think it's 250 shields that it can cycle through for your team. And actually, it does get you there pretty quickly as well. Now, Raz have to think quick as well. Looks like they've got the defensive bombardments right on their head, and there's a team sitting below them. I think they're currently going for the res. This thermite is going to stop that.
Not a good place to be for Kick, unfortunately, and they were one of the teams that we said needed to step up here. They haven't done so. That's 3 games in a row now where they really haven't gotten a whole lot of points on the board, and it's going to make their storm point task even more difficult.
Raccoon sitting in number 7 in this 3rd game, the final game of World's Edge. Circle starting to shift somewhat to overlook actually, so interesting to see if that trend continues or we get a shift maybe towards the rocks that we were just looking at before.
Crazy Raccoon haven't really been getting into the engagements all that often. They've only got 1 set of purple armor, 2 sets of white. Trying to keep their heads down for as long as possible. Like, no one really wants to be fighting with white armor. It feels like you're at such a disadvantage, even over just the blue, which, you know, isn't that much more, but it just makes you feel a lot more comfortable when you've got at least that blue armor. They have been able to get into these boxes now and upgrade, so that is going to be a nice positive change for Crazy Raccoon. The team sitting in 7th overall, holding a solid placement with 15 points. They're doing enough. They're not doing it too flashy, but they're doing enough.
Don't need to be flashy here. As we talked about, top 10 is all that matters. Your placement within that, essentially irrelevant here. It just puts you through to the last set of games today. There'll be 3 more after this to decide that. And then, of course, we will have 6 more to see who joins the top 10 team from our winners bracket match tomorrow. IG looking to make a transition to Sunday themselves. Haven't been doing a fantastic job of it so far. They're actually pretty north up in the circle here. They're outside of the ring as well as Ascend. If one of these teams makes a push at the wrong time, you know, you don't have time to get a med kit off, something like that, you know, it can be really deadly.
Yeah, that said, it is still relatively early in the game, only ring 2, so it's not going to be doing too much damage. Reply Totem, another prospect that really desperately is hoping for some points out of this round. They've had 1 point over 2 games so far. They desperately need to improve upon that if they want to stay alive here in the Split 2 playoffs. They did pick up a win yesterday, so we know it's possible. They know what they can do, but are they going to be able to do it in time?
Singular point to their name. Often the Bridge of Death, we call these. Going over from epicenter, a lot of zones kind of shift very violently around them. Zen looking to do some violence themselves. White knockdown shield's not going to hold Matt at bay for very long.
White Totem do find themselves in another engagement, this time against Detonator, and it does not go their way to start things off. SHRP, the last one alive. What can he do to try and clutch this one out for his squad? Is he even going to try and do that? Or will he just back away, cut his losses, decide he might have to do it himself?
It's the bloodthirsty APAC South team on the other side of those downs and knocks. Elfish, that's Revenant trying to finish this off. J Savage W. Actually, it's Noises who just pitches in and says, hey, look, here's 2 KP for you, Revenant. I'll make sure those don't go begging.
Yeah, well, Nexus and Belkit gonna find a little more than just that. Here's one more onto Kings of Zen.
Oh, they've lost Lahim though.
They have. They are though standing right next to a respawn beacon, and I believe they had a crypto. I didn't quite catch it as we swapped off, but knowing them, they normally do.
Yeah, that's true, and you've got to remember that you know, we saw those great crypto tips from Nasky before, and you know, probably something a little more known, which is why I wasn't in that video, is that you can get the instant scan on the beacon. You can get the instant revive on the respawn beacon as well with that crypto drone.
Well, Nasky's been playing very well today, so maybe it's going to be a prudent thing to keep our eyes on him. Obviously, GMT Esports, #1 in the lobby at the moment. Mayday coming in to help the boys out. So Dell in there as well. You know, obviously playing with a sub, it's never going to be easy, but I think they're putting together a pretty solid game today. Things turning around a little for G2 by the looks of things, which is nice to see as well. The 1 KP on the board here, working in from epicenter. Not finding too much more than that, but definitely bullying one of those teams on the outer.
once again, G2 putting themselves in danger to try and grab a couple of extra points here. That sort of thinking hasn't really worked out for them so far this series, but they're gonna keep trying to make it work. And this time, look, the fight does go their way.
This is the first time they actually look like they're kind of ready to go, though, as well, isn't it? They've got 2 sets of purple, a set of gold. In fact, they swap off to 3 sets of purple. So they must have plenty of bats to play with. I can only assume that's the reason why they've gone for that.
Yeah, there's that, and they're a team that like to play edge, like to poke a lot, like to do a lot of damage. So they can get up there and grab the reds very quickly.
Well, GMT at the top of the lobby at the moment. Let's see how Nasky was feeling going into today.
My name is Casper Prestonsgaard. In game, I go by the name Nasky. That's Gnaske. For playoffs, I'm competing with GMT Esports. I've been gaming competitive Apex for about almost 3 years now. On GMT, I'm the in-game leader. As an in-game leader, I make sure that the team rotates correctly, make sure we fight the right fights. It's my job to make sure that we approach the game in the right way and win. What makes a good IGL is someone that is smart and knows how the teams around him rotate, and on top of that, has good leadership. Focus up. That's what I tell my teammates before the game starts.
Well, it seems they have been focusing up here today. It didn't come together entirely yesterday for GMT Esports, but they're still one of those exciting prospects, those X-Factor teams. I feel like they're really an X-Factor team that could come away with some interesting results. There is a nice black hole, by the way, onto Ace that's going to start to put them under the pump. It's Odik trying to take that fight against them. Ascend down to just the one, and now the none. Ascend eliminated, but very quickly after. IG also able to finish off Odik.
Yeah, I think that was in combination with FC Destroy and IG down to 2, but they don't want to stop here. Finally, it seems they've got 1 kill for the team so far this game, but they want a couple more. Bryn pushing up. Does he grab the banner? No, he's actually going to have to push back now to the safety of Urban. And it looks like this is a 2-on-2 between the teams.
Yeah, lots of shots coming in from all the angles as well. At least they've got plenty of resources to work with here. A couple of death boxes. You can see lots of syringes stacked up inside the train cart too.
So just a note, it didn't finish. It's not finishing in Overlook. It's actually going directly on top of FC Destroy, the end circle, like we were talking about. So I think that's one check mark in my column there, Elfish. Scars, however, they'd been sitting on that tower in Overlook for the entire game, and now it's time for them to move.
Well, as you mentioned, Scars is definitely a team that needs to get points on the board right here and right now. The circle was favorable for them initially, but now they've got to get on the move. 10 squads alive, 2 points at the moment for Scars, and they are sitting at the bottom of the lobby, but they're looking good. You've got all 3 members alive, and they can start to work their way into the zone, try to pick up some kill points here and there.
Now, most teams would be happy about being directly in the middle of the circle, Elfish, but FC Destroy, that's not exactly their comfort zone, is it? They like to roam around, they want to be on the edge of it, and they don't even... actually, we'd have to go back and see which of the 2 players were alive, but yeah, I guess the question in my head is, do they have the defensive legends left alive to be able to take some, advantage of that?
Hold that thought for the moment, because GMT is in an engagement. Sir Dell has the Peacekeeper in hand, looking for angles, jumps inside the caravan, great movement, but can't land the shots, and GMT is out. Revenant once again, just dispatching of another team. And I gotta say, these guys are turning up with the goods today. Top 4 at the moment. Belkin, Lahim, Mekshus. I think they might have done enough to make the top 10 of this lobby, but of course, still more work to do later on in the day.
It's been a bagus sekali performance here from the Indonesian team. I'm sure the Indo fans at home know what that means. And okay, they're going to fly in after this. They've got a lot of kills to their name, 5 so far. And, I mean, honestly, at the end of this, I'd be surprised if they weren't the kill leaders, regardless of where they end up on the leaderboard. These guys are just they're fragging out so much and looking for so many fights.
I mean, that's fun. That's an exciting way to play, and it's great to watch. But I also do wonder, when you're going up against the top teams in the world and getting away with it, how long can that realistically last? Are you biting off a little more than you can chew in the long term? For now, it's working for Revenant, but what happens in the next lobby? What happens if they make it into finals? Can they still get away with that kind of a playstyle? We'll just have to wait and see. On the other side of the coin, G2, a team they've been going up against, still alive as well. This time, at least, their fates seem intertwined.
Well, Scars, it looks like they're sending it over towards IG there. You got to remember, they only had the 2 members, and I think they've just won a 2v3? Unless another Scars member went down earlier. That's a fairly impressive fight win from the British.
Well, beside the point, G2 now are starting to push their way in on top of Fennel. Pinota has already been knocked down, gentrifying, picking that one up, and another very important point on the board for G2. Time and time again, we've said they need to be getting something done, and it really feels like this is the game where it's finally coming together, what we've been waiting for.
Creeping up that leaderboard now into number 13, only a couple of places away from the cut-off. Not only that, they've been creeping uphill as well, and they're not going to be in the next zone, I guess, but, you know, they can roll down onto these other teams like, say, V3 Vega or Singularity.
Nice to see a bit of CLG on our screens as well, because they're a team standing toward the top of the lobby. Finished off yesterday with some great performances, and they're putting it together today as well. So many teams in this final circle, or these final couple of circles, that actually look really strong. They've got 3 players up, they've got good sets of armor, lots of ammo, lots of grenades. It'll be an explosive finish, especially with a zone like this, where there's just so much open space.
Yeah, Revenant, not in the open space, however, they found a caravan to play in. CLG, you can see down the bottom there. You know, they've got a lot of space to themselves, but they don't have the zone.
IG definitely just trying to keep their heads down. Same for FC Destroy. They want to show a bit of presence, but not too much. They want to ensure that no team's going to push in onto them, but they also don't want to really get knocked or anything like that in a position like that, because it will really open the door for someone to just absolutely send it. Mexus, as I speak about it, has actually managed to get a knock onto Bryn, so now I wonder if any of those teams are going to look to try to take the position that Invictus Gaming is holding at the moment. That knock will be confirmed by a grenade as well, by the way. But we'll jump back over to CLG as they toss the caustic gas bomb inside of the caravan. And it's not where you want to be. You don't want to be eating that gas. Lahim will fall, Belkin will fall, and Revenant are down to just 1 remaining player.
Again, it's all about the KP there from Revenant. They're not going to be picking up much placement points in our game 3 here, but the fragging is probably enough to keep them in that all-important top 10. FC Destroy another team. There are so many duos right now. This is kind of wild.
How many have we got? We've got V3 Vega, definitely. And then, of course, FC Destroy.
IG lost their second, so I guess that's...
They're a solo, and V3 Vega, are they a duo? Or
yeah.
Yeah, they're a duo, yeah, of course. We just saw them. So G2 and CLG, I believe, are the 2 power teams at the moment. 3 players alive for G2. They're turning their day around. Let's see how they're feeling about it.
We'd probably focus RV first to try to get those kills. I think they have to move first. Crack.
30 flush. If we drop, we have to kill this duo for placement and kills.
Well, can we not play their backside out here?
No, that's where the other team's gonna go.
Oh yeah,
this
this team's gonna go. Yeah. Who's out here? Is that another rat? I'm gonna queue him.
That's more than one.
No, that is the rat. Okay, they got
I
it.
didn't hit anything.
The duo and 2 trios.
Alright, focus the RB then.
The thing.
No, it's one more rat. The other
They're
rat's
sliding out on him. They're sliding out on him.
Yep.
Don't fuck them up too bad.
Alright.
Let them fight. Let them fight.
They're gonna EMP too. Alright, don't really shoot him.
Don't shoot them. Don't shoot them.
This rat's gonna be on our left, by the way.
Let them fight.
Yep.
I'm gonna ult them when we jump.
Start sliding down. Start sliding down right. Come down here. Come down here. Chill.
I'm holding my bubble out.
Don't shoot. Just sit.
Tell me when to bub.
Yeah.
Just sit. Let it go down. Chill. Ready? Kill this rise. Left. Kill her left. Kill left.
Me.
Close left. Rat. Wherever the fuck this kid is.
Behind you.
Look inside.
Crack crypto.
No, man. Fuck.
Oh, fuck.
No.
I have knock. I know.
They're gonna fight.
Yeah, I'm one knock here.
I'm gonna walk up.
DB slid out.
Don't shoot him.
Yeah, fuck him.
Nice.
Get that there.
There's a Belk on the roof.
They're gonna fight. They're trying to fight. You give me chase. Nice.
Let's go, design.
Nice.
Let's go, design. Fuck.
Oh.
Fuck.
so far. Now it's down to FC Destroy to try and challenge against CLG, but in the one-on-one, CLG will walk away with the victory. Oh, dearie me, you felt like it was going to come together for G2, didn't you? But end of the day, they didn't know about V3 Vega just sitting underneath their cliff face. They said there was a team on the right, but they didn't know about the team on the left. And ultimately, CLG, they did also have 3 players alive on the other side of the zone. They worked their way down, they kept their head cool, and they walk away with the win.
Yeah, I liked the patience there from G2, but, you know, I guess retrospectively looking back, you wonder if maybe they had to pop the black hole a little bit earlier, if they couldn't have caused just a tad more chaos and potentially taken out that other 3 stack. Because remember, we were talking about how many teams actually had the full complement alive, and there weren't quite as many. Any damage they could have done to CLG right there probably would have been pretty important.
Indeed, but end of the day, obviously, we've been talking about CLG a lot. They haven't been able to find a win up to that point, but they had been putting good results on the board. This now, though, is kind of their breakout game in this lobby. They should be sitting up quite high now as a result of 21 points on the board. FC Destroy, nice to see them up there as well as G2. I mean, look, it was a 3rd place for G2, but a 3rd place is much better than what they've been able to get so far to this point. So a little bit of a sigh of relief, I'd say, from G2, but they know, of course, they've got a lot more work to do as we do start to now think about Storm Point. You got IG International in there in that discussion again. Revenant, of course, can't go past talking about them as well. Lots of kills every game.
Man, that beautiful circle pull for FC Destroy gives them some placement points they're not accustomed to having in their column. The 19 points, a very good effort from them. But looking at the bottom half of the lobby, a lot of those points just getting really hoovered up by the top 10 there. Odic, the only one there with 10 points to their name from Game 3 and a solid performance to try and work it out going into the second half of this losers bracket round 1.
Well, that win from CLG is going to break the combo of Loba victories. This time we've got a Corsic team, and of course with the complement of the Valkyrie and the Gibraltar as well. Sort of felt as though CLG did keep their heads down a little bit right up until the end game, but still 6 kills coming through. Really, really solid stuff. Well, I guess 9 across the board is actually not a bad shout.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice brace of kills there for those guys. It was a fun last circle. You know, it was nice to see G2 finally finding their feet in this series. And, I mean, they're not all the way done yet, Elfish.
Well, we're halfway through this lobby. Plenty more to discuss, but that's not our job. That's for John and the boys on the desk. I hear he's got a special guest, so let's jump over to the analysts.
Special guest indeed. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Brilliant cast, as always. Fallout here alongside a very special guest. I'm happy to welcome for the very first time to the desk none other than Hockey's himself, big brain of Apex, captain and IGL of Alliance, joining us for the first time. First things first, man. How you doing? How you feeling after the big dub? Top 10, barely made it in.
I'm feeling great now. Was super exhausted after the games, but now I'm just relieved to be in the finals.
Congratulations on that. 10th place, first place, obviously a seeding point difference, but more importantly, you made it, which is big. And I'm excited. We've been chilling in the green room and talking through some gameplay analysis and gameplay-related things. Excited to jump into the discussion. Also joined with none other than Killer Pigeon and Xenox as well. But 3 games into this series, this is losers bracket round 1, win or go home. And first thing I want to talk about is G2, biggest topic here. I know you guys have a little bit of a rivalry. I'd love to get your thoughts on G2 as a team.
I mean, G2 is obviously a great team mechanically. They 3 rollers, 3 very cracked rollers. Not really sure what's going wrong in this tournament, but you know, they're a team that can always make it back, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw them in the late game there, KP. It's a situation where they did have Godspot. We were sitting here watching. Complete Godspot. They had a great position, great opportunity to close it out, but not able to do so.
Yeah, that's the difference, actually. The last 2 games, they've always been rotating very late, but it's usually been to their downside. What I like this time around is they peeled through Epicenter, and there was really no conflict. Like, all of the attention was drawn to the south side, so they were able to actually just sneak that in. I was really surprised no other team took it, but I think this is, like, promising. This shows you what G2 can do when they get in that type of position. I think we saw hints of this yesterday, but the issue seems to be the timing. Whenever they're rotating past that, like, second ring, I feel like they're coming in very late, and by the time they arrive in these critical areas, everyone's already got the gun spot, right? There's nowhere left for them to stay.
Yeah, it's an issue and kind of concern of playing hard edge, right? You guys, we'll talk about it later, but you play edge, but you also find a way to rotate and find great positioning. I'd be curious to get your perspective on that as we take a look here. Map number 1, though, was GMT, ending up on top. A dominant game from GMT. Xenox, walk me through what we saw in match number 2.
Yeah, well, it was back-to-back poor performances from Reply Totem as well, unfortunately for them. So kind of like G2, both starting very slow, match 1, match 2. And then obviously SSG kind of showed us what they're really capable of. Big result, big win, 12 kills. And it was also a really poor game from the APAC North teams. I think I ended up counting like 5 of the bottom 7 were all from APAC North. So a bit of a rough one there for match 2. And then obviously for match 3, it really was the focus on G2. Could they respond? Could they bounce back?
Yeah, that's a great point. And in this situation here, G2, full team of 3, and as we head to late game, they had that high ground. They were really fragging out, got a few high kills, ended up in 3rd place though. So Hawk, I'd love your take on that. I mean, you were kind of breaking it down here with us on the desk. They had Godspot, and you were saying hopefully the action takes place at the trailer, at the truck. That's how they'll win this game. That's kind of their win-victory condition. Thoughts on how G2 could maybe turn that around and win it?
I mean, they ran down, tried to 3P the trailer because there was people fighting at the trailer. They threw their GB ulti and everything, and then tried to swing it left to like take cover and shoot the team in the back. However, they ran into a duo ratting. So I think Resulta went down without bubbling because of the rats. So I feel like if he gets the bubble down there, they probably win the game. But running into a duo ratting is kind of rough.
Exactly. That's a rough situation there for G2. They still get the kill points, which is definitely helpful for them in that scenario. But it seemed like the rats were there, but they were actually split. I think Designful was fighting towards truck. 2 of them were handling the rats behind them as opposed to all 3 of them turning. Resulta doesn't pop his bubble, and as a result, they get taken out, and they get a 3rd place finish. Designful still almost clutched up. He's able to get that first knock, but unfortunately couldn't finish the deal. Instead, it was Vatro clutching up, I believe, on CLG, the controller team. It was G2, the controller boys, versus CLG, other all-controller squad from North America, and CLG looked really great, KP.
Yeah, I mean, CLG, like, this has been a squad that they kind of come in late, right? Like, I felt that happened yesterday. They started off a little bit rough, and then they do clutch up at the end. The interesting part for me is kind of the dynamics at play. Like, just taking on GMT's performance, like, they start off solid at the beginning of this, right? And I was actually happy to see it because one big notable thing is, like, Fennel has especially been causing issues for this squad through and through. I loved how they got vengeance at the start of that series, right? They had the spot over them. They kind of, like, yeah, how the tens have tabled, right? Like, it was a beautiful moment. But what I just love is that we're seeing, even at this stage, like there's very clearly a lot of competition back and forth. It's not like one side is running away with the whole thing.
Yeah.
But one thing I'd love to wrap back in and get Hakisa's opinion on is, like, you mentioned about G2 and Alliance and having this kind of similar late timing on rotating into the rings. What do you think that you're doing so much better right now than G2 with that?
I think it's more like G2 is trying to brute force their way in, which is not... It sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. It's like either you get a high point kill game or you die early. More like we're kind of forcing teams away instead of like committing to it. So we're able to coexist a lot more with other teams while they're like hard committing to killing them.
That's a great point. I'm excited to jump in and talk a little more about that. But the standings are ready. Let's take a look at the leaderboards first and then continue the analysis and discussion. And here we go. GMT Esports with 35 points on top right now after really a disappointing start yesterday. They're performing today after a good game number 1. Audic from South America right behind them, putting SA on the map. Space Station behind them in 3rd place. CLG in 4th. FC Destroy with a must-perform game number 3, a 25-point total. And still not in that top 10. You see Crazy Raccoon sneaking in is G2. Let's take a look at the second page here as well. G2, well, they're in 11th, a 7-point bump. 3 games left. They certainly have an opportunity, but they are on the bubble right now. Ascend, another team, as well as IG, your counterparts in EMEA. What do you think's not working so well for IG and Ascend?
Ascend, I don't really know. They're playing with a sub,
yeah.
So I think they're missing a huge part in VJX, but I'm not sure, actually.
And IG, do you agree with the roster change? I mean, you obviously played against them. IG, I consider them a top 3, top 5 team in EMEA before the roster change. Do you agree with the decision to pick up Urban in place of Blasts?
I mean, both players are very good players. Like, I think Blast is more of a flex player, like a caustic main, while Urban is like a mechanical talent. So I feel like they're just trying to find new synergies within the team. It's been looking good for them, though. I'm not really sure what's going on in Wrong and Land. Maybe it's nerves, maybe something else, but I mean, both players are really solid, so it just depends on how they want to move the team forward, what type of dynamic they want.
Good take, good perspective. Perhaps just the transition to LAN. Urban's obviously first LAN, younger player. We'll see if they can perform though and make it. You never know. Certainly 3 games left, an opportunity. But let's take a look at the map schedule. We're gonna be switching on from World's Edge to Stormpoint here, and I guess we'd love to continue to get your take on what is the reset like going from World's Edge to Stormpoint. Is it a physical or mental reset where you're saying, okay, let's play differently, the map plays differently, or what's the difference between the 2 maps? And what was it like having to adjust to a second map again in competitive Apex for the first time in 2 years?
I mean, adjusting to a new map is both rough and fun because all teams, I mean, nobody has no clue what they're doing, so everybody's just running around inting. But I mean, it's also fun because you're able to play new things, you're doing new zones, new comps, everything, so it brings a little bit more content to the game rather than more competitive stuff. So definitely both ups and downs, I would say.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see both sides to that story. Last question I have for you, Hakis, as well. Just would love to get your take as we're wrapping up here. So last question before we throw to a quick break. Any perspective kind of in the mind of a pro player in terms of the regional distribution of meta? You were talking a little bit in particular about Watson and Watson's impact on certain maps. Would love to have you explain to kind of the viewers here your thoughts on that Watson and crypto team comp and how it's effective or maybe not so effective.
I mean, it's a new concept for us in EU and NA, I think. Most of us are not playing it. We've been trying it out a lot in scrims, and I feel like the comp, it works on Stormpoint because the buildings are designed in a way where it's harder to break defenses, along with the map being bigger, so you have more space to like control with. You don't really play that close range like you do on World's Edge. I'm not a big fan of the comp on World's Edge because you're playing way too close to each other. It's just so easy to swing in the open, break the Watson gen, and then a couple nades, a GB ulti, you're dead. Yeah. So I think definitely prefer the comp on Stormpoint over World's Edge because it's just easier to control space on that map than it is on World's Edge.
Interesting. So Stormpoint a little more effective in your eyes, and really cool to hear that you actually were also playing as that team comp just to understand what it feels like and what works, what does not work. I like that preparation. But hey, great to have Hakis on the desk here joining us. Of course, getting some coaches, players to join us for some perspective. I tweeted it earlier, but we'll have Hodsik joining us a little bit later. Killer Pigeon, Xenox, always a pleasure as well. Game 3, well, it's done and dusted. First 3 games of this series. 3 more games to go where we will find out if G2 can clutch up and make it to the top 10 to continue their run through the losers bracket, or Invictus Gaming, or Ascend, or will we continue to see Space Station Gaming and a lot of the APAC teams that are performing incredibly well, the Indonesian squad in particular, showing up in Revenant. We'll find out because game number 4 on Stormpoint is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Quick break, and we got game number 4.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stockholm, Sweden. Rain Day Gaming and James Bardoff here on the cast. It is time for games 4, 5, and 6, where we begin the back half of this stage of our first losers bracket. However, the most important thing to note, James, this is the first round that we've seen in this tournament over the course of a day and a half that will send teams home if they're not in the top 10.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams who you wouldn't expect to be in that precarious situation, such as G2, IG, Detonator as well, with the way they've been playing. Kick not doing so well either, and Totem are having a nightmare. So there's still a chance for them to turn things around, but those chances are starting to run out now. We have 3 games remaining in this series of matches, and it's time to really start to put a bigger imprint on these matches to come. G2 finishing 3rd in their last game, but still only good enough for 11th place currently.
Wow. Not what anyone would have expected coming into this. I know a lot of fans around the world are surprised and still hoping. There is hope, and that means 3 games, anything that happened in the first 3 can swap and happen to another team or better in this one, but you certainly are hoping that on G2 side, things look brighter. Let's talk a little bit about what we've expected as far as the talent predictions. I know I had CLG coming out a little bit quickly. Maybe game 1 was a sign of things to come. Game 3 certainly was. They got the win there. They're looking strong, but there were a couple other teams specifically in that final circle that I think allow us, James, to say that there are teams definitely looking to pick it up and we'll have a chance against the other 10.
Yeah, I think as far as predictions go, as far as North American teams go, predicting them has been disastrous for the most part. But that's, you know, that there are pros and cons.
There are.
Obviously, we have big brands and we expect them to do well, but they have been making way for teams from different regions, Latin America, APAC North, APAC South, and that's
right.
what we're seeing. We're seeing a variety where I think people maybe wrote some of those teams off, and they're holding their own. We're seeing deep runs from Watson teams. We're not seeing W's, but we're seeing 4th places repeatedly, and plenty more than that with some of the more common setups from different teams in different regions as well. So it has been quite a shocker in terms of, I mean, you know, if you're especially from North America, those guys are certain they are the best region, but they are not seeing the best results. So it has been somewhat shocking recently, but what's been great is that finally we're seeing some stronger performances from the likes of CLG, currently sitting in 4th place after that victory in game number 3. They are on the rise.
This is where you start to see the stories that you tell after the tournament is over begin. Will these teams somehow make it through the drudgery of not only 2 more groups that they probably would not have wanted to play in, especially if they had the opportunity to qualify earlier on in the day into the grand finals, which will be tomorrow. Only 10 of our teams were able to do that. The rest on this journey waiting, watching, getting ready to see which 10 qualify from here. You mentioned another team that's been on, I think, from the EMEA side of things, underperforming, GMT. They have started to pick it up big time with a win, and obviously with a few high placements here, so they're very close to leading the group, if not leading, heading into this, James, and that's a strong sign as well.
Interestingly, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place in the current standings. GMT winning the 1st game in 2nd place. Space Station winning the 2nd game in 3rd place. CLG winning the 3rd game in 4th place. But who's in 1st place? It's Odic, who've got 6 kills, 8 kills, and 9 kills respectively, finishing P8, P2, and P12. So that is quite the mixed bag, but the consistency in the frags is allowing them to be joint first with GMT, both teams on 35 points. Space Station just behind on 32. So there are different ways to secure your position, but I don't know that many of these positions are secure just yet. Things can, and I'm sure will, change dramatically once we start to get into these games, the remaining games. We're only halfway through this series. Vega currently in 8th place.
Yeah.
I'll be very impressed if they are able to hold that. The first 3 maps that we've seen today were pretty good for them. They finished 3rd and 4th in the last 2 games respectively, in 2nd and 3rd game. But here we are. Looks like we're going to be heading into Storm Point now. So it is a different kettle of fish, as they say where I'm from. Not sure what they say where you're from.
I'm not sure if they say anything like that where I'm from, but hey, you know what? I think I need to travel a little bit more. I'm certainly aware that we have started to travel in this journey that will lead 10 teams to, again, a little bit of a layover before they see their final destination, whether it's in the grand finals tomorrow or whether it is going home, unfortunately. And we will see 10 teams now go home if they cannot put a performance together. They have 3 to do it, and they've got a brand new map to see if they could shift the energy, or at least if you are on top, hold on to what you've been able to grab so far. CLG, a team to mention there, 31 points on the day. They come in, I believe, second place, and they are going to look to continue their team fighting that's been really confident, and also a team that is used to fighting early. They, as we were talking with Hotzik backstage a little bit, know how to contest very well. They've contested with XSET for a very long time, and so they understand what it's like to kind of almost claw at results and claw to fight for every single moment. They aren't necessarily always given the easy route, and that's something that I think in this losers bracket run you're going to have not only to make it top 10 in one group, but then to do it again in the second group, as we see Shipfall and Phoenix team in our POVs. 20 squads still left as we kick off game 4.
Yeah, not seeing too many contests off the drop, but I can see that CLG and FC are pretty close to each other. But before, there's nothing crazy going on just yet, so we're going to have a quick look at a clip with Phoenix.
Honestly, aim-wise is probably, I think, Jim Burton. He's the best in the world, in my opinion. And overall, I guess Imperial Hall is a good choice. He's just super consistent. I mean, I'm excited to play against them because, you know, before they were kind of our idols, I guess. And today they're our competitors. So it's just a really nice feeling catching up to them, I guess. We're feeling pretty confident. We really want to put a spotlight on South America because our region is not the most developed one compared to the other ones. So we kind of want to put a spotlight on it, shine it a bit more. That's it.
They are certainly doing that, but there are bigger spotlights to come, and who knows what they may be able to show us in Championship. Speaking of contests, we see that GMT have got some action early as they try to defend a position.
Serdell on the wingman realizes he's got to start closing in angles. It feels like every time you look at GMT, they're either performing at the top of the group or somehow with a little bit of misery in their sights, trying to make it out of a tough situation. This time, Nasky, as we like to call him, Nasty Nasky, the one truly putting down Shakabo on Finnell. These two have been contesting again and again, not only in scrims, but it was part of the reason why they're in this losers bracket, James. Finnell actually got the better of them 3 games in a row on Storm Point before.
Big shots from the Sentinel, and when you're contesting, you don't want your opponent to have a wingman so dangerous. And we've got 2 men down now. We're in a 3 versus 1 situation as they look to finish off the job, and we're about to lose our first squad, I feel like, unless they can run, but it doesn't seem like it. And the Fennel will be weeded out on this occasion. So there is our first squad down. We'll see if that continues in the matches to come. And still we have CLG maybe close to something similar to what we've just seen over here, but we'll see how things play out over time. But it's great to get that KP early on the board, and that seemed relatively comfortable for GMT. Got the first down at range with the Sentinel, and then converted the rest of the frags afterwards.
GMT very familiar with this concept of going against Finnell, and it was just so interesting to see the confidence that they were able to play with heading into that fight. I feel like there's a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, as it should be. I think that they know they haven't performed, despite the fact that they know they're not with Max Strafe, who is unfortunately unable to attend. He is a brother to these guys, and considered, by Nasky's words, the best player in the world. We don't get a chance to see him here. They're fighting for him, and they are doing everything they can. They'll even be splitting some of the prize pool if they do win. So it's a great team to root for if you're looking for maybe an underdog story or maybe a top dog story who's had a couple of bruises along the way to be able to finish strong and do something not only for their dear friend, but for their team's pride and what they've all gone through to get here. The perseverance of keeping a positive attitude, which we all know Nasky likes to do as well. Reply Totem, a team from EMEA that James simply hasn't found an identity in this tournament either, and that's been surprising to me because they have had consistent days throughout the ALGS where they've popped off.
Yeah, and they have not been popping at all. The microwave is unplugged as far as Reply Totem are concerned. All of 2 points at present, equal with Scars, and we know what situation they're in, so that does not bode well to be a mirror in terms of the leaderboard at the moment for Reply Totem, but there is still time to do something about it. But it has to start now. They can't be waiting any longer, and we can see Fascination Color Destroy. That is the team I was referring to, which landed near CLG. They changed their name. Their previous name was Fascination of Color, which was very pretty, but it seems they went for that heel turn, wanted to be the bad guys and looking to get some destruction on the go. But CLG, a team who are rising in confidence and have momentum in their favor, will be looking down upon the team that they are contesting at present. But there's a lot of space, a lot of area, a lot of cover in this region, so this may not end badly for one of these teams. They may choose to disengage and move on elsewhere.
Very good high ground from CLG, who are not afraid to take a fight, but they might need to at least back off a little bit, because FD Destroy with the Bloodhound have one of the best fighting compositions that you can have, especially with the Horizon Ultimate, the Black Hole ready to be used. Beast of the Hunt was popped by Yuka, and Eye Laziness, Hammer Drill, trying to follow up on that. There's that Black Hole I had mentioned, but the Caustic Ultimate from the side of CLG is hopefully waiting them off. I think it's done the job for now, James, but will it last?
That is the question. And again, there's plenty of terrain to slip around, to disengage, to reset. You can see that CLG are posting up, so they may just be inviting FC to chase them now, getting those barrels around the corner, getting the blind spots there, preparing to defend this position.
I think this is great because you realize immediately CLG says, we are not at an advantage in that fight. Bloodhound pops his ultimate, they've got the Black Hole as well. Where's Caustic best? Inside a building. They've got one downhill. Even though they give up that maybe spot they wanted to hold, it is a much smarter tactical play to give up a little to maybe get a lot more later on.
You can see that Malice Mamba has had the good fortune of finding a turbocharger, and indeed there will be a disengage as CLG realize that, okay, we can waste time around this engagement, but the ring is over towards the east. We're going to be losing position. We may be forced to play edge. We may be limited in our options, so they will be heading to another direction, perhaps using the launcher. I'd be surprised, but you never know.
I'd love to see more about what CLG do here. They are on the cusp of qualifying to the next losers bracket, so close to grand finals. Can they do it? Well, they've got to get through this game first. Let's listen in, see how they're approaching these next fights.
Those two. I got 3.
Looting the smoke right here. Thermite, wingman. I'm grabbing this wingman actually. Dropping a flatline. I'm not with you, Mumbo. I'm a little far back. They might be riding in there.
So they have Bloodhound?
Yeah, I thought they're gonna scan though. Do not loot the bins.
Probably cracked. They're probably gonna go this way.
Yeah, probably
For
at
what?
checkpoint for Beacon and Crafter.
And
Yeah,
rotate.
Beacon Crafter checkpoint.
And rotate though.
Bro, there's a
Easier
chance that
rotate.
they might come through.
Yeah, go ahead. You can stay there. I'm gonna loot this though.
Well, weighing their options, good sign they do have options here. CLG, winners of our game right before this game 3. We're in game 4 though, so they've still got some work to do. We'll catch up with them in a moment as we head over towards Stormcatcher, and you can see there's a lot of teams positioned to do well here. Revenant Esports, one of them, representing Indonesia, a squad that has been eager to fight and doing quite well in them.
Yeah, Indonesia, nice place to visit. Done some diving there, trying to find...
really?
What are those called? There are fish which are as tall as me and about as wide as me as well. They're called Mola Mola. They normally go pretty deep, but in a certain season they come up to the surface. You can hang out with them. I was a little too early though, and Kicker not too early for this fight. They're looking good, getting some nice KP, 3 on the board, and it's goodbye to Phoenix, whichever you prefer. 53 players remain on the server. This is still a very busy lobby, but it is good to secure those points. Again, we mentioned the situation that Odic have been in. While not winning a single one of these matches so far, they are joint top of GMT before this game started. So KP is very, very important. And with KP, you can find consistency. Are you new to Apex? What is KP? Kill points. Get a kill, you get a point. That's KP.
And that's the most important acronym you probably have to pay attention to, because that is what is defining so much of the success of these teams later on. And if you've got 2, that means you've not only not killed very many people in team fights, but you haven't placed very highly. No points until 15, and then as you continue to go down in the squads left. That's better in this BR and in most BRs that we know of in the esports landscape. Crazy Raccoon representing just so well in terms of their play. They came in as one of the teams to look at, and kind of, I would say, Ross being one of maybe the most celebrity type player that we actually have in Apex Legends. Not in terms of, you know, what we would say is our players, where esports in America still a burgeoning kind of awareness to those in the public eye. I heard that Ross probably gets stopped in the street. He's that big of a celebrity in his hometown. It's just a different beast out there, and so he's one of those players that's not just got the cachet in-game, he's got the cachet in real life as well.
This is a big drop from G2. There's a lot of players, and there's not much real estate to hold here, but they have managed to find something for the time being. But what if another team rotates to the other side? There are many entry points, many choke points in the area they're in, but they're moving to the larger room now and finding that most people seem to be on the outside. So there is comfort for the time being, but again, with so many doors, we will see more teams, I'm sure, heading that way, and they have to be ready for it. So many doors, so many directions. In the meantime, Fascination, Color Destroy are still hanging out. Another pop of a Bloodhound ult as they look to engage once again. They're going to force a dome, but will they go for the full send? You have to be real careful about that. And now there are elevated angles and barrels again, so they've really got to think about what they're doing or not make a mistake. And this is an extension of the fight with CLG earlier. And again, CLG are trying to dictate where this fight takes place. They want FC to chase them into a caustic advantage, trying to find elevation with the stairs and so on. But FC will be on the roof now, so what is your next play, CLG?
I think they're just going to skyward dive. They got to get out of there. There's no way they can siege a properly prepared CLG, and they know it. So they're just going to try to get ahead, because now they can do the gatekeeping, James, and this is almost brilliant from FC Destroy. They say, you want us to fight you in a building. How about we go where you need to go, and we'll get in the building first. That way we can take the fight, gatekeep you, and make sure you cannot play to your advantages. It's the little mind games here from FC Destroy that has gotten them so successfully ahead in this lobby. Number 5, as it speaks, with 25 points. Obviously doing something right.
Yeah, both teams wanting to close the book, but sometimes you need to add some more chapters, and we'll see how that saga continues. Game with in a similar region as well, so we'll see if they get involved and it becomes a third-party type of thing. Singularity will be enjoying some real estate in the meantime.
Do something good this way.
Again, Singularity, a big team representing their region in difficult circumstances, but again, there are more opportunities to come later on this year. And I'm excited to see what the future holds for a team such as Singularity. We can see the map overview now and where people are moving. Space Station, Singularity, Kick, and to some degree IG in a similar area. IG are a team that we haven't been able to really mention in ways we would have liked.
Yeah, that's been surprising.
Yeah, they really have gone missing. We've spoken about the difficulties of some of the NA teams like NRG, TSM, who's still doing better, making it to the upper half, but IG are a team who are maybe doing worse than all of them.
And this is trouble for Singularity. They've got the Bloodhound. They've only got 2 players, though. You cannot take it away from them. They have showed more heart than almost any other team in this lobby, in this tournament. They have been playing with 2. They've had issues not having a sub in their third, unavailable to play for this tournament's requirement, so it was just very unfortunate. Ooh. But they have done a lot of work, just like FC Destroy here, and look who they found. It's CLG.
Yeah, they get the kill on the Caustic for free, and now they need to finish off the job. There's opportunity for some KP, and FC certainly need it.
Wow.
Looking to track now. Up high, FC, and goodbye, CLG. 16 squads remain.
What a play from them. We talked about how they wanted to preempt the fight, to get ahead, to gatekeep. They did it, and they took down CLG. That is the kind of decision-making that shows you this team is here to play, and they are certainly getting the points they deserve for it. FC Destroy. James has been talking about their name for so long at this point. It's nice to see them show up in a big way here.
Maybe, you know, maybe they have like an alter ego where things go to Fascination, Color Destroy. So sometimes, maybe they've got like seasonal affection disorder, and when it gets sunny again, they're going to go back to Fascination of Color.
I think it's a great logo. It goes with it. It's a very artistic style. And you know they've got style. APAC North representatives as well. Let's head to one of our Kick EMEA teams where Shaco, Chaotic Much, and Hyarka, familiar mainstay names within the Apex Legends EMEA splits, are fighting against Ascend, who are a team that has a lot of potential. They've been our playoff winners, but it was a conversation about the way that their playoff was won. One of our longer match points, we had several teams actually, Alliance and players, on match point for about 7-8 games, and Ascend came and won in about 9, 10, or 11 games. I don't quite remember the exact time, but look at this.
No.
They're winning big time against Kick here as well. As we pause the storytelling to take you to the live action, is because FC are finding themselves really under pressure.
Yeah, they came in to join the party as the third group and suddenly became the focus and got absolutely wrecked. 2 men down. We'll see if they can right the ship. Game with starting to dance around as well. And you know what that means? That means fences. We'll see if they can get any up. Ace, we're going to be around their dome for the time being as we see more bombardment. There's plenty of space, but is there time to get the reses up? That is the question.
Yeah, this is nice, though. I think Ascend is really in a god spot position here because they can focus whatever team they want. But just like that, Kashera overextends possibly here. They lose one on the side of that, and Kick has already used that time that Game With and Ascend have been fighting to get all 3 members back up. In fact, it is Revenant Esports as well in your kill feed, taken out as Ascend lose post-kill. They lose Kashera, and it's just Sins, and it's not Sins for long. Game With takes the kill, and Kick survives because of the distraction.
These teams are dropping like flies. Looks like Naski's got a scout. I haven't seen too much of that of late.
I know.
Plenty of flatline, plenty of Kraber, and a lot of juicy Volt, but maybe the scout can get involved as well. Space Station moving through. They've lost drops. Maybe they can get him up, but first they've got to find some space. Find some breathing room. Scar's eliminated as well. They were getting popped by a wingman about a minute ago, and it seems they've got nothing else to say in game number 4 of this series.
Well, we've got Space Station rounding out that corner and holding it down. Obviously, we've got Audek, our leader in the lobby, still alive. G2 as well as Crazy Raccoon in the same building in Stormcatcher. So keeping an eye on the way these 12 squads are going to have to meet. It seems like Zen is not going to have to move almost at all, and so it's up to Space Station to try to maybe craft a little bit of space to move forward through the teams that are now looking to gatekeep them, and that is actually Invictus Gaming. Bryn, who is running away, trying to get to the southern side, closer to the zone. We've also got Detonator inside of here, which is what Space Station seem to be looking at, but they're finding a hard time really getting involved, but that's a big spray as well. It's about 110 with a purple shield. Frexes, though, still not comfortable moving forward.
Looking at the map, it seemed that nobody really was in the next zone at all. It seems that everyone's trying to avoid getting stuck in a sandwich, playing on the edge for the time being. Game With are in a very dicey situation as well, unless they've got a launch to move forward at pace. But now that zone will start to close and everybody's got to press forward, and these reses are going to be even more difficult as we see Zenile looking for more.
Wow.
And there go the Detonator team. That's 11 squads remaining now. They still need to get dropped back into the game if they can, but first they've got to get the banner. So there is much work for them to do, and they might not have the space to do it. A defensive caustic gas thrown just to try and create some space. I don't think they're getting the banner back in time. There are so many people coming their way. Arcstars as well. Space Station may not survive this.
But they're going to try to. Frexes, he goes down, but it's Zenile who stays alive. And then can he skyward dive? No, it's going to get canceled. He decides against it, and he's going to hit a battery as he slides down the hill, just trying to stay out of the line of sight. And he's doing a decent job at it. He's got an armor swap, but he's now going to abandon that to try to find a better position. But look at this, a solo Valkyrie in the middle of this lobby. I don't see it happening for much longer, and that is going to be that. It is Zen who helps take that out, and Zenile actually will get cleaned up by Invictus Gaming. So a team we just mentioned weren't showing up in final circles are here.
The Volt is absolutely lethal at these medium ranges. Kick enjoying high ground, and they are exposing people trying to hide behind the rock, but they're on the rock side as far as Kick are concerned. So much KP opportunity for them moving through the flat line as well. They've crafted the good, and they're looking to make it pay for them. We've got the domes out, we've got the bombardments as they look for anything moving in their screens. There's again nowhere to go, trying to find cover. They're going to crack some more players, but can they get some more KP from this? 10 kills for Kick as there are 7 squads remaining.
Kick setting themselves up on the high ground. This is totally the spot that you would want to be on, but there's still a lot of work to do. Reply Totem, Amaz hiding out as a solo in between, and they've got V3, 1 Tappy as well in the similar position. But you see Game With holding that south west side, if you're looking at it from down to upside on the hill, it is going to be a pretty easy rotation with everybody in front of them, because you know at the bottom, Audic and Invictus Gaming sharing that kind of open area building encampment do not want to move. They are in the best spot. But James, this is an opportunity for GameWith to see what does the Watson do considering such a setup legend when they've got to move into another zone.
Yeah, you can see Audic just trying to move into the next zone. It's almost a stalemate in that regard, because they've got to keep an eye on all the teams in front of them, but they've got IG to the side. But IG can go wide while the ring moves in slowly and then try to poke back in once again. So that's going to be very nervous for both of them. Plenty of anxiety down below, but moving up towards the top, it's even worse for GameWith. They are surrounded in many, many directions. They've got the odd rock to play with, but again, look at the angles being served to Kick. So much opportunity, and there's plenty of ammo as well, at least on the R301. Chaotic Much has got a lot of chances to get some more KP and really get a nice score for his team. Audic, let's not forget, they are top at the moment, and there's no sign of GMT, so while they've got 1 KP at the moment, they'll get the placement, of course, and they're looking to do even better and really secure their position.
Invictus Gaming holding just by a thread of a life, and Kick realized that though things have gotten chaotic, that has been good for them. Chaotic Much with 7 kills, and the kill leader, he's going to find a beam here to try to finish off the downed player, but 11 kills on the side of Kick. They've climbed up into 20 just in this game, and now they're going to try to find 21. They can't quite do it yet, but that will be V3 Vega gone. It is Kick. Ukshako finding that kill, and he's still got a phase breach to boot.
They are feeling themselves now, looking to hunt IG. You are surrounded. PK. Put your hands up. IG are gone. 15 kills for Kick, and there's still more to go. Audic trying to stay alive now. They're distracted by other fire coming their way. And we could see an outrageous game from Kick. Where has this come from? We can see GameWith trying to hide actually
Still
on the corner.
alive.
So they may be playing for second place here, surely, as Kick are looking to charge for first. Audic find themselves surrounded now. They are the meat in the sandwich, and they don't like it, the taste of this.
Are you kidding me? A 15-kill game from Kick with the potential to make it, I can't even say this number, 3 more, 2 more on the other side. It's nearly 20 kills possible for them, but GameWith is trying to get into the action. They've got 3 squads left. GameWith holding the high ground, but they're with the Watson. The Watson is down. It's Matsutasu who's got to find the answer, but he's got to hit the shield battery here just quickly. Kick still putting pressure into Audic, who are carefully balancing between both teams who want to go exactly where they are, and Audic are going to be the ones to finally get a kill as GameWith will push, and it will open up the door from Kick to be able to make this move now that Matsutashu is going to have to do something.
Yeah, he's going to lose position before anybody else, so he's just got to run to his doom, and it's a contest to see who can get the KP, and the Kick will get 1 more. Now, Audic, is this the run for you guys? Because Kick are looking very dangerous indeed. Down to the last dome now, point blank range. All of Kick still standing, and they will take the victory. A monstrous game from them. Maybe the highest kill count we have seen this whole weekend.
That could be 19 kills for Kick as they kick down the doors of this lobby. They are trying to survive, and they are certainly looking like they are on the right path for that. Game 4 starts off emphatically and finishes just the same way. The celebrations from Kick, well deserved.
Absolutely. They had 5 points at the beginning of this match. They were in 18th place, and things are going to change dramatically. That came out of absolutely nowhere, firing all the nukes in match number 4. That was a monstrous game from Kick. The highest kill count I can remember is 17, I think.
I think they beat that.
I think they have to have beaten that. I never do maths on stream, never a good idea, but I can't wait to see the scores on the doors once we get there. I think they had at least 10 kills on just one of their players, so my God, that is one way to galvanize your squad for the final 2 games as well. They've really put the scores on the doors on that one.
Well, you're going to have a game like that to get everyone pumped up, get them energetic, because you've got to do it here, but you've got to do it again and again. And 31 points, one of the biggest, if not the biggest game that we have seen on stream here in the playoffs, with 19 kills coming out of nowhere in 18th place, James. That's certainly going to put them within the top 10.
Yeah, that's about a third of the server, and they've got so many kills that the first page is looking like a drought, as the second page normally is. Moving over to the second page, nothing but zeros, because people were harvested. They were put in the meat grinder, and there was nothing to show when they came out. Zeros everywhere. CLG had a good start, but that wasn't the game for them. But again, they've done good for the most part. But again, Kick, just so many points from that one game. That is a monstrous performance. And we'll see just how monstrous now as we look to the individual plays. 11 kills for Chaotic Much. You couldn't ask more from him in that game.
Hayarka as well, just holding it down with 2,000 damage. Shako as well. Every single player on this team has a 2K or above. And oh my goodness, 5, 3, and 11. This is just a team effort. And you can tell by the assists, usually it's not that high.
Yeah.
Individually, there's lots of performances that we've seen match what Chaotic Much has done. But in terms of assists, I don't think anyone has come this close to having that many group team kills.
Yeah, that was a flow state game, it feels like. The way they were moving down the slope, they didn't even need to necessarily do that, but they saw opportunity, they felt the opportunity, and they seized it time and again, and they made that work. That was fantastic to watch from Kick.
It was one of the games that maybe changed the feeling of this lobby, and to do it on Storm Point as well might just show that if you are a Kick fan, you have got a lot to be excited about. They jump up from 18 to 3, a 15-point climb in just one game. What does that mean for the rest of the lobby? I would be worried, especially if you're Space Station, CLG, and GMT. You cannot stay content, which is what all those teams did in terms of their points.
Again, looking at G2, still in the bottom half. That really sticks out like a sore thumb in this bottom half, especially with everything else that we've been seeing. Detonator, another team who've had plenty of great performances, and as we have seen from Kick, it only takes one game. Problem is, there are only 2 games remaining.
And you've got, again, Crazy Raccoon, one of our representatives from APAC North that we think, as well as Ascend from EMEA, have the potential to maybe even be winners of this, have won major tournaments in their regions, and have been able to show up at the right time. Well, the right time is slimming down. We've got 2 more games left before we send 10 teams home for the first time here in the playoffs in Sweden. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Apex Legends playoffs here in Stockholm, Sweden. Rain Day, James Bardoff on the cast here for Game 5. And we've got some great finishes that just occurred if you missed the last 4 minutes of broadcast. It is Kick Esports who put together a 31-point game. And to give you a little bit of context, James, most games, if you're good and have a pop-off game, is 25 points.
Absolutely. And I'm starting to wonder maybe in future there should be some kind of bounty for the highest scoring game at LAN.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I mean, there's a bounty for basically the highest scoring total kills. We call that the Apex Predator. They get some extra cash as well. That's in the rules. But for the highest scoring game, I think that's a good incentive.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like
Especially
that.
maybe mini trophies or something to go with that beautiful one, which I'm sure we will see more of tomorrow. But many of these teams won't be seeing more of that trophy because many of these teams will be ejected from the premises. Once this is all said and done, you really need to make sure you stay in this top 10. 2 games to go, and it is, well, the chances to climb are becoming slimmer and slimmer. But again, we can see how important just that one victory can be. You rack up those kills, and you can really make your way towards the top.
I mean, that's kind of what is amazing about this experience. You have one game, and it can change the way you feel about your chances at this tournament. But it is still a far cry from the work that has to get done to make it to tomorrow. For the teams we're watching now, they have to not only do this here, they've got to do it again. And it becomes a very daunting task, knowing top 10 here, and then guess what? My top 10 gets harder, because now we've got to go against the teams that lost in the first winner's bracket of today. I'm talking Elevate, I'm talking NRG, Players. We've got crazy, AD Raccoon. We've got Empire, teams that, we have considered maybe already confirmed for the finals. Now, these teams are going to have to do. But I think if you perform like Kick did, that's the confidence to say we can make it through.
Yeah, and I think Team Empire in that lobby are going to be real interesting because surely they've got to bring the business when it really counts, because there's no more time to mess around for people like them. And we know if they want to destroy a lobby, they will do so.
Right.
So I feel for whoever has to go and join them in that one. But hey, easier said than done. Let's not forget, we have seen a very different look to Apex Legends with all these different regions in these lobbies. Things that people are comfortable doing in their own region don't necessarily work as well as they used to with all these teams there. And there's certainly a lack of respect. And speaking of which, we'll see if there'll be more contests as these teams start to land. We saw 4 teams contesting across the map in our 4th match, but we start to move into our 5th. And we'll see if people start to get a little nervous now, as again, can't really afford to do these coin flips depending on your position. So maybe nerves will set in and people will settle for a weaker position.
One of the interesting things that we have to bring in to note is obviously Kick, where they are landing, looking to head southern and find their spot, hopefully uncontested through the squads. And it seems like we're going to have a couple of 50-50s to start off. It's going to be GMT and Finnel as well, 50-50. And we're going to see CLG and potentially FC Destroy at Mill. Now, this doesn't have to be a fight. We've seen this handled a lot of ways, especially with Optic Gaming. They actually love to take that fight, but sometimes when they were going at it against Sentinels, it wasn't really effective in the qualifiers, and it put Sentinels in the position where they weren't actually be able to be here in Sweden. So you have this big possibility of success, but is it worth risking the fact that you may not make it to another game here at LAN?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we can see that FC Destroy and CLG are they're near each other in Cenote Cave. Now we can see that Scars might be fighting early, looking at the southern point of the map. The northwest of the map is where the zone is going to be. So that's going to get pretty busy pretty soon. IG and G2 a little more separated from each other in the top right corner of the screen. So we shall see what happens and if there'll be some contesting as we start to move on. Maybe CLG looking for revenge. Maybe they will look for it themselves.
So Finnel, instead of contesting, have now gone to Gale Station, just so we can be aware.
The other side of the map, they don't want any of that.
They lost to GMT so fast, they went to the extreme opposite side of the map. Oh, that's respect if I've ever seen it. I don't want to get anywhere near them, and maybe they're a little upset at that, as we've now just had a chance to see where the ring might be pulling, and it seems to be towards the checkpoint wall area. So this will be an open area circle. You'll be able to play with a lot of water and also hold some of the buildings or play reserved from wall and kind of approach a little later. Bow check bows definitely will be valuable, like you see on the hands of MoMA now.
Yeah, and I can see that G2 are actually deleting IG in the top right. I said that things were starting a little calmer there. IG landing at Lightning Rod and G2 going to Thunderwatch and just rotating straight and just reminding people this is G2 territory. It doesn't change based on the lobby. And again, G2 have been quite underwhelming in Sweden thus far, and it's great to see they still have their confidence. They need their results, but you have to play your game. You can't be deterred if you think it's the right thing to do, and G2 are the last team who are going to be like that. So good to see their success. In the meantime, we can see perhaps some frustration from IG as they don't have the banner of Urban, and they've had to make way for G2 and just get out of there.
An incredibly well-spoken individual, noises, and I think you can see Bryn and Urban, of course, not really meshing as well with this team the way that we thought they would. IG, one of the squads that we've expected a lot from. They are currently in the qualifying position of top 10 in this lobby, but not by much. They're at 25 points, and 20 is the 11th place team, and speak of it, it is G2. So we'll be taking a look at all of these stats, keeping you up to date. We've got 2 more games on Stormpoint to determine who are the first 10 teams to go home. That's right, pack their bags, go back to the hotel, talk it over, and hope for a better time next time. That's happening right now, this hour here on our show.
Let's not forget, just a few days ago, this was next time, and let's not forget how far away the last time was. This has been a long wait to make it to land here in Apex Legends, so to go out immediately would be very disappointing indeed. But someone's got to do it. Someone's got to take the L. Rather you than me. Can see Ascend looking at range, but not looking for Ascend. No pun intended. I just realized what I did there. I feel like I should apologize.
You should apologize for that. How dare you do that without intentionally meaning to.
Ascend will be moving elsewhere though, won't they?
Kashera has been a well-spoken figurehead for this team, and he had a chance to catch up with us before some of the games started at LAN. Let's go ahead and throw it to a shot for him.
I wouldn't say that we have rivals or we have like that team that we need to look for. I would say that maybe teams that land close to us, for example GMT that lands right next to us and can cut our rotations quite often. This is a team that we need to look for, but not really like our rivals or some team that we need to like have those 3v3s, because we're probably not even going to fight, like we're just gonna avoid each other.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to think. Ascend and GMT not landing here as much. He might have been speaking specifically on World's Edge, but that's the idea. Heading into this LAN, you knew you were going to have Group A versus B, Group A versus C, and A versus D. You were going to play so many different players and teams. It was going to be hard to plan for anything, and you're just going to have to thrive through the chaos, and that's what Chaotic Much has been able to do. They fight Finnle now, so Finnle, whether you want to or not, you are going to be the first team fighting on either side of the map, but this time it has gone well. Will our winners of our last game actually go down? No! What a clutch from Chaotic Much! He keeps the dream alive, and Kick, fight again!
Not going to get Hyaka in time, surely. No, he's going to have to be respawned. Getting the health just in time as well. He's going to have to move quickly. He's going to have to act quickly. Got the banner. Oh, no, he's still on the run, actually. Looks like there's more action to come, so he can't get his teammate up. He's crawling around, wondering what could have been. And, oh, no, not like this. Not like this. He's not giving the kills up, though. He will try to run away and do what he can. He did get tagged, though, so they may get a kill anyway. Phoenix team just coming in to pick up the scraps like a bag of fries has fallen over. They just picked it up and ate it. They'll take all the protein from that one. 18 squads remaining.
You wouldn't expect a team to be in zone with 2 other teams at this point when the ring is so clearly really towards the middle of the map. This is such a far rotation, but Phoenix landed that way, and this is one of the things they gave up. Gale Station and Finnle, where they went and switched due to being contested by GMT and losing, actually
tactical crouching.
Ended up, is this CLG? Who did they just take out here? I mean,
maybe it's FC?
Don't tell me that. Wow, yeah. I mean,
I was wondering if they were looking for revenge, and apparently they have been. Still admiring the boxes. They really have something to say about this. I know Vicky's a fan of tactical crouching. Seems to be a family tradition as far as her fam are concerned. So she will appreciate this. And CLG are just saying, like, okay, we can't allow you to have that one over us from the previous game. And they will move forward and enact revenge in this one.
That was FC Destroy who got taken out. So we've lost Finnle, we've lost Kick. Kick were the ones with their hands in that, and then of course CLG got in the mix with FC Destroy. He was mad. He did not like.
He's still shooting the box. Can you see it on the HUD?
Well, I think you could tell that this is just a conversation, and we were having some conversations earlier with how do you handle when a team is contesting you. This is something in Apex Legends you see rarely, maybe 95% of the time there aren't contests. But every map, every switch with this many teams from this many regions, you have to share certain spots. You're going to get wires crossed on who takes what, and how do you manage that? And I think what most teams try to do is gauge the level of fear. Do you respect me? Do you respect our team? Do you think we'll win or you'll win in hypothetical situations? And if a team shows an undue amount of respect to the skill relative to what you possess and them, then you've got to make sure that they know, don't try this again.
Daltro might have been shooting the flyer there, but I want to believe that he was railing the boxes just to really get that soul.
Oh, so everything I said was just hypothetical, then that wasn't really happening. Okay. Point still stands.
It absolutely does. Game with admiring the Prowler. Is he trying to bait the Prowler into the fences? I think he is,
Hype cast of Prowler action.
I hope nobody cryptos this. This is a work of art. This is too beautiful for any crypto to be trifling with. Honestly, it is. Detonator, we spoke about them earlier. Opportunity still knocks for them as they get it down onto Scars, who seem to be in trouble now. Taishin's on the floor as well, so they may not last much longer than this. Detonator still looking good for the time being, and there is KP to be collected if they can get this last final kill. You can see the Valk trying to run away now. See if they are able to chase, if they've got enough angles with this 3 versus 1. Detonator on the chase, and I think that Valk has run out of steam, run out of gas, getting lasered as well. Shot from all kinds of directions, and that kill will be stolen. But there is some KP for Detonator as well.
Revenant Esports find a little bit of KP, but Detonator really the ones who help to make that happen. Team we expect a lot from in these lobbies, especially the losers brackets. Obviously, didn't do as best as they did the day before to be here, but there's still a lot of potential, and we know that they can pop off and win games. Audic, the top of the leaderboard here, representing South America, actually haven't won a game, which goes to a point that we like to discuss.
Yes, you know what I like.
Oh my God.
Forget the points, Rain Day. Can we just look at the lines? So it reminds me of Mass Class. Oh, it's beautiful.
Lovely.
It is absolutely beautiful.
And
sorry, please continue.
No, I think it's great. You get to see the both. This is Fascination of Color Destroy's dream, right? If they could leave there.
This is my dream.
This is James' dream as well. If you two will find a way to make this more of a reality. I know that Watson has been something Yuka has continued with. And game with, obviously, in the losers bracket, that's really no slight to them. Only 10 teams are qualified for finals tomorrow. Hasn't been working for them. I mean, they were in final 3 in that circle with Kick, so clearly working a little bit in this lobby.
What if? Oh, no, never mind the what if. I was thinking actually Horizon mixed with Watson to drag people into that, but they'll be dragged somewhere. Well, the CLG will try at the very least, looking to push in, but we could see some third parties here. Point blank range, the shotguns are out, not going CLG's way now. Vatro in trouble, Nanofries, no shields left for him, no shields for anyone, and I think this might be the end of the line for CLG. But even if it is, what happens afterwards? Nanofries trying to do what he can, trying to fall back. Ascend is here as well, but surely someone else comes to harvest these organs.
Oh my God, and it's just who's going to get hit with the charge rifle. That's the problem. Nano, he's going to throw the ultimate. He's going to force the dome onto Ascend's Gibraltar as well. It's a Gibby v. Gibby fight to the death. Who's going to win? CLG versus Ascend, 72. That's a lot from Nano, but is it enough? It certainly is. CLG claim victory, but is it short-lived? No, it certainly shouldn't be unless Reply Totem try to push that. I think CLG just escaped.
Yeah, they'll get one player up at the very least. Not sure if they're going to get a respawn soon. That charge rifle harassing everybody. It'd be very good to level up the shields though, if they've got enough bullets for it. But that was quite the fight.
That was.
And I'm surprised somebody managed to survive that. See the respawn beacon. And how about this for an engagement? Audic again, they are towards the top of the table. They want to keep it that way against Space Station. But again, there are so many teams in this area. There's going to be shots being fired from plenty of other teams, and that charge rifle's fishing as well. Onic, he's fallen the wrong way. That's surely a mistake.
Space Station Gaming trying to finish off Onic, but Onic pushing as best they can, but maybe they pushed a little too hard. Look at this. Nasky getting involved with the bow check bow and stopping SSG from being able to pursue. So was this a mistake to get aggressive in such an open space? The caustic gas giving them a little bit of a visual barrier for now.
Looked like he was climbing rocks with slides on, just fell off the side into the opposition and got utterly deleted. More action for CLG now. There's not a lot of cover up top here. They will have their dome for the time being, but they can fall back to the slope. That will certainly help. We'll keep an eye on things for the time being as this area continues to get busy.
Good angle.
They've got some extra cover with the Trident up top as well. So that is tactically placed. That isn't there by chance. This is an awkward fight though around the pipes as Fenix find their way up top.
They've got to get some height. I mean, somebody has to make sure that they can represent the high ground. And look at it. Big shots there from Phoenix. He's going to find a kill. Frogs takes down Vatro. Serdell also gets taken down as well. And it's Phoenix team who clean up CLG just like that. CLG were on top of the mountain, get kicked all the way down. Phoenix team has been making this southern rotation, and they have taken out every team in their wake.
They were in the zone for a very long time, so it's nice for them to come through and find some KP. I will mention quickly that G2 seem to be playing edge. They've started to move south around the edge of the ring, looking to flank some teams, it looks like. That seems to be their current strat, so we'll keep an eye on them and see how they're doing in that respect. Heading towards IG and Detonator at the moment are G2, and we'll see if that is going to get favorable for them or if it's going to go wrong. And again, they can't afford it to go wrong, but we'll see that later on. We can see Detonator now moving around. They know that there are some targets nearby, and again, you can see on the radar where G2 are, and Detonator are pinging that. Detonator are aware of G2's position, and they could potentially gatekeep them, but we can see some movement to the right-hand side as well. Revenant seem to be fishing for something, but they also have to be concerned with moving into the ring as it is closing, and there are 40 seconds to find a strong position.
G2 gentrifying, flying down. Let's listen into how they approach this one at North Pad. They desperately need to win.
Yeah, this thing's in. Yeah, but I don't want to get pinched from there. If we hold that, they're going to go other places. If there's anybody up here.
That's true, that's true, that's true.
I want to keep the very edge.
That's true here then.
Because we can Valko from here. We cannot Valko from where we just were.
I'm 3-4 right now.
4-5. Hard fucking eyes up here.
Yeah, I am.
I'm gonna hard focus our east. Jordan, you watch fucking west. Or Jen, either or.
I watch both. Remember, I don't have a shotgun, so if we bubble fight, I have Havoc.
Alright.
So good. Shoot on this raid, 150.
You ball
They try to move towards me.
Tell me if they come to this rock, because I'm looking up and they can see me from there.
Alright, I'm hard holding this team.
Just looking at checkpoint.
They're Valculting.
Alright. There is only 12 teams left.
Yeah. You ball with them over there. 31.
70 on them.
42, 30.
They're gonna get rinsed in the air. If they try to land in our fucking elbow, we kill them.
They went over here. They went over there. Careful.
Even those rocks.
Looks like no one came from checkpoint side.
No, there's just one team there that Valko.
We can get angles from this rock. Come,
yeah,
come.
We should angle out the dome
we
team.
should angle this team in here.
I'm coming.
Wait for Jordan.
Wait to 3-2-1 these guys.
There, I think.
We're in a 3-2-1-1.
Alright.
I think I hear an Ash close.
Maybe they do.
Close, close, close. Yeah, duo. Duo. Wait, they have a Valk as well.
Yeah.
Let me get on top of this rock.
45 on the Valk. I almost have my ult. I don't have it. I'm at 95.
Ash for 40.
I'm gonna get a juicer ult on them.
Alright.
There's two in this. They're backing up.
Nade. Big nade.
Nice.
70 on the 70 on the
crack.
Take this Eddie. They bubbed. I'm queuing us to roof.
Alright. They give you ulti.
I'm gonna bub on the roof. I'm bubbing up here.
Bub.
Popping a bat.
Arc them.
They arc your bubble. Careful. They arc that bubble.
Play for the heavy. Give you for 30.
Lasering
them. They're getting laser.
Give me flash, give me flash.
Play this Eddie.
I am.
Shot in the back, shot in the back,
I
shot in the
dropped
back.
down. Fuck.
I'm healing.
One knock. I'll give you a did.
I know.
I'm gonna hold knock in this corner. You have to play for bubble.
I'm at 10 seconds.
Alright.
When I bubble, you have to sit in the fucking bubble with me.
Alright.
Probably bubble out here maybe? I don't know.
Do it.
Come here, come.
We're probably gonna have to Volko, I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Heal up.
Chaos at its finest, but it's the definition of tunnel vision. G2 were so focused on finishing off Phoenix that they didn't realize that Noises and Brent from IG were the ones creeping up and adding that extra little bit of damage. It's just resulted now, but it certainly could be G2 have given up their advantage to stay alive here and climb up into the top 10, and it is all Invictus Gaming who are doing the cleaning up themselves. What a rotation just with 2 players to go ahead and come out on top of 2 of the teams that look like they could win this lobby.
Talk about opportunists. IG came from the other side where all kinds of things were going on. Detonator had rotated. They'd Valcolted into 3 teams and got deleted. That left IG in an awkward position around Revenant, who rotated over to G2 and to the Victor, the spoils. Only 2 of them left, but they got some nice juice from that one. Reply Totem now with 5 kills on the board. Space Station, suddenly things have become easier for them to rotate out into the open, into the next zone, as it was a lot busier earlier on, but IG rotating to take out G2 certainly helps with that. Of course, Revenant Esports are still creeping around in the same position, getting shot from multiple directions, utterly
nasty,
screwed from that position, nowhere to go. The bow check coming through to do some damage. Nasty running out of arrows though.
Shout out to David Bocek, inspire the name, but he didn't inspire that player right there. That's all Nasty from GMT. We gave him the nickname for a reason. Him, Dell, and Matey showing that they deserve not just to be here, but they want to be in that grand finals tomorrow. Let's take a look at just exactly how he was able to clip that one. Waits to the edge, and then is this bubble gonna drop right now? Is this just,
oh, why are you running?
Mama! There goes that man, Nasty with the bow. You do not want to see that sight, and they're holding the backside of Launchpad, probably the most strengthened position here in this final circle, James.
Yeah, and they bolstered their defenses, moving the Trident over to give them some more cover, and they will wait because they are playing for first place. So they will wait and see what lies ahead. Meanwhile, there are many teams here. We're going to have to start moving into a very small ring, and it's going to be awkward. GMT going to hold down as much area as they can with their angles, and they have a lot of cover, actually, all things considered. They've got no one on their back, so all they have to do is focus forward. No need to watch the 6 because that zone will burn anyone down who tries to enter it now. 9 seconds, and they will just enjoy the pain. But also, there are 23 players still on the server. There is opportunity to get some kills, and they will be looking to seize those opportunities.
8 squads left here. SSG holding the rock. They're outside most of these teams. But it doesn't matter because they've got angles on almost everybody here. Still a lot of work to do for Totem Esports as well as Invictus Gaming. They're here as a duo. And look at this, Game With dropping right away. And they're actually going to be taking the phase breach. Totem Esports decide they don't like what they see. And smart play, they're going to get out of there. But on the God spot above them, it is all Sin who are looking down, almost like shooting fish in a barrel. And look at those Gibraltar dome shields as well. They will survive for about 12 seconds, but not for long as Kings decides he likes what he sees. And it's time to drop anyway. This zone is starting to get way too close for comfort. And Kings looks with a Peacekeeper like he's ready to go.
Surely people are going to start dying to the zone. Yeah, that's a nice stick, but we'll see if he can do anything else. We've got boxes. GMT, they waiting for these domes to go. So much opportunity. Natsuki gets a drop with the charge rifle. Down goes Jay Savage, and he's not going to last very long at all. Goodbye, Totem Esports. We're down to 4 squads all of a sudden, and GMT are enjoying all the range they have. Look how far everybody else is. They're having to fight each other. They're having to run around and get charge rifles, sky grenades, barrels. It's all happening on this end.
The only problem is GMT are the place everyone wants to be. Do they somehow create a lot of the vision, the attraction to go there? Look at this. Sir Dell's not letting him even have the decision. One tap, he gets one tap there by Dell, and now Space Station holding on this left side, looking to finish off B3 Vega. Can they do it? It's just GMT who have a chance to go ahead and try to finish off everyone, but they're best leaving these 2 teams to fight, and they know it. B3 Jiggin falls. It's about to be a 2v2, a 1v1 essentially for the win here with Space Station and GMT.
Really difficult position for Vega. Tatsu now just hoping, just begging that surely, please, just leave me alone. But there's no one else to look at almost. He's gonna Crypto, he's gonna ult himself actually, as well as everybody else. Going out in style, I suppose. 2 squads remain now, and position will be very, very key. But that is a greatly timed ult because the rift starting to close, and they may be forced forward out of that zone. But here comes the full send now. GMT going forward with the shotguns, with the massive. Down goes Nasky though. Sertel and Maisie have to deliver.
Oh, he hits the 99 for the PK, but he gets kicked back. What did I just see? Apex Legends Kung Fu Matey finds a way though to bounce back. Can he do it for his team and clutch up for GMT? No, Space Station are here to stay.
Dude, I just saw some Kung Fu at Apex Legends. That was unreal. Heel kick to the face, spectacular fashion. Space Station will be the victors. That was quite the game. I can't wait to see how many kills GMT got in the end with all the range and opportunity they had. But of course, you have to contend with the domes as well. And being between Space Station and GMT proved to be very painful for Vega.
It was such a great zone for GMT. And you have to wonder, you know, because they were aggressive, did they pick the wrong choice? Because obviously not winning that game felt like they didn't play to their strengths. They phase breached actually and walked up, which I wanted to mention, but it was too hype in the moment, which is a unique strategy we don't often see. Teams will use that Ashe ultimate to all ints, but of course, if you all use it, you're susceptible to a thermite, you're susceptible to a peacekeeper in the face, and that's just gonna end the fight right there. So instead, they kind of bait it out, but it ends up giving Space Station Gaming the ability to just wait and start the fight. And they certainly are the ones who ended it. 21 total points. That's a great game from them. They desperately need it to get involved and continue on in their losers bracket run.
Only 4 kills for GMT, but second place will be good for them as well. Again, a late resurgence for GMT. And hey, sometimes you need your back to the wall to start moving forward. You need a bit more pressure, and GMT is certainly starting to deliver now. Another quiet game for Detonator, excuse me. G2 not having the greatest of times either. Just 2 points for G2. That one is a shocker. And again, CLG running hot earlier. Hey, they got 6 kills. Right. That might be the consistency we're looking for. Beyond that, it's almost zeros across the board.
I think a 7-point game, realistically, that's enough to say that we did a decent job, especially if you win, and especially if you have performances that are relatively in the 5 to 10 point range outside of your wins. That's going to be enough to push you through in top 10. But it's Space Station Gaming, who are a team that have dominated and won games in Stormpoint and have the potential to win games in the future, even in the best of best Apex Legends lobbies, but they haven't been able to put it and put their actions to back up their words. And right now, they finally show us why we consider them, why you picked them in this lobby, James, to be one of our top performing teams.
Yeah, because he's Denial there with 6 kills and almost 2,000 damage, just about 1,900. That's the Space Station we're used to seeing. That's the Space Station we need to see. We haven't mentioned Drop's name too much.
No, we haven't.
This entire weekend, and it's a surprise. It's something we want to do more. But here is the overall leaderboard. Suddenly, Space Station move up 2 places now into second place. Joint first, in fact, with GMT, as both are on 56 points. So that's pretty good for them. Vega popping up into 6th place. But below that, I mean, even, I would say 6 to 10 is still the danger zone. All their numbers are pretty close together, so I wouldn't be comfortable if I was any of those teams.
I would say a win next round gets you a guaranteed top spot if you're anywhere within the top 18, because 12 points, I mean 12 points, if you get a big 25-point win, that should put you in the conversation. But if you are G2, you now realize you have 1 game left to not go home in about 30 minutes. That is crazy. Crazy Raccoon, a mainstay in APAC North, a team that we know has had so much success in their region. Ross, one of the most famous players internationally when it comes to the scene in all of Apex Legends history. He was on the stage when they were winning, or almost winning, the final in Poland that TSM was able to clutch out. He is now here looking like it could be the end of their journey in our next LAN, our first LAN in 3 years. Cannot wait to see how this all ends, James. So many storylines, so many exciting things, so many potential disappointments, all coming up in Game 6 soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for an historic event. It is our first LAN in 3 years. We've covered that a lot over the last couple of days. Rain Day and James Bardoff, by the way, here joining you.
I'm James Bardoff.
But it is time, James.
That's Rain Day.
This is me. For game 6.
Some people have been confused.
Why? Well, maybe Hardeki, right? When he first saw us.
I wasn't going to say.
You weren't going to say the joke.
It was funny, though.
Hardeki did confuse James for me, and I think that was a good compliment. I mean, height-wise, I was very happy about that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I came out of the airport.
Mask
and he
was
said,
on.
Hello, Rain Day. I was like, hey, man, how you doing?
I love how you do his accent. I've heard the story like 6 times. We keep telling it.
It was really funny.
It's a good thing, too. And I actually didn't know who Hardeki was, by the way. But no more Hardeki. I love the blonde hair. He's my homie now. We've got them coming up in the next round. Why this is so important, though, is Game 6 means that 10 teams will be deciding their fate. These 10 teams as it stands now. After Game 5, going on to the next round where they will face the 10 teams who lost earlier in the losers bracket, the bottom 10. Those will then be the 20 teams that fight for the next 10 spots in tomorrow's final. But these 10 teams and the 10 teams who lose the next losers bracket round will be going home. These are the first 10 teams, if it ended now, that would be flying back, watching the rest of the tournament as spectators. And there's some big names in here.
5 teams, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That is 5, indeed.
You can count.
They, sometimes. They are 10 points or less from 10th place. So, so this is going to be crucial. Every kill, every placement point is going to be absolutely critical. If you're in that top 10 and you have a nightmare, if you go out early and then suddenly your fate is no longer in your hands. That is going to be really scary. Let's not forget, Fascination, Color, Destroy. They're in 10th place in that first game of this Storm Point series, so game number 4. They contested CLG and they killed them. CLG went after them afterwards in that game number 5 and wanted to exact revenge. So now you've got to feel a bit nervous. You can't really afford to have that variance at the beginning of your final match.
Would you say that if G2 win, they're in?
I would say a lot of things, Rain Day, but that's also one of them that I would say. I would say they're probably
CR too, right? Crazy Raccoon.
Yes, yes. They're on the same points. They're both on 22 points, so they are 6 points away from 10th place. If they win, they're in.
I think it's worth reiterating. If you get the job done here in Game 6, spotlight like Jordan on the final shot, you will be on to the next round, and that's what makes a champion. I'm sorry, I think we have to give esports its due in terms of the clutch moments. That's how you make a name for yourself. You do it when it matters, and you also have to keep that consistency heading into your next round and of course tomorrow, because we don't hand out a championship in Apex Legends unless you win the game. And so these teams better start practicing now.
I love how happy GMT are. After the airport incident, I actually got Nasky to go to Rain Day and say hello, Bardoff, in the cafeteria, which was pretty fun. But yeah, they are super, super happy. Great energy from that squad. But I'll tell you where the energy won't be great if G2 don't make it to the next match. That's going to be...
I don't even know.
It's going to be dicey.
I don't even know.
It's going to be dicey. It's going to be like a bad salad, you know?
Well, I won't cut to team comms at that point. That's what I would say. And I think it's not even going to be anger. I think it would be just dejection. It would be disappointment. And I know the fans would feel the same way, but nobody would feel that way more so than the players. Gent, Resulta, and Design. They want this. They have been aware of their lack of performance, and they want to prove the rest of the world that they belong in the main stage. Well, they have one game to do it alongside Crazy Raccoons, Game With, of course, FC Destroy, Zen, even Finnel have a chance here, and so do Reply Totem, who have started to pick things up over the course of this bracket. But it is do or die. It is win or go home. Top 10 or you're out of here. And G2 know it, so they are going to land with the utmost care. A 50-50 right now would be a very dangerous prospect indeed for any team who is questionable about possibly making it in. Yet we might just have one in our northern side of the map. It is Reply Totem and Finnel on the top left of North Pad where the game just ended who are very, very close. They may not be engaging yet. We do hear some shouts behind us, though, in the stadium. So it looks like Scars are actually fighting potentially Detonator. There's also Zen and FC Destroy on the left side at Mill. I think that's the fight actually going on. Two teams that desperately need to win and put together the points that have given them an opportunity to move forward.
This is a crazy drop. Zen are 4 points behind Fascination, Color, Destroy. And FCD, they are the gatekeepers at the moment.
Yeah.
They are the position that everybody needs to be if they want a chance to survive. Getting scanned, and they're not fancying a push at this point. And I'm sure FC will play off of those scans as one wants to do with a Bloodhound. So this is a very nervous situation.
Wow. I mean, you're right. They're 11 and 10.
Yeah. There's 4 points between them. Neither of them can afford the variance. They really can't, but FC Destroy have to feel confident with the armors they've picked up. 2 blues and a purple, not too shabby at all.
I mean, you just shouldn't fight. There's no way either of you should fight. But I think that's what makes the team that decides we're going to fight, we have the confidence, maybe have the advantage here. And you know what? I think this is the smart play. I know it's not exciting. I know it's not fun. The viewers probably didn't want to see this. They wanted to see somebody make a move. But this is absolutely the right play in my eyes. Do not give up your chances of either staying qualified for next round or getting into qualification for an early 50-50 before you're geared up.
Yeah, in the meantime, Odic getting a little closer to IG in the top right. And we saw G2 send on IG in the previous match, but that does not appear to be happening just yet. So we'll keep an eye on how things are going down across the map, and we can see, oh, here we go. FC, they're really feeling this. And look at one of these Zen players is very squishy indeed. He's only got the basic armor, and that is less than ideal, to put it politely. Are they heading towards the launcher or just hiding behind it? This is a very interesting scenario. We are in very dangerous territory. And Phoenix, whichever you prefer, have got some range and they've got some downs as well. Revenant and Esports out the door as soon as they're in.
Oh my goodness, Revenant and Esports. They have 31 points, James. That puts them at 7th right now. But 8th, 9th, 10th, they've got 29, 29, and 28. The teams right below, 24 and 22, and 2 of those are Zen and G2. So there's a possibility that might have just cost them qualifying and playing in the rest of this tournament. They will have to sit patiently, and I'm sure they won't be anything patient about it to see the results of the rest of this. But Zen now starting off with a lot more space and a lot more confidence here, knowing that they're going up against Prowlers and not professional players.
FC are chasing them though, but Zen have made they've put themselves on the other side of a large cavity where there's very little cover to chase, and both these teams are moving away from CLG, which may be good for them exactly because CLG they're ready for it, they're good for it. And there is a replicator at the mill as well, so CLG may feel inclined to head in that direction. So it is an interesting scenario for Zen, but also if FC are to chase Zen constantly, they may be wasting each other's time, as they do need to think about position eventually.
Here we go, Scars. They have not had the performance they want this tournament. They know that they have been riddled with controversy and problems, and this is going to do it. That will be the end. We will be saying goodbye to Scars in Sweden. Many people did not expect this story, but there was just no recovery. They didn't look like they had it turned on. There's obviously a difficulty whenever you're playing with a sub, making those adjustments, but unfortunately, that will end their run. And Scars fans around EMEA, one of the teams that have won playoffs, have won tournaments like this in the past, definitely disappointed, but there's always champs coming up.
Absolutely, no judgment there whatsoever. We saw the ring is circled around Command Center, and it is very busy just north of that region, so it'll be interesting to see how things escalate, and I think we are going to see some bigger casualties considering the vacuum of this series than Scars. IG will land and look to do what they can. Currently in 9th place, as you can see. It says 9th place there. Okay. Yeah, they're joint actually with GW, with game width. So again, 9th place is no comfort at all. You know, it's like when your family friend has still got the plastic on the couch. It's just like every time you move, it's going to make a weird noise, and you're just never quite going to get that comfort you're looking for. So they have to do better. They've got to rip off those covers and try to enjoy the leather.
Yeah, a lot of people understand that process right now. Every single move matters. Every single moment has an impact, and it could be positive or negative. Invictus Gaming have done well I think, to get into be in this position. They had a great run with 2, James, and of course, you could tell that there's a lot more that's going to be at stake here in Game 6. Game 5 was enough to put them in position, but will they be able to take advantage of the position that they put themselves in? That is the question. There's fights that we can see on the map happening all over as well. I think CLG in a scuffle with FC Destroy. CLG not worried about qualifying. They've got a lot of points here at the top of our leaderboard in a loser's bracket, but still would not want to lose this one at all. But it seems like that could be it. FC Destroy taking it to them, picking up 3 KP. That's all CLG is to them at this point as they knock out one of our leaders in this lobby in 5th place.
That is absolutely bananas. 3 KP for FC Destroy, and that will be bars of gold, all of those kills. And we did mention that CLG would likely rotate through the mill, especially with the replicator there. That's exactly what happened. And I was fearing for FC Destroy because I thought, okay, they're kind of entertaining themselves, chasing Zen around, who have rotated elsewhere, and maybe they'll get themselves into trouble, but apparently not. They are ready for it. They are, again, they're being the bad guys today, focusing on Destroy and moving a little further to security, but some people who are very insecure at the moment in terms of their placement are, well, both of these teams actually, Detonator and G2. So we've got another flashpoint here, but we'll see if they go for a full send.
G2 have to decide, are we going to make it happen? Are we going to wait and buy our time? Are we going to be a little bit respectful of other teams, knowing that, hey, we are not where we want to be yet. We cannot die here. Well, that's not going to change unless you get kills, unless you make these placements go your way. And right now, doesn't look like there's a better fight for them to take. Resulta holding out the range with the charge rifle. Gentrifying looking to push in as well in design. Leading the calls on the comms. Can he bring his team into striking distance to overall qualify for this next round? It hasn't been the tournament they've wanted, but there's a chance at redemption here. They're not going to push this one yet. Now fighting in the zone, this becomes more dangerous for everyone, and Detonator might just be able to skirt around this mountain without G2 willing to pursue them anymore.
Yeah, they can't really chase this position unless they see Detonator run around the corner and they want to go after them, but that could also be an ambush. So I think the opportunity has come and gone for G2, and they'll have to disengage. The risk is too high at this point. So they'll be moving back into the zone. Maybe thinking about where Detonator might rotate. Do they hang around up high, heal, and then push their way forward? But there's a care package below as well, which could provide some opportunity. Maybe hoping for good fortune. A Vault would be enough. A Kraber would be special for G2, but we shall see what it is soon enough if they choose to open it. I'm sure they will, because it's just around the corner. We can see plenty of crypto drones flying around on the radar as well, so one must be careful. Never assume that something is safe. It seems that Gent will take the purple shield to go to the care package just in case he gets peppered. We'll have a little more to help protect him, and it will be a scout, which could be interesting. And there's instant opportunity as we see Kick on some lower ground. Detonator have rotated around now, and we've got some buildings with which to admire the carnage. Space station here as well. So again, you've got to be really careful about how you move across this terrain. Make sure you've got some rocks to cover you, otherwise you could find yourselves in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, G2 kind of playing it close, obviously landing towards the northern side of the map, and they don't have to go too far, but they've got to find the best way to make it in. Right now, they've got Kick, SSG, Detonator in their way if they continue this route. They could always skyward dive, though. Zen, a team with 24 points just outside of qualification. They're going to have to win this fight here, but Stalzy already under pressure, has to hit the shield cell, and Kings forces the shield battery in the dome. Too, one of the most valuable assets to the squad. So they're just taking a full stabilization, but taking another fight, that is dangerous. Unless they can somehow find an opening, a PK will certainly do it. There's the peak.
They're pretty low on resources as well. Have a look at the shields from player to player. You can see they had to drop some shields from one to the other. That not many of them have more than 4 shield cells, and I haven't seen any batteries. So they need to win a fight eventually just for the resources. They can't keep these engaging. They can't just keep engaging and disengaging and not getting anything out of it, because they won't have anything left to fight with afterwards.
Are Invictus Gaming going to be right where G2 are? I feel like there are shots happening. They are. It's Invictus Gaming and G2 who are fighting here. Invictus Gaming in 8th place, and Result already takes so much damage. It's time to do this or go home. G2 have tried to wait out the perfect time to fight, but it has arrived on this skyward dive. What are they going to do here? Black Hole as well from Designful to buy some time and maybe some space, but he is so low. He gets the blue shield back up with a shield battery, but look at this Ash poking in. It is going to be Invictus Gaming taking the fight now to G2 underneath.
In the meantime, Zen were eliminated by Ascend and Singularity. 2 teams to finish them off, so it really didn't work out for them. And it seems they may have forced the issue if they didn't, and the other teams did.
Oh my.
And, well, yeah, there's more than one team here for G2 who have a building at least, but they are taking a lot of damage, and they've really got to try and hold now. Shotgun's up close, and that is a good question. Designful and Results are still here, point blank. But this might be the end of the line. Design, the only one now who has to keep his team alive. Otherwise, this is the end of the line. Full send from him, but he's going to get taken out of the sky, and that is the end of G2. They are eliminated from the tournament.
Space Station Gaming take down G2, one of our North American representatives who have underperformed, but it was really Invictus Gaming who ended up being in the right place at the right time, or the wrong time if you are a G2 fan. The Skyward Dive forces the engagement, and it didn't go their way. SSG clean up Invictus Gaming Bryn after this party happened, and it's a third party, you know, the kind in Apex Legends that happen often. But my, oh my, a big story there just had its conclusion in G2.
And we might see another one. IG, they're currently in 8th place, and it's not looking good for them at present. There's another downed player just around the corner. Okay,
yes.
Frex is going to finish him off. Goodbye to Noises. So I don't know if IG get these banners. They've got one player remaining now.
Urban.
And again, 8th place is not safe at all. Odic are going to be gatekeeping, looking to get some opportunity for themselves. Currently in 3rd place, they'll be feeling way more comfortable. Got the slippers on and the bathrobe, but they're looking to get a little pipe as well, and maybe they can find it if anybody comes their way.
We know that there's been incredible representation across South America. This region has shown up in this losers bracket right now, as well as APAC North, South. There's been so much interregionality that has given us context of the strength of Apex Legends around the globe as an esport. But this is the moment that Ascend found out that they were going to take this fight and take down Zen. Ascend desperately needing these points to move forward, and it's a team that, James, if they win, would certainly do what their fans are hoping, which is put them into the next round.
Hope and despair will cover 2 halves of these leaderboards. Definitely want to be in the more positive side of that engagement. Otherwise, it may be a long journey home for you, one that keeps you wide awake, wondering what could have been. Urban from IG is still being gatekept by not 1 but 2 teams. Space Station and Odic are waiting for him. I don't know how much health he can have, but there isn't much for him to do. I can see him on the radar going back and forth. You know, he has very limited option, and he has to stay alive. Even if it's Tarat, placement is so important, even if you get 0 kills across the board. But we'll see. I'm sure we're going to see his name in the kill feed soon, and for all the wrong reasons. In the meantime, Ascend are engaging. They've got plenty of cover. Not a full send now, just poking and prodding. They've got triple purple, so they could be in a worse position.
At 15th place, Ascend needs a lot more to get it done. We told you a win would probably be what sends them into the next round. But they're a team that is familiar with doing it at the last minute. That's how they won the playoffs in Europe. And they were able to take our Split 1 championship away from the hands of teams like players, like Alliance, who are in the next advanced brackets. Alliance even sitting in the winner's bracket, waiting for those to challenge them tomorrow. So accomplishments aplenty. Can Ascend add 1 more to the resume here? A couple of shots going through, and a shield cell being popped. You could hear some of the yells behind us as well. The energy in this arena is crazy because every team knows it is a do or die moment. Each choice, each shield cell, or each shield battery, each bubble, or each drone thrown could be the difference. But what's going to make the difference? That's where I think, James, teams have to start asserting control in this lobby. You don't want to have be the victim of someone else's choices.
This is such a gamble for Urban. He managed to make it out of the zone. Space Station disappearing. Detonator eliminated, by the way, and surely based on their poor placement, they have to be eliminated. We'll see confirmation later on, but this is quite the send. Everything Urban does is a gamble. He knows not what lies below him. He has no help from anyone. He's alone for the time being. He has Bryn's banner, though. If he could find a way to get him back into the game, that would certainly help, but I do not fancy his chances. If he lands and he makes a mistake, that is curtains for IG.
What pressure for Urban to hold on to his shoulders. but you would expect that he'd be able to do it in no way. Ascend eliminated by the duo of Singularity, the team that has been fighting through everything. 2 players in every 3-person lobby from the beginning of this tournament, and somehow take down Ascend. This is epic. This is a story of epic proportions, and you cannot take your hat off to them more, although Ascend fans desperately disappointed at that result. It has got to feel like that one is a kick somewhere they do not want to mention.
And Kick, now let's see what they were doing earlier on. This is a replay as they were putting in some work and really making life pretty bad. And I have to say, Singularity, S-tier gatekeepers, give them an award for that one, just a one-off. We can see Vega getting into the mix now, and maybe Urban can survive while all this is going on. I may have missed something, but I think he's alive for the time being. I can't see a respawn coming in unless he finds a beacon in one of these death boxes, but that would be an interesting rat story if he can provide a miracle. That would be quite something. Kick now in an awkward situation, and cover is limited, but they're trying to create some space for themselves. I see a charge rifle. They're getting shot from all kinds of directions. The dome has been forced. I can't see a team above dropping on them. That would be probably suicidal for them, and indeed, Singularity have been eliminated as well.
You got to understand, in a moment like this, in a lobby of this intensity, you may start a fight, but you may not be the one to finish it, especially with a charge rifle doing damage. And now the shot from B3, Tappy, I believe, actually helping to take down members of Kick. And so Ushako finds himself in a much more chaotic position than he would have hoped for, but looking to get desperately this KP. Kick in a great spot. They don't have much to lose. They should be advancing no problem. It's almost a guarantee. So not necessarily fighting for their lives here or their chances to play in the next round, but certainly do not want to go out here and keep their momentum up.
That was a very hard situation to survive for Kick. Vega on top. They just ran around the rock and managed to win the fight on top. Found themselves some shield swaps as well. The Vega are still in it, though, for the time being, by the skin of their teeth. They are barely surviving, barely, but they haven't been eliminated yet, so we'll see what happens. 12 squads remain. So many stories to be ended in this one game.
This might be the
one. So
one.
many fates that may be taken control of by a different team. We'll have to wait and see. Crazy Raccoon have got themselves a nice building for the time being. Just admiring the goings-on around them. Again, don't need to do anything crazy. Oh my god, I've done it again. No pun intended, but they have work to do. They're in 13th place at the start of this. They have to make their way forward eventually. FC Destroy now have left the building. They've been eliminated in this particular game.
Wow.
We'll see the standings. I think they may have got some kills. I'm not sure. Again, they started in 10th place, so it's very likely they won't make it to the next game, but we'll have to wait and see.
No, well, G2's out, but Crazy Raccoon in that spot most likely has a chance to go ahead and take down the spot that was being held by FC Destroy. We'll follow along with that as well. One of our representatives, one of our favorites from APAC North, having a chance to get involved there. But Otic, they are able to go ahead and fight. It is GMT who are doing well. We know they're going to qualify, but it's Reply Totem and Crazy Raccoon really with a lot of the storylines here, because they have a chance, if they win, if they keep this up, to push beyond the teams that have already fallen. G2, like we mentioned, FC Destroy, Invictus Gaming that we saw in the kill field,
Vega as well now.
And now Vega, and push themselves into the next round.
Space Station just got eliminated as well. They are falling like flies.
Phoenix falls.
Things are going to get nervous. Not for Space Station. No, they got 56 points before this match started, so I think they are okay. But Kick have been eliminated as well. They got some work though. 39 points, definitely improved on that. That's a great angle for Crazy Raccoon.
Ooh.
Again, it's important that they deliver. Get 2 KP at the moment, looking to get some more as they again have a good building in the center of what remains of the map. So they'll be comfortable for the time being. We can see GMT have some high ground for now. Otic holding on for the time being, just trying to hide in plain sight as GMT look for a full send.
Game with. You've got Fennel, you've got Crazy Raccoon, and you've got Reply Totem. These are the teams that really need to find a way, as well as Phoenix team. If they win, they might be able to push past the threshold. But you've got to be at least game with. That is the team that is currently leading and in a qualification spot. And you have to get at least 28 points, because we know that is where FC Destroy at least had coming into this lobby. Most likely 32 or more will give you a chance. 35 will probably give it to you, but you want to win. That's the only way to know for sure, the only way to feel comfortable, and it is Phoenix team who will not have that chance. They are going home.
I can't think of anything worse than having a bombardment come your way and then see drone detected afterwards, because you know you're in for a bad time when that happens. 5 squads remain now. Odic have been eliminated in 6th place. Have they done enough? We'll have to wait and see. GMT having a whale of a time now as they look to do more. They're on the other side of a very big wall. They have to think about their next movements. Again, Crazy Raccoon in the middle for the time being. They've got a team near them, but they're in a very good position to just have a deep run. The placement points alone are so critical. And again, they're disengaging. They are chilling. They're just having a little drink and enjoying the madness around them.
James, 5 squads left, but look at the top GMT and the bottom 4, 33-25. Whoever wins this game is going to definitely advance, and the others will not be safe. It is up to GameWith to try to perform here. There's never been a more intense and more important moment in their Apex Legends career. And it is now on the center stage, at main stage in Sweden. They have a chance to make history. GMT clearly qualified. Finnel holding that northern side of this map here as well. Crazy Raccoon, they started here, they finished here. They found a couple of KP. It's 28. That's tied, but not enough. They need more if they're going to advance, and so a big showdown about to happen as our final ring slowly but surely will force these teams to engage.
You can see Reply Totem currently in 13th place. They've got 3 KP, but these positions, I believe, are live updated, so they need at some point to push and get more kills on the board. Yep. I think the same is true for Fennel as well, so at some point, risks are going to have to be taken. You can't be passive forever. Yes, they'll get more by placement, but that still might not be enough depending on what is happening elsewhere. Crazy Raccoon, they've got 2 KP in 11th place at the moment. Everybody's got to do a little bit more. Everyone has to go a little bit further, a little bit deeper. But again, it's about risk management. At some point, you have to take some, but will it be the right time? Someone's going to fail. Which team is it going to be?
Reach inside and find your fuel, find your energy, find your moment, and believe in yourself. That's what every team in this lobby essentially has to do. GMT Esports sitting pretty. They could play spoiler to someone's playoff dreams here in our first LAN in 3 years, but who will it be? Crazy Raccoon have held this building from the very beginning, James, and they're still holding it, but the zone is pushing them up into the high ground, so they're going to be forced to take a different route and Reply Totem on top of everyone.
Crazy Raccoon have got Dome, Bombardment, and Crypto Ult. I need to see the combo meal deal, the Hunger Buster, because indeed they need to be fed. 11th place is simply not enough. They've got all the tools to get what they need, but we'll see if it works out for them. In the meantime, Fennel have to make a play here, otherwise they're going to be on the kill feed very soon indeed. Reply Totem have got a great angle. GameWith eliminated. Crazy Raccoon in, and they're getting absolutely melted. They had all the things they needed. What is happening?
Crazy Raccoon is down too. Fennel, they could have just done it. They might have been the ones to take it, but Reply Totem, no, they come crashing down. They will face off against GMT Esports. Will they do the unthinkable? Reply Totem's your champion, and they book their ticket almost assuredly into the next round.
Talk about a full send. They made it. I'm pretty sure they did. We saw the live update. They went to 10th place at least and then got the victory. I think they have done it. Crazy Raccoon, though, I do wonder if they did enough. Again, they had the building for so long. They had the Dome, the ult, the Jibby ult, the Crypto ult, but they just came down and just got smashed. Like everybody clubbed them at the same time, like seals in Canada. I don't know, but my God, I do wonder if they've made it in the end.
I mean, James, the what they had to do was way harder than everyone else. GameWith had 33 points at the end of that, but they started with 29. Reply Totem started with 18, and somehow I think they at least got over 35. There's hugs all around. Finnel celebrating their performance. Was it enough? It looks like on their faces, it's seemingly enough.
I need to see the numbers.
Is this Reply Totem saying?
See the numbers.
Is this true? Did Reply Totem? We don't know.
No, they're gamers, man. They don't smile. I think they've done it, but we have to wait and see, though.
Oh my God, I'm nervous for them.
Where's the abacus? We need to do the numbers. We got counting to do.
I don't know what's happening, but we certainly know that Reply Totem had the most kills in that game. With 20, that puts them at 38. But
Fennel put in work. Fennel got 9 kills in that game.
Fennel with 9 kills.
I've got so many questions.
16 points. I mean, I think that might have just put Fennel either tied or in the same position. This is crazy. There's so many scenarios here. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if Crazy Raccoon had enough at that point, James. Even though they did 9, they did well. They were in that final circle.
super sad for IG. Super sad for IG. But look at
That's
the point
true.
Singularity got. Look at all the people behind them. G2 couldn't best a two-man Singularity. And that maybe tells part of the story of a horrible weekend as far as they are concerned, because it's certain that they didn't make it. But we'll soon find out who did. And I can't wait to see it. But before, I thought I was getting baited.
They tease you.
I thought
They
this was
tease
the
you.
overlay. But it's not.
We just got to shout out Sharp, Jay Savage, and Amaz. Just incredible players and performances. Whether they go home or whether they move on to the next round, there's one thing you cannot say about them, that they didn't put in their absolute best at the very end of that one. Just plays all around. You saw a bit of a dejected look when they were looking at something. We saw Fennel hugging and clapping and getting excited about something. We don't know what it is, but I am excited to find out with the panel, James. We've done enough on here. We're hyped. We're going to go stop drinking Monster and calm down a little bit and let our desk tell us what happened.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Rain Day and James. Hell of a cast, and what a series. Our losers bracket certainly did not disappoint, unless, of course, you're one of the bottom 10 teams. G2, an unfortunate exit, but ultimately a massive congratulations to the likes of Fennel, Reply Totem, and, of course, our dominant teams today, Space Station, Gaming, and GMT. We'll take a look at the leaderboards here in a moment as I welcome to the desk someone I've been tweeting, hyping it up a little bit. It's Hodsick Reed joining us on the ALGS. I got to lean over and give you some dap.
Absolutely, man.
This is my duo, by the way, my casted duo, my analyst duo, back before you started coaching Team Liquid. Good to have you back in the desk, man.
Dude, it feels good to be sharing the stage, so to speak, again, and super cool of, I think, Apex to be able to be on LAN and, like, branch into this, you know, coach and player perspective. You know, having Hawkins on earlier was really big. Absolutely smart player.
Yeah, 100%. Good to have you back on the desk, that's for sure. Well, hey, we don't want to keep you all waiting. We want to jump right into the results, what you are all waiting for. Top 10 qualifying for the next round is V3 Vega going to do it. Fennel and Game with APAC North inches by FC Destroy as well. So just barely these APAC North teams make it. Reply Totem with a monstrous showing. And to represent North America is CLG and Space Station. Audic also representing South America, keeping their playoff dreams alive, Xenox.
Look, there's some absolutely big names that are missing here from this top 10. I'm just going to get straight to the point. Firstly, of course, G2, we can't miss that one. But also Crazy Raccoon, you know, being from APAC North, this was a team that finished second back in the Pro League. I had big thoughts that they were going to be able to do well internationally. Thought maybe the composition would hold up. Did not. Again, this has just been a little bit disappointing from them. They haven't really had any excuses for it either, to be completely honest. But congratulations, of course, to those top 10 teams that did make it through to the next losers bracket. But yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate. Definitely the two teams that stand out the most.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. IG would probably be right next to them, in my opinion. Invictus Gaming, so disappointing, so close. This roster was so much potential, unfortunately not making it as well. So, you know, G2, Crazy Raccoon, IG, probably the biggest names, but also at the very bottom there, Scars playing with a substitute, an unfortunate situation and turn of events for a team that is so beloved, myself included. And then teams like Ascend also playing with a sub, VJ, not able to make it from Iran, unfortunately, due to visa issues. Teams like Phoenix Team Singularity playing as a team of two. My heart goes out to them. My heart goes out to all these teams. My hat goes off, most importantly, as we know you put your heart and soul into preparing for this event. But don't worry, the good news is it's not over yet. We got ALGS champs later on this year, and guess what? For being here, you're going to earn those valuable playoff points as a chance to qualify for ALGS champs, a major competition coming in just a few months. So obviously, not a whole lot to hang your head on, Hodsick.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's heartbreaking. You know, this is the first LAN that we've had in 3 years.
Yeah.
First for many players. There aren't too many repeat players here. So it's super heartbreaking. I mean, you know, we all love the victory stories, but, you know, behind every victory, someone has to lose. And it's tough, but, you know, like you said, it's not the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, we got a lot to analyze. We got a lot to break down, especially with Hodsick and his brilliant mind as Team Liquid's coach here on the desk. But we got some celebrations first, and we got some fun ones at that. One of the most celebratory players, one of the most outspoken players in Apex, one of my favorite players. We have none other than Nasky of GMT live for an interview with Killer Pigeon on the main stage.
Thank you, John. That's right. I am here with Nasky. How is it going, bud? Day one, not looking too good. Rough start, but to come in like this, the complete turnaround. Talk me through it. What was the big change up?
Well, in day one, it kind of just we did what we did in scrims, what we had learned, our rotations and stuff like that. But we weren't we were kind of expecting teams to be playing a little bit more safe, you know, and stuff like that. But all the rotations, they just, I don't know what happened, but we would be caught on rotations. The team would just see us like 200 meters away, and they would just full send us. And sometimes they would die to the third party too. But anyway, the day one was just horrible. Nothing we had practiced worked. And then now we studied what we did wrong. We studied what was the reasoning for the practice, that we had practiced, why it didn't work, and came to the conclusion that we needed to be more aggressive. Today we came in with more confidence. My teammates were hitting nasty shots. It was going good, and yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely amazing. I mean, it looked like you really struggled with, I'd say, Fennel on day one. Their performance in day two kind of mixed. Like, did you see them as a threat, considering how much of a nuisance they were at the start of your first day? Or was that just in the back of your mind and you're more focused on the internals of your team?
Well, obviously we're contested by Fennel. Today we were able to win the contest. We won game 1 versus them, and then game 2 and 3 on Stormpoint. They were so low on points they didn't want to risk it. So we won the contest today. I don't see them as a threat. I see them more as friends, because when we were boot camping together, they were sitting right behind us, and we were obviously practicing contesting scrims, and then every time we would win, we would say, GG, nice, and then we would give them candy, and then, they would give us candy, and then when they won, they would yell the same but even louder, and then we would give them candy. So they're more like friends than anything.
Oh, dude, I absolutely love that. You know, speaking of friends, obviously not everyone can make the cut. We're already seeing some teams, they're not going to be here any longer. It's heartbreaking. Not everyone can make it. What's the big heartbreaker for you? There's got to be a team that you feel for, right? That you may be close to or you're expecting deep run. Who is that?
I'm going to have to say Scars. I absolutely love the Scar Spurs, and it was very sad to see with the situation with Mandy getting COVID. It was really unfortunate. I know that they have done a lot of preparation for this. I've been hanging a lot out. I can't speak. I've been hanging a lot. I've been hanging out a lot with Scars, and I love them as people. So it really sucks to see them not do good. But I'm sure they will turn it around next time. You know, no COVID, and then they're gonna pop off. But yeah, that's the team I want to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see that the thrill's getting to you. I mean, that this has been a phenomenal turnaround. And this event, like this has meant the world to so many players who've been grinding online for 2 years, waiting for this. Just put in a few words what this event means to you.
Well, it means a lot to me because our teammate Strafey couldn't be here. So I want to make sure that we do good so that, you know, Strafey knows that his teammates aren't washed up. But also just in honor of Strafey, who obviously couldn't partake due to the situation in Ukraine. Hopefully, stuff will be better soon. And then, you know, if we do good in this tournament, we will qualify for champs. And then we will play champs with Strafey again.
I'm looking forward to see if you can make it. And you've given some promising things to look at here. One thing I'm looking for is one promising team you've now got your eye on. Someone who's all of a sudden on your radar that you maybe weren't looking at before? Because there's the big teams, right? Like, you know, your TSMs, your C9s, like everyone's thinking about. But is there someone who's kind of like inspired you or gone now into your reticles and your target?
If you gave me a few more 5 minutes or so, I could probably give you a better answer. But if on the top of my head, I'm quite surprised about Audic. Going into scrims that we started, 2 months ago by now. They were contesting TSM and Fragments, so you know what was going to happen there. People kind of shrug it off. They stopped contesting, and then, well, if you aren't landing at your home spot, what are you going to do? They actually pulled through. They were landing at a new spot on Stormpoint and World's Edge, if I remember correctly. So that's impressive, I think.
Definitely impressive, but not as impressive as you guys. Fantastic performance today. Let's send it back across the desk.
Thank you so much, KP. Pleasure as always, and great to hear from Nasky, who is on a high right now. But hey, got a long road ahead. And of course,
They go next in the losers bracket finals here in just a moment. But welcoming these guys back to the discussion here. Xenox, I want to chat with you about a really important topic. You started to kind of allude to it earlier. APAC North, 4 teams sneak right in, but not the team you would have expected. Crazy Raccoon, the number 2 team in APAC North, not making it.
It's like polar opposites a little bit, right? Because Detonator is a team that came in very last second, filling in for FA Kids. We probably didn't expect a whole lot from them. So to see them bow out, not the end of the world, but Crazy Raccoon, of course, top 2 team in APAC North, finished second in the Pro League. Expected a little bit more and definitely didn't expect them to bow out this early. I think one of the issues for them was actually just the composition didn't really stack up here internationally. They did try to adjust a little bit towards the end. Maybe it was too little, too late. And ultimately as well, consistency was probably a big factor. They lacked it. I think you could probably say for the majority of the teams probably in that losers bracket, consistency was something that they did lack.
Yeah, that's a great point. Obviously, the replacement of Selly for Mania, a controversial discussion. Selly goes over to AD Raccoon. Selly not playing in this competition as we do have an injury, and Karampu is substituting for Selly, but certainly Selly's absence is felt. Consistency was certainly key. We'll take a look at the highlights here from this entire series. The last couple games, at least. Match number 4, and again, we were all in the green room watching Hadzik, Xenox, and just waiting, hoping in a lot of ways that G2 would pop off, and unfortunately it just didn't happen, Hadzik.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. It's really surprising to see. I feel like there's a lot of teams in this lobby in general that you would not expect to see here. I mean, SSG, G2, obviously one of them. Crazy Raccoons myself, I was very surprised by their performance. So it's a pretty stacked lobby, and it's kind of ridiculous. I think, like, it kind of goes to show how difficult it is after so many years to come through and have so little time to prepare and actually bring it all to the international stage.
Yeah, that's the best point I think that we can make here, how difficult it is. And you were talking about it earlier as well. Every team here, there's no bad teams here. Exactly. It's the best of every single region. So every lobby is going to be competitive, Xenox.
Yeah, 100%. The other factor of it as well is
that was a nasty game from Kick, by the way.
Yeah, it certainly was. They're all capable of obviously having big games. And I think no more than that we saw probably from Reply Totem. Now, I'm probably going early here since this is the Match 5 highlights, which, you know, Space Station kind of wrapped up their way into the next bracket. But, you know, you look at Reply Totem, 20th, 19th, 15th, those first 3 games on World's Edge. And what do? They turn it around. Again, it's that consistency. It goes both ways. We know they're capable of big things, and they were able to do that in match 6. But I think what you've got here is 40 teams that are all capable. Unfortunately for the 10 that are missing out, yeah, maybe it just hasn't quite clicked for them on the day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you made that great point about consistency, which I want to talk about here in a bit with Team Liquid. But and the consistency y'all have had so far. I got to put some respect in your name. But for now, I want to keep kind of walking through these highlights. Match 5, won by Space Station. Didn't even celebrate. Just another day in the office for them. They came in expecting to take care of business, Hadzik.
Yeah, like I said, that's a team personally that I hold in very high regard. I mean, they have just some incredibly talented and seasoned VR players. I mean, Frex and Dropped have been in VR since H1Z1. So, you know, they've been around the block. So I was super surprised to see them even fall to losers bracket. But, you know, like I said earlier, every single round there's winners and there's always got to be some losers, and it's tough bringing it to this stage where there's so many teams and so many different metas. It's the first time we've had an international tournament where different metas collided. For those that don't know, in Poland, it was all the same. It was all Wraith Path Watson. Every single region.
100% pick rate.
Yeah, every single region.
I think there's like 3 Gibraltars.
Something like that. Yeah, something small like that. So it was all basically the same playstyle, and it was just who did it best. Now it's a million different playstyles, and now we have to figure out what's the best one for whatever current lobby you're in, and it's proving for some teams to take a little bit of time to get adjusted to, but I'm glad to see SSG found their stride.
Yeah, and ultimately they changed their playstyle a bit. We had chatted with them going into this competition. They said, we're no longer playing Edge. We got to play a little hard rotation. Instead, play early rotate placement, and that new playstyle worked for them. So hopefully they can carry that momentum right into this losers bracket final, as they, of course, have to do it now against an even better lobby that's coming from the winners bracket, which is interesting. But back to that topic of consistency, and that's a good segue here to Team Liquid, and really one of the most consistent teams we've seen so far. You know, I told you before the broadcast even started, I'm going to roast y'all, because you guys did not have that consistent performance throughout Pro League. You were kind of in the lower tier in terms of average kills, average placement stats. What turned things around for y'all? How have you been so consistent?
I mean, we knew as a team, we kind of just got together during the Pro League. Actually, I think it was around right after the 4th or 5th day, and we basically got around and just started talking about how we know as a team on paper we should be doing way better than this. I think a lot of people expect us to be doing way better. I think everybody unanimously. So I can't even get mad. I think a lot of people would agree that we were underperforming for a while. So we kind of got together and just try to piece together, find the the examples of success that we have had, and then figure out what are we missing from that in our current gameplay, and then we kind of re-embedded all that in, and it seems to be working really well. I mean, I'm over the moon impressed about how they're doing right now.
They've been playing so well. I mean, talk to me about two players in particular, Nocturnal's and IGL, the strides he has taken to be the IGL that we all know he can be, to reach his potential, and of course, none other than Gilderson's the young fragger and his strive, his destiny, and his path for greatness.
Yeah, Nocturnal's always been, I think, I've always, even before I was on Team Liquid, I'd always held him in super high regard. I thought he was always very smart about the game. He's one of the players I could always remember scrimming against and just knowing he's not doing those dumb plays that's getting everybody killed. And
only 18 years old, but he's probably 17 at the time. It's crazy to think about.
And he's just one of those.
Sorry, Nocturnal you're talking about. I thought you meant.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say
that. Not 17.
Yeah, but no, he's definitely one of the smartest IGLs I think in the game. Definitely underrated, but more so because we haven't really had those results and we haven't proven ourselves. But he's basically just found his confidence. I feel like he found his groove again, and he's understanding that it is his first time IGLing a team that can actually fight any team in the lobby. Previously, sometimes
pound for pound, skill-wise, you think you guys can keep up with any team?
Oh, pound for pound. I used to get so much anxiety watching them like about a year ago. Anytime they'd get into a fight, now I have absolutely no confidence. My heart rate never increases. I just know that if Fun's always going to get a good bubble down, Gild's going to one-clip like 3 people. It'll all be easy.
Awesome. And on the flip side, Gilderson's, you kind of mentioned his warrior mentality, the amount of work he puts into prep and practice. Talk to me about that.
Absolutely. I mean, I have not met a single player that just wants to always be on the game and always improve. I mean, that if he's not in ranked, then he's in pubs. If he's not in pubs, then most of the time you'll find him actually spending in the firing range. I was mentioning backstage after the 18 games we played yesterday. Well,
Friday, the 12-hour day, 15-hour day.
After those 18 games, Knock and Fun were packing up all their stuff, getting ready to go to bed. Gilderson still booted up the firing range for another 5-10 minutes just to shoot his gun. I mean, his desire to be the best is it's infectious. It's Fun has also caught on to that, and he started to basically, and Nocturnal, we all just want to be the best, and I think we're super hungry for it, and I think it's showing.
You guys are heading in that direction, that's for sure. Top 3 in your winners bracket matchup, and you guys, of course, right behind Optic Gaming and Cloud9, who's been a big surprise, obviously, with the substitute. Very impressive stuff here. Let's take a look at the losers bracket round 2 or losers bracket finals matchup here coming up, and start to preview this one. Biggest thing I got to talk to you, Xenox, about is APAC North. We got 5, maybe 6 teams from APAC North in this lobby. It's going to be insane. Actually, no, take back 7 or 8 APAC North teams in this lobby, so it's going to be a bloodbath.
I think it's just going to be a bloodbath in general.
And of course,
right? Regardless of the APAC North.
Zero APAC. And just quick fun fact: APAC North is the only region, in addition to South America, that they had one. They had 4-7. So I take that back. Yes. Only one team qualifying through.
I think the biggest thing now, looking forward here, is the fact that you've got so much talent. Yeah. You've got so many teams that I think deserve to move forward to the finals tomorrow, and unfortunately not all of them can. So you've got 6 games now, only 6 matches. And this is where I kind of want to get your thoughts, Hodzik. You've got 6 games. Imagine Team Liquid's in this position. What do you say to your team? You got 6 matches to get to a finals.
As we were talking about earlier, I mean, overall, in every 6-game series, consistency is key. A lot of people look for those really big games where you're winning with like 10+ kills. But realistically, a lot of the formula that a lot of the pros use is, if you just get 8 to 9 points a game in a 6-game series, that's usually the average that you need to maintain to be just fine in the top 10. So consistency is key. Obviously take calculated risks. That's a no-brainer every single time. But basically, don't force yourself. Don't feel like just because your back's up against the wall early on that you have to make these massive games just to keep safe. Just get consistent points. Don't be taking extremely unnecessary risks until maybe later on if you're down in points.
Well, it's going to be an interesting final, that is for sure. We play a little game here. It's called the Talent Predictions game. I'm not looking forward to seeing this one because I said, you know what? Production, SSG or G2, pick 4 me, surprise me, and unfortunately G2, it's my fault though, and G2 did not perform. But SSG did, and Killer Pigeon is the lone winner of the predictions game here. This is, of course, the team that performed the best of the teams we predicted to win. Ultimately, GMT obviously won out the lobby with a dominant showing. Safe Station right behind them here, so congrats to Killer Pigeon, and ultimately, my hat goes off to G2. Got a lot of love for the Roller Boys. So sad. I was literally depressed in the green room. You can ask these guys that we're not going to have a chance to watch the Roller Boys. Most of the most entertaining, actually probably the most entertaining trio, in my opinion, competing in the losers bracket finals. But ultimately, it's been interesting. It's been a fun tournament so far. We now have an ridiculously stacked losers bracket final. I want to hear your thoughts on a team in particular, NRG, a team that you know well. You've scrimmed against them, you've played against them, you've coached against them. What do you think is not clicking for this squad that they find themselves up against elimination?
It's tough to say from my perspective, just because we have been these are the first sets of matches that I'm actually able to watch myself. My team's been competing, and we don't really necessarily have replays to go through. But I can say that something that's struggling. A lot of teams are struggling to basically adapt. Like I said earlier, we have so many regions and every single one of them having a different meta, all clashing at once, that it's completely throwing off how most of us know how to play the game. And I'm putting pretty much most of my money on. That's why a lot of these teams that you expect to not be in losers bracket are. The way they play the game, they're not used to it. It's a completely different play style now, and it's basically left to those teams that are adapting the best are the ones that are doing the best. It's the same play style, cookie cutter play style that, for example, that we do in North America, isn't always going to work. So it's up to the teams to kind of be creative on the fly as quick as they can to try to figure out how to play around the particular lobby that they're in, less than an overall arching meta, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. And you see that TSM opting for Caustic. I didn't think I'd see Hal playing Caustic in a major competition. They're changing things up. You saw NRG on World's Edge also changing their comp, playing a little more aggressive with an Ashe pick, and it's working. It worked for them. They got a couple kills. Their problem has just been placement here and the ability to place. Here's Alex.
Well, you actually mentioned a really good point there, the Caustic, because really that's a legend. When you start to see that come into the fold, everyone has to kind of adapt and start to probably play that.
How do you adapt if you can't beat them?
Right. Exactly, join them. So I think that's a big factor, isn't it? Right, especially when you get to these international tournaments, and once we get more of these, I think teams are going to go back to their regions and think, what's a setup, what's a composition that we know is going to be able to perform internationally rather than just domestically.
Yeah, and on that note too, I'd like to get your take. Well, how have you adapted? What have you had to do to adapt? What are some tangible examples of things that Team Liquid and Optic Gaming have done to stay consistent, to continue to adapt and to evolve with the game?
I can't speak too much on Optic because, like I said, I haven't been able to watch too much. But I have noticed that they have been, rather than running a lot of the, like for example, forever they were running Valk Caustic Jibby on World's Edge. There are a couple games I've seen them fighting, and they were on Horizon. I've seen them throwing around a couple different team or comp changes.
What about for y'all?
And for us, I mean, we haven't changed up too much in terms of Legends. We've been playing the same. More so, the way we've been changing up is the way we're playing.
Oh, interesting.
Our World's Edge gameplay is we play Edge, but we have the option to play Zone if we want to. We know how to do it.
Because you got this legend called Valkyrie. It's a free rotate, and next thing you know, you're in the best spot in the game, and everything's okay.
Yeah. So basically, for us, it's been more of a mindset change of like reading the lobby. One of the biggest things we do is we count how many Edge teams are in our lobby. Once we know that, we know is it better to play Zone? Is it better to play a little bit more aggressive? Maybe capitalize on some of the Edge teams. But for us, it's just been basically trying to figure out what is the best way to play for the current lobby we're in. We haven't changed comp much, so it's all just about securing our playstyle.
And what has the best way been for you on Stormpoint? You talked a bit about World's Edge. How about on Stormpoint? And how involved were you as a coach in putting that kind of strategy and approach together?
I mean, I pretty much, not to take too much credit, because at the end of the day, the boys are the ones that press the buttons. They're the ones that press the buttons. They're the ones that should be taking most of the credit, but I do have to pat myself on the back a little bit. I did basically craft our entire Stormpoint game plan.
Wow.
By basically dropping center map. It's something like too groundbreakingly new, but it's definitely something that not a lot of other teams
So you're
are
saying
doing.
you drop center map and you rotate early?
Yeah, crazy.
Wow,
right?
crazy concept. No, just kidding.
And we pick Loba because there aren't a lot of center map POIs on Stormpoint. So that makes center map rotating much better. And that means Loba's usually not very great from Edge, so a lot of teams are going to opt out of her. So we cut a lot of loot. As soon as we know where the zone's going, we have a zone read. We go to the zone, we pick up building, and then we just let all the teams that are struggling to rotate die around us. And
they fight each other, and you guys just chilling.
And we just steal all the loot.
With Loba. Yes, that does the trick. That sounds like a very, very efficient strategy. At the end of the day, let everyone else die and take the winnings, the earnings from Loba. No one else is really playing Loba on Stormpoint. I don't think I've ever seen another Loba team.
In general, you're not seeing a lot of zone gameplay at all.
Yeah.
Most of the reason I think a lot of teams are, like a lot of North America, they know their game plan is usually in really big tournaments like ALGS tournaments. They know that zone is usually the best way to play.
Yep.
But there's a lot of Edge teams that are, and like I said, we're not used to these teams. We're not used to these teams rotating. So a lot of times, a lot of these teams are just getting caught on rotating. They don't know, they're not adapting properly.
Yeah, well, there you go. Loba, 38 picks total. Arguably, probably most of those on World's Edge. You are one of the few teams running Loba on Storm Point. We have some breaking news for everyone watching right now, and perhaps a lot of y'all have already seen it. A heartfelt tweet from Designful, and this one hits hard from someone who I've looked up to, respected for quite some time. Designful said, well, man, it is what it is. Played my heart out. Don't have any regrets. With that being said, I will be stepping down from competitive to focus on my stream and creating content. End tweet from Designful. Obviously, that hits me hard as someone, former competitor, passionate. I understand the passion that comes from Designful every single day. I love that passion, and to lose someone as passionate as Designful from the competitive scene, someone as entertaining as him from the competitive scene is truly a loss for our competitive community here at Xenox.
It certainly is. Look, sometimes, and I will say I'm maybe hoping here that in the heat of the moment when things are maybe at their worst, these are the decisions that are made, and then maybe later on, maybe it gets reversed. That's fingers crossed, really. I'm just hoping, to be completely honest. But look, I think that sometimes you lose a player, but you gain content, or you gain, say, an analyst, or you gain a coach, for example. So it's an ecosystem, and I think as Apex continues to grow as a game and the longevity of it, this is going to be something that's normal. In a few years' time, you might be here permanently. Hasik might be here permanently. So I think that's a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably speak on this, because I competed since the start of the game, and it breaks my heart to read a tweet like that because I know what it takes to get to that point. But I will say that it could be just a kind of in the moment thing because, I went from competing to coaching a little bit, then to casting and to coaching primarily. And every single tournament, there's, as much as I'm happy to be part of Team Liquid, I'm happy to help the boys out. Every single tournament, part of me has just massive regrets and fear and FOMO, basically, of just not, I want that to be me.
So the competitive itch, yep.
So it could definitely be an in-the-moment thing. I feel like maybe a couple tournaments passes, he might not like the way it feels. He's an incredible competitor, and he's more passionate than the majority of the scene. I know he can make it work.
Yep.
So it's definitely sad to see him go, but I feel like we probably won't see the end of him.
Yeah, I hope so. And maybe we can start a hashtag or something. Everyone blow up his tweets and say you can't go. Not letting it happen. Say Fallout is not letting you quit. Not going to happen. Not for someone as passionate, as hype, as skillful, talented as a leader, as Designful, let alone someone who has been a fan of competitive gaming and esports since Major League Gaming and Halo back in 2007. He was 8, 9, 10 years old, watching these people play, and he's been dreaming for this opportunity. There's no way he can go out like this. Designful, I'm talking to you right now, my friend. Someone clip this, please, because you cannot go out with a 30th through 40th place finish. We know you're better than that. We know you still got this. You still got the blood, but at the end of the day, we support you in your decision 100%, and ultimately, we want what's best for you. But hopefully, man, it's not the last for Designful. I got to completely agree with that. Again, an early exit for G2, one that we did not expect by any means, but certainly nothing but respect for those three, Designful, Gentrifying, Resulta. You were part of the early broadcast where we started telling this story of these players who came out of nowhere playing on console, switched to PC, started grinding their way through the ALGS, a true story of what hard work does, loyalty to the three of them, and as a team, they worked their way to the top as one of the best teams, arguably a top 1, top 3, top 4 team in NA at multiple points. So a remarkable story, nonetheless excited for the future of Gentrifying and Resulta in the G2 organization in Apex Legends, and I guess only time will tell what will happen with their fearless leader in Designful. But hey, it's been a great analyst desk. It's been a great losers bracket final. It's great to have Hodsik back on the desk here alongside us. We're going to jump to a quick break. We got the losers bracket finals. Another elimination match, another elimination series between these 20 teams. Top 10 will make it to the grand finals tomorrow for their chance to play for a larger share of that $1 million prize pool. And by the way, speaking of tomorrow, trust me, we have a few announcements coming your way that you will not want to miss. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Losers bracket finals after this.
Now LCP, what you see in the feed, Outsiders loses 2 players there really quickly, just like that. 2 squads left here. Just Caddy, I think, versus now 1 player that's going to be from the GSD side. We'll have to see